Chapter 1 The Disbandment. Just yesterday, the destitute Liu fortuitous liar wakened his extraordinary abilities. Yet, at this moment, Liu wore a troubled expression. His body had grown so that he could scarcely support the activation of his powers. Despite having consumed all his stored food the previous night in a bid to regain his strength, he woke this morning still feeble, unable to successfully harness his abilities. Moreover, ever since his awakening, Liu felt that his body consumed energy at an alarming rate. Rain poured down incessantly, cascading from the sky like a waterfall. Such torrential downpour was hardly conducive to venturing outside. However, that deluge had persisted for severe old days, and none could predict when it might relent. For Liu and his companions had renewed tough food, prolonging their ways akin to a slow suicide. In this dire situation, if they failed to find sustenance soon, it was likely that some would be comforter for others. Draped in a tattered waterproof cloth, Liu had been crouching beneath a seat for quite some time. He held a wooden bow in his hand, with a line to eat off the back of throws. Suppressing the ignoring hunger in his stomach, he intently observed the surface of future. Massive raindrops relentlessly struck future, creating ripples that expanded and collided. Strangely, no fissure faced despite the tumult. The serene water trickled on the waterproof cloth, sapping away the last remnants of warmth from Liu's body. He shivered and instinctively curled up tighter. Even in such weakness, Liu persevered for a while longer, until the coldness seeped deeper into his bones, forcing him to rise with great effort. He sighed, it seems this body of water will yield no catch today. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. That direction led to the temporary camp of Liu's team, where the members were gathered. A sense after he had gripped Liu shared the sense that something was amiss. Yet, he first carefully wrapped his bow and arose in waterproof cloth before stealing himself against the dizziness brought on by his weakness, hastening toward the camp. Upon nearing the vicinity of the camp, he did not walk directly. Instead, he observed from a distance for a moment, noting that there were no intruders in sight. Only a few of his teammates stood, each displaying a different expression. Liu then slowly made his way toward the camp. Within the camp, a frail girl glared fiercely at 3 individuals across from her. Her clothing was somewhat tattered, likely due to the scuffle that they'd ensued. As Liu drew closer, he regarded Hesinu with an impassive expression coldly inquired. What happened here? In this apocalyptic world, disputes among team members could lead to rift in trust. Such discord could result in a disbandment, with individuals going their separate ways, or, worse yet, turning against another in violence. Though Liu was merely the temporary leader, he was unwilling to see such a disastrous outcome. At this moment, the girl clutched a small fruit knife tightly, her demeanor defensive each glared at the tree before her. Her name was Fushio, long-term hunger and malnutrition rendered her small and frail, yet the gaze was resolute. Fushio looked angrily at the 3, her face flushed with rage. They! As she penned her mouth to speak, she suddenly halted, instinctively clutching her clothing tighter to cover her poleskin. Fushio had initially intended to search for food in the designated area. To a shock, her former teammate had suddenly turned hostile, attempting to take advantage of her. If no for the fact that she had her milk knife for self-defense, she might not have escaped unscathed today. Seeing Fushio's expression and actions, Liu instantly grasped what she was trying to convey. His face darkened, and he cast startled gaze at her 3 individuals across from him, seemingly demanding an explanation. Realizing the situation had escalated to this point, the 3 understood that her temporary team was likely finished and ceased their pretense. The leader of the group, a gaunt man resembling a monkey, stepped forward, unabashedly availing his desire to dart Fushio a lewd smiley playing at the corners of his mouth. It was merely a conversation, but he didn't expect her to react so strongly. Gao Heston dripped with mockery and disdain. Upon hearing his casual explanation, Liu's expression grew in colder as she addressed the gaunt man. Gao he, as the saying goes, a false stomach breeds lust, the team is gone a days without a catch, how can you still entertain so that's? Liu pointed an accusatory finger at Gao he, have ever found food without sharing it with the team. Gao has shifted slightly hadn't anticipated Liu's astute deduction. Indeed, he hard found some of what yesterday buttered refrained from's haranget with Liu and theatres. No confronted be Liu, hevel tatwin giafgult. In this apocalyptic world, a team members were expected to share for the qualiancy twice obtained. After all, any cold forla sustain injuries, undating gatter mate me antating gonzel fin future. It that become me an unspoken rule among teams. Having filled his own stomach, Gao harbin aimless luanderang when helatus and fusiaros petite, delicate form, and a wavy of depravitized within him. However, he had not anticipated that fusio would possess a for defense, leading to their liar confrontation. Confronted by Liu's inquiry, Gao had quickly realized he hard burned his bridges if he didn't Sherford, what of it? He brazen lied cloud, staying with you, nuna gets in it o yatis better to follow. The two individuals behind him did an agreement, positioning themselves as firm lie behind Gao he, seeming liar sulvid to sidewide him. Liu Lukadar Thethrian spoke in a low voice, are you planning to disband? Gao henaded, exactly, let's disband no waftral, there is no future follow in Gao. However, Gao has Merkidash turned his gaze back to Liu. Since the team is disbanding, into King Misher. Thinking of their main groups in the camp, Gao helicked his lips, reveal linger glimmer of greed. Hinotan lion tender to withhold food from Liu butyl so to take the last off the root signmost from the camp. The two pint Gao hegemedin. Yes, we want to share as well. Greed gleamed in Thyres. Upon hearing Gao has hameless words, Fusio osvis flushed with Ingaras he pointed at the two behind him, exclaiming. Songdeng, Kangler, if it weren't fully you serving you before, you both would have stervid to death. The two exchanged glances, their impression shifting slightly as hair called Liu's ill resistance, a flicker of guilt surfacing within them. Yet, upon glancing at Gao he, recalling his premises, they quickly adjusted their emotions. The past is the past, the present is the present, Songdeng retorted. Exactly, it's not as horror serving no it's Kangler dead in agreement. Their gazes were fixed firmly on Liu and Fushio, devoid of fan remorse. Fusio was momentarily speechless with rage. At that moment, Liu was then live set by designers, sensing that things were returning dire. He promptly addressed Gao he. Since you have decided to disband, according to TM rules, you may take your share of supplies. Upon hearing Liu genuine lion tan to distribute supplies to theatres, Fusio was visa revia led reluctance. Yet, Shejaneto Liu after all, he was the leader. Liu could not spare a moment to explain to Fushio, as felt fueled spinning around him, barely managing to stay on his feet. Seeing that Liu agreed to the disbandment, Gao and his companions immediately began rummaging through tea camp. Gao has swiftly stuffed a large bundle of fruits into his back. Songdeng and Kangla followed suit, collecting their belongings. Just as Gao was about to take the distillation apparatus Liu had assembled, Liu finally spoke up. Don't take more than a share. Gao he halted, staring at Liu. Liu had somehow drawn his bow, thorough to pay a direct lie at Gao he. Gao instinctively reached for the blade at his waist out half he possessed a knife, a hard noint and tying off risking his luffy over this attempts. Moreover, Liu's bow was not merely for show cold free well being before closing the distance. In this damp environment, wound shields lowly, and he had no desire to suffer succor fate. Infection cold befatal, and use willing to take cathatrisk. Gao his expression darkened as she remained silent, merrily watching Liu. After a tense moment of contact, Gao ultimately abandoned the thought of taking the distillation apparatus. However, her seized dabital filled with clean water tother dripped from the apparatus. That three kickle finished packing and stood up again. Before departing, Gao he cast O'Neill Aslinger England seat Fushio, surveying her from head to toe. With a regretful expression, he licked his lips. I'll let you off this time, but when we meet again, you'll know my strength. With that, Gao he flashed a sinister smile, deliberately adjusting his trousers, his intentions unmistakable. Fusio gloried at Gao he, here he is ablaze with fury. Yet, she did not act impulsively schmerly clenched her teeth tightly. Seeing Fusio's enraged expression, Gao he laughed even more heartily. Hasiemi to Revlin Thethralof provoking and threatening others. Then Geo Heskes shifted to Liu and Theba Winhishand Histamia nor Kirling. However to Song Dengen Kangler who's had nothing more silently following Geo Hestha 3 turned Toliav. As Fuziochit Henry see down Totherain, Asensi offbitten his filater heart shouldn't anticipate he thought he would take the route sanged water with team. Yet, she understood thought no was naughty time of foolishness. Observing the trio vanishing of the downpour, Liu summoned the last vestiges of his strength and addressed Fushio. Let's move. With that, the overwhelming designers returned, and Liu collapsed to the ground. Chapter 2 Awakening Powers with 100% accuracy rate. Seeing Liu suddenly faint, Fuziyaro hurried over, her heart racing gash supported him. Liu, what's wrong? Fuzio noticed Liu's pallor and weak breathing, as if his life could slip away at any moment. Thaisalami remains Lashenu they could not remain here any longer, if the departing rear returned, their fate would surely be grim. I must get Liu away quickly. With this thought, Fuzio hastily gathered several essential items from the camp. Then, she hoisted Liu onto her back, struggling to move in the direction opposite to Harry the trio Hargon. Baron Fellhauder, and Fuzio's steps grew increasingly heavily using meter grow heavier as well. Yet she persevered, gritting her teeth and dragging Liu forward, driven solely by the determination to protect him. Finally, Fuzio found a temporary shelter from Thrain, laying Liu down and quick-like kicking his condition. There were no visible wounds on Liu's body atop Purdue's genuine Lyle. With no medicinal supplies to treat his ailment, she could only pray that you would endure. Watching Liu before her heart breathed with anxiety and fear. If Liu were to perish due at wellness, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, a girl like he here would find it nearly impossible to survive alone. She envisioned her potential fate being captured in Doomsday's a breeding tool, only hope consumed on such had served her purpose. Satragitus were too common among the destitute scavengers. The thought of losing Liu and the grim future that might away their brought tears to Fushio's eyes despite her usual strength. Observing the still unconscious Liu, Solvid took her for a underweight a miracle. If Liu did not recover, she would have eyes or no third plan. Fuzio had gathered some water using the distillation apparatus. The rainwater was no longer safe to drink there had been tailies of scavengers who, in the desperation, consumed rainwater on light suffragon easing stomach pains and ultimately perishing attended. Fuzio produced the last of her roots. Seeing Liu's frail condition, she searched her clothing and finally retrieved a piece of dried fish from a hidden compartment. Thus was her final reservish would never have ever to unless absolutely necessary. After so whacking the roots on fish in water until softened, she offered them to Liu. In her heart, she continually prayed for his recovery. Fuzio remained vigilant by Liu's side, offering him sips of water at intervals. The torrential rain continued, and Theska grew darker. Realizing night was approaching, Santachel through Fuzio shared. For at night, various predatory beasts would emerge. In the past, with the larger team, they could take turns keeping watch, and typically wouldn't encounter other scavenger teams or beasts. But now, it was just the unconscious Liu. This night would likely be more perilous than a night before. As Liu digested the food Fuxia had provided, he gradually gained some strength, awakening from his previous stupor. Upon waking, Liu instinctively moved through and bow from his back, alertly scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a line of data appeared before his eyes. Equipment successfully equipped. Wooden bow LV1 proficiency 10 handmade, average materials, damp condition, reduced elasticity, effective range 30 meters. Durability 30. Aiming time 5 seconds. Hit rate 100%. Seeing that to manifest before him, Liu should search it with joy. His powers were finally accessible. Noticing Fuziaro's reaction, it seemed that the data was visible nigh to him. Upon seeing Liu's work, Fuziro couldn't suppress happiness. Liu even sensed the stirring in his stomach and the faintest jovish lingering in his mouth. He looked at Fushio, realizing must be sacrificed dear and reserves for him. Long-term hunger had rendered Liu's previously weak body incapable of sustaining the energy drain from his powers, preventing him from activating them. Now, with his mental and physical strength restored, he could finally unleash his abilities. Feeling the cyclone for Nergai forming in his abdomen, Li Yu understood that his waist the source of his powers. Seeing that Fu Ziyo had not abandoned him despite his fainting but had instead cared for him attentively, he felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first glimmer of warmth he had experienced in this cold, harsh world. "Are you okay?" Fu Xiao asked cautiously. Li Yu patted Fu Xiao's head, rising to his feet, and firmly grasping his wooden bow, he assured her. "Don't worry, Ugu days a reckoning." Fu Xiao looked at Li Yu with a dazed expression. Li Yu surveyed the darkening sky that night brought danger. It was also that when most creatures ventured out. At this moment, he needed to quickly replenish his food supply, to restore his strength and energy. Otherwise, if the encountered a larger scavenger team, both he and Fu Xiao might become a prey. He might even become the first awakened dunniness to Ratoba devoured ordinary wildlings. As the night grew colder, coupled with relentless downpour, the temperature continued to drop. Despite Fu Zio's best efforts to curb and conserve warmth, hunger and her thin clothing left her unable to maintain her body heat. Li Yu gazed into their hazy distance and suddenly said to Fu Xiao, "Stay hidden, who will be back shortly." "Okay." Fu Xiao replied, her voice trembling. With that, Li Yu vanished into the curtain of rain. As huge Li Yu's retreating figure, cold and hungry, Fu Xiao called and lied he wouldn't abandon her here. Li Yu hurried toward the future area he had previously waited, recalling that a particular creature often frequented that spot. The rain rabbit. This mutated rabbit possessed an unique survival mechanism to adapt to its environment. The rain rabbit had been evolved to stop breathing underwater. Scavengers no regarded it as apist, more detested than rats. Due to its rapid speed and reflex-based mutation, even scavengers armed with ranged weapons found it challenging to capture them. Aside from the occasional rain rabbit that, in its haste, blundered into a trap, few were ever caught by humans. Now, with food scarce in the ground, rain rabbits had become increasingly bold, often raiding scavenger supplies. The shadow to their dire reputation among humans, placing them in par with rats. Previously, Li Yu had spotted numerous rain rabbits in the nearby waters. Yet, even with a bow in hand, he had been unable to catch him. For the moment Hero was released, the rain rabbit would dash away like a lightning. But O'Day was different. Li Yu had awakened and ways to test the skills on the rain rabbit. He arrived at the previous water area, crouching cautiously in way. As night fell, the surroundings became pitch black, with on either side of raindrops hitting the surface. Li Yu's gradually adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to discern the environment around him. Finally, in the depths of night, a rain rabbit cautiously poked its sheet out from future, alertly surveying its surroundings before swiftly moving toward the shore. Li Yu tightened his grip on the bow, focusing intently on the faint outline of rain rabbit. At that moment, something miraculous occurred. A targeting reticle, the Sizio Faberson, appeared before Li Yu's eyes. Li Yu was taken aback but soon realized that his was the special ability spare chagrin to him. A Shimadath rain rabbit, that getting critically began to shrink gradually. After 5 seconds, that hard mine is twice smallest size, locking onto the rain rabbit with precision. Without hesitation, Leo released Thoro. Whoosh! Thoro sliced 30 night sky like a lightning, piercing thrain to strike at the rain rabbit. Sensing danger, the rain rabbit swiftly twisted its body, darting her way in a zigzag pattern at incredible speed. Previously, Leo had never been a better highter rain rabbit to the erratic movements. But now, things were different. Thud. A soft sound echoed from a distance, as if something had been struck. Leo shortly upped with joy, and Diru shed forward to investigate. Indeed, Hesso underscover a rain rabbit that had been shot dead. "I really hit it," Leo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. True to the 100% hit rate, Leo had scarcely seen thoroughly Vespo before he had found its mark. At that moment, Leo noticed that his experience points had reached their maximum of slaying the rain rabbit. Without hesitation, Heko Seto level up. Chapter 3, Continuation of Upgrades. Subsequently, a line of data appeared before Leo. Upgrade successful, weapons available for exchange. With only a wooden bow at his disposal, Li Yu had no other options. At that moment, new data emerged. Wooden bow LV2, proficiency 20, handmade, average materials, damp condition, reduced elasticity, effective attack range 50 meters. Durability 29, aiming time 5 seconds. Hit rate 100%. Li Yu extracted the arrows from the rain rabbit and gazed at the data before him. The range has increased to 50 meters. Although it merely seemed to extend the range slightly, Li Yu was nonetheless elated, for the 100% hit rate was indeed a reality. He lifted the rain rabbit and departed from the waterlogged area. When Fu Xiao, concealed in the shadows, saw Li Yu return, her anxious heart finally found solace. She had truly feared being abandoned by him. Only when Li Yu drew closer did she notice the rain rabbit he was carrying. Fu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's a rain rabbit." Her face beamed with joy, but soon she regained her composure and turned her gaze to Li Yu. How had he accomplished this? Having grown up in the apocalypse, she understood that the speed of the rain rabbit was not something an ordinary weapon could strike. Even a firearm might struggle to hit a rain rabbit, let alone the wooden bow in Li Yu's hands. Li Yu said little, for after the upgrade, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. The cyclone in his abdomen had diminished significantly. The enhancement of his abilities seemed to demand considerable energy. Handing the rain rabbit to Fu Xiao, he simply sank to the ground, softly requesting, "Handle it." Fu Xiao did not inquire further. She took out a fruit knife and skillfully began to dissect the rain rabbit. First, she collected the blood in a vial, then meticulously stripped the rabbit of its fur. The rain rabbit's pelt possessed excellent hydrophobic properties, making it valuable for trade with other scavengers, even if she chose not to use it herself. After removing the inedible toxic organs, Fu Xiao presented the processed rain rabbit back to Li Yu. Liu, utterly weakened, accepted the rain rabbit and devoured it hungrily. As the warm blood and raw meat coursed through him, a wave of warmth enveloped his body, revitalizing his parched form and dispelling much of the chill within. Fu Xiao, watching the rain rabbit in Li Yu's hands, could not help but swallow hard. She too longed for the taste of rain rabbit meat, but as the leader, it was Li Yu who had brought back the food. If she could only wait for him to finish and savor the remnants, she would be content. As Li Yu's cyclone began to recover, he noticed Fu Xiao's pitiful little face across from him. Without hesitation, he forcefully tore the rain rabbit in half and handed one portion to her. Fu Xiao joyously accepted the rain rabbit and eagerly began to eat, chewing on the tender meat. A look of adorable satisfaction spread across her small face. After consuming a rabbit leg, Fu Xiao resisted the urge to continue eating and instead offered the remaining half back to Li Yu. Though her expression was filled with reluctance, she understood that Li Yu required sustenance more than she did. After all, the rain rabbit was a mutated creature, and its meat contained a certain energy. Although she had only consumed one leg, it would sustain her for another day or two. In order to adapt to the scarcity of food in this environment, even humans had learned to endure hunger from a young age. Moreover, witnessing Li Yu's ability to catch a rain rabbit instilled in her a newfound confidence in survival. At that moment, Li Yu represented her hope for continued existence. Noticing Fu Xiao return the meat after just one rabbit leg, Li Yu regarded her with a deep gaze. This was the first time he had looked at Fu Xiao so earnestly. Her delicate face was youthful, and her eyes betrayed an unmasked reluctance to part with the rabbit meat. Observing her expression, Li Yu couldn't help but smile, yet he did not hesitate to accept the rain rabbit she offered back, for he truly needed to consume more food to restore his cyclone. As he rapidly upgraded his abilities, he was confident that he could hunt even larger mutated beasts. As his strength gradually returned, Li Yu closed his eyes, feeling the cyclone in his abdomen expand once more. He glanced at the increasing experience points before him. As he had anticipated, the special energy within the rain rabbit meat was precisely what was needed for the enhancement of his powers. After consuming the rabbit, as this energy was gradually absorbed by his body, not only did it restore his abdomen cyclone, but his experience points also incrementally increased. Once they had finished eating the rain rabbit, the two huddled together beneath a shelter from the rain. Observing Fu Xiao, who had already begun to doze off, Li Yu recognized her exhaustion. She had endured hunger for days and faced the betrayal of her companions, leaving her without a moment's rest. "You should sleep," he whispered. With some recovery of his cyclone, Li Yu no longer felt as weak as before. Hearing his words, Fu Xiao did not protest. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she could hardly keep them open. Leaning gently against Li Yu's back for warmth, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Sensing the soft rhythm of her breath against his back, Li Yu too slowly shut his eyes. He did not drift into slumber but instead listened to the rhythmic patter of raindrops around them. Since awakening his powers, Li Yu found his senses had grown remarkably acute. Now, merely by listening, he could discern subtle changes in nearby sounds. The distinct sounds of raindrops falling on various surfaces were now distinguishable to him. In the past, scavengers might have used the heavy rain to mask their movements, attempting ambushes. Now, however, Li Yu could detect them instantly. Of course, to ordinary ears, these sounds would blend into a mere cacophony, indistinguishable from noise. As light gradually brightened and the frequency of raindrops diminished, Li Yu surmised that the torrential downpour, which had persisted for days, was finally easing. A light rain would provide the optimal conditions for scavenger teams to venture forth. When Fu Xiao awoke, the sky had brightened. Feeling the warmth of Li Yu's body against her, she realized this might be the most restful sleep she had experienced in a year. After digesting the rabbit meat, her spirits had lifted considerably. Noticing the change in Fu Xiao's breathing, Li Yu knew she was awake. After a night of cyclone operation, his experience points had once again reached their limit. Li Yu proceeded with another upgrade. Wooden bow LV3, proficiency 30, handmade, average materials, damp condition, reduced elasticity, effective attack range 60 meters. Aiming time, 5 seconds. Hit rate, 100%. It appeared that proficiency would also increase with upgrades. While 60 meters was already considerable, it was still insufficient. Not to mention the challenge of hitting targets at greater distances, Li Yu was left with only 6 arrows. If he could not recover them, each shot would diminish his supply. An archer without arrows posed no threat whatsoever. Upon completion of the upgrade, Li Yu once again felt utterly drained. As an awakened being, the magnitude of his abilities necessitated a greater energy intake. He extended his hand, feeling the diminishing raindrops. The relentless downpour had indeed subsided. "Let us go and check on the camp," Li Yu announced, rising to his feet. Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. The two gathered their belongings and returned to the site where the discord had erupted the day prior. Upon arriving at the camp, they found everything unchanged since their departure, devoid of any signs of life. Clearly, no one had returned since the conflict the previous day. The pair scavenged a few useful items from the camp before Li Yu led Fu Xiao away, leaving the place behind. Fu Xiao glanced back at the camp, her expression tinged with sadness. Forming a scavenger team in the wasteland was no easy feat. With trustworthy companions, the chances of survival would increase. Yet now, their team had disbanded, and the reason for its dissolution weighed heavily on her conscience. Watching Li Yu's retreating figure, Fu Xiao felt a pang of guilt. At times, she wished fervently that she were a boy, believing such circumstances would never have arisen. Sensing her turmoil, Li Yu suddenly spoke, "It's not your fault." Fu Xiao felt warmth in her heart upon hearing his words and silently followed in his wake. After walking for a short distance, Li Yu abruptly halted, raising his hand in a gesture of caution. Fu Xiao, her expression tense, scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Just as her curiosity piqued, a commotion arose not far off. A flock of sparrows suddenly took flight, startled by an unseen force. Chapter 4 pursued. Watching the sparrows that continued to soar freely in the rain, even Li Yu could not help but marvel. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation as one of the 5 pests frequently mentioned by ancient scholars. Despite the harsh and damp conditions, sparrows have demonstrated remarkable adaptability, managing to thrive even amidst heavy downpours. Li Yu pondered whether these birds had mutated or evolved. In any case, while most avian species perished in the wake of the typhoon and torrential rain, sparrows maintained a significant population, foraging and moving about in extreme environments. The sheer number of their survival speaks volumes of their resilience. As he observed the flight of the sparrows, Li Yu turned to point in another direction. "Change course, let us head that way." He understood that the sparrows would not take flight without course, indicating the presence of scavenger teams or mutated beasts nearby. It was best to avoid them proactively. The sudden rise of the sparrows soon attracted the attention of nearby scavengers. In the distance, a group of scavengers abruptly altered their path, heading toward the location where the sparrows had taken flight. They seemed unperturbed by the potential emergence of beasts or humans. Coincidentally, this scavenger team encountered Liu and his companion, Fu Xiao, who were also veering off course. Liu immediately spotted the figures emerging in the distance, and simultaneously, the scavengers noticed Liu's presence. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous decision would lead them directly into a scavenger team. Observing that there were only 2 individuals in Liu's party, a flicker of malice crossed the eyes of the 6 scavengers. Liu raised his hand high, signaling that his team merely passed through, without any ill intent. This gesture held a special significance among scavengers, denoting an accidental encounter without hostility. Provided the other party reciprocated with the same gesture, both teams would maintain a respectful distance and proceed on their respective paths. However, none of the 6 scavengers raised their hands in response. Instead, they spread out and slowly approached Liu and Fu Xiao. As the opposing team appeared poised to take action, Liu swiftly drew his bow, aiming at the foremost scavenger. Fu Xiao, her grip tightening around her small knife, mirrored his tension. Liu had no desire to engage in conflict with another scavenger team, as his body had not received adequate sustenance since awakening his abilities. Yet, this did not imply that he was intimidated by them. When the scavengers saw Liu's weapon, they halted, suppressing their instinct to attack. "He possesses a bow," one of the scavengers remarked to their leader. The leader, noticing as well, furrowed his brow. In these times, even decayed wood is a rarity. How does he still possess a wooden bow? Where could he have procured it? Could it be a gift from those adults? One of the subordinates speculated. A gift for him? The leader scoffed derisively, observing Liu's malnourished frame and then glancing at the equally frail Fu Xiao. What value could it possibly hold for him? Yet, despite his dismissive words, a flicker of caution stirred within him regarding the bow and arrow in Liu's possession. After all, a bow constituted a ranged weapon. Even with their numerical advantage, capturing someone armed with a bow would come at a cost. The leader of the 6 scavengers scrutinized Liu and Fu Xiao. It was evident that, given their disheveled appearance, they likely had nothing of value worth the risk. Although wooden bows were indeed scarce, their intrinsic worth was not particularly high. For this 6-member team, it would be unwise to sustain injuries or worse, fatalities, over an ordinary wooden bow. Furthermore, the leader had once seen a bow of superior material in the hands of an adult, light as a feather and easily drawn. However, within the scavenger community, often referred to as a wild men, Liu's wooden bow was already considered a weapon of considerable lethality. With this thought in mind, the leader suddenly raised his hand, signaling to Liu that he bore no ill intent, and called back his scattered teammates. Liu, however, remained skeptical of their gesture, for in a world rife with danger and deceit, trust was a rare luxury. As both parties passed one another, Liu quickened his pace, urging Fu Xiao to do the same in an effort to distance themselves from the scavengers. Yet, after a while, Fu Xiao sensed something amiss and alerted Liu. "Liu, those people are following us." Liu had already been aware, whispering to Fu Xiao, "Act as if we haven't noticed, keep moving forward." Fu Xiao nodded, comprehending Liu's intent, and closely followed him as they continued onward. Their figures gradually faded into the curtain of rain, while the shadows behind them remained steadfast in their pursuit. It seemed the scavengers were aware that Liu and Fu Xiao had noticed them, yet they appeared unconcerned. "What should we do, Liu?" Fu Xiao asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Liu was well aware of the scavengers' intentions. They planned to wear us down. This was a strategy commonly employed in hunting, known as their hawk tactic. By relentlessly pursuing their prey, they aimed to exhaust its stamina, ultimately rendering it incapable of resistance. Now, this strategy was being turned against humans, proving equally effective. Evidently, the scavenger team behind them was unwilling to let the 2 slip away, seizing this rare opportunity. After all, it was exceedingly rare to encounter a scavenger team consisting of only 2 individuals like Liu and Fu Xiao. Moreover, given their frail appearances, they hardly resembled awakened beings. For a 6-member scavenger team, these isolated 2 were akin to a piece of meat served on a platter, irresistibly enticing. The presence of a woman among them only heightened their desire. Considering the value of capturing a woman, the leader showed no inclination to let them go. Presently, the greatest threat they faced was the wooden bow in Liu's possession. An outright confrontation would undoubtedly result in injuries, thus, they decided to trail behind Li Yu, seeking a more opportune moment. Li Yu had no intention of engaging with them. The energy within him was continuously depleting, converting into experience points. He needed to acquire more food swiftly to replenish his energy. However, the presence of scavengers lurking behind him rendered hunting a precarious endeavor. If he failed to secure prey promptly, compounded with the ongoing drain of energy, it was conceivable that he could indeed be exhausted to death by these pursuers. With this in mind, Li Yu abruptly halted, turning to face the figures shadowing them, and remarked to Fu Xiao, "This cannot continue, we must deal with them." At his words, Fu Xiao was taken aback. In such a situation, one would typically choose to flee or set a trap. She had not anticipated that Li Yu would propose confronting them directly. Suddenly, an idea struck her, her eyes brightening. Could it be? Her gaze turned hopeful as she looked at Li Yu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Li Yu did not withhold the truth, directly informing Fu Xiao, "You are correct, I have awakened my abilities." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao's spirit soared with excitement. "I knew it." She had been curious since the previous day about how Li Yu had managed to hit the rain rabbit. Always suspecting some change in him, she was now assured of his awakening. At this moment, Fu Xiao could not tear her gaze away from Li Yu. It was her first encounter with a genuine awakened being, having merely heard tales from others. Li Yu, expressionless, looked toward the figures advancing behind them and instructed Fu Xiao, "Take out the blood from yesterday's rain rabbit." Though uncertain of Li Yu's intentions, Fu Xiao obediently retrieved the small vial of rabbit blood, carefully handing it to him. Li Yu grasped the vial and tilted it back, drinking deeply from it. As the energy within his abdomen swirled, he once again felt that surge of power. Indeed, the blood contained such energy, albeit in minuscule quantities. It was clear he needed to consume more of these evolved creatures to enhance his strength. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV4, proficiency 40, effective range of 70 meters, hit rate of 170 meters. Li Yu was somewhat astonished. Previously, he could only reliably strike targets within a range of 20 to 30 meters. Anything beyond that required an element of luck. Now, with an effective range of 70 meters, he had gained a formidable advantage. For those scavengers devoid of abilities, this distance was lethal enough. Li Yu surveyed the 6 remaining arrows he possessed, his gaze shifting toward the 6 figures steadily approaching. He couldn't help but smirk wryly. How fortuitous. 6 arrows, perfectly corresponding to 6 adversaries, everything seemed so serendipitous. Yet, this coincidence felt bitterly ironic. Meanwhile, the 6 scavengers continued their advance, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Chapter 5, Bait, Behemoths, and Wild Dogs. 100 meters behind Li Yu, the 6 scavengers who had been trailing her suddenly realized that she had vanished from their sight. "Boss, it seems they've accelerated. Trying to escape. Quick, pursue." The leader of the scavenger team, disregarding whether Li Yu was employing tricks, hastened his pace. It had been a long time since he had encountered a woman, let alone one who had strayed from her group. "We must not allow her to flee," the captain urged once more. "Whoever captures that woman can indulge in wine and meat for a night." At the captain's words, excitement gleamed in the eyes of his companions. They quickened their steps, eager to be the first to seize their quarry, completely oblivious to the threat posed by Li Yu's bow and arrows. Crouching low, Li Yu peered out, observing the advancing 6 men and roughly gauging the distance. Upon entering a range of 70 meters, she knocked an arrow and aimed at the leader, who was at the forefront. The familiar, basin-sized targeting circle re-emerged, drawing the bowstring. The aiming circle gradually shrank. After 5 seconds of focused aiming, it firmly locked onto the chest of the foremost man. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, slicing through the rain with remarkable speed, striking the leading man squarely in the chest. He felt a sudden chill in his torso and, looking down, saw that the arrow had penetrated deeply. A wretched scream echoed from afar. Upon witnessing his comrade struck, the scavenger leader dropped to the ground, disregarding the rain that would soak the waterproof cloth beneath him. "Damn it, she's so accurate." Watching the blood flow through the rain and the fading cries, the captain understood that the man was beyond salvation. His expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Li Yu's skill. She wielded her bow with such proficiency, taking down a man with a single arrow. The grim scene caused the remaining members to falter, fear spreading among them, as none wished to become the next target. In their hesitation, Li Yu had already set her sights on another. With another release, a second arrow flew, this time at a higher angle, yet it struck the second man's chest with an astonishing precision. His eyes widened in terror as he felt a searing pain in his chest, gripping the arrow with both hands in an attempt to pull it out, yet his body suddenly succumbed to weakness, and he crumpled to the ground. "Curse it!" The scavenger leader cursed vehemently. In mere seconds, 2 of his team had perished. Initially skeptical of Li Yu's capabilities, he was now gripped by fear. It's a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Damn it, there are still people who play such tricks. Despite his continuous curses, he kept a wary eye on their surroundings. The terrain was alarmingly flat, devoid of obstacles. Even with the rain's interference, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. They were essentially targets, though the remaining 4 still had a chance to rush Li Yu. The fear of death prevailed. "Retreat," the scavenger leader shouted to the surviving members before turning and fleeing desperately backward. Upon hearing this command, the others scattered in all directions, their courage shattered. Even without the captain's order, they had already resolved to escape. Liu watched as her arrow struck the second man's chest once more with unerring accuracy. At that moment, she comprehended the immense power of her newfound accuracy. Although she had aimed for the man's chest, she had intentionally elevated the angle of her shot. Logically, such an angle would not have landed a hit, yet it had still found its mark. Li Yu's heart surged with elation. This indicated that she no longer needed to gauge the wind or calculate the parabolic trajectory of her arrows. All she needed was to wait for the targeting circle to shrink and then release her arrow, certain it would strike true. "They're fleeing." Noticing the scattering figures, Fushio hurried over, her face alight with joy. "You're amazing." At that moment, Fushio's gaze towards Li Yu had completely transformed. Li Yu did not immediately lower her guard. She waited until the last of the figures had vanished before approaching the now motionless bodies of the 2 men and delivering a final arrow to ensure their demise. Only then did she cautiously inspect the corpses. After searching, aside from some tree roots and grass, the waterproof cloth on one of them still held some value. Though old and riddled with holes, it was far more intact than the tattered coverings Li Yu and Fushio currently wore. Further rummaging yielded only 2 rusted daggers. Initially dismissive of the corroded weapons, Li Yu considered the possibility of encountering a trading scavenger group in the future, where she might exchange the daggers for bottles. Thus, she reluctantly picked up one of the rusted blades. Aside from that, the 2 bodies held no further treasures. The blood pooled on the ground quickly dispersed with the rain. As Li Yu retrieved her arrows, she noticed a flock of rain crows approaching from afar. They perched in the downpour, watching Li Yu intently without any intention of drawing closer. Upon seeing the rain crows, an idea sparked in Li Yu's mind. She took the dagger and made several large cuts on the corpses, allowing the scent of blood to waft into the air. Afterward, Li Yu and Fushio took cover nearby, shrouding themselves in the rain cloth to conceal their presence. Liu gripped her bow tightly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly in the direction of the crows. The rain crows remained stationed at a distance, still showing no inclination to approach. Time passed slowly, and Li Yu maintained her patience. With Fushio nestled beside her for warmth, the chill of the rain became less bothersome. Eventually, the rain began to ease. A misty veil enveloped the surroundings. Beneath the waterproof cloth, Li Yu and Fushio huddled closely, waiting for their prey. Suddenly, a splash erupted not far away in the stream formed by the rainwater. Li Yu and Fushio exchanged alarmed glances, their breath stilled, wary of making any sound. A massive crocodile crawled into view, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood. Its enormous body and powerful limbs, covered in coarse grey-brown scales, appeared even more menacing under the relentless rain. With cold, indifferent eyes, it scanned the area, eventually honing in on the nearby corpse, which had swollen grotesquely from the rain. Soaking unperturbed by the sight, the crocodile glided closer, its movements deliberate. As it approached, Li Yu could feel a chilling aura emanating from the beast. The crocodile opened its cavernous jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged forward, burying its head into the cadaver, greedily tearing at the flesh. Li Yu and Fushio observed in stunned silence, paralyzed with fear, afraid that even the slightest sound might attract this monstrous predator. Though armed with her bow, Li Yu did not believe she could fell such a colossal creature. The sounds of rain, flowing water, and the grotesque chewing melded into a terrifying symphony amidst the downpour. After what felt like an eternity, the crocodile finally satiated its gluttonous hunger and slowly retreated downstream, leaving devastation in its wake. They remained motionless for some time, waiting until they were certain the crocodile had moved far away before cautiously shifting their fingers, then their arms, shoulders, and eventually their entire bodies. They exchanged a subtle glance, a wordless understanding between them. That unspoken bond felt especially precious in that moment. The rain washed the scent of blood away, carrying it farther afield. The rain crows still lingered at a distance, their keen eyes trained on the scene before them. The rain continued to drench their black feathers, yet they remained unmoving, seemingly possessing greater patience than Li Yu and Fu Xiao combined. At that moment, a black wild dog stealthily entered Li Yu's line of sight. The wild dog bore not a single hair but instead displayed a peculiar, almost hairless skin condition. In this rain-soaked wilderness, dense fur would not provide effective warmth, rather, it would become a cumbersome hindrance, impeding swift movement and hunting on the slick terrain. Thus, through countless generations of evolution and adaptation, these wild dogs had gradually developed a nearly hairless physique, their skin becoming tough and elastic, capable of withstanding the relentless rain and prolonged dampness. Such physical traits allowed the wild dogs to navigate effortlessly through the downpour, an evolutionary strategy that set them apart. At this moment, the wild dog was sniffing the air, evidently drawn by the rich scent of blood. It approached the scene of carnage with cautious steps, its eyes gleaming with both wariness and greed. As the scent of blood intensified, the ravenous wild dog grew increasingly excited. From its concealed position, Li Yu slowly aimed her bow at the approaching creature. Chapter 6: The Slaying of the Wild Dog. As the wild dog lowered its head to commence its meal, a sudden thud resonated through the air as Li Yu released his grip on the bowstring, sending a slight tremor through it. At that very moment, the wild dog displayed an astonishingly keen reflex, its previously relaxed body tensing instantaneously. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the wild dog launched itself forward like a bolt of lightning, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Thwack! Despite the wild dog's remarkable speed and explosive power, Li Yu's arrow followed closely, striking it squarely in the rear. Though the shot was not fatal, it was sufficient to elicit a sharp pang of pain. A flicker of confusion and rage crossed the wild dog's eyes. It had thought it had evaded the attack. Whirling around, its crimson gaze locked onto the distant figure of Li Yu. Liu, taken aback, had not anticipated the wild dog's swift reaction. Amidst the cacophony of the torrential rain, he could still hear the sound of his bowstring. Had it not been for his impeccable accuracy, the arrow might have easily been dodged. The wild dog, now fiercely glaring at Li Yu, emitted a low growl filled with fury, before propelling itself forward with renewed vigor. Sensing the imminent danger, Fu Xiao swiftly grasped a dagger and stepped forward without hesitation. Leaning slightly forward, she assumed a defensive stance, attempting to divert the wild dog's attention and buy Li Yu more time. Yet, the presence of two individuals did not deter the wild dog in the slightest. Grr! With a menacing snarl, the wild dog, baring its fangs, charged heedlessly towards them, its bloodshot eyes radiating a frenzied desire to kill. At that moment, Li Yu had readied himself once more, releasing another arrow with precision. Thwack! This arrow struck with tremendous force, piercing through the wild dog's skull. Astonishingly, the creature remained on its feet, displaying an extraordinary tenacity as it continued its assault. Infuriated by the pain, it opened its jaws wide and accelerated towards Fu Xiao with ferocity. Just as Fu Xiao was about to be caught in the wild dog's grasp, Li Yu lunged forward, tackling her to the ground just in time to evade the vicious bite. In that instant, he swiftly turned back, without a moment's hesitation, and loosed yet another arrow. This time, it found its mark, piercing the wild dog's abdomen with deadly accuracy. At such close range, Li Yu's years of experience and sharp instincts allowed him to strike true, even without the aid of a targeting reticle. Fu Xiao, gripped by trepidation, broke into a cold sweat. As a scavenger, she was acutely aware that those bitten by wild dogs rarely survived. The lingering question was merely how long one could endure, perhaps a year, or maybe 3. But without a doubt, anyone bitten would not live long. Despite having sustained 3 arrows and a gaping wound in its head, the wild dog remained defiantly alive. It staggered to its feet, its body quivering, as it painfully turned to face Li Yu. Even this simple motion sent waves of agony through its body, causing it to whimper in distress, yet, fueled by its last vestiges of will, it glared at Li Yu, limping forward once more to continue its attack. Is it still alive? Li Yu marveled at the wild dog's astonishing vitality. As he gazed at the oncoming beast, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Slowly, he raised his bow, aiming at the wild dog's head, and unleashed a decisive shot. The once ferocious wild dog finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing a few times before the flicker of life extinguished, becoming yet another lost soul amidst the torrential downpour. Faced with such a resilient creature, Li Yu remained vigilant. After delivering a final arrow to ensure its demise, he took up his dagger and severed the wild dog's limbs, repeatedly confirming that it had truly breathed its last. Only then did he exhale a long, relieved breath, reassured of its death. As the tension eased, a wave of dizziness washed over Li Yu, the familiar sensation of weakness returning. The frequent use of his abilities had severely drained his body, leaving him utterly fatigued, as if every cell were groaning in exhaustion. He swiftly extracted the arrow from the wild dog's abdomen and, leaning over, gulped down several mouthfuls of its warm blood, feeling a slight alleviation of his dizziness. Seeing the blood flow anew, Fushio hastily joined him, taking a few swigs herself. The intense metallic taste was initially overwhelming, but survival necessitated her to endure the repugnant flavor. After a day filled with turmoil, the surrounding area lay in disarray. The puddles of rainwater tinged a faint crimson. Liu noticed the previously distant rain crows drawing nearer, their greedy eyes fixated on the remains of the human carcasses strewn across the ground. We cannot linger here any longer. The two swiftly dismembered the wild dog, packing the meat away. As Li Yu retrieved his arrows, he discovered one was significantly bent, its fletching damaged beyond recognition. In the past, such a severely damaged arrow would have been deemed useless, discarded without a second thought. However, Li Yu chose to keep it, for now, his accuracy was unwavering, and even a deformed arrow could still wield lethal potential. With the arrows secured, Li Yu cautiously surveyed their surroundings and made a decisive call. Let us head back. The pair hurried towards the direction of their previous encampment, not with the intention of returning to the camp itself, but rather to the nearby water source where he had spent considerable time, growing intimately familiar with the environment and terrain. Aside from the relative scarcity of prey, there were few other lurking dangers. Now that they had secured food, it was prudent to return there for a much-needed respite. As they departed, the rain crows, having awaited this moment, sensed the absence of nearby threats. Like a dark wind, they surged forward, ravenously pecking at the remaining carcasses. The crow's sharp, piercing cries soon attracted the attention of a gaunt figure, its sunken eyes and pallid complexion resembling that of a wraith. Rain crows, the newcomer's voice was feeble, his gaze dull and listless, as if a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishing. He trudged forward with heavy steps, drawn by the cacophony of the crows. Upon spotting the bodies encircled by the crows, a glimmer of vitality sparked in his otherwise lifeless eyes. Indeed, following the rain crow's leads to food with that, he lunged forward like a famished predator, disregarding all else as he scrambled to contest with the crows for the remains. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Fushio had returned to the vicinity of the water source, confirming their safety. They eagerly unpacked the wild dog meat, devouring it ravenously. As Li Yu consumed an entire dog leg, the energy from the meat was rapidly absorbed and transformed by the swirling vortex within him, replenishing his once exhausted body with renewed vigor. The debilitating fatigue brought on by overexertion gradually dissipated. This meat is exquisite, Fushio exclaimed between mouthfuls, overwhelmed by a sense of satisfaction that compelled her to share her delight with Li Yu. Observing Fushio's contentment, Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Eat your fill, from now on, we shall feast on meat daily. Fushio nodded vigorously, relishing every bite. The prospect of daily meat meals sparked a smile on her face, as she envisioned a future filled with abundance. Their previous days had been fraught with hardships, and although they had hoped for an improvement upon forming a scavenger team, betrayal had struck them cruelly. Fortunately, with Li Yu's awakening, the days of scavenging roots and grass, barely surviving from one meal to the next, were now behind them. Starting today, they would no longer fear starvation. The two continued to gorge themselves until their bellies were distended and they could eat no more. Since I've had memory, this is the first time I've felt so full. Fushio smiled at Li Yu, patting her swollen belly. Li Yu reciprocated her smile, gently ruffling her hair. There will be many more days like this ahead. After a brief respite, the two resumed their activity. Once they had repacked the remaining wild dog meat, Li Yu set up some rudimentary warning devices around their camp. As the final arrangements were made, twilight descended upon the land. Let us rest well tonight. The area near the water source is relatively safe, Li Yu remarked as he returned from his tasks. Fu Xiao obediently acknowledged him, and the two nestled together beneath the makeshift rain cover, seeking warmth. The shelter was small, and their bodies pressed closely against one another. In that moment, having filled their bellies, they leaned into each other, their hearts brimming with warmth. Chapter 7, The Flickering Flame in the Deluge. When Li Yu awoke, it was already noon of the following day. Refreshed and rejuvenated, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the changes within. He could distinctly perceive the expansion of his energy vortex, as if his entire being had been infused with renewed vitality. This sensation led him to believe that his physique had become stronger and more robust. Moreover, it seemed his digestive system had also been fortified. Despite having just awakened, he already felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at his data, he discovered that his experience points were at their maximum. Level up successful. Wooden bow LV5, proficiency 50, effective attack range 80 meters, hit rate 100. Aim time for seconds 80 meters. How is that possible? Li Yu murmured to himself. Although the attack range of his bow had been consistently increasing, he was acutely aware of the limitations of the wooden bow in his possession. An attack range of 70 meters, bolstered by his abilities, seemed reasonable. However, 80 meters was another matter entirely. Such a distance surpassed the bow's limits. Even if he were to snap the bowstring, he could not achieve such range, let alone maintain effective lethality at that distance. This was a remarkable breach of the wooden bow's range threshold. LV5. A new equipment slot unlocked. Weapons can be changed. A new equipment slot. He had not anticipated that this upgrade would also unlock a new capability. Curious about the purpose of this new equipment slot, Li Yu casually picked up a stone from the ground. Equipment successful. Stone LV1, proficiency 0. A small, oval-shaped rock that has detached from a larger mass due to external forces, with a rough exterior. Hit rate 100. Effective attack range 8 meters. Aim time 3 seconds. Next, Li Yu aimed at a distant puddle. Sure enough, when he lifted the stone, a targeting reticle appeared before him. He tossed the stone to the ground, and it vanished from the equipment slot. Just as Li Yu was experimenting, Fu Xiao finally awakened. She blinked her eyes and stretched languidly. Since being abandoned by her parents, it was the first time she had slept so soundly, and remarkably, she had not experienced any nightmares that night. After the rest she had taken, her complexion appeared more vibrant, and her spirits were considerably higher than before. Recalling the events of the previous day, she immediately sat up and scanned the surroundings in search of Li Yu's figure. "You're awake," Li Yu said, taking a hearty bite of wild dog meat. Upon noticing Fu Xiao's awakening, he nonchalantly stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth. Still dazed from sleep, she was utterly oblivious to the situation, her mouth now filled to capacity. Instinctively, she began to chew, the rich flavor of the meat enveloping her senses. "Eat quickly while the meat is still fresh, we must not waste it," Li Yu urged, continuing to inspect the remaining wild dog meat in their pack. He scrutinized each piece's color and aroma, his brow gradually furrowing, and then he shook his head. In the damp environment of the torrential rain, the meat's preservation time was exceedingly limited. Although only a night had passed, it was evident that the meat had begun to spoil. The pieces that Li Yu and Fu Xiao were consuming had remained relatively fresh only because they had been sealed in jars and bottles. Otherwise, they too would have rapidly deteriorated. Fresh meat has a very short shelf life under such harsh conditions. Even when stored in jars, Li Yu could still perceive subtle changes. Helplessly, he gazed at the spoiled wild dog meat in their pack. Had they been in their previous circumstances, they likely would have consumed the decaying meat without hesitation to survive. However, now, unless absolutely necessary, Li Yu was unwilling to take the risk of eating the spoiled meat. Fu Xiao, observing the large piece of wild dog meat beginning to spoil, wore an expression of deep regret. Initially, she had intended to keep the spoiled meat, but at Li Yu's insistence, she reluctantly discarded it. Nevertheless, while packing up, She could not help but cast a few lingering glances at the decaying wild dog meat. This scene amused Li Yu. The child was truly terrified of hunger. Had she not become an awakened one, he suspected she might have been unable to part with the spoiled meat. As Fu Xiao busied herself with the packing, she appeared lost in thought, becoming rather clumsy and distracted. What is the matter? Li Yu noticed her unusual demeanor. Fu Xiao snapped back to reality and hesitantly said, I think this wild dog meat might still have some use. Li Yu cast her a resigned glance. Only after he consented to let her take the slightly spoiled wild dog meat did Fu Xiao return to her cheerful self, resuming her packing with enthusiasm. When Li Yu donned a waterproof cloth and ventured outside to assess the surroundings, he was astonished to discover that the water level had significantly risen since his last visit. The water body had expanded several times larger than when he first arrived. It would not be long before this area transformed into a vast lake. Faced with this situation, the two of them gathered their belongings and made their way toward the higher ground to the west. Compared to the marshy lake below, the elevated terrain was decidedly more favorable. As Li Yu's stamina returned, the energy vortex in his abdomen converted experience points at a quicker rate. This revelation brought him great joy, as it indicated an acceleration in the advancement of his abilities. After a long day of trekking, as dusk approached, the experience points required for another upgrade were once again maxed out. Level up successful, wooden bow LV6, proficiency 60. Effective attack range 90 meters, accuracy rate 100. Aiming time 3.5 seconds. The range of attack has once again been enhanced, and even the aiming time has been reduced. Liu felt a surge of joy, for the distance of 90 meters was sufficient to take down certain avian species. Although the surviving birds had evolved waterproof feathers due to the pressures of survival, they were still unable to soar through the skies for extended periods as their ancestors once did. The birds, now accustomed to flying at lower altitudes, undoubtedly provided Li Yu with the opportunity to hunt them down. After upgrading, the two continued their journey, eventually reaching the elevated terrain to the west. Upon ascending the high ground, their surroundings became remarkably expansive. When they discerned the situation on the elevated land, astonishment flooded their faces. To their surprise, a considerable number of scavengers had congregated in the distance. Even more astonishing, at the very center of that gathering, there flickered a faint light. Is that fire? Fu Xiao rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She found it hard to fathom that flames could still be seen in this rain-soaked world. Li Yu's eyes brightened as well. It was indeed fire. He understood well that finding materials to ignite a bonfire in such torrential rain was no small feat. In the relentless downpour, combustible materials had become exceedingly scarce. Dampness was omnipresent, and even if one managed to find twigs and wood, igniting them was far from guaranteed, rendering the act of kindling a fire exceptionally challenging. Moreover, the method of creating fire presented an even greater dilemma. Gazing at the distant glow, Li Yu could not help but be enveloped in nostalgia. He could scarcely remember the last time he had savored roasted meat. Merely recalling the flavor of cooked meat sent his taste buds into a frenzy, causing him to swallow instinctively. Li Yu cautiously observed the throng of scavengers in the distance, opting not to approach. Through his meticulous scrutiny, he noted that each band of scavengers maintained a certain distance from one another, indicating that this large group was not united in purpose. Those nearer to the fire appeared to be in relatively good condition, while the scavengers on the periphery mostly looked disheveled, with the outermost circle consisting of individuals who were little more than skin and bones, their eyes sunken. Why are so many people gathered here? Fu Xiao was equally taken aback by the sheer number of individuals. After all, in the past, even if scavenger groups were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, they were still rife with fierce competition. Yet, at this moment, these scavengers seemed remarkably amicable as they congregated together, which was indeed astonishing. What should we do? Should we avoid them? A look of concern edged across Fu Xiao's face, her hands gripping her pack tightly, as though fearing that the wild dog meat inside might be seized by the scavengers ahead. Li Yu scrutinized the crowd before him, a hint of perplexity rising within him. Not only were the ordinary scavenger groups in the middle unassailed, but even the emaciated scavengers on the outskirts appeared untouched and unthreatened. It seemed to be a peaceful gathering. This piqued Li Yu's curiosity about what force could have united these famished individuals. Let us approach and investigate, Li Yu resolved to draw closer for a clearer understanding. As the two trekked a few hundred meters, continuing toward the distant flicker of light, whoosh, in an instant, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced through the rain. A black arrow, akin to a streak of lightning, shot towards Li Yu without warning. Chapter 8. A great event is imminent. Everyone evacuates. Did you think you were the only one with a bow and arrow? The figure lurking in the shadows let out a chilling laugh. As the arrow was released, his emotions surged with exhilaration, as if the Li Yu before him were already a corpse. Die for me. His voice pierced through the downpour, sharp and cutting. Accompanied by this murderous roar, the black arrow surged through the curtain of rain, ripping through the air, poised to strike Li Yu. In this moment of life and death, Li Yu's expression suddenly sharpened, and the vortex within his abdomen began to whirl with frenzied intensity. Relying on his keen intuition and the direction of the sound, he swiftly deduced the trajectory of the arrow. Then, with an astonishing agility, his body pivoted to the side, narrowly evading the fatal blow. The black arrow sliced through his waterproof fabric, grazing past Li Yu's neck and leaving a chilling breeze in its wake. Impossible! Witnessing Li Yu miraculously evade the lethal shot, the figure in the shadows was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he involuntarily exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief and shock. Having narrowly escaped death, Li Yu executed a swift turn, his movements fluid and unbroken, as he drew his wooden bow from behind and quickly aimed towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Li Yu's eyes seemed to pierce through the heavy rain, locking onto the enemy concealed in the darkness. Their gazes met, and the assailant's expression changed dramatically as he turned to flee. Whoosh! Another sound of slicing air echoed, but this time it was Li Yu's counterattack. His arrow traced a brilliant arc through the rain before embedding itself in the assailant's back. The man managed only a brief scream before collapsing forward, splashing into a puddle of rainwater. Fu Xiao immediately dashed forward with a dagger in hand, swiftly subduing the fallen assailant, while Li Yu, bow and arrow in hand, quickly followed suit. The three individuals hiding nearby, witnessing their leader's uncertain fate, were paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to resist. Please spare us. The three immediately discarded their weapons. Do not kill me. I surrender, willing to become your servant. Trembling, they knelt before Li Yu, hands raised high in a plea for mercy. They are the scavenger team that followed us yesterday. Fu Xiao recognized a few of their faces. Li Yu could hardly believe that the scavenger team from the previous day would possess such audacity to launch a sneak attack in retaliation, had it not been for his ability suddenly leveling up to level 5, enhancing his physical prowess and reflexes. That arrow might have indeed claimed his life. Seeing the malevolent glint in Li Yu's eyes, the man lying prostrate quickly added, "We were forced into this." Li Yu disregarded their pleas, instead searching the fallen man's body. He retrieved 4 black arrows and picked up the black bow that had fallen beside him. The bow was entirely obsidian, resembling an endless night, devoid of any glimmer. As Li Yu touched the bow, a chilling sensation surged through him. The bow's body was crafted from 3 pieces of black bow limbs, yet Li Yu could not ascertain the material at that moment. As he examined the black bow closely, a line of data appeared before his eyes. Detected a weapon of the same type. Would you like to change equipment? Changing to the same weapon type retains level and proficiency. Li Yu promptly opted for the exchange. Equipment change successful. Glass bow. Constructed from 3 high-strength fiberglass sheets, exhibiting high hardness, perfect condition, easy to handle, high precision, maximum range, 120 meters, durability, 90 aiming time, 3 seconds hit rate, 100%. Li Yu's eyes lit up, suppressing his excitement. He then drew the bowstring with vigor, discovering that the draw weight was indeed greater than that of the previous wooden bow. Additionally, the bow was equipped with a built-in sighting mechanism and scale. What a remarkable bow, Li Yu murmured, realizing why the assailant had nearly succeeded in killing him. Suddenly struck by inspiration regarding the vacant equipment slot, Li Yu equipped the black arrows he held. Equipment successful. Carbon fiber arrow, special type constructed from high-tech materials, high strength, lightweight, high durability. Fast flight speed, high accuracy. Effective attack range 10 meters. Aiming time, -1 second upgradable, such a feature is indeed possible. Li Yu had not anticipated that arrows could also be equipped. Cough, cough. A sudden fit of violent coughing interrupted him. Li Yu turned to see that the captain, whom Fu Xiao had been standing over, had not perished after all. Gradually regaining consciousness, he struggled to lift his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Yu's arrow had merely penetrated his lung, avoiding any vital organs, thus allowing him to linger on. Upon seeing Li Yu beside him, the captain did not plead for mercy. Instead, he spoke with an air of arrogance. You're done for. Oh. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, then grew vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Once he confirmed that based on Li Yu's experience, such a penetrating wound should have rendered the captain unable to survive for long, even if he were to let him go. Noticing the black bow in Li Yu's hands, the captain continued to taunt. That is a prized possession of a certain adult. You won't live to wield it. What adult? Li Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. The captain, however, abruptly fell silent, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Liu slowly aimed his bow and arrow at the three men beside him. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I will too. In stark contrast to the identity of that adult, the other three appeared far more terrified of death. Despite the captain's warning glare directed at them, they clamored to speak to Li Yu. That adult is Zhang Biao, the head of the Zhang family. Indeed, Lord Zhang Biao is the boss of the Black Mountain safe zone. The captain borrowed this black bow from the safe zone. The three eagerly divulged all they knew, desperate to secure their lives. People from the safe zone. Fu Xiao's eyes flashed with hatred upon hearing this. Li Yu had also heard of the safe zone, where it was said that people could enjoy 3 meals a day. However, scavengers were well aware that the safe zone did not welcome wildlings like them. Li Yu skeptically asked, would the people in the safe zone truly bestow such fine bows and arrows upon you, a wildling? Har har har, cough, cough. The scavenger captain laughed, spitting out more blood, his face pale. You consider this a fine item. Hearing this, Li Yu felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. While this bow and arrow could not compare to firearms, they were certainly not items that an ordinary scavenger could easily possess. Moreover, he had never heard of the materials used to construct the bow and arrows, making it difficult to believe the captain's words about their inferiority. Noticing Li Yu's doubtful expression, the scavenger captain laughed even louder. He had only managed to hold on while not speaking, yet he could not contain his laughter. Liu, perplexed, moved closer and placed his hand on the man's neck, confirming that he had indeed lost his pulse. At that moment, Li Yu turned his gaze to the three individuals nearby, who immediately collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They pleaded, "Spare us. We will never speak of today's events to anyone. I swear, we will keep it a secret." Don't believe them. Fu Xiao suddenly shouted at Li Yu. Despite her youth, she understood that promises were the most deceitful currency in this world. Liu aimed his bow and arrow at the three, his expression devoid of warmth. As it appeared that Li Yu was about to execute them, their terror reached a crescendo, and they abandoned their previous desire to conceal secrets. Don't kill me. I know significant news regarding the Black Mountain safe zone. Something major is definitely about to occur, another chimed in. If you promise to let us go, I can tell you everything. Li Yu remained silent, instead directing the arrow's tip at one man's head, the atmosphere thick with tension. I'll speak. The man, now panicked, shouted loudly. When we went to borrow the black bow from the Black Mountain safe zone yesterday with the captain, we discovered they were packing up. It appeared they were moving. Moving? This unfamiliar term had not been uttered in quite some time. Absolutely, they were moving. They had packed all sorts of essential items. One of the others quickly added, "That's right, and all the scavengers in this area are set to evacuate." Upon hearing this, Li Yu pressed further, "Are you saying that the group of scavengers ahead is preparing to leave this place?" Chapter 9. The Wild Ones are divided into hierarchies. Upon witnessing Li Yu's skepticism, the man trembled and immediately prostrated himself, stuttering, "I certainly did not mistake it. I witnessed with my own eyes the inhabitants of the safe zone preparing to relocate." Li Yu, upon hearing this, recalled the gathering throngs of scavengers in the distance and found a semblance of validity in his words. Why must they evacuate? Li Yu retorted, his brow furrowed in confusion. After all, having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, it was the first time he had heard of a safe zone needing to abandon its position. The three men exchanged bewildered glances, all equally perplexed, shaking their heads in unison, utterly ignorant of the specific reasons behind the evacuation. They had merely heard whispers of retreat and desired to follow suit. Enough, you may leave, Li Yu declared, realizing that no useful information could be gleaned from them, and waved his hand dismissively, signaling their departure. Just as he appeared ready to let them go, Fu Xiao rushed forward in an attempt to intervene, only to be halted by Li Yu's outstretched hand. Thank you, young sir, for sparing our lives. They hurriedly rose from the ground, their expressions a mix of gratitude and urgency. Cautiously turning, they began to retreat, but within mere steps, they broke into a frantic sprint. Quickly, once we return, the captain's position will be mine, one of them shouted gleefully as they fled. But barely had his words left his mouth when a sudden thud echoed, and he collapsed to the ground, silence enveloping him. The two companions, startled, exchanged fearful glances before swiftly scattering in opposite directions. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth. He instinctively pressed his hand to the wound, attempting to staunch the flow, but it was too late. The last remaining individual darted left and right, desperately evading danger. Thud! Another arrow struck true, embedding itself in his back without deviation. Seeing Li Yu's decisive action, Fu Xiao finally felt a weight lift from her shoulders. After all, these men were lackeys of the safe zone, and given their cowardly nature, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Li Yu could not afford to trust them. Should they escape and report to their superior, Zhang Biao, it would spell disaster for him. If that leader chose to retaliate, Li Yu knew he could not withstand the onslaught with his current strength. Once the three had been dealt with, Fu Xiao quickly moved to scavenge their belongings, while Li Yu proceeded to retrieve his arrows, including the one that had previously ambushed him, totaling 5 precious black arrows. Aside from a few dilapidated weapons, they possessed little of value. Stowing away the 5 black arrows, Li Yu realized that, despite having 11 arrows in total, it was still far from adequate. In the heat of battle, if he ran out of arrows without the opportunity to recover them, he would be left vulnerable, much like a fish on a chopping block. It seems I must seek out scavenger merchants to trade for arrows. Contemplating the cluster of scavengers gathered ahead, Fu Xiao, having collected the shabby weapons, slung them over her back. At that moment, the petite figure of Fu Xiao bore a pack of wild dog meat on her left and a bundle of rusted weapons on her right. Both packages were quite heavy. Had she not already filled her stomach, she would have struggled to walk. I shall carry one of the packages, Li Yu offered, extending his hand. No need, I can manage, Fu Xiao replied, her expression resolute. Having relied on Li Yu for survival, she felt it inappropriate to let him bear the burden alone. Seeing her determination, Li Yu resignedly added, do not overexert yourself. If you tire, hand it to me. Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. The two then set off towards the source of the light. Before long, they arrived near the glimmering light, which indeed appeared akin to the glow of flames from a distance. As they approached, Li Yu noticed that many scavengers had halted their advance, remaining at the periphery. These individuals were ragged, their faces gaunt, as if they might collapse at any moment. None possessed a complete waterproof tarp, their bodies pallid and wrinkled from the relentless rain, presenting a rather chilling sight. Upon catching sight of Li Yu and Fu Xiao, these emaciated scavengers were overtaken by a glimmer of greed, their sunken eyes greedily appraising the two, filled with desire. Several began to inch closer. Liu, perceiving the looming threat, promptly drew his bow, casting a menacing glare at the encroaching figures. As the scavengers recognized the black bow in his hands, they halted abruptly, silently parting to create a path. Clearly, they understood the bow's lethal potential and dared not provoke him. With the hollow-eyed scavengers retreating to the sides, Li Yu and Fu Xiao continued their forward march. After traversing another 100 meters or so, Li Yu observed a shift among the scavenger groups. Here, the scavengers maintained a respectful distance, and each bore at least a semblance of waterproof coverings, their attire markedly superior to that of their counterparts. Though still skeletal and frail, these individuals displayed a significantly improved spirit. Although they noted that Li Yu's group consisted of merely 2 individuals, none dared to act rashly. A small cohort in such adverse conditions likely comprised awakened beings with extraordinary abilities. They understood that those capable of surviving in such harsh environments were indeed formidable, particularly a duo. After advancing several more meters, Li Yu came to a halt. Ahead lay a large gathering, not only numerous but armed with a variety of weapons. A few leaders donned what appeared to be armor fashioned from plastic. These individuals were engrossed in their conversations and meals, oblivious to the famished scavengers surrounding them, who could only watch from a distance, their mouths watering, too intimidated to approach, let alone seize any food. Li Yu narrowed his eyes, deducing that this was a team composed of awakened beings. He assessed the terrain, identifying a relatively secure spot, and turned to Fu Xiao. "Let us rest here." "All right," she nodded, placing her pack down, realizing that venturing further was unwise given the throngs surrounding them. The radiant glow persisted nearby, but Li Yu could only speculate whether it was indeed fire. Settling cross-legged, Li Yu silently urged the rotation of his abdominal energy vortex. The enhancement of his abilities was paramount. It represented their hope for survival. He understood that the stronger he became, the greater their chances of enduring. Fu Xiao grasped her dagger, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. As darkness enveloped the area, some scavengers, emboldened by the night, began to stir. After a while, Li Yu felt the energy within him fully expended, a gnawing hunger returning to his belly. "It seems my consumption will only increase, if only there were a way to preserve food." While acquiring food with his bow was not particularly challenging, having a reserve would undoubtedly be preferable. With this in mind, Li Yu retrieved the last 2 cans of meat from his pack, opening one and devouring its contents. As he ate, he urged the visibly anxious Fu Xiao, "You should eat too. Let us finish the meat today." Accepting the meat he offered, Fu Xiao silently complied, aware that the shelf life of this canned meat had reached its limit. Nearby scavengers soon caught a whiff of the faint blood scent emanating from their meal. Such a fresh aroma stirred the scavengers' acute senses, and it was precisely this remarkable olfactory ability, coupled with their penchant for raw flesh, that earned them the moniker of wild ones among the inhabitants of the safe zone. "They have meat. I can smell it too." Though night had fallen, the scavengers, accustomed to life in darkness, could discern their surroundings with ease, a testament to their survival instincts. "It seems they possess a significant amount of meat," an astute scavenger suddenly exclaimed, eyeing the slightly blooded package beside Fu Xiao, prompting the surrounding scavengers to deduce its contents. "Can 2 individuals truly hunt successfully? It appears they have a substantial amount of meat left. Moreover, judging by that man's expression, he seems unsatisfied." The nearby scavengers fixated on the package beside the 2, their eyes brimming with avarice. Yet, none dared to approach and seize it. Chapter 10, Reasons for Evacuation. A torrential storm approaches. As Li Yu voraciously devoured raw meat, his chewing drew the attention of those around him, stirring an insatiable restlessness within their hearts. A nearby scavenger watched, mouth-watering, and quickly shoved a handful of grass roots into his mouth, chewing vigorously in a desperate attempt to divert his focus. The sight of Li Yu's indulgence rapidly captivated the eyes of many scavengers in the vicinity. Only a duo among the crowd seemed eager to take action. 1. A burly man with a wild mane of hair greedily surveyed the package beside Li Yu, then licked his cracked lips before menacingly instructing his timid subordinate, "Go snatch that bag of meat." "Me?" The subordinate's face drained of color at the command, nearly on the verge of tears. The hairy man showed no mercy, kicking an old and battered knife to his feet. The subordinate understood the man's methods. If he hesitated, that knife would be aimed at his head. Trembling, he picked up the rusty blade, gritted his teeth, and cautiously approached Li Yu step by step. The moment it became evident that someone was probing, all eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene. Whether this duo possessed genuine strength or were mere paper tigers would soon be revealed. Li Yu quickly sensed the approaching figure. Observing the subordinate's frail physique, he deduced he was merely an ordinary scavenger and felt no urgency to act. It was only when the subordinate, knife in hand, drew closer that Fu Xiao noticed the intruder. She swiftly grasped her dagger, eyeing him warily, yet felt no fear with Li Yu by her side. As the distance shrank to mere meters, Li Yu finally spoke, "Halt." The subordinate froze, taken aback by Li Yu's voice at such proximity. "Brother, I'm utterly famished, you won't finish that bag of meat anyway. Please share a bit with me." His face contorted into a sycophantic grin as he unconsciously took a step forward. Liu couldn't help but chuckle. If begging could sustain one, there would be no starvation in this world. "You are mistaken. I have no meat here," Li Yu flatly rejected, drawing his bow and aiming it at the intruder. Although his physique and reflexes had notably improved due to his abilities, he remained cautious. After all, misfortunes could occur unexpectedly. The distance was already perilously close, yet out of curiosity regarding the intruder's intentions, Li Yu allowed him to approach. Had there been more than one, he would have certainly denied them any opportunity to come near. "I saw it with my own eyes. Please have a heart and share a little," the subordinate incessantly pleaded, inching forward. "Get lost." Li Yu barked coldly. With no further means to advance, the subordinate abruptly changed his tone, muttering, "No, I'll leave right away." Just as he seemed about to turn away, he suddenly sprang forward, summoning all his strength, and swung the knife toward Li Yu. At that moment, the distance between them was no more than 5 meters, a range he believed assured him a successful strike. Little did he know, Li Yu had already drawn a bead on him, the aiming circle minimized to perfection. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from Li Yu's bow, striking the subordinate squarely in the heart. He collapsed at Li Yu's feet, lifeless. Observers gasped in astonishment. Such precision! Doesn't he fear missing and being counterattacked? Didn't you see it pierce the heart? He must have been certain to let the intruder close in. Though we see no visible powers, he is undoubtedly a master archer. The crowd murmured. While they could not discern whether Li Yu was an awakened one, his archery alone was enough to instill fear in the scavengers. In the eyes of these wandering souls, awakened individuals wielding powers could effortlessly extinguish their lives. Likewise, someone like Li Yu, armed with a deadly ranged weapon, could easily claim the lives of ordinary scavengers. Whether faced with a formidable awakened one or a skilled marksman like Li Yu, they were equally aware that such individuals were not to be trifled with. In the distance, a group of scavengers clad in plastic armor witnessed the scene unfold. One young man, also in plastic garb, sat consuming a piece of meat that appeared dark, its origins unclear. Upon witnessing Li Yu's lethal shot, his eyes brightened as he turned to a nearby woman, similarly armed with a bow, and inquired, "Could you replicate that shot?" The woman scrutinized Li Yu's bow, mentally calculating the distance, before shaking her head. "I would only have a 70% chance. Given your admission, this individual truly seems to be an exceptional marksman." The young man regarded Li Yu with an expression that hinted at unspoken admiration. Li Yu approached, retrieving the blooded arrow from the fallen subordinate's chest. After cleansing it in the icy rain, he tucked it away and casually returned to his seat, not sparing a glance at the corpse. There was no need to search the body of someone so reckless. Useless. The hairy man, witnessing his subordinate's demise, erupted in rage rather than sorrow. The other subordinates, terrified, cowered on the ground, trembling and silent, fearing they might be next. However, upon realizing Li Yu's archery was no mere bluff, the man refrained from further confrontation and led the others away, leaving the deceased behind as if they had never been connected. Har har har, splendid shot. A hearty laugh rang out. Li Yu glanced up to see a young man in plastic armor striding toward him, accompanied by a serious-looking woman. Sensing no hostility, Li Yu merely held his bow without aiming it at the young man. As the young man approached, he examined the lifeless body on the ground, frowning slightly before calling out, "Someone, come handle this." 2 individuals in similar plastic armor hurried over, swiftly removing the corpse and discarding it far from the gathering. No sooner had the body been disposed of than a horde of gaunt, starving scavengers surged forward like ravenous wolves, their desperation overriding any semblance of decorum. With the unsightly corpse removed, the young man turned back to Li Yu, smiling once more. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mar Yuan Bai." He leaned in closer, seemingly awaiting Li Yu's reply. "I am Li Yu." Li Yu was somewhat taken aback by Mar Yuanbai's forwardness. Ma Yuanbai rubbed his nose and glanced at the package beside Li Yu. That meat is on the verge of spoiling. I'm aware. Li Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Did he really need reminding? Of course, meat would spoil if left unattended. Was this young man truly here just to inform him of this? Was he mentally challenged? Li Yu scrutinized Ma Yuanbai with a perplexed expression. May I take a look? Ma Yuanbai inquired. Consider it a gift. Li Yu tossed the slightly spoiled bag of wild dog meat toward him, his gaze tinged with pity. In this chaotic era, fools like him struggled to survive. After all, those who did not steal or rob were rare. As an awakened individual, any assistance he could provide was worth offering. Ma Yuanbai was momentarily taken aback by Li Yu's gesture. Had scavengers become this generous? Just a casual greeting and he was given a bag of meat. Nodding, he signaled to the woman beside him, who stepped forward to open the package. Indeed, it contained a sizable chunk of meat, though it appeared somewhat rotten. It's dog meat. Ma Yuanbai discerned the type with a mere sniff. Chapter 11, The Midnight Raid. Such a pity, dog meat. Upon discerning that the meat in question was indeed canine, Ma Yuanbai shook his head with a tinge of regret. After all, this type of meat was rather rare, and it had been quite some time since he had last tasted it. Alas, the meat had lost some of its freshness. However, it still held some utility for him, even in its slightly deteriorated state. Bring the meat back and prepare it as grade 5 meat, Ma Yuanbai commanded decisively. Those behind him hastily stepped forward to retrieve the meat from the ground, scurrying back to their camp. It was not that Ma Yuanbai was unkind to his subordinates, rather, he had grown accustomed to directing others in all matters. Thus, despite his frequent orders, he maintained a high level of respect within the scavenger group. Grade 5 meat. Li Yu heard this term for the first time. It merely refers to the freshness of the meat, albeit with a different nomenclature. Ma Yuanbai replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, as if to suggest that Li Yu need not dwell too much on the terminology. Since you've so generously gifted me this piece of meat, I will be candid with you. I possess a unique method for preserving meat. In the future, should you find yourself with surplus fresh meat, you can sell it to me. A glimmer of sharp business acumen flashed in Ma Yuanbai's eyes as he regarded Li Yu, as if he were gazing upon a prospective major client. Wait, does this mean that I can find you easily after I hunt meat? Li Yu inquired, his skepticism evident. After all, it would be impractical to follow Ma Yuanbai solely for the sake of preserving meat. Moreover, Li Yu understood that such a method of preservation was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret, and he had no intention of pressing for details. Are you not planning to evacuate? Ma Yuanbai was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Why would we evacuate? Li Yu replied. You mean you are unaware? What are you all doing gathered here? Ma Yuanbai responded incredulously. I simply noticed a crowd and was curious, so I came to join in the commotion, Li Yu stated. Ma Yuanbai felt a vain throb on his forehead, while the stern-faced woman beside him managed a rare smile. He had always considered himself a master of communication, able to converse with anyone, yet, in his interactions with Li Yu, he felt as though their dialogue existed on entirely different wavelengths. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao, who stood behind Li Yu, bore a similarly bewildered expression, as if she were deciphering an ancient text. Ma Yuanbai rubbed his forehead in exasperation, truly at a loss. A so-called prophet among the awakened recently claimed that a tremendous storm is imminent, and the only chance of survival lies in heading west. Due to the lack of experience in long-distance travel, the scavengers in the Black Mountain region have gathered here in an effort to reach the west together. Li Yu's understanding dawned, and he finally grasped the context of the situation. No wonder even the residents of the Black Mountain safe zone were preparing to relocate. Do you all truly believe in that prophet? Li Yu asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. He had not anticipated that everyone would place their faith in this prophecy. Could it be that there were indeed those capable of foreseeing the future? Ma Yuanbai shrugged, exasperated, because this prophet has never been wrong. At that moment, Ma Yuanbai suddenly hurled a dark chunk of meat towards Li Yu, gesturing dismissively as he turned to return to his campsite. Li Yu quickly caught the black chunk. Examining it closely, it appeared to be a piece of meat. Is this his method of preserving meat? Li Yu pondered, skeptically sniffing the blackened morsel. only to be assaulted by an overwhelming sour odor. He grimaced, bracing himself against the pungent aroma, and cautiously took a small bite. Instantly, his eyes squeezed shut, unable to open, his cheeks working frantically as if cramping from the intensity of the flavor. Fu Xiao, witnessing his reaction, worriedly reached out to pry his mouth open, but Li Yu swiftly stopped her. After a considerable time, Li Yu finally recovered from the assault on his senses. That is exceedingly sour. Is this fit for human consumption? While Ma Yuanbai's method may indeed preserve meat for extended periods, the taste was utterly outrageous. However, for the destitute, as long as it extended the shelf life of the meat, such unpleasant side effects were hardly a concern. Noticing Fu Xiao's worried expression, Li Yu felt a mischievous impulse and deliberately offered her the blackened meat. You should try it, this is what he created with his secret recipe. Fu Xiao accepted the black chunk, cautiously sniffing it before mimicking Li Yu and taking a small taste. She chewed thoughtfully, her expression seemingly unchanged. Liu, unable to contain his curiosity, asked eagerly, "What do you think?" Fu Xiao, still savoring the morsel, nodded earnestly. This piece of meat has indeed not spoiled. Seeing her expression remain impassive, Li Yu was filled with disbelief and, half skeptical, reclaimed the black chunk to take another bite. Instantly, his features contorted from the sourness. With a grimace, he offered the black meat back to Fu Xiao, exclaiming, "You can have it, I simply cannot endure it any longer." Fu Xiao chuckled as she accepted the black meat, remarking, "Perhaps this could become a life-saving food in the future." She then carefully wrapped the black meat and placed it within her waterproof cloth. "Rest assured, we will have meat again tomorrow," she reassured him gently. Fu Xiao nodded. "Then I will keep watch tonight." "No need, I will take the watch, you should rest." Li Yu softly declined her suggestion. With so many people nearby, and visibility diminishing in the dead of night, it was better for him to remain vigilant. "All right." Fu Xiao understood that this was not the time to be stubborn. She truly could not keep watch over so many individuals and obediently lay down in the waterproof area behind her. Liu closed his eyes and settled down, leaning against Fu Xiao for warmth. The sensation of being in a state between sleep and wakefulness while still perceiving the surrounding environment was quite remarkable. Though insufficient for complete mental restoration, it allowed him to minimize physical exhaustion as much as possible. As the cyclone in his abdomen continued to swirl, Li Yu's abilities experienced another upgrade. Glassbow LV6, proficiency 60, effective attack range 130 meters, hit rate 100. Aiming time 3 seconds. 3 seconds, and with the black arrow equipped reducing it by 1 second, I now only require 2 seconds to lock onto a target, Li Yu calculated internally. This aiming speed was already quite rapid. After all, this was a bow and arrow capable of a 100 hit rate. Liu mused that with 2 seconds of aiming time and a 130-meter range, even at the normal pace of scavengers, it would take at least 20 seconds to approach him. Thus, even amidst a throng of scavengers, he would have ample opportunity to take down one after another. Should his upgrades continue at this rate, he felt confident in his ability to shoot down other awakened individuals from a distance. In the dead of night, the outskirts of the gathering area were rife with chaos and screams. Starving refugees could hardly sleep, emerging into the night to continue their search for food. However, the vicinity around Li Yu was notably tranquil, as this area was closer to the center, and its inhabitants were armed. Each team boasted a significant number of members, rendering them unafraid of the frenzied refugees. Amidst the prevailing silence, several furtive figures stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. These individuals seemed familiar with the area, carefully maneuvering around various teams without disturbing anyone. As the figures drew closer to Li Yu, he abruptly opened his eyes, sensing their hostility through his heightened perception. They were coming for him. Without hesitation, Li Yu sprang to his feet, swiftly narking an arrow and aiming at one of the assailants. Whoosh! Before the others could discern his precise movements, he shot an arrow straight into the heart of one, killing him instantly. "Where is he?" "I can't see." "They've spotted us, retreat quickly." The remaining individuals, now in a state of panic, scrambled to flee. Thud! Li Yu loosed another arrow, cleanly dispatching the one who had spoken. Nearby, the commotion awakened others, who rose in a flurry to assess the situation. Seeing this, Li Yu refrained from further attacks. Each team's lookout had witnessed the unfolding scene, and mocking expressions adorned their faces as they observed the fleeing figures. Chapter 12. The savages are not considered humans indeed, there are some who fear not death. Having previously witnessed Li Yu's remarkable archery skills, it was astonishing that there were still individuals, oblivious to the peril, who chose to advance and test their fate under the cloak of night. Now, having seen Li Yu effortlessly fell 2 men with mere arrows, their admiration for his extraordinary marksmanship reached unparalleled heights. In such a bleak environment, to achieve a lethal shot with unwavering precision, they could not fathom the notion that Li Yu lacked supernatural abilities. Fu Xiao was roused from her slumber by the commotion, instantly seizing her weapon and rising with an expression of vigilance. Seizing the moment as Fu Xiao regained consciousness, Li Yu approached to retrieve the arrows he had shot. Extracting the arrows with care, he returned to her side. He consistently aimed for the heart, as this afforded greater control over the force required. Aiming for the neck could lead to a time-consuming search for the arrows, while a shot to the head often resulted in arrows lodged within the skull, complicating retrieval. The chest, however, presented a different scenario. It allowed for a swift kill by targeting the heart, while also facilitating easier retrieval without the risk of losing the arrows. For Li Yu, aiming for the chest was a trifecta of advantages, especially considering the scarcity of arrows. As dawn gradually brightened the horizon, Fu Xiao's vision sharpened, enabling her to discern the surroundings clearly. She took the initiative to rise and addressed the meditating Li Yu. Li Yu, you should take a moment to rest. Allow me to watch over you for a while. Li Yu, upon hearing her words, did not decline but earnestly cautioned, if anyone approaches, awaken me immediately. Understood, Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Yu settled into a comfortable position and reclined. Time slipped by, and suddenly, Li Yu was jolted awake by the clamor surrounding him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a gathering of scavengers preparing their belongings, evidently ready to embark on their journey. Observing this, Fu Xiao began to pack her things as well. A sudden commotion arose in the distance, and Li Yu looked up to see a large contingent slowly passing by the vicinity where they had congregated. All members of this entourage donned identical raincoats, making them easily identifiable. At the forefront, several mounted individuals forged a path, gripping weapons tightly. In the center, a few horses pulled a metallic box, guarded by individuals who seemed to be safeguarding its precious cargo, an apparent dignitary of high status. Personnel flanked both sides of the procession, ensuring a careful escort. Following behind were horse-drawn carts laden with a substantial quantity of goods. The health and vigor of this group starkly contrasted with the ragged appearance of the surrounding refugees. Upon observing this gathering of destitute individuals, even the awakened could be seen in tattered clothing and worn shoes, with many lacking even a semblance of waterproof covering. Is that a horse? Li Yu's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the scene. He had previously thought the horse to be an extinct creature, yet here was a multitude of them. Beside him, Fu Xiao's eyes widened in wonder. This is the first time I've ever seen someone ride a horse. She had heard tales from her mother about individuals galloping freely across vast grasslands, yet she had never witnessed such a sight herself. The spectacle left her utterly awestruck. Piecing together the information he had previously gathered, Li Yu deduced that they were indeed individuals from the Black Mountain safe zone. Could it be that the seer's prophecy is true? Is a torrential downpour truly imminent? Li Yu pondered deeply. The massive procession advanced with formidable momentum, striking fear into the hearts of the refugees, who dared not approach but merely observed from a distance. The robust physiques of the escorting guards, coupled with the ominous firearms they wielded, instilled a profound sense of intimidation among the destitute. Although firearms were scarce, many scavengers had encountered them before. Yuan Bai, a scavenger nearby, remarked derisively, in these times when even humans go hungry, how can they afford to feed so many horses? As the vast procession continued westward, numerous refugees chose to follow at a safe distance. The gathering of scavengers had initially aimed to successfully migrate westward, and aligning themselves with this formidable convoy presented a superior option. As time trickled by, nearly all the refugees had departed alongside the main body. The area lay empty, save for the lingering group of Yuan Bai who were still leisurely packing away some cans. Liu guided Fu Xiao towards the central location of the previous night's gathering. Along the way, he exchanged polite nods with Yuan Bai as their eyes met. Upon reaching the center of the previous encampment, Li Yu knelt down to examine the area closely, noting the absence of any signs of fire. It seemed that the light they had seen last night was merely an illuminating object, leaving him somewhat disheartened. With no significant findings, Li Yu prepared to leave in search of food, accompanied by Fu Xiao. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction the main body had just vacated. Both Li Yu and Yuan Bai hastened to investigate. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the ground was littered with scattered chunks of flesh, with dozens of scavengers torn apart by the blast. Despicable monsters! The scavengers who had followed the main body now seethed with fury. From behind the departing convoy, a young man wielding a rocket launcher laughed boisterously. "Come on, keep following. If you continue to be my shadow, I'll blow you all to bits, har har har." The young man's audacious laughter ignited the ire of the scavengers, yet upon witnessing the formidable weapon in his grasp, their anger was rendered impotent. The captain of the rearguard cast a sympathetic glance at the refugees, unable to restrain himself as he softly advised, "Young master, do not allow them to tarnish your hands." Observing the young man's eagerness, the captain quickly added, "Young master, the fireworks are far more captivating at night." Upon hearing this, the young man nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent idea. We'll wait until nightfall to give these pests a few rounds." After discarding the rocket launcher carelessly to the captain, he returned to the center of the carriage resembling a metallic box. Inside the carriage, a woman adorned in luxurious attire, exuding grace and charm, greeted the young man with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Chower, you've returned, did you have a splendid time?" "Not particularly thrilling. I'll entertain myself with this group of savages come nightfall." With that, the young man lifted a teapot and drank heartily. His somewhat uncouth behavior went unchecked, as even the elderly seated nearby regarded him with affectionate gazes, as if it were entirely normal for him to annihilate refugees with a rocket launcher. The middle-aged man sitting at the center suddenly chuckled and began recounting a story. "You know, these savages are somewhat akin to those leech monkeys. Once they latch onto you, they are impossible to shake off. Chower did the right thing. With these leech monkeys, one must strike hard to ensure they never dare to come close again." The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, evidently sharing this sentiment. Must we truly relocate? What if the news is merely a ruse? The elegantly dressed woman, seemingly unaccustomed to long journeys, appeared somewhat unwell. The middle-aged man patiently explained, "It is genuine, even the Mar family from the eastern safe zone has evacuated." He reassured her, patting her hand, "Do not fret, aside from the longer journey, there is nothing to worry about." The woman nodded in response, "It is just a pity that Chower must endure hardships alongside us." The grand procession continued onward, yet this time, not a single scavenger dared to follow closely behind. All the refugees stood silently, gazing at the gruesome remnants scattered on the ground, ultimately opting to continue their pursuit. Yuan Bai, witnessing the horrific scene, could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "These brutes truly regard us as savages." Observing Li Yu's silent demeanor, Yuan Bai suddenly asked, "With your remarkable archery skills, would you be interested in obtaining some valuable items from these safe zone individuals? How would one go about that?" Li Yu furrowed his brow, a hint of caution evident in his gaze. Chapter 13, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits. Although Li Yu held no fondness for the inhabitants of the safe zone, he was indeed averse to meeting a fate akin to the shattered remains before him. Mar Yuan Bai cautiously surveyed his surroundings before lowering his voice to say, "Of course, we seized the opportunity." Upon hearing this, Li Yu shook his head decisively. With so many people and weapons, merely relying on their small group to plunder from them seemed a venture fraught with near insurmountable odds. Even with the multitude of displaced persons gathered for this occasion, Li Yu harbored no illusions of victory. Certainly not at this very moment. "The road westward stretches long, and I refuse to believe there will be no opportunity," Mar Yuan Bai insisted, his gaze fixed on the distant throng, fully aware of the vast disparity between the two factions. "All right then, should an opportunity indeed arise, we shall reconvene," Li Yu replied, leaving the statement open-ended. Ma Yuanbai nodded, understanding that such matters could not be rushed. At that moment, a member of Ma Yuanbai's team caught up after gathering their belongings, and the two bid each other farewell. Where shall we go next? Should we follow them as well? Fu Xiao inquired softly, observing Ma Yuanbai's team trailing the larger group. At this juncture, even she was utterly convinced that a fierce deluge would soon descend upon them. There's no need to rush, Li Yu remarked, his gaze lingering on the densely packed crowd ahead. Such a large mass of people migrating simultaneously would undoubtedly progress at a sluggish pace. First, we must seek sustenance, then we can return to join them. Li Yu had formulated a plan in his mind, intent on migrating alongside the larger group. This was not solely due to the ominous prophecy of the impending storm, but also out of profound curiosity to uncover what lay to the west. Let us proceed, he declared, guiding Fu Xiao toward the northwest, aligning their trajectory with that of the migration to ensure they did not stray too far from the throng. As Li Yu contemplated Ma Yuanbai's strategy, he was suddenly reminded of the firearms wielded by those within the safe zone. He mused internally, if his impeccable marksmanship abilities were to be paired with such weaponry, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. And then there were the horses. However, at present, he possessed no provisions for sustaining a steed. Even if one were gifted to him, he lacked the means to care for it. His stomach growled once more, a reminder of the hunger that had intensified after a night of transformation within the cyclone. His body was in dire need of nourishment. Given the frequency of his hunger pangs, he understood the necessity of mastering Ma Yuanbai's methods for preserving fresh meat. There's movement ahead, Li Yu announced, his senses heightened to the unusual activity, urging Fu Xiao to quicken their pace. It's a rain frog. As they drew closer to the source of the sound, Fu Xiao became acutely aware of the croaking resonating nearby. However, for scavengers struggling to survive in such dire conditions, rain frogs held little nutritional value. Furthermore, those that had managed to endure in such harsh environments were likely to harbor potent toxins within their bodies. Improper preparation could easily lead to poisoning, even for the robust digestive systems of the displaced. Thus, even upon discovering rain frogs, scavengers would typically refrain from consuming them. Before long, they arrived at a shallow water area, the croaking of the rain frogs emanating from this very spot. Li Yu and Fu Xiao set up a waterproof tarp and crouched beside the water's edge, their eyes fixed upon the surface. Fu Xiao understood that rain frogs were not a viable food source, recognizing that Li Yu's presence here was for a different purpose. Nevertheless, she remained obedient and refrained from questioning him, suppressing her curiosity. Observing Fu Xiao's restrained inquisitiveness, Li Yu felt compelled to explain softly, I can sense the movements around us. Fu Xiao nodded, recalling how Li Yu would often sit cross-legged with his eyes closed during their rest periods, leading her to surmise that he possessed a unique ability. There are more than just rain frogs here, Li Yu declared, steadying his grip on the bow and retrieving a previously damaged arrow. He then gazed intently at the water's surface, seemingly awaiting something. Fu Xiao watched closely, and soon a rain frog leisurely emerged from the water's edge. They remained in position for quite some time, the frog blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing its croaking. Suddenly, Fu Xiao's body trembled, her eyes widening in terror as she quickly clasped her hand over her mouth, fearing any sound might escape. Ripples spread across the water as a robust snake undulated closer to the rain frog, its massive form and mottled pattern chilling to behold. Li Yu's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he seized his bow and aimed at the serpent gliding through the water. He slowly drew back the bowstring, zeroing in on the snake's head, the target circle gradually narrowing. Were it not for his absolute accuracy, he would never dare provoke such a creature. In a sudden rush, the snake lunged from the water, its gaping maw poised to devour the rain frog. With a swift whoosh, an arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the snake's head with pinpoint precision. The serpent writhed in agony at the water's edge, splashing violently, but soon fell silent. Though Fu Xiao struggled to suppress her overwhelming fear, she was about to rush forward to assist when Li Yu restrained her with a firm hand. Do not move. He produced another arrow, carefully narrowing his aim. Another shot was fired, this time striking the snake's vital point with lethal accuracy. To their astonishment, the snake, which should have perished, began thrashing violently again, sending waves rippling through the water before it fell still once more. Yet, Li Yu remained vigilant. He selected a machete from Fu Xiao's pack and summoned the full force of the cyclone within him to heighten his reflexes, preparing for any eventuality before cautiously approaching the snake. Once within a safe distance, Li Yu leaped from behind the snake, swiftly severing its head with a single, decisive stroke before retreating several meters. Seeing the snake's body no longer struggling, Li Yu's gaze remained fixed upon the severed head, unwilling to let his guard down for a moment. As the serpent's blood mingled with the water, he exerted his strength to hold the massive serpent from the depths. With unwavering focus, he kept his eyes on the snake's head, carrying the body as he cautiously stepped backward, never breaking his gaze from the arrow-studded head. Only after retreating a considerable distance did Li Yu allow himself a moment of respite. Fu Xiao approached to retrieve the arrow embedded in the snake's vital spot, glancing at the head in the distance. "What about that arrow? Leave it," Li Yu replied decisively. He had known from the moment he aimed at the snake's head that the arrow would not return, hence opting for the damaged one. Observing Li Yu's cautious demeanor, Fu Xiao glanced at the snake's body he held and asked with uncertainty, "Is the snake still alive?" "It is dead, but not entirely so." "Do not approach that area," Li Yu warned her with utmost seriousness. Fu Xiao nodded repeatedly. She understood well enough without needing further admonition. Even if given 1,000 times the courage, she would not dare to venture near. Had Li Yu not been present, she would have fled in terror at the mere sight of such a fearsome creature. Estimating the weight of the snake to be around 90 pounds, Li Yu felt the heavy body in his grasp. Once they returned to the waterproof tarp, he eagerly sliced off a piece of snake meat, devouring it hungrily. The exertion of the cyclone had drained much of his energy, and the gnawing hunger compelled him to act swiftly. With the first bite, his eyes lit up in surprise. He had not anticipated the meat to be so firm and elastic, albeit accompanied by an unavoidable fishy taste. Nevertheless, it was quite palatable. "You should eat as well," Li Yu said, slicing off another portion, and, though she suppressed her fear, she cautiously took a bite, and her expression transformed instantly. The taste was indeed quite delightful. It was her first experience with snake meat, and she found herself utterly captivated by its unique flavor. Chapter 14, Just Look for Me. Only after both individuals had thoroughly satisfied their hunger did Li Yu leisurely straighten his posture once more. After consuming the snake meat, he distinctly felt a continuous surge of energy flowing within him. The vortex in his abdomen was now spinning at an accelerated pace, and the experience points that had previously eluded him were finally replenished. Glass bow LV7, proficiency 70, effective attack range 140 meters. Hit rate 100. Aiming time 2.8 seconds. Not bad, with a slight improvement. Today, there is an abundance of fresh snake meat to replenish energy. At the current rate of energy conversion, I estimate I will level up again before nightfall. Li Yu gazed at the massive serpent before him and couldn't help but think, I never imagined there would come a day when I would have more food than I could consume. It seems I still need a method to store meat. If I could enlist Ma Yuanbai's help to prepare some, I fear we could feast for a long time on the road. Upon witnessing this, Fu Xiao intended to step forward to assist, but Li Yu hurriedly waved his hand. You lack the strength to carry it. Allow me to handle this. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu hoisted the 90-pound python onto his back with determination. He then directed Fu Xiao to securely cover him with a waterproof tarp. Once everything was in place, the pair set off at a brisk pace towards the direction of the main troop. After they had traversed a short distance from the shallow waters, a gaunt, hollow-eyed refugee, worn and haggard, followed the scent to this area. The smell of blood, it cannot be mistaken. The refugee inhaled deeply, as if catching a whiff of hope for survival, and hurried towards the water's edge. Upon nearing, the emaciated figure quickly discovered a snake's head lying on the ground, an arrow protruding from it. The scent of blood emanated from this spot. Wonderful! The refugee exclaimed with excitement, rushing towards the severed head. In his extreme hunger, finding remnants of an animal consumed by others was a rare stroke of fortune. Just as the refugee reached out towards the snake's head, the seemingly lifeless creature suddenly sprang to life, delivering a swift bite to his hand. He cried out in agony, powerless to evade the attack, his eyes wide with horror as he watched the fang sink in. Within moments, venom coursed through his veins, and in mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Boom! As Li Yu continued his journey, a resounding explosion echoed ahead, indicating that the safety zone's forces had deployed their formidable weapon to disperse the refugees. However, this explosive sound also allowed Li Yu to ascertain the main troops' direction, prompting him to adjust his course. The two pressed on, but suddenly the sky darkened. Liu looked up to see a dense flock of birds soaring westward. "Sparrows," Fu Xiao remarked, lifting her gaze, rainwater streaming down her face, obscuring her vision. "Not just sparrows," Li Yu replied, narrowing his eyes. With his exceptional vision, he could see further. The multitude of sparrows flew low, but they were not alone. Above them soared large flocks of rain crows and swifts, taking flight at greater heights. Li Yu observed these birds in apparent panic, eager to flee the area. Are rain crows afraid of the impending storm? Fu Xiao, having seen rain crows since childhood, noted their adaptability as evolved creatures, recalling that they had no natural predators. "Perhaps it is not solely due to the storm," Li Yu suggested, when suddenly a massive shadow darted through the clouds. A wave of trepidation and acute danger flooded his senses. "Conceal," the thought raced through his mind, and he immediately pulled Fu Xiao in front of him. "Stay still," he whispered, and Fu Xiao, startled by his sudden movement, froze in place. They remained motionless beneath the tarp for what felt like an eternity until the shadow and the flocks of birds had vanished from sight. Only then did Li Yu exhale in relief. Although he could not identify what had just passed overhead, he distinctly felt that even amidst the thick clouds, whatever it was had surely detected him, yet chose not to attack. "What just happened?" Fu Xiao inquired cautiously once the danger had abated. "It may have been some form of flying aberration," Li Yu analyzed calmly. Since becoming an awakened one, he had never encountered such a situation. It felt as though he had been marked. Evolved animals typically undergo changes to adapt to their environment, such as developing waterproof feathers or gills to breathe underwater. In contrast, mutated aberrations had become entirely new species. Fortunately, it seemed that this particular aberration held no interest in him. The two continued their pursuit. At that moment, Li Yu spotted a scavenger team in the distance, their eyes filled with anger, surrounded by the remnants of an explosion. This was undoubtedly the cause of the earlier blast. As they circumvented the scavengers, Li Yu knew that the migrating main troop lay just ahead. The number of refugees around them increased, all of whom could see the immense prey Li Yu bore upon his back. Even with the tarp's concealment, the substantial shape was unmistakable. A few famished scavengers, emboldened by hunger, shouted towards Li Yu, "Sir, allow me to assist you. I still have strength, just give me a morsel to eat. Sir, let me help. I only require some entrails." Another scavenger approached. Fu Xiao quickly grasped her weapon, attempting to intimidate those encroaching upon them, yet her efforts went unnoticed, as they disregarded her completely. To them, Fu Xiao was merely a fortunate woman who had aligned herself with a powerful figure. As Li Yu pressed on, an increasing number of scavenger groups took note of the pair. As a team of merely two, their presence was quite striking. Observing the heavy burden on Li Yu's back and the wafting scent of blood, many could not resist licking their lips. Numerous starving women, catching the scent, cast envious glances at Fu Xiao. "She is merely lucky to be with an awakened one. What incredible fortune she has had." They could see that with Fu Xiao's frail figure, she could hardly contribute during a hunt, while they themselves were relegated to foraging roots and grasses to stave off hunger, whereas this woman had done nothing yet could indulge in better sustenance. The surrounding women gazed at Fu Xiao with envy. One woman glanced down at her ample bosom and then back at Fu Xiao's. "Why did the awakened one choose her? What does she have that I lack? Indeed, why am I not favored by the awakened one? I am not unappealing." The women cast longing looks at Li Yu, hoping to capture his attention. Li Yu, as the throng grew ever closer, Fu Xiao felt a twinge of fear. "It's all right, we are almost there." Li Yu had spotted the small team ahead, their plastic armor distinctly visible. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ma Yuanbai turned to look. There was Li Yu, carrying something, drawing nearer, flanked by a swarm of scavengers. With a single glance, he surmised the reason for Li Yu's approach. Ma Yuanbai waved his hand, signaling his team to halt, then turned to a companion beside him, "Clear the area." A teammate picked up a whip, swinging it forcefully as they walked. Crack, crack, sharp sounds pierced the air. "Step aside, everyone." Make way for our esteemed guest. The teammates' commanding voice echoed, and the crowd surrounding Li Yu promptly dispersed, stepping aside to watch intently. As Li Yu approached with his burden, Ma Yuanbai smiled, having placed his bet correctly. Although his abilities were not combat-oriented, he could sense the energy radiating from Li Yu. Judging from the faint energy, it was evident that Li Yu had only recently awakened. Moreover, having witnessed Li Yu effortlessly shoot down an adversary, it was highly probable that his awakened abilities were of an offensive nature. That was why he had engaged Li Yu in conversation the previous day, hoping that when Li Yu found himself with surplus game, he would come to seek his assistance. After all, his own team consisted of over a dozen individuals to sustain, and the more food, the better. Ma Yuanbai patiently awaited Li Yu's arrival, and soon, Li Yu stood before him, burdened with his quarry. Ma Yuanbai greeted him with a smile. Good to see you again. I told you, bringing meat would lead you to the right place. Chapter 15, A Metamorphosis. As Li Yu gently set down the hefty prey, even the seasoned Ma Yuanbai could not suppress his astonishment. It was not merely an opportunistic ploy. The preparation of the meat into either cured or smoked delicacies demanded a considerable amount of precious resources, and he would also need to exert considerable effort throughout the entire process. How long will it take? Li Yu prompted. He had heard tales of lucrative spirits brewed with snake essence. If this colossal serpent could be utilized for such purposes, the potential profit would be astronomical. Upon hearing that it would require a full day, Li Yu stepped forward and skillfully severed a substantial portion of the serpent's flesh to serve as provisions for himself and Fu Xiao for the day. Take it away, he instructed. With Li Yu placing such trust in him, Ma Yuanbai wasted no time, leading the other team members aside to commence the processing, as the fresher the meat, the better it would serve as jerky. Ma Yuanbai deftly began skinning the serpent from the neck down to the tail, taking meticulous care to preserve the integrity of the tail. The entire process flowed effortlessly, showcasing his evident expertise, suggesting that this was not his first encounter with such a task. Next, with practiced precision, Ma Yuanbai opened the serpent's abdomen, extracting the internal organs one by one. During this meticulous operation, he took special care to retrieve the gallbladder, fully aware that a careless mistake could taint the entire portion of meat, resulting in an immense waste. Soon, they arrived at the pivotal moment for crafting the jerky. Ma Yuanbai paused and cleared the onlookers from the vicinity. Liu, of course, was no exception. After all, this was a closely guarded secret. Unable to witness the method of creation, Li Yu resolved to depart with Fu Xiao and return to seek Ma Yuanbai the following day. Engaging in a transaction solely based on verbal assurances inherently harbors substantial risks, relying entirely on mutual integrity and character. Instances of individuals absconding or reneging on their word were not uncommon, which is why such practices were rarely undertaken. Nevertheless, throughout his interactions with Ma Yuanbai, Li Yu had sensed no hostility, prompting his decision to place his trust in him. Another significant reason was that even if the serpent's flesh remained in his possession, it would quickly spoil due to inadequate preservation methods. Thus, it was wiser to boldly entrust it to Ma Yuanbai this time. Even if the latter ultimately denied their agreement, Li Yu possessed the capability to continue hunting, remaining entirely unaffected. Of course, in the direst of circumstances, his bow and arrows could also serve as lethal instruments. Ultimately, strength commanded respect. Had Li Yu not awakened his extraordinary abilities, he likely would not have even qualified for a verbal agreement. Liu and Fu Xiao set up a temporary shelter and sat cross-legged, with Fu Xiao keeping watch while he diligently activated the cyclone within, hastening the transformation of energy. Glass bow LV8, proficiency 80. Effective attack range 150 meters, hit rate 100%, aiming time 2.7 seconds. The improvement in aiming time is becoming increasingly marginal. Observing the changes before him, Li Yu felt that the road ahead was still quite distant. Li Yu had delayed considerable time in his pursuit of upgrades, which had caused him to fall further behind the main force. Just then, several scavenger teams rushed past him, their faces contorted with a frenzied expression, as if fleeing for their lives. As Li Yu was about to turn around to investigate, a terrified figure dashed towards him, shouting hoarsely, "There's a ghost." Upon hearing this, Li Yu's leg, which had been poised to step forward, hesitated. A ghost? Although he did not believe such tales, he had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. From the misty rain behind, a chilling scream echoed, "It's eating people." Then, silence enveloped the area. All around, the scavengers were fleeing. Those who lagged behind would suddenly vanish into the rain. "We must go," Li Yu decided decisively, turning to flee with Fu Xiao. However, a mysterious aura suddenly locked onto him from behind. Not good. Li Yu quickly turned back, drawing his bowstring taut, aiming the black arrow ahead, yet, before him, there was nothing to behold. Fu Xiao widened her eyes, straining to see, but it appeared as though there was nothing there. Could it really be a ghost? Fu Xiao recalled the words of the fleeing individuals, her body shivering. Aside from the swirling rain and the ripples formed by droplets, there were no other signs of disturbance. Nevertheless, Li Yu dared not relax in the slightest. The sensation of being targeted was unmistakable, indicating the presence of something unknown, even if his eyes could not perceive it. "Stand behind me." Fu Xiao quickly positioned herself tightly against Li Yu's back, the two of them bracing for an ambush. Li Yu slowly adjusted the direction of his bow, and as the arrow tip passed through the air before him, a targeting reticle materialized in his vision. Liu's body quivered, and he immediately halted, remaining perfectly still while maintaining his aim. The reticle in his sight gradually shrank to its smallest size. Raising his gaze forward, he still could not discern anything. Even the falling raindrops appeared entirely normal, devoid of any change. Whoosh! With determination, Li Yu released the arrow, which swiftly shot towards the surface of the rainwater below. A slender, black creature lay concealed beneath the water, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by the rain. And the instant the black arrow approached, the hidden creature sensed the impending danger, reacting with remarkable speed to evade. As it surged from the water, it caught sight of Li Yu, who was armed with a bow. A flicker of human-like astonishment crossed the creature's eyes. It was human, and it was astonishing that a human could detect its concealed presence. The situation felt as absurd as an apple, long thought harmless, suddenly biting back. Despite its surprise, the black creature was not frightened. With its agility, it believed it could easily evade any assault from human weaponry, dodging with ease at the moment of firing. Coupled with its remarkable ability to conceal itself, it moved through the rain like a phantom. In the dreary, rain-soaked wasteland, it could silently lurk within the shadows and downpours, rendering it undetectable to its foes. Thus, it dared to hunt humans so close to the main force. Watching the incoming arrow, the creature leapt high, effortlessly evading the attack. In its view, no weapon could strike it while it was in motion. Thud! Suddenly, the black arrow veered off its intended path mid-air and struck the creature's body. The black being froze, its eyes wide with disbelief. Whoosh! Li Yu did not pause, releasing another arrow. He could see nothing, so he dared not relent. The creature, gathering strength beneath its feet, prepared to launch an attack on Li Yu. Even as it moved like lightning, it was struck again by an arrow, 2 fatal wounds piercing through it, swiftly draining its strength. The targeting reticle in Li Yu's sight shrank once more, and he immediately loosed a third arrow into the open space ahead. The black creature attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The third arrow struck true, bringing an end to the creature's life. As the black being collapsed to the ground, its form gradually became visible. Li Yu and Fu Xiao finally discerned an unknown creature before them, 3 arrows embedded in its body. However, this type of creature was unfamiliar to them both, the black being possessed fur as fluid as water, exhibiting a deep blue hue, akin to a shadow reflected in the rain. "You hit it. How did you do that? That's incredible." Fu Xiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Although she knew awakened individuals were formidable, she had not anticipated Li Yu would prove to be so exceptional. Li Yu did not respond. He could hardly admit that he had seen nothing at all. Instead, he maintained an air of nonchalance as he approached to inspect the creature. After cautiously drawing near, Li Yu and Fu Xiao confirmed that the creature was indeed lifeless. At that moment, a faint blue blood began to flow from the creature's body, emitting an alluring fragrance. Chapter 16, Upgrading Again, the Metamorphosis of Abilities. Is this blood? Why is it this color? Li Yu inquired, carefully examining a small amount with his hand. He could sense that within the blood of this creature resided the very energy required for the enhancement of abilities. Beside him, Fu Xiao licked her lips, expressing her desire. "I don't know, but I am utterly compelled to drink it." A primal urge surged within her, driving her to consume the azure blood before her. Li Yu, too, felt the intensity of this sensation. However, after awakening his powers, his self-restraint had markedly strengthened, allowing him to suppress the overwhelming desire. "May I drink it?" Fu Xiao gazed at Li Yu with eager eyes. After all, during their hunts, she had often been unable to contribute, relying on Li Yu's kills for sustenance, much like a pet dependent on its owner. Moreover, even as an ordinary person, she could perceive that this particular prey was extraordinary. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Fu Xiao's eyes, Li Yu nodded in acquiescence. "Go ahead, but take only a little at first to ascertain if it is toxic." He truly regarded Fu Xiao as one of his own. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao was filled with exhilaration. She swiftly drew an arrow, crouched down, and began to eagerly sip from the wound. The blue blood melted in her mouth like cotton candy, flooding her senses with a delightful sensation that left her utterly enraptured. As she drank deeply, her heart swelled with gratitude. Liu had always treated her with kindness. Even before their team disbanded, he had cared for her well. After his awakening, his consideration for her had only deepened. As the blue blood was swallowed, it transformed instantaneously into energy, continuously absorbed by her body, sending a warm current coursing through her limbs. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up, exclaiming, "Li Yu, this is marvelous. You must drink some too." Without hesitation, Li Yu drew an arrow from the other side and joined her in consuming the azure liquid. The blue blood rapidly converted into energy, bypassing the digestive process entirely, and was swiftly assimilated by his body. As the energy swirled, it was quickly transformed into experience points. Glassbow LV9, proficiency 90, effective attack range of 160 meters, hit rate of 100%, aim time of 2.6 seconds. The upgrades come so swiftly, even the energy coursing through my veins is abundant. This is no ordinary creature. Li Yu pondered, taking several deep breaths. Fu Xiao, while also inhaling, retrieved a vial to collect the blue blood that dripped nearby, seemingly intent on wasting none of it. It was only when their bodies brimmed with energy, unable to consume more, that they ceased their efforts. Fu Xiao continued to gather the blue blood from the creature's carcass into her vial. Meanwhile, Li Yu sat on the ground, digesting the energy, fully activating his cyclone to continuously transform it. As the blue blood was assimilated, Li Yu suddenly felt a warm current surging against his acupuncture points, accompanied by a slight sting, as the lingering coldness within him was forcefully expelled through his back. Li Yu extended his hand, clenched his fist, and could distinctly sense his stamina rapidly replenishing. This recovery was not merely akin to a restful night's sleep, it felt as though he was returning to the pinnacle of his physical prowess. The strength and perception of his mental energy were steadily on the rise. His body, once emaciated from prolonged hunger, now felt like parched land rejoicing in a long-awaited rain, receiving ample nourishment and sustenance. Li Yu's frail physique began to develop solid muscles, and the white hairs atop his head turned back to black. Scars on his arms fell away rapidly, and the pain in his legs, exacerbated by dampness, vanished entirely. The energy from the blue blood ceaselessly repaired his body. Soon, the warm current within him returned to his abdomen, and the energy restoration ceased, while the cyclone continued to transmute the surplus energy. Li Yu opened his eyes. "It feels as though I have consumed a miraculous elixir." He was profoundly astonished by the dramatic changes occurring within his body. He then glanced at Fu Xiao, who had her eyes tightly shut. Her petite and delicate frame trembled slightly, and Li Yu could clearly observe the transformations taking place within her. Fu Xiao's body was also undergoing restoration, her once flat chest gradually rising, her skin becoming fair and smooth. The blemishes on her face completely vanished, and she transformed into a stunning beauty, as if reborn. Fu Xiao finally completed her metamorphosis. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Li Yu gazing intently at her. What's wrong?" Fu Xiao did not object. Instead, she shyly lowered her head, a blush creeping across her fair cheeks. "You have become more beautiful." Li Yu marveled at Fu Xiao's transformation, the words escaping his lips in earnest admiration. "Ah, really?" Fu Xiao's heart soared with joy. This was the first time Li Yu had looked at her with such seriousness. Both had undergone significant changes, and Li Yu slowly rose to his feet. "It seems you have grown taller." Fu Xiao tilted her head back to gaze at Li Yu, who now towered over her, astonished. "Is that so? I feel like you have grown a bit taller as well. It must be the effect of this blue blood." Li Yu mused thoughtfully. "It must be so, hence, our bodies yearn desperately to consume more." Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. Li Yu regarded the creature's carcass on the ground, stating, "If the blood has such potent effects, the energy contained in the flesh must be even more formidable." Fu Xiao understood this as well, looking toward the body of the creature. Li Yu suddenly spoke, "Wrap it all up, we must ensure it remains undiscovered." Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Xiao utilized waterproof fabric to securely envelop the entire creature, and then effortlessly hoisted it onto her back. Li Yu, who had intended to assist, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Fu Xiao's strength had indeed increased significantly following her transformation. "Where shall we go?" Fu Xiao inquired, still carrying the bundle. Li Yu assessed the general direction, replying, "Southeast, to an area where there are more water bodies and fewer scavengers. We will eat and then return." Li Yu was not foolish enough to carry this creature back, as he had done with the snake the previous day. While the meat from yesterday had been plentiful, it had not posed a threat. Today's creature, however, seemed exceptional. Amidst the throngs of scavengers, it was likely that someone would recognize it. Should the allure of greed ignite among the groups of refugees, even 100 arrows would not suffice to protect him from being robbed. After wandering for over half an hour, Li Yu and Fu Xiao arrived at a sloped area, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of any human presence. "This will do," Li Yu declared. The two set up the waterproof fabric as a makeshift camp. Unwrapping the bundle, Li Yu began to deftly process the flesh of the unknown creature. He swiftly sliced a piece from the creature's thigh and handed it to Fu Xiao. Li Yu looked at her earnestly and said, "You must eat quickly, do you understand? Go on." Fu Xiao patted her stomach. Although she had not consumed much today, the energy from the blue blood had dulled her hunger. She raised her head, seemingly about to say she wasn't hungry, but Li Yu abruptly stuffed the meat into her mouth. With no choice, she began to chew reluctantly, realizing this was the first time in her life she had felt troubled by the prospect of eating meat. Li Yu then took a piece for himself, and indeed, it was remarkably different. The meat was exceptionally succulent, devoid of any hint of a bloody taste. It was entirely unlike any flesh he had previously consumed. Even raw, it was delectable. "Eat up," Li Yu urged, continuing to devour his portion. Fu Xiao's mouth was stuffed, and she could only nod in response with muffled sounds. She was truly unable to eat anymore. Just as Li Yu prepared to process the creature's entrails, his hand brushed against several hard objects within the creature's abdomen. Li Yu sliced open the belly of the creature and retrieved these stone-like hard items, examining them closely. These stones were translucent, emitting a faint blue glow, resembling legendary gems. Upon closer inspection, he felt a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from within the gems. Grasping one in his hand, Li Yu attempted to activate his internal cyclone to absorb the energy contained within the gem. As he did so, a trace of energy from the gem was drawn into the cyclone. In an instant, the cyclone, which should have been spinning faster, began to turn excruciatingly slowly. Despite Li Yu's frantic efforts to propel it, it moved as though it were a gear devoid of lubrication, sluggishly rotating as if no amount of force could set it in motion. "What is happening?" Li Yu immediately checked his experience points, relieved to find that the conversion rate remained swift. Chapter 17, Upgrading Again, The Transformation of Abilities, Part 2. As Li Yu observed the rapid increase in experience points, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The energy density within the gemstones must be exceedingly high, while his current conversion efficiency was woefully inadequate, resulting in this peculiar phenomenon. Grasping a gemstone tightly in his hand, Li Yu distinctly felt that the energy contained within this diminutive stone surpassed the total he had consumed from all the meat prior. Casting a glance at the enigmatic creature before him, he understood that he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity, yet, his curiosity lingered. What precisely was this entity? Li Yu resumed his exploration of the creature's abdomen, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. After confirming that he had left no stone unturned, he discovered a total of 5 gemstones of varying sizes. The largest resembled a quail's egg, smooth and rounded, while the smallest was slightly smaller than a diamond. He handed one of the gemstones to Fu Xiao. Upon receiving the gemstone, Fu Xiao was immediately captivated by its soft blue glow, her eyes lighting up in delight. She then raised her gaze to Li Yu, a hint of shyness causing her to lower her head. "This stone is truly beautiful. Is it a gift for me?" Li Yu playfully tapped her on the head, interrupting her daydreaming. "It's for you to hold and feel. Can you sense the energy within?" Clutching the gemstone, Fu Xiao closed her eyes, concentrating intently. Suddenly, it seemed as though a connection formed between her and the energy within the stone. "I can feel it," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Can you absorb it?" Li Yu inquired eagerly. Fu Xiao attempted to do so but eventually shook her head in resignation. "I feel something akin to fullness, as if my body has had its fill." Looking at the gemstone in her hand, Fu Xiao was filled with joy, unable to tear her gaze away. Simultaneously, her body clearly conveyed that the stone contained the energy she needed. Yet, her current sensation mirrored that of a famished wanderer who, having devoured a large basket of roots, was now confronted with a wild boar, her favorite delicacy. After skinning and properly storing the meat, Li Yu and Fu Xiao sat side by side. Settling cross-legged, Li Yu held a gemstone tightly. At that moment, he summoned all his strength to fervently activate the cyclone within him. With great effort, the cyclone in his abdomen began to rotate slowly, commencing the relentless process of energy conversion and absorption. Fu Xiao gently tilted her head, resting against Li Yu's shoulder. Noticing his silence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Due to the ample supply of energy, the cyclone underwent a frenzied transformation, significantly accelerating Li Yu's leveling speed. Not long ago, he had just leveled up, and now, his experience points were once again maxed out. Level up successful. Equipment slot 1, glass bow LV10, proficiency 100, effective attack range 200 meters. Hit rate 100. Aiming time 2 seconds, volley, rapid fire. Volley can simultaneously shoot multiple arrows. Rapid fire, after aiming and shooting one arrow, the next can be shot quickly without re-aiming. Upon this upgrade, an additional equipment slot was granted, and the bow's range and aiming time had significantly improved, along with the introduction of 2 entirely new attributes. Volley, rapid fire, Li Yu mused aloud, his tone brimming with anticipation. Just as he was about to draw his bow to test it, a powerful surge of energy flowed back into his body from the cyclone. Strength surged within him, and the downpour around him became clearer, sharpening his perception of the surroundings. Liu sensed a considerable enhancement in both his physical strength and perceptive abilities. What is happening? After this upgrade, Li Yu distinctly felt as though he had breached an invisible barrier, akin to a transition from nothingness to existence. In that moment, he comprehended that he was, at last, a true awakened. This transformation astonished Li Yu. He recognized that this upgrade was markedly different from the previous ones. The changes were not limited to mere power. He noticed that the cyclone in his abdomen had visibly expanded, now a full circle larger than before. The once slowly rotating cyclone, nearly stagnant, had regained its momentum, doubling the speed of energy conversion. Eagerly, Li Yu drew his bow, narking 2 arrows simultaneously and aiming at a half-buried log a mere dozen meters away. To his delight, 2 aiming circles appeared before him, signifying his ability to strike 2 targets at once. He then decided to stow 1 arrow, opting to test the rapid-fire feature instead. As the aiming circles narrowed, whoosh, the first arrow was released, and Li Yu swiftly narked the second arrow, his movements fluid and seamless. Just as he drew back the bowstring for the second shot, the aiming circle minimized to its smallest size. This arrow truly requires no re-aiming, he thought, swiftly loosing another arrow, followed by a third. However, as he prepared for a 5th consecutive shot, Li Yu felt his internal energy deplete, akin to gasping for air, and the aiming circle expanded to the size of a basin. It seemed that 4 consecutive shots was the limit of his current capabilities. Fu Xiao was left in awe by Li Yu's rapid fire. "Wow, that's incredible!" she exclaimed, rushing forward to assist in retrieving the arrows. Upon approaching the log, she noticed that the 4 arrows had nearly struck the same spot. This slight deviation was due to Li Yu intentionally adjusting his aim after each shot. He possessed the skill to have all 4 arrows hit a single target, but doing so would risk damaging the arrows. Fu Xiao excitedly pulled the arrows free and jogged back, her enthusiasm palpable. I feel like your bow shoots much faster than before. Indeed, as I mentioned, the best is yet to come, Li Yu replied, patting her head, a gesture that had become a habit. Following her transformation, Fu Xiao's hair appeared notably smoother, and her touch felt even more pleasant. Contemplating her perfect hit rate, she felt akin to an archer of divine prowess. With the constantly increasing range, she would surely rival those wielding firearms in the future. After reaching a proficiency of 100 points with this upgrade, Li Yu experienced a profound sense of connection with his bow for the first time. The bow felt like an extension of his own hand, allowing him to effortlessly control it and perceive every nuance. As he bit into a piece of meat, he offered a portion to Fu Xiao. Observing her struggle to eat, Li Yu found it amusing and feigned sternness, urging, "Eat, keep eating. You cannot leave until you finish this meat." Wu Fu Xiao complied, stuffing another piece into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, rendering her unable to speak. After finishing his own meal, Li Yu closed his eyes, diligently channeling energy through the cyclone. Once he completed the conversion, he opened his eyes to eat again, repeating the cycle. Glassbow LV11, effective attack range of 400 meters, hit rate of 100%, aiming time of 1.5 seconds. Salvo, continuous fire. Can it be upgraded further? Li Yu once believed that level 10 marked the pinnacle of his extraordinary abilities. 400 meters, not bad, a slight increase in range, and the aiming speed is. Li Yu casually glanced over. Wait, how much? Suddenly taken aback, Li Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and scrutinized the information once more. 400 meters. His eyes widened as he examined it closely. It truly was 400 meters. He distinctly recalled that the previous range was merely 200 meters, with each upgrade offering a mere increase of 10 to 20 meters. Yet, astonishingly, this upgrade had doubled the range. 400 meters was indeed remarkable. Gazing at the black bow in his hand, Li Yu acknowledged its excellence, but he could not fathom how such an ordinary construction could achieve a range of 400 meters. The wooden bow exhibited similar properties. It seemed both had transcended their limits. At that moment, Li Yu finally grasped the terrifying potential of his extraordinary abilities. After an entire day of relentless feasting, by dawn the following day, the two had managed to consume all the biological meat before them. However, due to Fu Xiao's minimal intake, the majority of the meat had been devoured by Li Yu. Fu Xiao felt as if she could never bear the thought of meat again, having eaten to the point of discomfort. Fortunately, with Li Yu's recent upgrade, the conversion speed of the cyclone had doubled, significantly accelerating their digestion. Otherwise, they would never have finished. After tidying up, Li Yu carefully stored the mysterious creature's fur and gemstones, and the two resumed their journey towards the direction in which the main force had departed. Transformed, Fu Xiao was not only stronger but also swifter, and with an abundance of energy coursing through her, she felt an inexhaustible vigor within her. Chapter 18, the crystal core of the beast. In their pursuit to catch up with the main force ahead, the two individuals gradually quickened their pace, navigating swiftly through the rain. Along the way, the nearby refugees merely glimpsed the two from a distance and instinctively recoiled in fear. Such speed in running could only belong to those fleeing for their lives or to formidable awakened beings. No one dared to provoke them lightly. As they pressed onward, Li Yu and Fu Xiao were suddenly assailed by a pungent stench of blood. Instinctively, they slowed their strides and turned their gaze towards the source of the odor. In the distance, a small squad stood silently, with a gruesome expanse of blood pooling beneath their feet. There, lying motionless, was a massive lizard, its mouth oozing a noxious, toxic substance. It was, astonishingly, an entire squad of awakened beings. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, acutely aware of the potent energy emanating from them. Undoubtedly, it was the power of supernatural abilities. The squad, too, had sensed their approach but merely cast a cursory glance at Li Yu and Fu Xiao before returning to their task of dealing with the lizard, entirely dismissing the two. From afar, Li Yu observed that even though the squad consisted entirely of awakened beings, their garb remained tattered and old, unmistakably identifying them as scavengers. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As fellow scavengers, they would typically adhere to the unspoken rules of conduct among the refugees. Even if some scavengers awakened their powers, to those within the safety zone, they were still merely regarded as slightly more formidable wild men. The starkly different environments in which they had grown up, compounded by years of deep-seated animosity, had rendered the two factions irreconcilable. Even upon becoming awakened, they naturally aligned themselves with their respective camps. On one side were the awakened beings of the safety zone, who chose to serve its populace after their awakening. On the other were the scavenger refugees, who, after their awakening, continued to embrace their lifestyle of free hunting, refusing to join the safety zone. Regardless of their awakened status, a profound animosity persisted between these two groups, a sentiment deeply entrenched and not easily altered. Suddenly, Li Yu recalled the bonfire-like glow he had witnessed earlier. It seemed that when the scavengers had gathered together, the awakened beings formed the core of that gathering, and it was they who had generated the light. Such scavenger squads composed entirely of awakened beings were exceedingly rare, and their strength was formidable, far beyond anything Li Yu and Fu Xiao could contend with. Cautiously, they circumvented the awakened squad and continued their pursuit. Initially, they had thought that a day's difference would allow them to be significantly distanced from the main force ahead. However, it was not long before they encountered numerous refugees who had fallen behind due to exhaustion. This indicated that the main force was not far ahead. In an effort to avoid unnecessary complications, the two deliberately slowed their pace, continuing their pursuit at a leisurely rhythm. Even so, their speed remained far superior to that of most ordinary scavengers. As the number of refugees ahead increased, Li Yu soon spotted Ma Yuanbai's squad, their distinctive plastic exosuits rendering them conspicuous. At that moment, Li Yu noticed that while the refugee group still trailed the safety zone's main force, a deliberate distance had been established, no longer clinging tightly to the group. Moreover, each refugee's gaze towards the safety zone was laced with animosity. Approaching Ma Yuanbai's squad, they were met with a woman standing guard beside him, her expression wary. "Captain, someone is coming." Upon turning around and seeing Li Yu, Ma Yuanbai's face broke into a smile as he called out, "I thought you had given up on that snake meat." As Li Yu and Fu Xiao drew nearer, Ma Yuanbai was about to continue speaking when he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "You are Li Yu." Observing the now taller and more robust Li Yu, whose aura had undergone a complete transformation, Ma Yuanbai was taken aback. His gaze then shifted to Fu Xiao, and it was evident that the woman accompanying Li Yu had also undergone a remarkable change. Her fair, delicate skin and exquisite features made her appear as if she were an entirely different person. Staring at the seemingly reborn duo, Ma Yuanbai exclaimed, "What on earth happened to you two?" Suddenly realizing he should not pry further, he promptly closed his mouth. In this desolate, rain-soaked wasteland, everyone harbored secrets, himself included, and he instinctively refrained from asking more. Though Ma Yuanbai refrained from further questioning, his eyes remained fixed on the pair, the magnitude of their transformation impossible to overlook. Considering their intentions, he turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Bring that pack of second-tier snake meat to him." True to his word in business dealings, Ma Yuanbai was determined to fulfill his promise to provide half of the snake meat to Li Yu. As his subordinate fetched the item, Ma Yuanbai continued to scrutinize the two. "Incredible," he murmured to himself. Liu's transformation truly astonished him, prompting him to step forward, drawn by curiosity. While their appearances had drastically changed, being an awakened being, Ma Yuanbai could still sense the familiar aura emanating from Li Yu, unchanged since their last encounter. Furthermore, based on the energy fluctuations, he discerned that Li Yu had indeed become a first-tier awakened being. How remarkable it was, to be apart for just a day, and yet Li Yu had not only enhanced his strength but also transformed in appearance. Ma Yuanbai's subordinate returned from the rear with a package and handed it to Li Yu. Upon opening it, Li Yu indeed found it contained jerky made from snake meat, appearing dark and unappetizing. He wondered what methods Ma Yuanbai had employed to render the meat so black. Though it may not appear substantial, it is indeed half of the snake meat, considering there is bound to be some loss during processing, Ma Yuanbai explained, eager to dispel any potential misunderstanding. Li Yu understood that the weight of processed meat would certainly diminish, so he nodded in acknowledgement. Handing the package of snake meat to Fu Xiao, he turned back to Ma Yuanbai and said, "I have something I would like you to take a look at." At these words, Ma Yuanbai's eyes lit up, for he had been anticipating this very moment. He had already surmised from the changes in Li Yu and Fu Xiao that Li Yu must have acquired something valuable. However, he refrained from directly inquiring, opting instead to wait patiently for Li Yu to share. To his surprise, Li Yu had taken the initiative to speak first. "Of course, no problem," Ma Yuanbai replied without hesitation. Being a seasoned businessman, he was well aware of Li Yu's concerns and apprehensions. "You two wait here." After instructing his subordinates to remain in place, Ma Yuanbai and Li Yu walked a few dozen meters away, with Fu Xiao obediently staying behind. Ma Yuanbai cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before nodding at Li Yu. Liu wasted no time, knowing that among this group of refugees, Ma Yuanbai was a person of integrity, and they had only recently established a partnership. He promptly produced the smallest gem from his possession, holding it in his palm for Ma Yuanbai to see. Intrigued, Ma Yuanbai leaned in for a closer look, a faint blue glow reflecting in his eyes. Upon recognizing the object in Li Yu's hand, Ma Yuanbai's expression shifted dramatically. "The crystal core of the beast." "This is the crystal core of the beast?" Li Yu asked, astonished, realizing that it indicated the creature he had consumed earlier was indeed a beast of extraordinary nature. "Do you not recognize the crystal core of the beast?" Ma Yuanbai inquired, eyeing Li Yu with a hint of skepticism. "I do not," Li Yu replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Ma Yuanbai was thoroughly impressed. "You, who do not even know the crystal core of the beast, have still managed to become a first-tier awakened being. It appears your talent is remarkable." Extending his hand, Li Yu surprisingly placed the crystal core of the beast into Ma Yuanbai's palm, showcasing an unexpected level of trust. Taken aback by Li Yu's confidence, Ma Yuanbai took a moment to scrutinize the gem intently. "Those among humanity who possess supernatural abilities are referred to as awakened beings," he explained. "Conversely, animals that undergo mutations are termed beasts." Chapter 19. A cautionary tale. Ma Yuanbai held the crystal core of the exotic beast before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely, the pale blue glow reflecting in his gaze. He continued, "The crystal core of the exotic beast is the product of energy condensed within its body. The energy contained within is also a means for awakeners to rapidly enhance their strength." Observing the soft blue light emanating from the crystal core indicated that it still harbored energy. Suppressing the intense desire surging within him, Ma Yuanbai took a deep breath to steady his emotions and inquired of Li Yu, "Aside from when they actively attack humans, exotic beasts are exceedingly difficult to detect. I am curious as to how you encountered one." "This beast was attacking a group of vagrants when I happened upon it," Li Yu replied nonchalantly. Ma Yuanbai chose not to press further, yet he was acutely aware of the truth. Exotic beasts possess unique supernatural abilities, and with their formidable strength, even if they were to find themselves unable to defeat a human in battle, escaping would be an effortless endeavor. It could not have been as simple and easy as Li Yu suggested. This led him to conclude that Li Yu's powers were undoubtedly offensive in nature and presumably quite potent. A subtle shift occurred in Ma Yuanbai's gaze as he regarded Li Yu. According to Ma Yuanbai's earlier plans, he indeed required a formidable and trustworthy ally, and Li Yu appeared to fit the bill perfectly. However, this was not the moment to discuss such matters. After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Yuanbai resolved to share with Li Yu all he knew about exotic beasts without reservation. "To my knowledge, every part of an exotic beast is invaluable. Its flesh is delectable and can enhance one's physique, particularly its blood, which is said to enable a complete transformation." At this point, Ma Yuanbai suddenly glanced at Li Yu, who quickly comprehended the reason behind the significant changes in both himself and Fu Xiao. They must have consumed the blood of an exotic beast. It seemed Li Yu had indeed slain one. "Is there more?" Li Yu asked eagerly. "Beyond the flesh and blood, the most crucial element is the crystal core of the exotic beast, which not only accelerates the growth of supernatural abilities but also carries a certain probability of awakening latent powers." Awakening latent powers. Indeed, this is a method of forcibly acquiring abilities. Many individuals in the safe zones have become awakeners through this means. Ma Yuanbai's voice lowered, aware that several individuals he knew had gained powers in this manner. "Then, isn't it quite easy to form a team of awakeners?" Li Yu mused. "Exotic beasts are not so easily encountered. If one truly encounters an exotic beast, the instinct should be to flee for dear life." Ma Yuanbai replied, shaking his head. His words rang true. For scavengers, the first reaction upon encountering an exotic beast should be to escape desperately. Some individuals are destined for death the moment they come face to face with such a creature. To obtain a crystal core, one must possess both luck and strength. Lacking either renders it impossible. Do you desire this crystal core? Li Yu suddenly inquired. Ma Yuanbai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Yu's willingness to sell. Ultimately, however, he shook his head and returned the crystal core. While the crystal core can indeed enhance supernatural abilities rapidly, it is not particularly beneficial for me. As Ma Yuanbai did not possess offensive powers, even with the enhancement from the crystal core, his combat prowess would not significantly increase. Moreover, the value of the crystal core was exceedingly high. Should Li Yu wish to sell it, he might not be able to afford it. For me, the blood of the exotic beast is far more practical than the crystal core, Ma Yuanbai candidly stated. Oh. What is so special about the blood of the exotic beast? Li Yu asked curiously. Vagrants born into an environment of constant hunger often suffer from congenital deficiencies. The blood of the exotic beast contains a unique energy that can compensate for such physical shortcomings. Ma Yuanbai's gaze brimmed with longing. Li Yu nodded in understanding. Vagrants indeed often experienced erratic meals, with going 3 days without food being quite common. Many vagrants' heights were affected by this, contributing to their generally shorter stature. Not only can the blood of the exotic beast heal long-standing ailments, but some individuals even experience a significant increase in lifespan as a result. Ma Yuanbai had suffered from certain stomach issues due to childhood exposure to cold, ailments that persisted even after he became an awakener. Observing Ma Yuanbai's expression, Li Yu contemplated. Fu Xiao had previously received a vial of blue blood from an exotic beast, and since both he and Fu Xiao had already consumed blood, another vial would likely yield no further changes. With this in mind, Li Yu remarked, I have blood from an exotic beast that I can sell to you. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Ma Yuanbai did not inquire further about the blood. Instead, he raised his head, his gaze sharp as it locked with Li Yu's. There is something I must caution you about. Ma Yuanbai was speaking with a seriousness that Li Yu had not witnessed before. If you continue down this path, you will suffer greatly. Do not forget, you are not within a safe zone. Li Yu felt dazed by the gravity of Ma Yuanbai's words, standing in a stupor. However, Ma Yuanbai continued, since we first met, you have carelessly consumed the food I provided. Even due to my hospitality, you have relaxed your guard around me. After recently acquiring the snake meat, you did not even examine it closely. Everyone who approaches you has an agenda. I am no exception. The seriousness on Ma Yuanbai's face deepened. If I had wished to poison you, I could have done so many times over. And now? Ma Yuanbai's voice suddenly rose, his tone growing even more severe. You had the audacity to place the crystal core directly into my hands. You even divulged that you possess the blood of an exotic beast. Are you so eager for me to know you have slain an exotic beast? Fortunately, it is just the two of us. Otherwise, all the vagrants would be aware by now. Ma Yuanbai continued unabated, leaving Li Yu unable to interject. Do not assume that possessing supernatural abilities renders you invincible. Ma Yuanbai narrowed his eyes, a note of warning evident in his gaze. Awakeners can die as well. Li Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed harbored concerns regarding the situation Ma Yuanbai described. Nonetheless, he sensed that Ma Yuanbai bore him no ill will, which was one of the significant reasons Li Yu was willing to trust him. I believe in you, Li Yu finally responded. Har har har. Ma Yuanbai erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face from mirth. As he laughed, he suddenly looked up, as if transformed, leaning closer to Li Yu and whispering, I desire the blood of the exotic beast, name your price. Oh, the stark contrast in Ma Yuanbai's demeanor left Li Yu momentarily bewildered. After a moment's contemplation, he articulated his foremost desire, I wish to learn your method for preserving meat. This Ma Yuanbai hesitated, his expression conflicted. It was not that he was unwilling to share. Rather, the method he employed for preserving meat was, in fact, a facet of his supernatural ability. Since abilities could not be transferred, Ma Yuanbai could only devise a compromise. I can provide you with a jar. This jar has undergone my special treatment, featuring enhanced inner walls that can extend the freshness of meat for a limited duration. Although the effectiveness does not compare to my direct preservation using supernatural powers, it can last for 7 to 8 days. Upon concluding, Ma Yuanbai seemed to realize that the value of his jar was in no way comparable to that of the blood from the exotic beast. Before Li Yu could respond, he continued, I can also instruct you on how to absorb the energy from the crystal core. Absorb, isn't it simply a matter of holding the crystal core and drawing in its energy? Li Yu replied casually. Ma Yuanbai chuckled in response, do listen to what you are saying. He deliberately mimicked Li Yu's tone, repeating, I can just hold it and absorb. With such vast energy contained within the crystal core, how could one merely hold it to absorb it? As he spoke, Ma Yuanbai suddenly paused, an epiphany striking him. His voice trembled as he asked, could it be that you can absorb it simply by holding it? No one had ever directly absorbed the energy from a crystal core. All awakeners required a specific extraction method. Seeing Ma Yuanbai's eyes widen in disbelief, Li Yu hastily feigned ignorance. No, with that much energy in the crystal core, how could I possibly absorb it just by holding it? I was merely asking out of curiosity. Li Yu waved his hand, seeking to change the subject. Ma Yuanbai regarded Li Yu, clearly unconvinced. Moments ago, he had heard Li Yu claim to be able to absorb it. Chapter 20, The Scavenger Merchant. I truly cannot absorb the energy within the crystal cores, rest assured, Li Yu remarked, lifting his gaze to Ma Yuanbai. Please, continue. Ma Yuanbai felt a sense of astonishment wash over him each time Li Yu spoke. He was almost becoming accustomed to it. He realized that anything concerning Li Yu was invariably unexpected. From Li Yu's previous words, he discerned that, although he was unaware of the reasons, Li Yu could indeed absorb energy directly. The method he proposed to barter, the absorption of mutant beast crystal cores, seemed to hold little value for Li Yu, yet, Ma Yuanbai was in desperate need of fresh mutant beast blood. After all, while mutant beast crystal cores were rare, they could still be traded. In contrast, the cleansing effect of mutant beast blood could not be preserved for long, making fresh supplies exceedingly difficult to obtain. Unless he was willing to pay a considerable price to locate and slay a mutant beast, the next opportunity to procure fresh blood might be far off. I can offer 2 additional mutant beast crystal cores, Ma Yuanbai stated, fully aware of Li Yu's character and thus revealing his utmost limit. However, the energy contained within my crystal cores is minimal, being of a lower grade, and cannot compare to those of your caliber. He explained this beforehand, then produced 2 diminutive, somewhat dull mutant beast crystal cores from his inner pocket. Li Yu accepted them, feeling the low-grade crystal cores, and indeed, as Ma Yuanbai had said, the energy contained within was scant. Having learned of the marvelous properties of mutant beast blood, Li Yu understood it could not be stored for long and was effective only for certain individuals. He and Fu Xiao had already consumed mutant beast blood, and any further intake would yield no significant results. Moreover, judging by Ma Yuanbai's demeanor, this must be the highest price he could offer. A specially treated jar, the method for absorbing energy from mutant beast crystal cores, and 2 low-grade crystals. It was astonishing that Ma Yuanbai was willing to pay such a steep price merely to acquire a vial of mutant beast blood. Clearly, he was in dire need of fresh blood. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu spoke, it's a deal. Seeing the generous terms of the transaction, Li Yu promptly agreed. Excellent! Ma Yuanbai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. They shook hands, a gesture of trust among scavengers, indicating a bond of friendship. When Ma Yuanbai and Li Yu returned together, appearing to share laughter and conversation, Ma Yuanbai's subordinates stared at Li Yu in astonishment, their eyes fixed upon him. They had followed Ma Yuanbai for years, yet had never witnessed such a scene. Upon rejoining the group, Ma Yuanbai rummaged through his belongings to retrieve the jar. Liu approached Fu Xiao and received the vial of azure blood. The two stood side by side once more. Ma Yuanbai gently handed the jar to Li Yu, who cautiously accepted it, simultaneously offering Ma Yuanbai the vial of pale blue mutant beast blood. Ma Yuanbai, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly uncorked the vial and leaned in to inhale its peculiar aroma. A unique fragrance filled his nostrils, invigorating him instantly. His entire being urged him to consume it. Yes, this is the sensation, Ma Yuanbai thought, fully aware that time was of the essence. Without hesitation, he raised the vial and drank deeply, the blue liquid swiftly coursing down his throat. Almost immediately, a powerful wave of energy surged within him, washing over his body, even causing his bones to crack audibly. As the transformation concluded, Ma Yuanbai noticed subtle changes in his stature, his skin taking on a healthy, sun-kissed hue. He clenched his fists, feeling a distinct increase in strength. Most importantly, the chronic pain and chill in his stomach that had plagued him for years dissipated entirely, thanks to the miraculous restoration of this energy. Worth it? Ma Yuanbai exhaled deeply, his face brimming with satisfaction and joy. Merely curing his long-standing gastric ailment made this transaction exceedingly valuable in his eyes. Had it not been for this opportunity, he would have had to risk joining a hunting team to procure fresh mutant beast blood. Li Yu regarded the dark jar in his hand. Though small, it sufficed for food storage, and he felt a measure of contentment. Ma Yuanbai, feeling rejuvenated, approached Li Yu and whispered, "The method for extracting energy from mutant beast crystal cores is quite simple. One merely needs to blend the user's blood into the core and then absorb it slowly. Just as we require the blood of mutant beasts, so too do the crystal cores require our blood. Is it truly that straightforward?" Li Yu had anticipated the need for some complex extraction apparatus, and was taken aback by the simplicity of the method. Ma Yuanbai, now fully restored and in high spirits, chuckled, "Simple, this method is the safest extraction technique discovered after countless attempts, resulting in the demise of many awakened individuals." As they prepared to part ways, Li Yu suddenly recalled an important matter and called out to Ma Yuanbai, who was about to turn away. "Wait." Ma Yuanbai turned with a puzzled expression. "I need some arrows. Do you know where I might find them?" Li Yu inquired. "Are you looking for scavenger merchants?" Ma Yuanbai countered. "Whether they are merchants or not is of little concern, I simply require arrows." Li Yu thought of the meager dozen he had, which were hardly sufficient. "You've come to the right person. I happen to know a merchant among the scavengers." As an auxiliary ability user, Ma Yuanbai was acquainted with many others of the same ilk, including merchants. "You're fortunate, he is just ahead. Follow me." After surveying the general direction, he led the way. Liu waved to Fu Xiao, who promptly followed. Ma Yuanbai observed Fu Xiao's every move, initially curious why Li Yu brought her along, but now realizing it was likely due to her obedient nature. Unaware of Ma Yuanbai's thoughts, Li Yu was solely focused on replenishing his arrows. The group advanced westward, with Ma Yuanbai swiftly guiding Li Yu through the throng of scavengers. Before long, they arrived at the merchant he had mentioned. From a distance, Li Yu saw the merchant swathed entirely in a tattered black cloak. The garment appeared worn but was made of resilient material, seemingly shielding him from many storms. Despite the merchant's unremarkable appearance, even somewhat destitute, the demeanor of those around him indicated he was not to be trifled with. Sensing their approach, the merchant turned towards them, his hood casting a shadow over his face, revealing a pair of cunning eyes that gleamed with mischief. What astonished Li Yu most was that the scavenger merchant possessed no visible belongings or packages. It was unclear how he conducted his business. As Li Yu drew nearer, the merchant erupted into a series of low, strange chuckles. "Hehehe, little Mar has arrived." The scavenger merchant greeted Ma Yuanbai in a raspy voice. He then turned his attention to Li Yu, "And you've brought a guest." Ma Yuanbai nodded, signaling Li Yu to step forward. "My friend here is in need of arrows. Do you have any good wares to display? Whatever price you offer, I shall provide the goods." The merchant's face remained obscured in shadow, yet his sharp eyes scrutinized Li Yu intently. Before Li Yu could respond, Fu Xiao promptly placed a bundle before the merchant. Within the package lay 5 rusted weapons, both knives and daggers. Liu was somewhat speechless. Fu Xiao had been carrying these decrepit weapons throughout their journey. These scraps could exchange for a single arrow each. The scavenger merchant neither rejected nor dismissed the offer. "Is that all?" Fu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, evidently displeased with the price. The merchant extended a hand from beneath his cloak, producing 5 arrows to show Fu Xiao. My dear girl, this is quite fair. These arrows are crafted from the feathers of the rain crow. Just look at the craftsmanship. Fu Xiao was about to protest further when Li Yu interjected with a decisive agreement. It's a deal. Now that's more like it. I never engage in unprofitable transactions. The merchant handed over the arrows. Li Yu accepted them with a sigh of relief. At long last, he had managed to rid himself of the useless items Fu Xiao had been reluctant to discard. Had he not sold them, she might have been left carrying them indefinitely. Chapter 21, The Femme Fatale. The scavenger merchant suddenly inhaled deeply, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I detect the scent of meat. His gaze swiftly shifted towards Li Yu, raising a finger. If you possess meat crafted by the little horse, you must be dreaming, Fu Xiao retorted, visibly displeased with the merchant's price. While others may have overlooked it, Li Yu keenly sensed something amiss. Earlier, when the merchant retrieved the arrows from beneath his coat, he distinctly felt a wave of supernatural energy. Li Yu was taken aback as he began to piece together why this scavenger merchant was devoid of any possessions. This seemingly ordinary merchant, unassuming and plain, was indeed a wielder of spatial abilities. Such a power was exceedingly advantageous, evoking a sense of envy even within Li Yu. 1 piece of meat for a single arrow is insufficient. Li Yu shook his head, aware that daily, destitute souls succumb to starvation. The value of meat had yet to diminish to such an extent. The merchant glanced at Ma Yuanbai, suspecting that this was indeed meat from the little horse, and his mouth involuntarily twitched. It had been several days since he had tasted meat. If it is that kind crafted by the little horse, I could offer you 5 arrows for a single piece, the merchant replied with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, gazing at Li Yu. Li Yu produced the bundle that Ma Yuanbai had previously given him, unveiling the dark snake meat within, around a dozen pieces in total. Each piece was crafted to a similar size by Ma Yuanbai, which explained the merchant's method of measuring by weight. Li Yu discreetly cast a glance at Ma Yuanbai, who nodded ever so slightly, indicating that the merchant's price was indeed fair, considering the current difficulty in procuring materials for arrows. From the merchant's demeanor, Li Yu could not ascertain whether this transaction was profitable or not. However, acquiring these 50 arrows would suffice for the time being. He could always return for further exchanges when he had surplus. Once the transaction was concluded, Fu Xiao retrieved 10 pieces of meat from her bundle and handed them to the merchant, harboring a lingering suspicion that merchants were inherently cunning and untrustworthy. The scavenger merchant hastily produced a bag, depositing the meat within, and then eagerly tore off a piece to devour. Delightful, this indeed tastes like meat crafted by the little horse. The merchant closed his eyes, his face radiating rapture, seemingly savoring this rare delicacy. The little horse's skills have only improved. Hearing the praise, Ma Yuanbai humbly smiled. Oh, it is much the same as before. With the transaction complete, Li Yu decided not to linger, bidding farewell to Ma Yuanbai. Although Ma Yuanbai seemed to hesitate, as if he wished to say something, he ultimately held his tongue. Li Yu, are we to depart? Fu Xiao whispered. No, we shall follow, Li Yu replied. Though he harbored doubts about the occurrence of a natural disaster, the mass migration westward presented a rare opportunity to escape from Black Mountain. He had long observed the deteriorating living conditions around Black Mountain, with a significant decline in the flora and fauna. Li Yu yearned to leave this place, hindered only by the challenges of a lengthy migration. Now, he could safely join the throng of refugees, departing alongside those heading to the safe zone. Li Yu and Fu Xiao deliberately trailed behind the main group, opting not to accompany Ma Yuanbai, as they belonged to different factions. Furthermore, Li Yu preferred the freedom that came with separation. Regardless of trust, merging the two parties proved inconvenient. As twilight descended, Li Yu noticed the individuals ahead had come to a halt. Curiosity piqued, he leaned forward to see that the safety zone's contingent, which had previously advanced a considerable while the refugees had caught up, none dared to pass the line, instead opting to set up camp and await coordinated action. At that moment, the young master of the Zhang family swaggered up to the rear of the safety zone's formation. Fireworks are here, he suddenly exclaimed with exuberance, his voice brimming with audacity and bravado. He then raised a rocket launcher and aimed it at the refugees behind. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as a hapless scavenger squad was instantly obliterated. Too late to utter a single scream, the ground transformed into a chaotic scene. Even though the refugees had maintained a safe distance, they remained within the weapon's range. Run! Scatter! The refugees, like startled birds, panicked and fled in all directions. The young man found this spectacle utterly amusing. Yes, run away. The youth casually brandished a handgun for self-defense, closing one eye as he slowly aimed at the fleeing refugees. Bang! Bang! A series of shots rang out, but due to his lack of marksmanship, he only managed to injure a few refugees. Bingo! The young man continued firing while uttering incomprehensible words, his demeanor animated and jubilant. Bang! Har har har! Thrilling! The young master of the Zhang family laughed heartily, delighting in the chaos. Such behavior was a source of immense amusement for him. This is living. Before, the safety zone at Black Mountain was akin to a prison from ancient times. The other guards looked on with sympathy but felt powerless, as after all, his father was Zhang Biao. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Still not satisfied. The young man continued to shout in a frenzy, growing increasingly exhilarated. Bring the horses. Several guards promptly led over the young master's horse. The captain of the guard, seeing the unfolding madness, rushed forward to plead, "Young Master Zhang, it's perilous outside, teeming with refugees." "That is precisely why I summoned you," Zhang Chao replied, casting him a glance, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Come, let us venture forth." Zhang Chao mounted his steed, addressing the captain of the guard. "Charge!" Armed with his handgun, Zhang Chao galloped into the throng of refugees, recklessly firing upon the scavengers. Several scavengers attempting to flee could not match the speed of his horse, falling victim to Zhang Chao's gunfire, blood splattering the ground. "He dares to come out and kill. How despicable! A monster!" The enraged refugees shouted curses, their eyes brimming with fury, and yet, the overwhelming disparity in power rendered them helpless, forcing them to continue their desperate escape. "Oh dear, why has Chao rushed out?" A poised woman in elegant attire, witnessing the scene outside, expressed concern, her brow furrowing slightly. "Chao is merely a wolf among sheep, a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey." "There's no cause for alarm," a middle-aged man beside her chuckled, his face radiating confidence and nonchalance. He had no faith that these lowly savages would dare to harm his son. The captain of the guard quickly caught up, observing the pair delving deeper into the crowd of refugees, and once more urged, "Young master, do not stray too far." Zhang Chao, noting the encroaching darkness ahead, felt a twinge of unease. Today, he would have to press on. "Onward, let us slay our way back," Zhang Chao commanded, redirecting his course towards the side. Liu and Fu Xiao happened to be in that direction. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chao charged towards them, prompting Li Yu to swiftly draw his bow. Zhang Chao, alongside the captain of the guard, came to a halt before them, his face a mask of shock. What had he just witnessed? A woman, a stunningly beautiful woman. Within this horde of savages, one such exquisite creature existed. "Young master, what is it?" the captain of the guard inquired, his expression perplexed, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, his grip tightening on his weapon. Zhang Chao wore a wicked grin, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "What is it? I have yet to experience a savage." He then pointed towards Fu Xiao, commanding the captain of the guard, "Bring that woman back. Tonight, let her witness my prowess." Chapter 22. Recklessness, public enemy number one. Upon seeing Fu Xiao in her current state, Zhang Chao's imagination ran wild. Her fair skin and the alluring contours of her figure, barely concealed by the waterproof fabric, were a sight to behold. Even within the Black Mountain safe zone, it was rare to encounter such a stunning beauty, let alone one who was a wild woman. The very thought sent shivers of excitement through him. At Zhang Chao's words, Li Yu's gaze turned icy in an instant as he slowly raised his bow, aiming it directly at Zhang Chao. Despite having deliberately concealed himself behind the main force, encountering such a troublesome situation was an indication that the opposing party was simply courting death. Given that this was an order from Zhang Chao, the captain of the guard found himself at a loss. He was about to step forward to apprehend Fu Xiao when he noticed the bow in Li Yu's hands. "How did you come by a bow from the Black Mountain Guard?" "Who cares what bow it is? Kill the men, bring the women back," Zhang Chao replied impatiently, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed and raw desire as he looked at Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao shot Zhang Chao a look of disdain, cautiously retreating behind Li Yu to avoid the loathsome gaze directed at her. The surrounding refugees were already filled with hostility towards Zhang Chao and his companion. Now, witnessing Zhang Chao audaciously halting amidst the crowd, the enraged refugees began to close in. Though no one dared to make the first move, the sheer number of people created a palpable pressure that made the captain of the guard feel uneasy. Despite being an awakened one, he knew the crowd was simply too vast. Zhang Chao, however, displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he scoffed mockingly. "What's wrong? Are the wildlings getting angry? Do you intend to revolt?" The refugees continued to advance. The captain of the guard quickly drew his weapon, aiming it at the encroaching crowd. Under the immense threat posed by the firearm, the refugees could only glare angrily at Zhang Chao, too intimidated to act rashly. "You dare to look at me?" Zhang Chao chuckled derisively, leveling his handgun at one of the glaring refugees. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Zhang Chao shot the refugee, exploding his head in a shower of blood. The gruesome spectacle made everyone around gasp in horror, yet it ignited their fury even further. The captain's expression darkened. With hundreds of people around, Zhang Chao's actions were akin to throwing fuel on a raging fire. Zhang Chao's brazen demeanor incited the onlookers to the brink of eruption. "Kill him! Kill him!" In the face of the encroaching refugees, Zhang Chao remained unnervingly calm and turned to Fu Xiao, commanding the captain, "Kill them, and take this." But with the pressure mounting, he could no longer contain his inner fury. Whoosh! Li Yu released an arrow, aiming straight for Zhang Chao's face. Moving with lightning speed, the captain gasped in alarm, swiftly grabbing Zhang Chao's arm. A powerful energy enveloped Zhang Chao, forming a visible protective barrier around him. The arrow struck Zhang Chao's face. Clang! A crisp sound erupted in the air, akin to metal clashing. The arrow was deflected. Li Yu's expression changed drastically as he witnessed his arrow bounce off Zhang Chao as if it had collided with an impenetrable object, soaring away into the sky, the faint hum of its vibrations lingering in the air. This was the first time Li Yu had encountered such an unfathomable phenomenon. Seeing that someone had finally taken action, among the refugees, there were those who could no longer tolerate the situation and immediately retaliated. "Die, you bastard!" In an instant, several attacks surged from the crowd, fierce and unrelenting. "Young master, run!" The captain of the guard kicked off the ground and leaped onto the horse that Zhang Chao was riding. He understood that the refugees had been thoroughly provoked and that they could not linger here any longer. The captain quickly activated his abilities, enveloping both Zhang Chao and the horse in a powerful energy field. Seizing the reins, he swung them forcefully, spurring the horse towards the safety zone. Trying to escape, Li Yu aimed once more at Zhang Chao's back, shooting another arrow without hesitation. Clang! The arrow was again deflected, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Yu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He had always believed himself to be a formidable awakened one after gaining his abilities, yet today, his attacks couldn't even breach his opponent's defenses. "Quickly pursue. Don't let that little bastard get away." The refugees in front attempted to block their path while those behind exerted themselves to chase them down, trying to surround Zhang Chao and his companion. Li Yu stood rooted in place, rapidly contemplating. He quickly deduced that if the opposing side truly possessed such formidable abilities, they would not need to be a mere captain of the guard. They could easily reign supreme as a dictator. Such immense power must surely have some limitation or critical weakness. "Let us go," Li Yu urged Fu Xiao, following suit. Bang! Bang! During their escape, Zhang Chao continued to brazenly fire at the approaching refugees. Seeing both shots hit their mark, Zhang Chao's eye sparkled with exhilaration. "Har har har, keep chasing. The more of you that catch up, the more I'll kill. Once I return, none of you shall survive." Zhang Chao's arrogant declarations incited the wrath of all nearby refugees. Those who had initially wished to remain uninvolved now chose to act against him. After all, enmity had been established, and upon Zhang Chao's return to the safety zone, he would not care whether they were allies or not. Suddenly, a stout awakened one positioned himself directly in Zhang Chao and the guard's path, just as they were about to collide. Har! In the blink of an eye, the hefty awakened one transformed into a solid rock. With a resounding thud, the horse collided violently with the stout figure. Even with the captain's enhanced abilities, they were thrown to the ground. The captain grasped Zhang Chao tightly, adjusting midair to land safely on the ground. The horse, curled up in pain from the brutal impact, could no longer rise. The captain knew the situation was dire. They had to act swiftly, or they would perish here. He disregarded the horse, hoisting Zhang Chao onto his back and sprinting toward the safety zone. The distant guards at the safety zone noticed the urgent situation and rushed to provide assistance. Liu followed closely behind, observing meticulously. He refused to believe that one person's abilities could be invincible. Rat-tat-tat. The guards unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire, swiftly carving a bloody path through the refugees. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, the captain summoned his strength once more, successfully delivering Zhang Chao into the hands of the guards. At that moment, the captain's face was as pale as a sheet, displaying extreme fatigue. Seeing the guards brandishing their weapons with fierce determination, the refugees were finally compelled to halt. "Why aren't you pursuing?" Zhang Chao, as if participating in a thrilling adventure, felt no fear. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. He commanded the guards who had rushed in to assist, "Open fire, kill these wildlings that have caught up." Yes. The guards all raised their firearms, aiming at the surrounding refugees. The refugees scattered in panic, many ordinary scavengers falling victim to the indiscriminate shooting, resulting in chaos. Good. Witnessing the bloody and brutal scene, Zhang Chao finally felt satisfied, yet he couldn't help but think of the beautiful wild woman from earlier, feeling a twinge of regret. However, he vowed silently that next time, he would bring more people to ensure that stunning wild woman was captured. "Young master, we should leave," the captain urged, struggling against dizziness, a side effect of his energy depletion. Zhang Chao smirked at the captain. "You're already useless. I truly wonder what purpose you serve. Let us return for now. I hope you can perform better tomorrow." Zhang Chao swaggered toward the safety zone camp. It was then that he remembered his horse was gone. Turning to the captain, he commanded, "Prepare a new horse for me tomorrow." "Yes, young master," the captain nodded, taking note. The horse abandoned by the captain was soon killed by the enraged refugees. Chapter 23: Annihilate the savages. In order to discern the reason behind the opponent's ability to deflect arrows, Liu maintained a considerable distance, shadowing them quietly. It was only when the guards successfully returned with Zhang Chao to the safety zone encampment that he concealed himself further, observing silently. Upon entering the camp, the captain of the guard collapsed from excessive energy depletion, momentarily losing consciousness, and was promptly escorted away to recuperate. A woman clad in luxurious attire approached with an anxious expression, exclaiming, "Shower, are you unharmed?" "It's merely a group of savages. What harm could come to me?" Zhang Chao nonchalantly waved his hand, a look of disdain etched across his face, dismissing the refugees as inconsequential. At that moment, an arrow suddenly descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into Zhang Chao's shoulder. "Ar!" Zhang Chao cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder as blood began to seep out. The guards surrounding him were taken aback, rushing forward in a state of panic to protect him. The arrow had come from directly above, at such an acute angle that none had noticed its approach. Liu, observing from a distance, was momentarily stunned. He had not released an arrow. Could it be that arrow, he pondered, recalling the projectile that had been deflected by the guard's abilities earlier. To his astonishment, that very arrow had fallen from the heavens, landing precisely on Zhang Chao's shoulder. Is that even possible? Liu marveled. Truly deserving of 100% accuracy. Witnessing Zhang Chao's sudden injury, Meanwhile, Zhang Biao, seated and sipping tea, noticed his son enter with an arrow lodged in his shoulder. He hastily set down his cup and rushed over to inspect the situation. The arrow isn't deeply embedded. The force isn't severe, he assessed after examining the wound, intending to extract the arrow. Swoosh! An arrow suddenly shot in from outside, aimed directly at Zhang Chao's head. Zhang Biao swiftly moved, appearing before Zhang Chao. Smack! He caught the arrow with a firm grip. Who dares? Zhang Biao's eyes widened with fury as he scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. To attempt to kill Chao in my presence is utterly audacious. Zhang Biao's face darkened, realizing that this archer had no regard for the safety of their Black Mountain encampment. He bellowed to the guards, "From this moment forth, anyone who dares to enter the shooting range shall be executed without mercy." Understood. The guards responded hastily, retreating to their positions, fearful of incurring Zhang Biao's wrath. Zhang Biao summoned a burly man to stand guard beside him and cautiously proceeded to address the arrow lodged in Zhang Chao's shoulder. A few hundred meters outside the safety zone encampment, in the shadows, Li Yu and Fu Xiao sprinted rapidly. Remarkable! To catch a flying arrow with bare hands, Li Yu exclaimed, astonished. Just today, he had already misfired twice, yet Zhang Biao had managed to catch an arrow with his bare hands. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable awakened being since gaining his own abilities. Inside the carriage, after a brief but effective bandaging, Zhang Chao finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Zhang Biao, he immediately expressed his indignation. "Father, those savages dared to launch a surprise attack on me." Observing his son's weakened state, Zhang Biao was equally infuriated. "Fear not, Chao. I shall exact vengeance on these ignorant beasts." Zhang Biao could hardly fathom that a mere group of savages would dare rebel against him and injure his beloved son. "In that case, I shall not hold back my ruthless nature." Stepping out of the carriage, he emotionlessly instructed his subordinates, "Gather a full squad for assembly." Before long, a fully equipped contingent rapidly assembled before Zhang Biao. He even provided them with a machine gun, a weapon he seldom deployed. Raising the weapon high, he proclaimed, "Follow me as we eliminate these rebellious refugees." Yes, the squad responded in unison. Zhang Biao led them out with fierce determination. In the rear of the safety zone, countless refugees were encamped, having settled down after a period of calm. Suddenly, Zhang Biao and his large force charged in from the distance. Zhang Biao raised his hand, aiming at the sky as he pulled the trigger. Boom! A blinding flash illuminated the darkness, transforming it into daylight for all the refugees. "Kill!" Zhang Biao shouted fiercely. Rat-a-tat-tat! The machine gunners opened fire immediately. The refugees suffered countless casualties, cries of despair echoing across the battlefield, painting the scene in blood. How dare they? We must fight back. The awakened beings among the refugees, witnessing the horrific slaughter, were consumed with rage, their eyes ablaze. To think the safety zone would continue to press on mercilessly even after committing such atrocities during the day, now assaulting them at night. Do they truly believe we are mere soft targets? Some capable scavenger teams, filled with indignation, joined the fray, while even ordinary refugees picked up makeshift weapons to attempt a counterattack against the safety zone personnel. As the refugees retaliated, various attacks rained down upon the safety zone. Zhang Biao had initially anticipated a simple massacre, but he was taken aback by the audacity of the resistance. "Continue the slaughter!" Zhang Biao roared, his voice rife with murderous intent. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! Gunfire rang out relentlessly, claiming the lives of those who dared to resist. As waves of lives fell beneath the gunfire, fear finally gripped the refugees. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. These ordinary individuals were no match for the safety zone's might. The safety zone referred to the refugees as savages, and now it was clear that such a characterization was far from exaggerated. The previously mentioned rotund awakened being surged forward, quickly transforming into stone in an attempt to shield against the machine gun's fire. However, under the onslaught of such overwhelming firepower, he could not withstand the pressure for long. Surrounded by fear, the refugees contemplated fleeing once more. Just then, swoosh! The machine gun fire abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to see the machine gunner sprawled on the ground, an arrow embedded in his skull. "Take cover!" Zhang Biao swiftly grabbed a shield. He could now ascertain that within this group of savages lay a master archer, the very one who had attacked his son. The rotund awakened being, having just escaped death, finally caught his breath. A perfect opportunity, charge! With the machine gunners silenced, a voice rang out among the refugees, rallying them to action. The previously terrified individuals surged forward once more. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, with both sides clashing violently. The one who had felled the machine gunner was none other than Li Yu. He had just returned, alerted by the gunfire. To his surprise, he recognized the middle-aged man who had rescued Zhang Chao, now mercilessly slaughtering the refugees. After eliminating the machine gunner, Li Yu aimed at another awakened being from the safety zone. Swoosh! The safety zone awakened being, engrossed in killing refugees, was suddenly struck in the head by an arrow, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Someone is aiding us. Wonderful. Charge forth and annihilate them. In the rear, Ma Yuanbai, witnessing this scene, instantly deduced that the one hidden and attacking the safety zone must be Li Yu. After all, he had never seen anyone else with such precision in archery. The enraged refugees surged forward, and the gathering scavengers multiplied. Several scavengers banded together, swiftly retaliating against a safety zone member. We did it. They all wore expressions of exhilaration. Though branded as savages, these savages were indeed capable of taking lives. Each life was equal. Who among them feared the other? Kill. As the number of refugees swelled, Zhang Biao once again raised his hand, releasing a signal flare into the sky. Boom. A red glow illuminated the faces of all present. The guards stationed at the safety zone camp, upon seeing the signal, left a few behind and rushed to provide support. At this juncture, the battle had devolved into close quarters combat, and the safety zone personnel began to suffer significant. Refugees charged in recklessly, leaving the safety zone members with scarcely any time to reload. Additionally, Li Yu continued to unleash deadly arrows, instilling fear among the safety zone personnel, who were now gripped by anxiety. Li Yu stood at a distance, aiming at one individual, pushing the limits of his range. Releasing another arrow, he struck down another safety zone member. As he prepared to aim once more, a resounding boom erupted nearby. The ground beneath Li Yu suddenly exploded, violently throwing him and Fu Xiao to the ground. Chapter 24, Repulse and Pursuit. Li Yu tumbled awkwardly on the ground for 2 rolls, fortunate enough to emerge unscathed. Swiftly regaining his footing, he dashed toward Fu Xiao with an air of urgency. Grasping her firmly, he inquired with evident concern, "Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine," Fu Xiao spat out dirt, her hair disheveled and her appearance rather. Gazing toward the camp, he was taken aback to discover that the adversary possessed such formidable weaponry. Had the shell struck directly, both he and Fu Xiao might have met their demise there and then. He had underestimated the opponent. "Let us move," Li Yu urged, hastily leading Fu Xiao away from the scene. It was not until they had traversed several hundred meters that he finally halted. Once again narking an arrow, he aimed towards the safety zone, continuing to unleash his deadly projectiles upon the combatants below. This time, however, he demonstrated greater wisdom. After each shot, he would swiftly relocate with Fu Xiao, denying the enemy any chance to retaliate. Bang! Boom! The chaos between the safety zone and the refugees escalated fiercely, the carnage reaching grisly proportions. The arrival of the guard squad dramatically altered the tide of battle. After several exchanges, the refugees suffered devastating losses. The disparity in weaponry was not the sole issue. Even among the awakened within the guard, their strength far surpassed that of the common refugees. Reinforcements have arrived. Eliminate them. Zhang Biao commanded, prompting a fierce counter-offensive from the safety zone. One of the guards, noticing the machine gunner had fallen, rushed to take control of the weapon, barely managing to get a grip on it. Whoosh! In an instant, an arrow pierced through the guard's throat, bringing him down in a lifeless heap. "Damn it!" Zhang Biao roared in frustration. "Everyone step aside. I'll handle this." Striding forward, he seized the machine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a line of refugees collapsed under the onslaught. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed toward him. Crack! Zhang Biao, amidst his slaughter, caught the incoming arrow with ease. He glanced into the distance, aware that the archer was lurking nearby. Liu, swiftly repositioning, recognized that Zhang Biao possessed formidable prowess, capable of sensing the arrows he released. At the current velocity of his shots, they posed no threat to Zhang Biao. Abandoning his assault on Zhang Biao, Li Yu redirected his focus toward eliminating the unawakened guards. Thud! One guard fell victim to Li Yu's precise shot. Mere moments later, another armed guard met a similar fate. Zhang Biao's expression turned icy. Although the fallen were merely ordinary guards, they had been his loyal subordinates within the safety zone for many years. As he surveyed the escalating casualties, his rage bubbled to the surface, a desire to confront the archer and exact vengeance. Damn it! Zhang Biao, a prominent figure of the Black Mountain safety zone, realized that the refugees were utterly resolute in their determination to fight to the bitter end. Though they currently held the upper hand, as long as the archer remained alive, the safety zone's numbers would continue to dwindle. Zhang Biao was unperturbed by Li Yu's stealthy strikes, but his subordinates were gripped by fear, anxious to avoid becoming the next target of the refugees' sharpshooter. As the refugees began to falter, reinforcements unexpectedly arrived on the battlefield in the form of a formidable scavenger squad. The leader of the squad surged forward, activating his abilities. Behold, he bellowed, charging into the ranks of the safety zone like a rampaging bull, heedless of all else. Those who attempted to resist were sent flying by his overwhelming force. Bullets ricocheted off him, seemingly thwarted by some mysterious power. Liu recognized them as the scavenger squad of awakened individuals they had encountered earlier on the road. To his astonishment, they had come to offer assistance. Another awakened member emerged from the group, placing his hands upon the rain-soaked ground. Congeal. A wave of potent energy radiated outward. The guards of the safety zone felt as though they were mired in quicksand, the rainwater transforming into a viscous glue, requiring immense effort to move even a single step. With the emergence of such a formidable ally, the refugees found renewed courage and surged forward. Charge, annihilate them. Kill them, and there will be food. Motivated by thoughts of sustenance, the refugees charged with even greater ferocity. The plump figure, transformed into stone, recognized the opportune moment and charged forward without hesitation, while the bull-like scavengers simultaneously barreled back into the fray. Just as the defenses of the safety zone appeared on the verge of collapse, a robust figure suddenly obstructed the bull-like scavenger's path. Undeterred, the scavenger hurled himself against the barrier. Thud! The impact resonated like a thunderclap, the scavenger feeling as though he had collided with an unyielding wall, momentarily dazed. Bang! The brawny figure retaliated with a punch that sent the bull-like scavenger flying. Bang! He then unleashed a similar fate upon the stone-like plump figure charging in. The advancing refugees were taken aback, their spirits dampened. Master, Tai Dong has arrived. The muscular man, Tai Dong, announced with a respectful bow to Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao nodded, having initially intended for his close guard, Tai Dong, to remain behind to protect the safety zone. He had not anticipated the tenacity of the refugees, who had proven to be a formidable challenge, necessitating Tai Dong's support. As Zhang Biao believed victory was within reach, a figure clad in a dark raincoat approached gradually. The demeanor of those around indicated that he was the leader of the awakened scavenger squad. Suddenly, he extended a hand toward the sky and softly uttered, "Annihilate." Raindrops from above plummeted with the sharpness of blades. That hurts. Beware the raindrops. Numerous guards from the safety zone were struck, some even pierced through, falling lifelessly to the ground. The safety zone faced substantial casualties once more, leaving the survivors drenched and disheveled. Are these the refugees? Zhang Biao regarded the figure with disbelief. He sensed that the individual's strength was nearly on par with his own. With a grim countenance, Zhang Biao observed the continuous emergence of awakened individuals, filled with questions. Why are there so many awakened among the refugees? The sight of the raincoat-clad leader left Zhang Biao astounded. He had not anticipated such formidable awakened individuals within the ranks of the refugees. Realizing that the situation could spell doom for the entire safety zone contingent, Zhang Biao suppressed his fury, glaring at the wild-eyed refugees. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Initiate withdrawal." At last, the guards heard the order to retreat and scrambled to gather their equipment. Having spent years within the Black Mountain safety zone, a sense of fear began to grip them. The refugees, like frenzied beasts, seemed utterly unafraid of death, relentless in their pursuit. As the safety zone personnel sought to escape, some refugees shouted exuberantly, "They are afraid." "Where do you think you're going?" Let us seize their food. In this moment of triumph, the refugees, driven by the prospect of victory and the allure of the safety zone's provisions, surged forward with renewed vigor. Li Yu, alongside Fu Xiao, joined the chase, seeking any opportunity that might arise. As long as Zhang Chao remained alive, Li Yu knew that trouble would continue to follow. The guards of the safety zone, disregarding all else, fled rapidly, hoping to regroup within their camp for a counterattack. Yet the refugees were determined not to afford them that chance. Zhang Chao's earlier reckless slaughter of the refugees had thoroughly incited their wrath. The scavengers, no longer regarded as mere pawns, were intent on making the safety zone pay dearly. Boom! The pursuing refugees erupted in chaos, even nearby individuals caught in the blast. "It's a bomb," they screamed in terror. "No, it's a landmine," someone recognized the dreadful weapon. Before they could react, another deafening explosion echoed. The speed of the refugee pursuit faltered, each wary of triggering another of these terrifying devices. Observing the mines that had been activated behind them, Zhang Biao scoffed, "Do you truly believe you can win?" The refugees were forced to circumvent the treacherous area, losing the optimal moment to close in on the safety zone's forces. Chapter 25, Infighting among the refugees, failed pursuit. As the refugees attempted to circumvent and continue their chase, Zhang Biao's contingent had successfully returned to the camp, merging with the defending guards. "Set off immediately," Zhang Biao commanded loudly upon his return to the encampment. A hesitant elder responsible for supplies spoke up, "Master, given the late hour, our movements may be hindered, and visibility at night poses risks of unforeseen mishaps." "Do as I say," Zhang Biao replied with calm assurance. He was well aware that migrating at night was indeed inadvisable, yet he harbored his own calculations. A sly grin appeared on Zhang Biao's face as he suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. When the ruffians resumed their pursuit, the inhabitants of the safe zone had already departed swiftly, having covered a considerable distance. "Continue the chase." "Har har, they are afraid," the refugees shouted with excitement, pressing on in their pursuit. However, Li Yu noticed that the awakened team among the refugees had mysteriously vanished. Boom! The safe zone's contingent occasionally employed rocket launchers to target the refugees that drew too close, yet, once a sufficient distance was established, they ceased fire, seemingly to keep the refugees trailing behind. Just as a multitude of refugees gathered to initiate another pursuit from behind, the foremost among them abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, the safe zone's team accelerated their departure. "Why have we stopped? What is happening ahead?" The scavengers trailing behind hastened to investigate. They beheld packages strewn along the path of pursuit, left behind by the safe zone's team. Due to the previous landmine incident, the refugees cautiously paused their advance. A daring scavenger stepped forward, gingerly unwrapping one of the packages. A rich aroma of meat wafted from within, drawing the surrounding refugees closer, unable to resist the enticing scent. "What kind of meat is this? I've never seen such fine quality." Although the refugees were salivating at the prospect, they hesitated, fearing that the safe zone might have poisoned the provisions. "There are more ahead." A sharp-eyed refugee spotted additional packages further along. As others approached to unveil them, they too revealed meat. "There's so much meat, it's all meat." The refugees soon realized they were surrounded by packages discarded by the safe zone. A scavenger team pressed forward, discovering a different kind of package. Upon opening it, white granules spilled forth. "It's salt. There's salt too. Wonderful." Just as an ordinary scavenger reached for the salt, he was suddenly kicked away. The others looked up to find an awakened individual among the refugees launching an attack. The awakened one threatened those around him, "Stay back, the salt is mine now." Recognizing him as an awakened, the other refugees, aware of their inferiority, dared not approach. They could only cast a lingering glance at the precious salt before sheepishly retreating. Such occurrences proliferated around them. Just moments ago, allies among the refugees had become adversaries over mere supplies. Observing the incessantly discarded packages ahead, someone exclaimed with fervor, "They've been beaten and are shedding their armor. The people of the safe zone are abandoning everything to escape." Though suspicions of poison lingered regarding the meat, some refugees, driven by hunger, could not afford to be cautious. They charged forward, seizing chunks of meat to devour. Delicious. One refugee continued to gorge without noticing any ill effects. It's not poisoned. The crowd surged forward, frantically snatching up the bounty. As refugees, who could resist such delectable meat and precious provisions, the unfamiliar variety of meats overwhelmed them, leaving those long accustomed to hunger unable to move. There were too many refugees, yet the supplies were limited. Internal conflict erupted among them in an instant, all attention shifted to the scramble for food, and no refugees remained to pursue the safe zone's team. Soon, the safe zone faded into the darkness ahead. In the rear, Li Yu and Fu Xiao observed the chaotic scene of looting from a distance, coming to a halt. Li Yu, they have salt. Fu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. She understood that in this world, salt was an exceedingly valuable commodity, capable of procuring anything one desired. Let us not approach just yet, Li Yu replied, sensing something amiss. Such a high-value item, even if discarded, would only be cast away as a last resort. It was improbable that it would be abandoned from the outset. There must be an ulterior motive at play. Could it be they intend to incite infighting among the refugees? Li Yu pondered, observing the turmoil of pushing and shoving among the refugees. Clearly, the safe zone's objective had been successfully achieved. With the sacrifice of a few supplies, they could safely withdraw. What a pity, Li Yu lamented, gazing in the direction of the retreating safe zone. He had hoped for an opportunity to eliminate Zhang Chao. Let us move, Li Yu was about to act when suddenly, a shell accurately struck the location with the most supplies, where countless refugees had gathered to seize them. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, obliterating dozens of individuals near the supplies. The surrounding refugees, drawn into the fray, were hurled far away by the blast. Those fortunate enough to survive were left dizzy and disoriented, their ears ringing. The awakened individual who had sought to claim the salt sensed danger and unleashed their powers in a desperate attempt. Boom. Another resounding explosion erupted beside the awakened, cleaving them in two. Even with their abilities, resistance proved futile against the overwhelming force of the artillery. Boom. Shells continued to rain down upon the site of the abandoned supplies. Witnessing the sudden explosion ahead, the sound of rain ceased to reach Li Yu's ears. Has the rain stopped? Li Yu disbelievingly extended his hand from beneath the tarp. Indeed, no raindrops fell. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Then, a powerful shockwave surged toward them. Get down. Li Yu barely managed to utter before both he and Fu Xiao were knocked to the ground by the forceful blast, despite their considerable distance. This is no ordinary bomb. Li Yu gasped in realization. Had they employed such a weapon to bombard their positions, even he, as an awakened, would have had no chance of survival. Within the safe zone's ranks, an observer slowly lowered his specialized binoculars, reporting to Zhang Biao beside him, "We have accurately hit the target location, successfully eliminating a large number of refugees." Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction. Emerging nearby, Zhang Chao was filled with excitement. "Excellent, keep firing, annihilate them. These savages dared to resist us." Zhang Chao, now able to move again, for he too was an awakened. As long as he wasn't severely injured, his recovery would be swift. "Thank you, Father," Zhang Chao expressed, gazing at Zhang Biao with admiration. Despite his reckless demeanor, he held deep respect and reverence for his father, who had long been a dominant figure in the Black Mountain region. Zhang Biao patted Zhang Chao's shoulder. Had it not been for the prophecy, they would have continued to rule the Black Mountain safe zone, generation after generation. "Quickly, take advantage of this to increase our distance," Zhang Biao ordered once more. At this moment, the utmost priority for the safe zone's team was a successful migration. If they could entirely shake off these relentless pursuers, he would have no further concerns. Understood. The command swiftly disseminated, and the pace of the safe zone's team increased once more. Zhang Biao suddenly had a thought and summoned a guard. "Every 1,000 meters, plant a landmine." "Yes." The guard complied and began to move toward the rear. "Wait." Zhang Biao, with a cold smirk, continued, "Just one landmine at a time. No need to waste. I refuse to believe that with so many savages behind us, they won't trigger any." Understood. Watching the guard depart to lay the mines, Zhang Biao felt a sense of relief. Under the looming threat of sudden explosions, the speed of these savages would surely be compromised, yet Zhang Biao's expression remained grim. He gazed at the migrating safe zone team, lost in thought. Were it not for the truth of that prophecy, he would never have considered leaving the Black Mountain safe zone, a bastion meticulously constructed by his family over generations, easily defensible, well-stocked, and with loyal guards cultivated since childhood. Even into his grandson's era, there would be no issue. He had previously doubted whether the prophecy was false, speculating if someone had deceived him into leaving, until he and the Mar family of the Eastern Galen Mountain safe zone completely lost contact. Chapter 26. This can be equipped to. Zhang Biao found himself lost in reminiscence. At that time, he could hardly fathom that a family as vast and powerful as the Mar clan could be utterly annihilated by what he deemed insignificant savages. To him, it was a notion beyond belief, an absurdity. There must be another explanation. No, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth and decisively dispatched his most trusted confidant. Go to Lanshan immediately and ascertain what truly transpired with the Mar family. Days languidly passed in Zhang Biao's anxious anticipation, each moment an agonizing torment. At last, on a day when rain poured in torrents, his confidant returned. The man bore an expression of terror and exhaustion, his voice trembling as he reported to Zhang Biao, "Master, upon reaching Lanshan, I found that what is it?" "Speak quickly." Zhang Biao pressed, his heart racing with urgency. "The place has become a vast expanse of water." His confidant could scarcely believe his own words. "As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but boundless marshland, and not a trace of Lanshan remains." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao felt as if struck by lightning. The Mar family was truly no more. Such a formidable sanctuary had completely vanished. After a considerable pause, he slowly regained his composure, his face etched with horror. Could it be that the prophecy was indeed true? Is such a colossal calamity truly impending? Zhang Biao murmured to himself, the flicker of hope within him extinguished. He understood that even if he continued to hide atop Black Mountain, he could not remain unscathed amidst this unknown catastrophe. He feared he would meet the same fate as the Mar family of Lanshan. Contemplating the answer to the west foretold in the prophecy, Zhang Biao had already reached a resolution. It appears that leading everyone westward is the only chance for survival. This is our sole path to life. Zhang Biao opened his eyes from his reverie. He looked towards the rear of the group, where explosions echoed in the distance. He regarded the scene with a cold gaze. Were it not for the pursuit of these savages, this migration would have been considerably safer. The reverberations of the explosions gradually faded, raindrops began to fall again. Liu hastily scrambled to his feet, gazing towards the epicenter of the explosion. A colossal crater had emerged in the distance, resembling a gaping moor. The rainwater swiftly rushed toward the bomb crater. Countless bodies of displaced persons lay strewn about, floating atop the deluge. Blood pooled in a shocking crimson around the pit, merging with the rainwater. Liu had never witnessed so many people perish simultaneously, nor had he ever beheld such a ghastly scene. The ground near the explosion was charred black, and only the indistinct shadows on the surface hinted that scavengers had once stood there. Survivors of the blast, those awakened, were wailing in agony. If not treated promptly, they would not last long. Ordinary refugees, too, were left in a state of near death from the explosion. Those fleeing behind, upon witnessing this horrific tableau, halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with profound dread. Even the awakened with special abilities felt a chill race down their spines, cold sweat beading upon their brows. At that moment, no one dared to advance any further in pursuit. They were utterly paralyzed by fear. Liu surveyed the grim reality before him, his expression grave. He understood that, following this incident, there would likely be scant opportunity to confront the sanctuary directly. The next chance to eliminate Zhang Chao might be an eternity away. Fuxiao also struggled to rise, her countenance turning pale at the sight of the devastation, yet she remained fixated, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Glassbow LV-12. Effective attack range of 800 meters, accuracy rate of 100%, aiming time of 1.4 seconds, salvo, rapid fire. Liu's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by an upgrade notification. Glancing at the prompt, he could not help but be taken aback. 800 meters. This range had indeed doubled. It suddenly dawned on Li Yu that after reaching level 10, the bow's range had been significantly enhanced. Initially, he assumed it to be a mere coincidence, but now it had doubled once more. With the previous range of 400 meters, Li Yu had been concerned about potential counterattacks while shooting. Yet now, with a range extending to 800 meters, if his opponent were not an awakened one, they would likely remain oblivious to his position. A surge of joy filled Li Yu's heart, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If his abilities continued to upgrade in such a manner, even if his adversaries wielded firearms, he would no longer be afraid. In the blood-soaked pit, the blood suddenly began to writhe, as if guided by some unseen force, slowly coalescing. The crimson liquid continually condensed until it took on a human form, transforming into the diminutive figure of a little girl. No one had anticipated the presence of such a small awakened being, especially one who had survived amidst such devastating destruction. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the horrific scene surrounding her. In a state of sheer panic, she scrambled out of the puddle, desperately searching for something. Her gaze fell upon a familiar body, now reduced to half. "Brother," she cried out, heart-wrenchingly, as she lunged forward, tears streaming down her face. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were ablaze with seething hatred. She turned towards the direction from which the Safe Zone's team had departed, gritting her teeth and declaring fiercely, "I will make you pay with your lives." The little girl's eyes burned red, her resolve solidified to ensure that those responsible would accompany her brother into the abyss. Carefully covering the remains with small stones, the girl devised a plan in her mind. She rose to her feet, searching the vicinity for other awakened beings clinging to life. Soon, she spotted a man, barely alive, a mere 10 meters away. He had utilized his abilities for defense before the explosion, which had spared him from immediate death. However, his internal organs had been shattered, and only his formidable physique had kept him from perishing instantly. The little girl approached him and softly spoke, "Surrender your resistance, I will revive you and help you exact your vengeance." The man initially dismissed her words, but upon witnessing the shattered bodies of his comrades, the flames of revenge ignited within him. Voiceless, he acquiesced to the girl's request. Subsequently, he relaxed, relinquishing his final resistance as life ebbed rapidly away. The girl extended her hand, pressing it against him, as crimson blood flowed gently from her into his body. To the astonishment of onlookers, he staggered to his feet, though his blood-red eyes signified a profound transformation within him. With the man, now possessed of blood-red eyes, at her side, it was not long before she encountered another severely injured awakened being on the brink of death. "I will help you avenge," she declared. Hearing her words, the man surrendered his last vestige of resistance. In no time, he too stood once more, blood-red eyes indicating the eerie changes occurring within him. Thus, the cycle continued, and unbeknownst to the girl, a multitude of those once deemed doomed stood behind her. "Help! Help me!" A gravely injured awakened being, witnessing the little girl's miraculous ability, summoned every ounce of his strength to plead for assistance. Upon hearing his cries, she hurried over, observing the revived figures behind her. He glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. "Heal me, I am willing to give everything." "As you wish." When the little girl stood again, another individual joined her ranks. Seemingly drawn by her extraordinary powers, more and more people began to beseech her for salvation. However, the girl did not extend her aid indiscriminately. She only chose to save those on the verge of death. Witnessing her miraculous interventions, the surrounding refugees felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The immutable truth of life and death remained. No one could return from the grave, not even the mightiest of awakened beings. Yet, the little girl had resurrected these individuals, a feat that appeared utterly inconceivable. As the death toll among the refugees escalated, the remaining survivors opted to halt their advance, no longer daring to follow the Safe Zone's team. Li Yu too decided to wait for dawn, at which point he would reassess the situation. Accompanied by Fu Xiao, they found a secluded spot to set up a waterproof tarp. The two leaned against it for support. Liu retrieved the beast crystal core, clutching it tightly in his hand as he began to absorb its energy. Though the efficiency of the energy conversion had improved significantly, the experience required for level 12 was still substantial. Li Yu's gaze fell upon the carbon fiber arrows he had previously equipped. "I wonder if these can be upgraded." Chapter 27, A Match Made in Heaven. As he spoke, Li Yu swiftly switched to his second equipment slot. Carbon fiber arrow, special type. Effective attack range 10 meters, aiming time -1 second. Glancing at the mere 5 carbon fiber arrows in his possession, Li Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even if he succeeded in upgrading, it would still be far from sufficient. He promptly retrieved the arrows he had previously purchased from the merchant, intending to test their efficacy. Equipment successful. Rain Crow Arrow LV1. The arrow is lightweight, crafted from rain crow feathers, facilitating rapid shooting. Flight speed 10, stability 10. Observing the rain crow arrow in his hand, Li Yu murmured, "Let us enhance this. At least there are plenty." After all, with over 40 arrows remaining, even if he exhausted them, he could always return for more trade. Subsequently, Li Yu summoned a swirling cyclone, the energy from the exotic beast crystal core in his hand continuously replenishing his efforts, achieving an astonishing transformation efficiency. Upgrade successful. Rain Crow Arrow LV2. Flight speed 20, stability 20. Rain Crow Arrow LV3. Flight speed 30, stability 30. Due to the minimal experience point requirements, coupled with the lightning-fast cyclone transformation speed, the Rain Crow Arrow's upgrade rate was nothing short of remarkable. Rain Crow Arrow LV5. Flight speed 50, stability 50. Acquired an additional equipment slot 1. Li Yu elevated the Rain Crow Arrow to level 5 in one breath, at which point the experience gain began to taper off. He then redirected his focus to the bow and arrows, examining them closely. An additional equipment slot. Indeed, levels 5 and 10 seem to be critical junctures, unlocking new rewards upon reaching these milestones. Li Yu attempted to transfer the Rain Crow Arrow to the additional equipment slot, but was met with no response. It appeared that this additional equipment slot had certain unknown special restrictions. Surveying his surroundings, Li Yu found no other weapons suitable for equipping. He casually grabbed a jar used for storing meat. Suddenly, the jar in Li Yu's hand vanished in an instant. Fu Xiao, standing nearby, was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was as if Li Yu had performed a magic trick, making the jar disappear. Moments later, a prompt appeared before Li Yu. Equipment successful. Preservation jar LV1, enhanced through psychic power, capable of preserving food for approximately 7 days. Li Yu's heart swelled with joy. He had discovered yet another application. The effect of this additional equipment slot was simply marvelous. What happened to the jar? Fu Xiao inquired, her expression one of confusion. Had Li Yu hidden it away? She peered behind him, finding nothing. Is this magic? Excitement sparkled in Fu Xiao's eyes, her face a mask of incredulity. She had never anticipated that Li Yu possessed such extraordinary abilities. Li Yu deactivated the jar's equipment, and it reappeared in his hand. Fu Xiao stared, her round eyes wide in wonder at this astonishing spectacle, unable to contain her amazement. Li Yu promptly placed the remaining snake meat from his pack into the jar and decisively re-equipped it. The jar once again vanished from his grasp. Indeed, it works. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised by his successful experiment. Even with the meat inside, the jar could still be equipped in the additional equipment slot. This way, he need not worry about the meat spoiling, while also saving considerable space. Moreover, the two of them no longer needed to carry a single jar around, which was immensely convenient. Fu Xiao remained silent, merely observing the increasing prowess of Li Yu's psychic abilities. At this point, he didn't even require her assistance to carry the jar. Reflecting on her own inability to contribute, Fu Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her head slowly. She sensed the widening chasm between herself and Li Yu. Li Yu, however, was lost in his own thoughts as he tinkered with his psychic powers. When he glanced at Fu Xiao leaning her head on his shoulder, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled the method for awakening psychic abilities that Ma Yuanbai had taught him. If Fu Xiao were to try it, perhaps she could awaken her own powers as well. Without hesitation, Li Yu produced the largest exotic beast crystal core he had. He mused that perhaps a larger core would yield a stronger awakening. Fu Xiao, extend your hand. Li Yu gently nudged her. Obediently, Fu Xiao extended her small hand, and Li Yu placed the quail-egg-sized exotic beast crystal core in her palm. Fu Xiao looked somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Li Yu's intentions. Observing her perplexed expression, Li Yu smiled and explained, I heard from Mar Yuanbai that if you press your blood against it, it might awaken your psychic abilities. For me? Fu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Li Yu affirmed, nodding with certainty as he regarded her. Habitually, he patted the top of Fu Xiao's head, noting how she seemed to be growing increasingly naive. However, having consumed the blood of exotic beasts, she had undergone a transformation. Her physique was now curvaceous and no longer as diminutive as before, requiring Li Yu to raise his hand to pat her head. Though Fu Xiao lacked knowledge of the crystal's true value, she understood that such a rare, radiant stone must be worth a fortune. Moreover, it was because of Li Yu's formidable strength that he had ultimately slain the monster to obtain it. Even if Fu Xiao could not absorb it, merely holding it allowed her to sense the immense energy contained within. The fact that Li Yu was willing to use this precious stone for her sake deeply touched her. Hurry, before someone else snatches it away, Li Yu feigned urgency from the side. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao immediately retrieved her small knife and resolutely sliced her fingertip. Then, she tightly grasped the exotic beast crystal core, as if truly fearing it would be taken from her. The blood functioned as a bridge, instantly connecting her body with the exotic beast crystal core. Fu Xiao's heartbeat quickened as she felt a warm energy surge from the core, flowing through her blood and gradually enveloping her entire being. She closed her eyes, concentrating on this energy as it coursed through her body, seemingly searching for something. Eventually, the energy settled firmly in her lower abdomen. Everything felt so natural. Coupled with Fu Xiao's enhanced physique, the awakening of her psychic abilities became a seamless and effortless process. Suddenly, Fu Xiao sensed a wondrous connection, as if she had established a mysterious bond with the rain surrounding her. A unique feeling enveloped everything in her vicinity. She could perceive each raindrop falling, their positions, velocities, and even the moments they would collide with the ground. This perception was so vivid, it felt as though her senses had been magnified countless times. Fu Xiao opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with astonishment and disbelief. She looked at Li Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she exclaimed, I think I truly awakened my psychic abilities. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was dominated by uncontrollable excitement and fervor. Li Yu observed Fu Xiao, noting the subtle shift in the aura emanating from her. Indeed, this unique energy confirmed that Fu Xiao had successfully awakened her powers. That's wonderful. What kind of ability do you have? Li Yu inquired eagerly, his face alight with joy. He had not anticipated that Fu Xiao would awaken successfully after merely one attempt. According to Mar Yuanbai, this method was not guaranteed to activate psychic abilities. Fu Xiao concentrated, attempting to manifest her powers, and in an instant, she could vividly perceive everything within the torrential rain surrounding her. It was as if she possessed a living map, detailing the location of every individual. This ability is extraordinary. I feel as though I can sense every person amidst the heavy rain nearby, Fu Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration. Could it be a perception-based ability? Li Yu pondered, then pointed towards the distant rain and mist. Can you see anyone over there? Fu Xiao focused intently on the changes in the raindrops around her, quickly discerning the differences. There are 5 people. 3 tall and 2 short, she replied. Li Yu swiftly compared with his own perceptions and realized that Fu Xiao's range was indeed impressive. He could not discern anything from that distance. Suddenly, an audacious and thrilling idea sparked in Li Yu's mind. Chapter 28, The Misty Shadow Leopard. He swiftly drew his bow and aimed into the distant, rain-soaked haze, despite his vision being obscured by the thick downpour, rendering him unable to perceive the figures within. He surmised that his current archery range was sufficient to reach that location. Indeed, as Li Yu steadied his aim in that direction, the targeting reticle in his sight began to gradually shrink. It really is possible. Li Yu exclaimed with joy. This indicated that, in conjunction with Fu Xiao's extraordinary abilities, he could potentially strike down individuals and creatures hidden from view. At that moment, a series of cooing sounds resonated clearly. Li Yu instinctively turned his head. Fu Xiao looked at him with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry. Li Yu chuckled heartily, as if performing a magic trick, and miraculously produced a can. Fu Xiao's eyes lit up. Although she had seen it several times before, it still felt wondrous. As she devoured the meat, she pondered to herself, she had not only become more beautiful but had also awakened her powers. I can finally assist Li Yu. Lost in thought, Fuxia couldn't help but weep tears of joy, which streamed down her cheeks. Previously, her insecurities had prevented her from expressing her feelings to Li Yu. "Why are you crying?" Li Yu questioned, bewildered, failing to comprehend the situation before him. Wasn't awakening one's abilities a good thing? Curiosity piqued, he leaned in closer. In response, Fuxia abruptly turned her head and kissed him. The following morning, the rain continued to patter softly. Even before dawn broke, scavengers eagerly made their way westward. The little girl, accompanied by several individuals with blood-red eyes, had set off early in pursuit. She was determined to avenge her brother and would not let the inhabitants of the safe zone escape easily. "Is it just her team that has pursued them?" Li Yu inquired. Fuxia nodded vigorously. She had sensed this development earlier that morning. Lost in contemplation, Li Yu considered the audacity of a lone individual seeking revenge against the safe zone. Could the little girl's powers truly be so formidable as to confront any challenge? Nevertheless, the fact that someone dared to chase after them indicated that opportunity still existed. "We shall depart as well," Li Yu declared resolutely, rising to his feet. Fuxia hastily gathered her belongings with nimble fingers. Determined to follow, Li Yu was eager to witness the outcome of the confrontation between the little girl and the safe zone. The larger the group, the slower their migration would be. Even though the safe zone had departed quite some time ago, they would inevitably require rest. Additionally, the unmistakable traces left by so many moving together would not be easily washed away, even by the torrential rain. Li Yu and Fuxia set off in pursuit of the direction the safe zone had taken. At that moment, many awakened individuals, having lost comrades in the explosion, were still unable to find solace in sleep after a restless night. Their hearts brimmed with deep-seated hatred for the people of the safe zone. Observing Li Yu and Fuxia following suit, they too resolved to continue the pursuit, seeking the right moment for retribution. Although a distance had formed between them and the safe zone, the refugees persevered in their westward migration for survival. However, to avoid the safe zone's landmines, they deliberately veered away from the path previously traversed by the safe zone. Throughout their journey, Li Yu continuously absorbed the energy from the cores of the exotic beasts. He noticed that other awakened individuals, like Fuxia, seemed unable to absorb the energy. This phenomenon appeared to be linked to the cyclone within his abdomen. As the two quickened their pace, it became evident that they would soon catch up. Suddenly, Fuxia grasped Li Yu's arm, bringing him to a halt. "What is the matter?" Li Yu was acutely aware that Fuxia's range of perception far exceeded his own. However, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing her anxiety. So fast. She sensed an animal moving through the rain at an astonishing speed. Had it not been for the incessant raindrops falling upon it, Fuxia would not have detected its presence at all. A gust of wind swept through, and it seemed the creature had caught the scent of humans. Suddenly, it changed course, hurtling towards their position. "We've been spotted," Fuxia shouted. "Point me in the direction." Li Yu made a swift decision. Fuxia quickly extended her finger, accurately indicating the position she sensed. Liu rapidly drew his bow, aiming towards the direction Fuxia had indicated. Too fast. Fuxiao's finger followed the swift movements of the creature, which made it difficult for Li Yu to take a precise aim. "It's getting closer." Fuxia continuously alerted him as the animal charged towards them like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of urgency, Li Yu hastily switched to a black arrow. Switch successful, same type weapon inheritance level, carbon fiber arrow LV5, effective attack range 50 meters, aiming time -1 second, direction. This way. Fuxia pointed rapidly. Li Yu swiftly adjusted his aim, focusing with utmost speed. In an instant, the targeting reticle in his sight shrank to its smallest size. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Li Yu released the arrow. To capitalize on this rare opportunity to lock onto his target, he followed up with 3 more consecutive shots. Quad shot. The shadowy figure bared its sharp fangs, poised to bring death upon the two before it. Suddenly, a black arrow struck its head. Sensing danger, the creature managed to turn in midair, but it was still struck by the arrow. Immediately following, 3 more arrows swiftly struck it. The shadowy figure tumbled to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Liu and Fuxia finally discerned that something had indeed attempted to attack them. "It's a leopard," Fu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. This is no ordinary leopard. It could be an exotic beast. Li Yu was not convinced that a common leopard could move with such speed that he could hardly perceive it. The injured leopard struggled to rise to its feet. The leopard isn't dead yet, Fu Xiao cautioned urgently. Just as Li Yu prepared to shoot again, the leopard suddenly exerted itself, vanishing from sight. Quick, pursue. Li Yu dashed forward, but saw nothing. Such incredible speed. With his current perception, he was unable to discern the direction in which the leopard had fled. Fu Xiao quickly closed her eyes, concentrating intently on the subtle changes in the raindrops. Soon, she detected the leopard, now 100 meters away, injured. The leopard could no longer maintain its astonishing velocity. It hasn't gone far. Fu Xiao pointed towards the direction of the fleeing leopard. The two hastened after it. The leopard, acutely aware of its relentless pursuers, realized its severe injuries rendered escape impossible, and a fierce determination flashed in its eyes. As Li Yu and Fu Xiao drew near, the leopard's skin began to exude a thick mist. Within mere seconds, a dense fog enveloped the area surrounding the leopard. In the midst of the mist, the leopard moved with remarkable agility, undeterred by the obscuring haze. Its eyes remained vigilant, watching for any movement within the fog. Should those two humans dare to approach, it could silently strike them down. Liu, witnessing the sudden rise of the mist, instantly recognized that this leopard was indeed an exotic beast. Were it not for Fu Xiao's prior warning, he would have been caught unprepared and unable to retaliate. However, what the leopard did not anticipate was that Li Yu and Fu Xiao did not need to enter the mist to confront it. Where's its location? Li Yu narked his final black arrow onto the bowstring. Fu Xiao pointed towards the immobile leopard concealed within the fog. Whoosh! The black arrow soared forth, like a shooting star. At that moment, all 5 of Li Yu's black arrows had been unleashed. If the leopard were to escape now, it would be a tremendous loss for him. The leopard, hidden within the mist, had never expected anyone would be able to detect it. As it sensed the impending attack of the black arrow, it leaped in a desperate attempt to evade, but it was already too late. The black arrow struck its abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, as if it had a mind of its own. Severely injured and now suffering such a grievous piercing wound, even a powerful exotic beast could no longer withstand it. The leopard's unique abilities swiftly dissipated, and its vitality began to wane. With the loss of its powers, the mist rapidly cleared. Cautiously, Li Yu and Fu Xiao approached. It's dead. Chapter 29. Fu Xiao put in more effort at this moment. Without Fu Xiao's reminder, Li Yu could distinctly perceive the life force of the leopard rapidly dissipating. As he approached and examined it closely, he couldn't help but feel astonished. It truly is a mystical beast. After all, such extraordinary creatures are not encountered lightly, yet, here was Li Yu, encountering one yet again in such quick succession. This mystical beast seems to have attacked no one else but us, Fu Xiao remarked, her heart filled with confusion. It certainly knows how to select its targets, Li Yu replied, giving the leopard a kick to ascertain its demise before he felt at ease to step closer. Observing the blood oozing from its wounds, Li Yu found that the ravenous hunger he had felt earlier had subsided. Indeed, for someone who had already partaken of the blood of a mystical beast, the allure and efficacy were significantly diminished. At this moment, both of them no longer harbored that insatiable desire to acquire more. However, when they drew nearer, the blood of the leopard had nearly been depleted, but Li Yu hastily moved forward to collect the last remnants. For an ordinary person, this was a treasure that could transform their entire life. First, he retrieved 5 black arrows, as these were among his most vital pieces of equipment. Then, with practiced skill, Li Yu proceeded to dissect the mystical beast in search of its core. Before long, he uncovered 4 mystical beast cores within the leopard's body. Casually tossing one of the newly discovered cores to Fu Xiao, he adopted a serious tone and instructed, "Make sure to use it quickly, understood?" Fu Xiao bit her lip, accepting the mystical beast core, and nodded with difficulty. Given her slow rate of absorbing the core's energy, it would likely take her considerable time to deplete its power. Just as she finished storing the mystical beast core, Li Yu threw her a sizable chunk of meat, continuing, "Make sure to finish this piece of meat quickly, do you understand?" Fu Xiao looked bewildered, feeling as though she had heard those words moments ago. Reluctantly, she accepted the meat and began to consume it eagerly. At last, she was fulfilling her long-held wish to live without the pangs of hunger, yet, in this very moment, she found herself somewhat unable to eat. Li Yu first packed the excess mystical beast meat into a container, then equipped the container. Whoosh! In an instant, the container vanished. Perfect! Li Yu felt immense satisfaction with the marvelous capabilities of this auxiliary equipment slot. This way, others would remain oblivious to any possessions they carried, and their journey and battles would be unhindered by the weight of the container. Reflecting on Ma Yuanbai's words and recognizing the treasures contained within the mystical beast, Li Yu did not even spare the bones, diligently packing everything for transport. Having tied it up, the two of them quickened their pace to continue their pursuit. All the while, Li Yu clutched a mystical beast core in his hand, fervently absorbing the energy contained within. After a period of pursuit, his abilities once again ascended to new heights. Glassbow LV-13, effective attack range 1,600 meters, accuracy rate of 100%, aiming time of 1.3 seconds. Salvo, continuous fire. The range had truly doubled to 1,600 meters. Li Yu, who had previously only speculated, was now utterly astonished by this astonishing increase. 1,600 meters, such a distant span. Without the assistance of Fu Xiao, he feared he would see nothing at all. Moreover, this exceedingly outrageous range seemed unattainable even for ordinary firearms. However, upon noticing that the experience required for upgrades had also doubled, Li Yu gazed at Fu Xiao with a faint smile. It appeared that Fu Xiao needed to exert even greater effort to enhance her abilities, otherwise, he would be unable to fully unleash the potential of his powers. Suddenly shivering, Fu Xiao felt an ominous premonition. "It's nothing, let us keep moving," Li Yu said as he turned his gaze forward once more. To the west, the safety zone team, having distanced themselves from the refugees overnight, was now progressing slowly in the distance. "I'm so tired. I nearly fell asleep while walking just now." "Just hang in there, we'll be fine once we completely shake off the wildlings." Several ordinary individuals in the team were engaged in casual conversation. As they advanced further, someone finally could not hold on any longer, causing the team's pace to slow significantly once again. Seeing this, Zhang Biao had no choice but to order, "Everyone take a break." Finally, "My legs feel like jelly. Yes, let us get some rest." The safety zone team came to a complete halt. Zhang Biao was acutely aware that their previous existence had been too comfortable, rendering even this short journey exceedingly arduous. After all, many in the team were not awakened individuals, their physical capabilities were comparatively weaker. These ordinary people still required rest and could not constantly be on the move. Zhang Biao vigilantly surveyed the rear. Although he knew the refugees would not catch up so quickly, he felt an unsettling sense of unease in his heart. "It's raining outside, come back," the elegantly dressed woman beckoned gently to Zhang Biao. He had no choice but to turn and walk inside. "Dad, those wildlings won't dare pursue us unless they've completely lost their minds," Zhang Chao remarked nonchalantly, his arm having healed considerably, and his complexion improving as well. Zhang Biao did not respond to his son's words, his expression somewhat grim. Those wildlings had killed many of his guards, and some had even chosen to perish alongside them. Not to mention that archer hidden among the wildlings, he had continuously launched sneak attacks, slaying several of Zhang Biao's trusted confidants, all of whom were awakened individuals, cultivated at great expense. Every time Zhang Biao thought of that concealed archer, his teeth ground in anger. Wishing to flay him alive, Zhang Biao glanced at his son, feeling a surge of irritation. If it weren't for his reckless behavior and audacity in hunting wildlings, matters would not have deteriorated to such a critical state. Yet, being his own son, Zhang Biao refrained from saying anything further. Out of sight, out of mind, Zhang Biao turned and walked back outside. The light rain continued to fall, seemingly endless. "Time for a shift. Finally, we can rest." The guards in the safety zone continually rotated for rest, standing watch at the rear. Given that enmity had already been established, they needed to remain ever vigilant against sudden assaults from the wildlings. At this moment, the exhausted guard captain had finally regained his strength. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Zhang Biao. "Master," the guard captain promptly saluted. "Old Zhao, have you recovered?" Zhang Biao inquired with concern. The guard captain quickly replied, "I have fully recovered. I suspect those wildlings may not relent easily. Please be more attentive in the coming days," Zhang Biao gently cautioned. "Understood," the guard captain responded. Zhang Biao patted the guard captain's shoulder before continuing his patrol elsewhere. The guard captain, watching Zhang Biao's retreating figure, couldn't he help but think of the master's son, Zhang Chao. Just the thought of Zhang Chao's character left him exasperated, profligate, overbearing, willful, and arrogant. Even the most unflattering descriptors seemed insufficient to encapsulate him. Shaking his head in resignation, he pondered how the master could have produced such a troublesome offspring. Sighing, the guard captain turned and resumed his serious inspection of the surroundings. His perspective on the wildling strength had significantly changed, particularly regarding that archer. Had it not been for his defensive abilities during the last encounter, he and the young master might have perished amidst the wildlings that night. At the time, the interruption by the young master had prevented him from clarifying how that black bow had ended up in their hands. "Little sister, do not use your abilities lightly, understand?" the boy admonished with a concerned expression. "Why not?" The little girl looked up, her face filled with confusion. "If others could use their powers, why couldn't she?" the boy patiently explained. "If anyone discovers your unique abilities, you will be isolated, and no one will want to play with you." "All right, then I'll use it only when you allow me to," the little girl obediently replied. "Good." The brother smiled broadly and patted the little girl's head. However, his smile abruptly transformed into a horrifying image of a half-dismembered body. Snapping awake from the memory, the little girl's eyes now appeared bloodshot. She stared intently ahead, her feet moving incessantly, murmuring, "Brother, I no longer want friends. I will use my powers to avenge you." Shadows trailed behind her, moving erratically. Though resurrected, they appeared like soulless husks, devoid of vitality. Chapter 30, Pursuit and Revenge. Report: "Captain, we are being pursued from behind," a guard exclaimed, his expression fraught with anxiety as he rushed to deliver the news. The captain of the guard, unwilling to delay, hurried to assess the situation at the rear. From a distance, he indeed spotted a small band of scavengers trailing them, a mere 5 individuals, seemingly posing little threat. "Prepare for battle." Despite the enemy's scant numbers, the captain remained exceedingly cautious, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. "We finally caught up." The little girl, her gaze fixated on the resting safety zone team ahead, was filled with a fierce hatred. "Brother, just watch. I will avenge you." Her voice bore a hint of unwavering resolve. "Kill." The girl unleashed her extraordinary ability. The resurrected individual's eyes flared with crimson light, resembling frenzied beasts as they charged toward the front line with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several hundred meters vanished. "Open fire." The guard captain shouted, acutely aware of the danger. After all, a mere handful of individuals daring to attack must certainly not be ordinary foes. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, and one figure was instantly propelled through the air, an arm obliterated. Incredibly, to the captain's disbelief, the armless refugee rose once more, undeterred, and continued its relentless advance. "Not dead, an awakened one," the captain shouted urgently, warning the surrounding guards. "Enemy attack." Guards who had just finished their shift rushed out in haste. "This group of savages has truly gone too far." Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Chao seized his pistol in a fit of rage and charged out. Zhang Biao quickly made his way to the rear of the safety zone team. "Is it merely this few?" Zhang Biao frowned, having anticipated a larger resurgence of the savage horde. "Master, I sense something amiss." The guard captain's gaze was fixed intently on the ominous figure, his expression grave as he elaborated. "Indeed, even if they are awakened, they are still flesh and blood. They should not possess such formidable vitality." Zhang Biao too sensed the anomaly, his demeanor turning serious. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted nearby as Zhang Chao relentlessly fired upon the oncoming figures. Die for me! A bullet struck the heart of one, yet it did not succumb. Something is wrong. Witnessing this, Zhang Biao's expression grew increasingly solemn. He recognized the truth in Captain Zhao's words. An eerie aura emanated from these refugees, their blood-red eyes vacant and soulless, yet their movements were remarkably swift. Zhang Chao, in a panic, shouted, "Bring me the rocket launcher." A nearby guard hurriedly passed it to him. Boom. Another deafening explosion ensued as one resurrected refugee was torn to shreds, its body fragments scattering across the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the remnants continued their charge, dragging their mangled forms forward. What is happening? Fear finally crept across Zhang Chao's face. He had never encountered such a bizarre breed of savage before. This is an extraordinary ability, one we have never witnessed before, Zhang Biao stated gravely. Although he was the strongest within the safety zone team, he had evidently never seen such powers and was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Organize a defensive line, intercept them. Zhang Biao commanded decisively. The guards swiftly sprang into action, forming a barrier. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao meticulously observed the seemingly invincible refugees, searching for their weaknesses. If it was indeed an extraordinary ability, there must be a way to counter it. As the distance closed, the resurrected refugees accelerated again. One leaped with astonishing height, reaching nearly 10 meters. This individual had undoubtedly possessed a body-enhancing ability in life. The little girl had not only resurrected these individuals but had also retained their powers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the concentrated fire of several guards, the airborne refugee was shot down, crushing into the safety zone's defensive line. One guard rushed over to deliver a finishing shot. Bang! Savage, surely you're dead now. The guard disdainfully kicked the downed figure. Stop! The guard captain's warning came too late. The apparently lifeless savage suddenly sprang to life, sinking its teeth into the guard's leg. Arr! The guard screamed in agony, firing several shots into the savage, which fell once more. Quick, isolate and bandage. The captain urgently directed. A refugee with a shattered skull crawled toward them, continuing its relentless advance despite its condition. The captain's expression darkened. Master, young master, you must retreat. It is too dangerous here. With you here, I fear nothing. Zhang Chao showed no signs of concern, instead focusing all his attention on the seemingly indestructible savage. Zhang Biao remained silent, knowing that with Captain Zhao present, their safety was assured. In the distance, hearing the incessant gunfire, Li Yu and Fu Xiao quickly pursued. Li Yu led Fu Xiao to a concealed vantage point to observe. They witnessed a refugee, half its body missing, still charging into the guards. This bizarre scene astonished even Li Yu. What kind of ability allows one to remain alive like this? Just then, Li Yu froze, spotting Zhang Chao among the safety zone team. That little brat dares to show himself. Li Yu swiftly knocked an arrow, aiming at Zhang Chao within the safety zone team. Clutching for rain crow arrows, he intended to seize this rare opportunity. A volley of 4 shots would obliterate Zhang Chao, eradicating any future threat. Otherwise, given the safety zone's usual patterns, they would surely come seeking revenge one day. Empowered by her extraordinary ability, Fu Xiao too caught sight of the unfolding scene. Upon recognizing Zhang Chao, her face contorted with rage. It was this very person who had previously attempted to abduct her. Had it not been for Li Yu's presence at that moment, she might have fallen into slavery within the safety zone team. As Li Yu's aim narrowed to a pinpoint, he was ready to release the arrow when suddenly, the guard captain interposed himself in front of Zhang Chao. His extraordinary ability had sensed the impending danger, prompting him to shield the young master without hesitation. Everything transpired too swiftly for Li Yu to react. The captain had already positioned himself before Zhang Chao. Swish! Li Yu's 4 arrows were loosed in rapid succession. Despite the unexpected obstruction, his aim had already locked onto Zhang Chao. With his flawless accuracy, Li Yu remained unconvinced that this guard could truly block the shot. Sensing the imminent peril, the guard captain grasped the young master, enveloping both in a protective energy generated by his ability. Clang! An arrow struck Zhang Chao squarely in the forehead, ricocheting off the protective energy. How swift! The guard captain was taken aback. Had he reacted even a moment slower, the young master would surely have perished. Strangely, the arrow had curved, bypassing the captain to directly target the young master as if it had a will of its own. Before the captain could take further action, a second arrow sliced through the air. Another one. The guard captain exerted all his energy to maintain the protective barrier around Zhang Chao. Clang, the second arrow struck the same spot, Zhang Chao's forehead, and was once again deflected by the energy shield, though its integrity diminished with each impact. Arrow. The guard captain bellowed, channeling every ounce of power to reinforce the shield at Zhang Chao's forehead. If he failed to hold it, the young master would undoubtedly meet his end. Swish! The third arrow flew forth, striking precisely where the second had. Bang! The third arrow shattered the partially formed protective barrier, sending it flying. The guard captain's expression shifted dramatically. It's broken. The last encounter had not revealed such formidable arrows. Just then, the ominous sound of the fourth arrow pierced the air. Not good. The energy shield had already been breached. There was no time to coalesce it once more before Zhang Chao. This arrow would undoubtedly claim the young master's life. In a moment of desperation, the guard captain unleashed his most powerful ability, crying out with all his might, "Fusion!" Before their eyes, the guard captain's arm fused with the young master's at a visible speed. At that moment, the fourth arrow, instead of veering around the captain as before, struck directly at his face. The captain was instantly sent reeling backward as if struck by a hammer. Old Zhao. Zhang Biao, witnessing this scene, was consumed by urgency and rushed forward. Chapter 31, The death of the captain of the guard. Zhang Biao endeavored to save the captain of the guard, but it was evident that the captain, struck by an arrow to the face, was beyond rescue. This formidable ability had always been the captain's trump card, yet he had but one opportunity to wield it, for his greatest power was one life for another. The debt of gratitude Zhang Biao owed him had been repaid. Contemplating this, the captain's hand fell limply to the ground, and the breath of life dissipated in an instant. Zhang Chao was rendered speechless by the scene before him, collapsing to the ground in shock. Zhang Biao shielded Zhang Chao, aware that the divine archer would undoubtedly seize the moment to eliminate his son. Captain has been struck. Don't be ridiculous. With the captain's defensive capabilities, how could he possibly be hit? The surrounding onlookers, witnessing the lifeless body of the captain sprawled on the ground, were left aghast, unable to comprehend the reality before them. It was only upon seeing the arrow deeply embedded in the captain's visage that the guards were gripped by terror. The captain is dead. What kind of power could pierce the captain's seemingly impenetrable defenses? Damn it! Zhang Biao clenched his fists, veins bulging. It had to be that savage archer's doing. First, he had wounded his son, and now he had slain his loyal guard. Curse that savage! Zhang Biao struck the ground in fury, creating a sizable crater. If he caught that archer, he would ensure the wretched creature met a fate worse than death. To alleviate the anguish in his heart, sensing assistance from the chaos, the little girl launched another attack. Those few awakened individuals lying on the ground suddenly surged back to life, recklessly unleashing their former powers as they charged towards the safety zone's team. Monsters, undying monsters. The guards engaged in battle could no longer withstand their rising fear and shouted in horror. They had never encountered such incomprehensible entities, monsters that could continue fighting even after having their heads severed. Wrap up the fight and retreat immediately. Zhang Biao commanded decisively. Several guards quickly responded, rushing to provide support. Thud. As soon as one guard arrived at his position, he fell to the ground, caught completely off guard. The others turned to see an arrow piercing deeply through his back. It's that ambushing archer. The crowd was instantly thrown into disarray, panic seizing their hearts. Before they could join the battle at the rear, another arrow struck like lightning, piercing the neck of a guard, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Terrified, several others fell to their knees, paralyzed by fear. We cannot stay here. Zhang Biao shouted, shielding his son, his voice laced with urgency. Retreat immediately, all of you, retreat. Zhang Biao barked at a nearby burly man. You cover our rear. Do not engage the enemy, just ensure your safe return. Understood. Without hesitation, the sturdy man strode towards the back of the team, the safety zone's team began to move again. Quickly, quickly! Zhang Biao urged incessantly. His expression darkened. The threat posed by this archer was far too great. Zhang Biao hastened to the carriage, glancing at an elderly man seated cross-legged within. He was the awakened individual responsible for sensing enemy movements within the safety zone. However, the elderly man shook his head slowly, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Previously, he had been able to perceive the general direction from which Li Yu was shooting arrows, allowing him to counterattack with artillery. Yet now, he could sense nothing at all. This could only mean that the archer's position had far exceeded his range of perception. Zhang Biao examined the rain crow arrows that had felled his guard, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is it truly possible for such crudely made arrows to travel 1,000 meters? What kind of bow could achieve such a feat? Zhang Biao longed to dash out and eliminate the divine archer at once, to resolve this pressing threat once and for all. Yet, he ultimately restrained his impulses and composed himself. Perhaps someone was deliberately luring him out of the safety zone. This could very well be a meticulously laid trap. With the burly man covering their rear, the guards felt a sense of relief as they fled. Finally, they could escape the clutches of the seemingly immortal monsters. Fearing that they might be struck down by arrows that appeared out of nowhere, they hurriedly made their way westward. The burly man at the rear exhibited astounding strength, each punch he threw slicing through the air with a whoosh, dispatching the few individuals controlled by the little girl with ease. In mere moments, the revived awakened ones were left battered and broken, some even losing limbs, forced to crawl on the ground. With the revived awakened dispatched effortlessly, the burly man wiped the blood from his fists and surveyed the surroundings. He understood that there were likely others lurking, controlling the situation. However, for safety's sake, he decided to turn back and rejoin the main group. Damn it! The little girl stamped her foot in frustration as she watched the burly man retreating. Once he had distanced himself, she cautiously approached to assess the situation. The figures on the ground were mangled beyond recognition, devoid of any value for control. The little girl could only seek out more awakened individuals to control or devise another plan. At that moment, she sensed a new presence within the safety zone team, someone she could manipulate. A wicked smile crept across her face as she unhesitatingly pursued the target. We shall continue the chase. Li Yu and Fu Xiao observed the little girl from a distance, noting her renewed pursuit. Li Yu felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still an opportunity. He did not wish to waste his precious arrows on the guards of the safety zone, for their numbers far surpassed his own. His aim was to find the perfect moment to eliminate Zhang Chao, thus averting future troubles. If he used up his arrows, he would effectively lose his fighting capacity. Therefore, Li Yu decided to unleash 20 more arrows. If he could not kill Zhang Chao, he would simply wait for a better opportunity to arise. The safety zone team moved swiftly, with the burly man covering their rear. Their speed and safety were temporarily secured. The little girl and Li Yu maintained a respectful distance, patiently searching for an opportunity. In the far rear, among the refugee group, several makeshift scavenger teams had broken away from the main force to pursue the safety zone. These ad hoc teams numbered around 30 to 40 individuals, all driven by vengeance for lost friends or family, seeking retribution against the safety zone. I found something. The lead scout raised his hand high. The others rushed over in haste. It's the guards from the safety zone, no doubt about it. The scout recognized them at a glance, his eyes filled with hatred. There's more over here, another shouted. The towering leader crouched down to examine closely, all killed with a single arrow. It must be that scavenger with the black bow. Someone instantly thought of Li Yu, a hint of admiration in their voice. After all, very few in the scavenger team possessed bows. Moreover, Li Yu had made a lasting impression by relentlessly launching ambush arrows during the chaos. That man is remarkably skilled. It appears the safety zone is not far off. The several teams hastened westward. Soon, they caught sight of the vast safety zone team from a distance. Almost simultaneously, the safety zone's members became aware of their presence. Wildlings approaching, approximately 30 of them, the lookout at the rear shouted, alerting the guards. Stand ready. Zhang Biao roared, his frustration boiling over. Not again. This group of wildlings just won't relent. Zhang Biao bellowed in anger, his voice thick with agitation. Prepare heavy weaponry. Zhang Biao commanded, his fury palpable. If they dare approach, make sure to strike hard. Leave none alive. Zhang Biao shouted with a fierce intensity. Yes. The guards immediately moved to ready their weapons. Notify everyone to accelerate. Understood. The entire team sprang into action once more. The safety zone team quickened their pace, their speed increasing further. The pursuing scavenger teams also hastened, resembling a relentless pack of wolves, hot on their heels, showing no signs of surrender. Chapter 32, The Assassination of Zhang Chao. To eliminate future threats, Zhang Biao swiftly advanced to the forefront of the group, his gaze fixed intently ahead as he pondered silently. If memory served him correctly, they were not far from the territory of the Wang family. The team has been incessantly harassed by these savages. The continual casualties are an insurmountable issue with no apparent resolution. This band of wild men clung to their rear like tenacious gum, impossible to shake off or eliminate. Zhang Biao furrowed his brow tightly, overwhelmed with a headache, murmuring to himself, if all else fails, I shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the Wang family. Li Yu, several scavenger teams are pursuing the safe zones group, Fu Xiao remarked, gauging the intensity of the raindrops as she counted, including those in hiding. There are a total of 45 individuals. Li Yu, taken aback, responded, to think that such a number of vagrants dare to continue the chase. They must be resolute awakened ones. Without hesitation, Li Yu led Fu Xiao to a new position, steadying for rain crow arrows in his grasp, ever prepared to unleash them. He sensed that a prime opportunity was imminent. The safe zones group began to accelerate, prompting the pursuing scavenger teams to take notice. They intend to flee. Beware of a ruse, a tall figure warned, raising his voice. Previously, when the vagrants had pursued, they feigned retreat only to launch a sudden counterattack, resulting in significant losses for the vagrant forces. In a moment, I shall unleash my seismic abilities. Everyone, seize the moment to attack with full force. There will be but one chance. Remember to exert all your strength, otherwise, it will be a futile sacrifice. The surrounding scavengers nodded solemnly. Those who dared to seek vengeance naturally possessed the courage to charge forth and engage the enemy. Seeing that everyone understood, the tall figure ceased further chatter, indicating the positions around the safe zones group. Teams 1 and 3 to the left, teams 2 and 4 to the right. Observing the relentless encirclement by the wild men, the guards of the safe zone were not oblivious. They recognized an impending assault. Prepare to engage the enemy, a guard shouted, alerting everyone in the safe zone. Machine guns ready. Rocket launchers ready. The formidable man did not step forward to confront the threat, but remained beside the carriage. Boom! A series of deafening sounds erupted suddenly. Is it thunder? Someone in the safe zone curiously looked up. Then, the ground shook violently, trembling beneath them. An earthquake. Panic ensued among the ordinary people in the safe zone, throwing them into disarray. Even the awakened struggled to maintain their footing, tumbling helplessly to the ground. Crack! A tremendous sound echoed as the earth split open, gaping like a ravenous maw, devouring all in its path. The surrounding rainwater found its escape through the fissures, rushing in with a cacophonous roar. A figure caught in the rift let out a piercing scream before vanishing into the depths, swiftly silenced by the relentless downpour. Remain calm. Do not panic. Zhang Biao's commands and shouts found little purchase in the chaos. The fissure stretched deep into the very heart of the safe zones group. The tall figure's target was indeed the carriage situated at the center. He understood fully that those within were likely prominent figures of the safe zone. His seismic assault proved effective, ensnaring the carriage within the fissure. Just as it was on the brink of plunging downwards, the tall figure suddenly collapsed to the ground, his body weakened from the overexertion of his abilities. What a pity, he lamented, disappointment etched upon his face. Just a hair's breadth away from successfully dragging the carriage into the chasm. The earthquake. Inside the carriage, Zhang Chao struggled to maintain his balance, shouting in agitation. Nearby, several elders attempted to soothe him. Yet, as Zhang Chao peered outside, witnessing the immense crack beneath the carriage, he screamed in terror, "We're going to fall." Overcome by fear, he recklessly bolted from the carriage. "Don't go out," the elders implored, but their efforts were in vain. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking Zhang Chao with pinpoint accuracy as he exited the carriage. The formidable force imbued within the arrow pierced through his chest. Observing this, a nearby burly man rushed forward, intent on tackling Zhang Chao. Thud! 3 additional arrows shot forth with astonishing speed, penetrating Zhang Chao's torso before the burly man could even reach him. No! Zhang Chao grasped at his chest, blood oozing forth, rendering him a grotesque sight. Chao, a woman in exquisite garments, shrieked in anguish, ready to rush forward, only to be forcefully restrained by the guards. Hearing her heart-wrenching cry, Zhang Biao rushed over, witnessing Zhang Chao's blood-soaked chest as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Chao! Zhang Biao embraced Zhang Chao tightly. Father, I do not wish to die, Zhang Chao gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he pleaded desperately. The dread of death enveloped him, the cold gradually consuming his being. Regret washed over him. He should never have attempted to seize that wild woman, nor provoke the one wielding a bow and arrow. Alas, time could not be reversed. It was far too late. Zhang Chao's head tilted, and he succumbed in Zhang Biao's embrace. What an opportunity! Seizing the moment amidst the chaos wrought by the earthquake, the scavenger teams launched an immediate offensive. Stone falls from the sky. One scavenger leaped high, crushing a machine gun underfoot. At such close range, the cannon had become utterly ineffective. Firing it would result in more casualties among their own. The carriage continued its perilous slide towards the gaping fissure. Pull the carriage back up, the elders inside the carriage screamed with all their might. I, as the elder of the Zhang family, command you to retrieve the carriage first. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the head of the elder who had leaned out. Well done, the exhausted tall figure in the distance remarked upon witnessing the shot, unable to suppress his admiration. The hidden archer, akin to a phantom assassin, appeared and vanished with chilling precision. Thankfully, he was not an enemy, otherwise, they would have been at a severe disadvantage. No one could predict the next target of Li Yu. At that moment, a guard with bandaged eyes turned crimson. His gun gradually pivoted towards a line of fellow guards. What are you doing, you rat-tat-tat? The red-eyed guard unleashed a frenzied barrage at his comrades. Wrong direction. Fool! The other guards attempted to intervene. Pop pop pop. Several more guards fell. There's a traitor, one guard shouted in terror. What? A traitor? This revelation sent the already beleaguered guard unit spiraling into chaos. All guards were gripped by fear, eyeing each other warily, apprehensive of being stabbed in the back by a traitor. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Just as Zhang Biao began to recover from the anguish of losing his son, he was confronted with this bewildering spectacle. A guard was ruthlessly shooting at his own. Enraged, Zhang Biao delivered a powerful kick to the red-eyed guard. Die! Swish! An arrow nearly struck his thigh, instead claiming the life of a guard behind him. Zhang Biao's expression shifted dramatically, compelled to halt his advance. So swift. The arrow's velocity was unlike anything he had encountered before. If it were aimed at him now, he could not hope to catch it as easily as before. In an instant, Zhang Biao reconsidered, shouting, "Retreat, leave everything behind, retreat." He hastened to the side of the carriage, yanking the woman in exquisite garments from within. He hoisted her and sprinted westward. The burly man and his trusted allies followed closely, unwilling to hesitate for a moment. Little did they expect to be cornered by a band of savages to such an extent. Li Yu observed the safe zones group, now in disarray and retreating once more, unable to restrain his commentary. They are fleeing again. Unbeknownst to him, a significant portion of the guards. After all, no one wished to meet an untimely demise shrouded in mystery. Chapter 33, Dividing the Spoils. I shall claim this deed. Observing the hasty retreat of the safety zone team, Fu Xiao was left in a state of disbelief. Why are they fleeing instead of fighting back? They could easily win, she inquired, perplexed. The safety zone team comprised several thousand individuals, yet they were being pursued in disarray by merely over 40 scavengers. It's a matter of self-preservation, Li Yu succinctly replied, encapsulating the explanation. The members of the safety zone were fearful for their lives, despite their numbers. When conflict ensued, it was predominantly the guards engaging in battle. Once the guards retreated, the others would inevitably follow suit. With the successful elimination of Zhang Chao, a slight smile crept onto Li Yu's lips. A significant burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Having dealt with Zhang Chao, the perennial troublemaker, he felt a sense of relief. As he watched the scavenger troop relentlessly advance, Li Yu repositioned himself once more. The situation increasingly favors the scavengers, he mused. Under the leadership of Zhang Biao, the safety zone team was hastily retreating. In their frantic bid for speed, several heavy boxes had been discarded, and a horse remained behind, unmounted. Look, they've abandoned their supplies. I see it, pursue them. The tall scavenger continued to orchestrate their movements with methodical precision. The scavenger teams exhibited remarkable composure, following commands without question. Their primary objective was revenge, not merely the acquisition of resources. Additionally, having learned from the catastrophic explosion of supplies earlier, the scavenger squads approached the spoils with caution. Though they maintained a facade of aggression, they understood full well that their meager numbers could not hope to extinguish a force of thousands. Furthermore, pressing too closely could provoke a desperate counterattack, resulting in their certain demise. The scavenger squad pursued the safety zone team for several kilometers until they were convinced the latter had genuinely retreated. Only then did they return to the battlefield to collect the spoils. After all, such an abundance of resources would surely be claimed by the stragglers arriving behind them. If they did not, the tall scavenger crouched beside a crate, meticulously inspecting it before declaring safe. Following his thorough examination, he confirmed that the supplies contained no hidden explosives or other dangerous items. A collective sigh of relief swept through the scavengers. This venture had not been in vain. Liu hurried over with Fu Xiao, eager to ascertain if there were any useful items, as he had contributed to the fight. As he approached, Li Yu's attention was captivated by the abandoned steed. It was not the horse's striking appearance that drew him in, but rather the sight of it voraciously gnawing on severed limbs strewn about the ground, seemingly relishing the feast. The horse is eating flesh. Li Yu exclaimed incredulously, noting the blood that stained its muzzle. Aren't horses supposed to eat grass? Fu Xiao gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Throughout her life, she had been taught that horses were herbivores. That explains it, Li Yu realized, connecting the dots. He had been curious about how the horses in the safety zone were sustained, given the absence of hay and the scarcity of grass in the expansive waterlogged terrain. Now his confusion was finally dispelled. These horses had evidently evolved into omnivores, consuming meat as well. Someone's coming, announced the lookout scavenger, turning to report to the tall one. The gathered scavengers turned their curious gazes to see Li Yu and Fu Xiao approaching. It's him. The legendary archer. Upon spotting the distinctive black bow in Li Yu's grasp, the scavengers instantly recognized his identity. Had it not been for Li Yu's covert assistance, their victory would not have been so seamless. The tall scavenger stood, raising his hand to indicate he bore no weapon, then gestured for dialogue. Li Yu reciprocated with a similar gesture, allowing the tall scavenger to approach alone. Stopping at a distance of about 10 meters, he adhered to the unspoken rules among scavengers. I am their temporary team leader, Chen Lai. Ear. Li Yu. E. Given the threat posed by Li Yu's bow, he was keen to avoid any conflict over these items. Were it not for his role as temporary leader, he might have simply gifted all the supplies to Li Yu to foster goodwill. Thank you, Li Yu accepted graciously, stepping forward to make his selection. They had no objections, despite having never seen Li Yu before. His reputation as an archer had already permeated among the populace. Liu surveyed the contents of the crates, only to find nothing that piqued his interest, merely an assortment of trivial items. One crate even contained nothing but plates. Why go through the trouble of transporting such items here? Spotting a raincoat in another crate, Li Yu recalled the standardized raincoats worn by the safety zone inhabitants, which appeared quite waterproof. I'll take 2 raincoats, he declared, retrieving them from the crate. And I want that horse, he added, pointing at the animal still feasting on flesh. Chen Lai hesitated for a moment but quickly acquiesced. No problem. They had no particular desire for the horse, and Li Yu's choice aligned perfectly with their interests, a win-win situation. Just as Chen Lai was reveling in this arrangement, Li Yu spoke again. What will you offer for the remaining supplies? It was evidently not so straightforward. Chen Lai glanced around at the supplies. How about a bag of fine salt? Keep in mind there is no salt or sugar among these items, and their value is quite low. Deal, Li Yu responded, accepting the package of salt that Chen Lai handed over. Wrapped securely in waterproof cloth, it indeed contained a bag of salt. Liu passed the raincoats to Fu Xiao before turning toward the horse. This steed showed no fear of humans. Upon seeing Li Yu approach, it did not flee but continued its gruesome meal, creating a gory scene. As Li Yu drew nearer, he observed that the horse was enveloped in a sleek, silky black coat and was impressively robust. What a magnificent creature, Fu Xiao marveled, unable to contain her admiration. It was astonishing that such a fine horse had been left behind. Liu grasped the reins before attempting to pull gently. The horse remained steadfast, oblivious to his efforts, engrossed in its meal. Perhaps this was the reason it had been abandoned. Liu applied more force, yet the horse stood resolute, continuing to feast. What a stubborn beast, he mused, suddenly struck by an idea. He discreetly retrieved a small piece of exotic beast meat. To his surprise, as soon as he brought it out, the horse lifted its head, nostrils flaring in curiosity. Are you a dog? Your sense of smell is remarkable, Li Yu remarked in astonishment. As he extended the exotic meat, the horse greedily snatched it from his hand, displaying a distinctly human-like satisfaction. Liu tugged at the reins once more, and finally, the horse raised its head and began to walk obediently. Nearby scavengers watched, engaged in animated discussions. I heard him, his name is Li Yu. Is he really the legendary archer? Who else could it be? Did you not see that bow? When Li Yu shoots, I can never tell where he is. Of course not. By the time you see him, you'd be dead. Only after Li Yu and Fu Xiao led the horse away did they resume tallying the supplies. Once they had distanced themselves, Fu Xiao donned the safety zone raincoat with evident delight. Li Yu, this raincoat fits perfectly. Li Yu tried on his own raincoat, discovering it was far superior to the waterproof cloth. It even provided warmth, making him feel cozy within. As he moved about, he realized the raincoat did not hinder his ability to perform wide-ranging motions, indicating it had been thoughtfully designed and expertly crafted. The inhabitants of the safety zone certainly know how to indulge themselves, he reflected, gaining a newfound appreciation for their resources and craftsmanship. Turning to the black horse, he noted it stood quietly, unresponsive to his approach. Liu cautiously placed one foot in the stirrup and, with a gentle leap, secured himself upon the horse's back. The steed merely flicked its ears slightly, displaying no signs of discontent. This is wonderful. Li Yu's heart raced with excitement at his first experience riding. He caressed the horse's silky black coat, murmuring, "Good horse, good horse." Their horse seemed to understand, responding with a couple of soft whinnies. Li Yu adjusted his posture and gently squeezed the horse's sides, prompting it to begin moving slowly. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but soon he adapted to the sensation of riding. They traversed the open space, and as Li Yu gradually increased their speed, the horse responded in kind, appearing exceedingly obedient. Chapter 34. Stepping out of the Black Mountain, Li Yu gracefully dismounted from the ebony steed, gently patting its neck. Turning towards Fu Xiao, she smiled and said, "Come, give it a try." Li Yu wished for Fu Xiao to learn the art of horseback riding, as a precautionary measure. After all, in this world fraught with unforeseen dangers, mastering the skill of riding would provide an added layer of security. Excitement sparkled in Fu Xiao's eyes as she cautiously approached the black horse. "Do not be afraid, it is quite gentle," Li Yu reassured her, seemingly oblivious to the earlier gruesome scene where the horse had consumed meat. Gathering her courage, Fu Xiao clumsily climbed onto their horse using both hands and feet. She then extended her hand, tenderly stroking the sleek mane of the black horse, her movements delicate and gentle. Their horse, sensing her goodwill, let out a soft neigh. "This is so much fun," Fu Xiao exclaimed, running her fingers through the mane again, a wave of unprecedented joy washing over her. Standing beside the horse, Li Yu patiently instructed, "Relax, let your body sway naturally with the horse's movements." Leading the way, Li Yu held the reins as the black horse began to stroll slowly. Soon, Fu Xiao realized she could keep pace with the rhythm of the horse. Liu noted how intelligent the horse seemed, adept at cooperating with humans. Before long, Fu Xiao had grasped the basics of riding. Reluctantly, she dismounted, her face radiant with satisfaction and excitement. "Thank you, Li Yu, this has been the happiest day of my life." Gratitude and an indescribable emotion shimmered in Fu Xiao's eyes. Li Yu, however, remained focused on the black horse, entirely unaware of Fu Xiao's gaze. "Since it can also consume meat, it can be kept," she mused. "Otherwise, it would have been impossible to care for it." Had the horse not been carnivorous, Li Yu would not have selected it when gathering supplies. Li Yu examined the saddle crafted from the safety zone materials on the black horse and silently admired its ingenious design. It was not only capable of carrying a rider but also practical for transporting goods. "Someone is approaching. 5 individuals," Fu Xiao suddenly alerted. The moment the 5 came near, she immediately noticed the change in the height of the raindrops, revealing their presence. Liu could not help but marvel at Fu Xiao's extraordinary ability. Pointing in the direction of the 5, Fu Xiao signaled for Li Yu to conceal themselves. Before long, a ragtag group of scavengers passed by, precisely 5 in number. Liu and Fu Xiao were taken aback by their appearance and armaments. They had never encountered a group of scavengers all wielding spears. Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, although they were also refugees, they appeared to hail from a different area. Refugees from another place. "It seems we have indeed stepped beyond the boundaries of the Black Mountain region," Li Yu noted. Witnessing refugees from outside the Black Mountain for the first time, the 5 hurried along, seemingly preoccupied with something significant, oblivious to the concealed presence of Li Yu and Fu Xiao. The black horse, as if understanding the situation, stood still and silent. Once the 5 had moved on, Li Yu observed the horse's reaction. "What a clever creature," she marveled once more. Such a magnificent horse left behind. What were the people in the safety zone thinking? The black horse, sensing the praise, proudly lifted its head. Fu Xiao quickly approached, affectionately stroking the horse's mane again. The horse's mane was remarkably water-repellent, and she relished the sensation. Feeling the swirling energy in her abdomen gradually subside, Li Yu took out a beast crystal core, channeling the energy to further enhance her abilities. As soon as she produced it, the black horse trotted over eagerly, circling around Li Yu, even bending down to suggest that she meant it. The horse's eyes glimmered with a hint of anthropomorphic charm. "It desires the beast crystal core," Fu Xiao exclaimed, immediately grasping the horse's intent. Liu, intrigued, pondered whether normally evolved animals could consume beast crystal cores. He was aware that such cores were exclusive to mutated beasts. Would it be safe for the black horse to eat one? After some contemplation, Li Yu decided to offer the smallest core from his collection, placing it in his palm. HMPH, the horse made a delighted sound upon realizing Li Yu was indeed willing to give it the core, nuzzling against her affectionately. With an ample supply of beast crystal cores at hand, giving the horse a small one was inconsequential. Liu opened her palm, and in an instant, the black horse devoured the crystal core with astonishing speed, leaving her astounded. Fu Xiao and Li Yu hurriedly approached to observe the horse's transformation, their eyes wide with anticipation. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The black horse exhibited no visible changes, its physique remaining identical to when it had not consumed the core. However, despite the absence of physical transformation, the horse appeared exceedingly pleased. It trotted around Li Yu, its hooves bouncing with vitality. "Doesn't seem to have any effect." Fu Xiao, "I recall that animal stomachs vary," Li Yu speculated, seeing that the black horse had ingested the core without any adverse effects. Both Li Yu and Fu Xiao felt reassured. Though their time with the horse had been brief, they had both grown fond of it. They settled into a tranquil silence, striving to absorb the energy from the crystal core in their hands to enhance their abilities. Before long, Fu Xiao experienced a noticeable increase in her prowess. "I feel as though I can see further," she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Li Yu nodded, acknowledging that given Fu Xiao's relatively low ability level, such rapid improvement was expected. After the pursuing group successfully ambushed the safety zone team, they acquired supplies. The scavenger team that had pursued the safety zone group halted to rest. Li Yu and Fu Xiao did not continue their pursuit, only to realize that the little girl had vanished without a trace. Soon, a large contingent of refugees followed the trail of battle. Ma Yuanbai, amidst the throng of refugees, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Before long, he spotted the corpses of the safety zone guards ahead, some of whom were already being scavenged by famished refugees. As Ma Yuanbai and his party approached, the startled scavengers quickly made way, standing aside to observe. Crouching down, Ma Yuanbai picked up an arrow from the remains. He was certain it was the type of rain crow arrow he had previously traded for with Li Yu. Surveying the surrounding bodies of guards, he counted at least 7 or 8, all evidently slain by arrows. He could not help but exclaim internally, Li Yu's abilities are indeed formidable. One person managed to kill so many guards. He then recalled that Li Yu had used a bow and arrow. Moreover, it is particularly safe, requiring no close combat. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no envy. His supportive abilities paled in comparison to Li Yu's. Raising his gaze, he spotted more corpses of guards not far ahead, nearly feeling pity for them. He watched the direction in which the safety zone team had fled, reflecting, crossing paths with Li Yu, you are indeed unfortunate. Yet, all of this is your own doing, the consequences of your actions. It was evident that Ma Yuanbai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the safety zone individuals. At that moment, the safety zone team was making a hasty escape, their steps hurried and frantic. Only when they realized no wild men were pursuing them did they slow their pace, as if a taut bowstring had finally relaxed. The atmosphere within the safety zone team was eerily quiet, no one spoke, and the mood was heavy and oppressive. After enduring a series of harrowing events, the initial fervor of their migration had dissipated, leaving them to trudge along in a state of despondency. Fear and exhaustion were the only expressions left on their faces, as if they had emerged from a nightmarish ordeal. Zhang Biao led the way, discerning the direction, and urged the group onward. As the terrain gradually ascended, Zhang Biao knew they were nearing their destination. Before long, a small team from the safety zone, clad in raincoats and fully equipped, appeared ahead, blocking their path. Halt! The team stopped Zhang Biao's group. Despite the disheveled appearance of those behind Zhang Biao, the team could discern from their attire that they belonged to a different safety zone. Moreover, the condition of the safety zone individuals was something no wild men could replicate. You have reached Wang's Hill. This is the territory of the Wang family, the safety zone team inquired, their tone surprisingly polite. May I ask which family you hail from and your purpose here? The Zhang family of Black Mountain, a guard at the forefront replied. Upon hearing the name of the Zhang family, the demeanor of the blocking safety zone team shifted instantly, their cold expressions replaced by warm smiles, their attitude making a complete turnaround. It is the neighboring Zhang family. Allow us to inform our superiors. One of the team members quickly turned to relay the information. Chapter 35, The Wang Family Hill Safe Zone. The safe zones of the Zhang and Wang families are not particularly distant from one another. Moreover, on ordinary days, merchant caravans occasionally traverse the route between the two, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship. However, as the imposing throng before him unfolded, the leader of the blockade was engulfed in confusion, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Why have all the people from the Zhang family's safe zone come to Wang Family Hill? Before long, a remarkably swift individual, like a gust of wind, rushed forward. Upon arrival, he instantly recognized Zhang Biao among the migrating crowd. Why, it is indeed the head of the Zhang family. I never anticipated your personal presence here. Zhang Biao, equally recognizing his counterpart, identified him as Wang Liqiang, a relative of the Wang family head, who had Observing the large number of people behind Zhang Biao, Wang Liqiang's eyes flickered with understanding. Without further inquiry, he decisively commanded, "Let them pass." The team blocking the way promptly stepped aside, granting passage to the contingent from the Black Mountain safe zone. As Zhang Biao's entourage moved slowly through, Wang Liqiang instructed, "Follow me," and began striding forward with purpose. In no time, Zhang Biao's group found themselves at the fortress of Wang Family Hill safe zone. Perched atop a hill, the fortress of Wang Family Hill commands one of the highest elevations in the vicinity. However, despite its elevation, it merely serves to mitigate some water accumulation, lacking the security afforded by the towering mountains of other safe zones. The fortress has ingeniously utilized the natural gradient of the hill, with layers of defensive structures cascading along the terrain, surrounding it are various defenses designed to thwart potential assaults from vagrants. Nevertheless, the members of the Zhang family visibly regarded these facilities with disdain, as the fortifications at the Black Mountain safe zone are far more robust and secure. Guided by Wang Liqian around the traps set by the Wang family, Zhang Biao's contingent continued their ascent. As they proceeded, Zhang Biao meticulously observed the activities of the Wang family members, who all appeared to be engaged in various tasks. After a while, Zhang Biao's group finally reached the pinnacle of the hill. This area served as the core of Wang Family Hill, housing sturdy buildings and living quarters. Upon witnessing the scene within the safe zone, both Zhang Biao and his followers displayed expressions of astonishment. The residents of Wang Family Hill were busily engaged in their tasks, transporting various packages amidst the square and the houses. All supplies and provisions had been meticulously packed into neat boxes and bundles, arranged on waterproof racks in the center of the square. Young and middle-aged individuals were responsible for the transportation and inspection of the substantial cargo, ensuring that each item was properly placed without any omissions. Transport carts were stationed outside, laden with goods, and numerous carrying poles and baskets were filled to capacity, seemingly surpassing the quantity they had when departing from the Black Mountain. From the state of their luggage, it was evident that every member of the Wang family had prepared for an imminent departure, much like the Zhang family had when they first set out from the Black Mountain. Zhang Biao discerned that the Wang family was also evidently readying themselves for a withdrawal. In the midst of his thoughts, a hearty laughter resonated. Har har har, I never imagined the head of the Zhang family would come in person. Wen Qingshui, the head of the Wang family, emerged from within, warmly welcoming Zhang Biao. What brings you here? Zhang Biao feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring. His gaze swept across the bustling crowd of Wang family members, ultimately resting upon Wang Qingshui's face. We too are preparing to leave, Wang Qingshui replied candidly, having no intention to conceal the truth. The prophecy may very well be true. To be on the safe side, we have decided to migrate westward. Zhang Biao paused, then asked, What are your plans? We shall depart tomorrow, and you may remain here to rest, Wang Qingshui jested, casting a playful glance at Zhang Biao. You are welcome to stay in my Wang Family Hill safe zone indefinitely. Zhang Biao mused inwardly that if he were to reside in a safe zone, there would be no need for him to journey so far to this dilapidated refuge. At that moment, a child joyfully dashed out, tightly grasping Wang Qingshui's hand, peering curiously across the gathering. Daddy, is brother Zhang Chao here? Wang Qingshui, puzzled, Wang Qingshui immediately sensed the abnormality and inwardly speculated that something unfortunate had befallen Zhang Chao. Lowering his gaze, Wang Qingshui gently told his son, Brother Zhang Chao isn't he here, why don't you go play by yourself? All right, the child, sensing the serious expressions of the unfamiliar adults, turned and hurriedly ran back. Head of the Zhang family, could it be that something has happened to Zhang Chao? Wang Qingshui tentatively inquired, seeking confirmation of his suspicions. With a stern visage, Zhang Biao gravely nodded. Wang Qingshui understood, then, that Zhang Chao had indeed encountered misfortune. He approached Zhang Biao and gently patted his arm, a sorrowful expression gracing his face. However, within Wang Qingshui's heart, another thought lingered. It was perhaps for the best that Zhang Chao had perished. He had never approved of Zhang Chao's reckless demeanor and did not wish for his son to emulate such behavior. The two were a reckless pair, engaging in misdeeds without restraint, yet, Wang Qingshui maintained a facade of grief. Promptly, Wang Qingshui arranged for Zhang Biao's group to settle in. The following morning, after a night of rest, the Zhang family contingent enjoyed a rare, restorative sleep, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. The Wang family's preparations, however, were already in full swing. Wang Qingshui arrived early to bid farewell to Zhang Biao, seemingly not intending to embark alongside his group. Even though the Zhang family had suffered significant losses from the vagrants, Zhang Biao did not plan to integrate with the Wang family's group. Both had their own considerations. As the Wang family stood ready to depart, Zhang Biao took a moment to caution Wang Qingshui, be wary of those wild men, they have gone mad. Wild men? Wang Qingshui paused in confusion. Are you referring to the vagrants? Zhang Biao affirmed with a nod. When Qingshui was taken aback. If Zhang Biao was to be believed, these vagrants had become exceedingly dangerous, perhaps even causing Zhang Chao's demise. Yet, when Qingshui remained skeptical, disregarding the disparity in equipment between the safe zone and the vagrants, how could such frail individuals have inflicted such damage upon the Zhang family? Moreover, vagrants typically scurried away at the mere sight of those from the safe zone, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. How could they possibly mount an offensive against the safe zone? Furthermore, the most significant point was that the vagrant group was akin to loose and, often embroiled in infighting for resources. When Qingshui found it difficult to fathom how such fragmented individuals could breach the safe zone's ranks and slay Zhang Chao. However, recalling Zhang Chao's audacious nature, he soon deduced a possible explanation. It is likely that Zhang Chao has committed an act that incited the wrath of the entire vagrant community. When Qingshui nodded in acknowledgement, vowing to remain vigilant against the vagrants before parting ways with Zhang Biao and reluctantly leading his family away from the fortress established by their ancestors. Yet, this was a choice born of necessity. After the departure of Wen Qingshui's group, it was not until they had travelled a considerable distance that Wen Lijian approached to inquire, "Head, with such a long migration ahead, why did we not accompany the Zhang family? It would have provided mutual support." When Qingshui replied solemnly, "The relationships among all parties are merely superficial. There exists a facade of camaraderie while underlying tensions persist, even among safe zones. Although we frequently engage in trade, seemingly maintaining good relations, the impending calamity alters everything. An ally in one moment may swiftly become an enemy in the next." Wen Lijian attentively absorbed Wen Qingshui's words, nodding in contemplation. "There is yet another reason," Wen Qingshui suddenly continued. "The Zhang family appears to have offended those vagrants." His tone was resolute. "Vagrants? What could be so fearsome about offending them?" Wen Lijian was perplexed, viewing the vagrants merely as a ragtag band of miscreants. "If I am not mistaken, Zhang Biao's son, Zhang Chao, has already been slain by the vagrants." Wen Qingshui's expression grew grave. "What?" Wen Lijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wen Qingshui elaborated, "Did you not notice, the burly man beside Zhang Biao is a fifth-tier awakened?" Wen Lijian nodded, having indeed observed the imposing figure, whose extraordinary strength was palpable, instilling an undeniable sense of pressure. Yet, he was puzzled as to how this burly man was connected to Zhang Chao's demise. Chapter 36, The Sanctuary. It is indeed remarkable that a fifth-tier awakened individual could slay Zhang Biao's son. Moreover, I suspect that this individual is a resource-starved savage, which speaks volumes about his formidable strength. Wen Lijian nodded in agreement. It was evident that the savage awakened individual possessed offensive abilities. When Qingshui continued, "Should we migrate alongside Zhang's party, there is a distinct possibility that the awakened refugees might perceive our two safe zones as allied. At that juncture, it would be feared that instead of receiving assistance, we would find ourselves shielding the Zhang family from calamity." Wen Lijian grasped the depth of the family head's considerations. He marveled at the foresight required for such a position, acknowledging that it was not a seat easily occupied by the common man. At that moment, the scout responsible for leading the way returned and inquired, "Family head, shall we proceed westward?" "No." Wen Qingshui pondered briefly, her gaze reflecting contemplation, before ultimately deciding, "We shall first head to shelter 7207. "Understood." The scout received the directive and promptly returned to the front of the group. Shelter 7207. Upon hearing this name, Wen Lijian's expression shifted dramatically. Shelter 7207 was undoubtedly the true sovereign of the entire Shirong Mountain region. Both Zhang Biao's Black Mountain Safe Zone and their Wang Family Hill Safe Zone were, in strict terms, subordinate to the dominion of Shelter 7207. However, their smaller safe zones, distanced from the shelter, had been largely overlooked by it. Though astonished, Wen Lijian refrained from further inquiries. While he did not comprehend the family head's intentions for visiting there, he trusted that her motives were aligned with the future of the Wang family. The scout attentively studied the map in hand, discerning the route ahead, and gestured towards the approximate direction. The Wang family's contingent slightly adjusted their course and continued onward. Li Yu and Fu Xiao dined on the remnants of the leopard beast meat, sharing morsels with the small black horse, which devoured the food with delight. Little Black. This was the name Li Yu had just bestowed upon the horse. Although the horse appeared somewhat discontent with the name, making soft noises of protest, it begrudgingly responded with a few sounds in exchange for the delectable beast meat offered by Li Yu. Little Black has given its approval. Fu Xiao exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the horser's response. She was quite fond of the clever Little Black, feeling as though she had acquired a particularly astute pet. Liu observed that even with both he and Fu Xiao mounted on Little Black, the horse managed to carry them effortlessly, galloping a significant distance without showing any signs of strain. Truly, this meat-eating horse is remarkably robust, Li Yu marveled. This revelation filled him with joy. With Little Black, their pace had undoubtedly improved. Fu Xiao's abilities, combined with Li Yu's impeccable accuracy, allowed them to easily hunt ordinary creatures. Having an additional carnivorous companion like Little Black was entirely feasible. At that moment, the main body of the refugees had caught up, continuing to follow the trail left by Zhang Biao's group as they proceeded westward. With disaster looming, the refugees had no choice but to press on, determined to survive. After resting briefly and absorbing some energy from the crystal cores, Li Yu and Fu Xiao mounted Little Black and surged forward. Li Yu deliberately chose not to ride alongside the group of refugees, as he and Fu Xiao, despite their swift pace atop their horse, would merely become moving targets. Not only would powerful awakened beings pose a threat, but even ordinary individuals with decent marksmanship could undoubtedly strike true, given that Li Yu specialized in ranged attacks and Fu Xiao was merely a sensory-type awakened individual. They had no real defensive capabilities. All their advantages hinged upon the distance between themselves and their adversaries. Once that distance was compromised, even Li Yu's impeccable aim would struggle to ensure their escape amidst overwhelming numbers. Thus, the optimal choice was to distance themselves from the crowd. The refugees gazed in astonishment as Li Yu galloped away on horseback, their mouths agape. Such steeds were typically reserved for the elite awakened individuals within the safe zones, yet here was Li Yu riding one. It was their first encounter with a scavenger on horseback. Among the refugees, Ma Yuanbai also caught sight of Li Yu and Fu Xiao riding away, his face a mask of shock. Upon recognizing the black horse beneath Li Yu, his heart raced. While others may not have recognized it, he certainly did. The horse's distinctive ebony coat was exceedingly rare, which made it unforgettable to him. He had previously witnessed it during a transaction at the Black Mountain safe zone. This horse was notorious for its unruly demeanor, having resisted all of Zhang Chao's attempts to tame it, regardless of the methods employed. This magnificent creature seemed to possess an inherent pride, never easily yielding to any individual, yet here it was, obediently ridden by Li Yu, appearing remarkably compliant. Ma Yuanbai even entertained the notion that Li Yu might possess abilities to tame animals. As Li Yu and Fu Xiao gradually distanced themselves atop the black horse, the refugees returned their gazes, a mix of envy and astonishment lingering in their eyes. After a while, the refugee contingent arrived at the Wang family hill safe zone. They wound through the hills, their figures appearing diminutive in the rain. The downpour blurred their vision, yet it could not extinguish their fervent desire for survival. The Wang family had long since evacuated from this area, leaving no one to obstruct their passage. Having successfully traversed the region, the refugee group continued upward towards the fortress atop the hill. At this moment, the Wang family hill safe zone was deserted. Even Zhang Biao, who had rested there the previous night, had already departed with his entourage. The refugees recognized that the owners of this place had vacated. Many were now convinced that disaster was imminent, as evidenced by the mass exodus of individuals from the safe zones. Gazing at the abandoned supplies left behind in the safe zone, along with the numerous shelters from the rain, the refugees could hardly contain their eagerness to rush in and seize what remained, swiftly occupying the vacant dwellings. After enduring prolonged hardships and extreme exhaustion, some refugees resolved to pause here, seeking refuge from the relentless rain. However, many others pressed on. They understood that only by continuing westward could they hope to find a genuine sanctuary. Those refugees willing to forge ahead, after a brief respite at Wang Family Hill, embarked once more on their journey, burdened by uncertainty about the future and fear of impending calamity. Meanwhile, some refugees, utterly spent, opted to remain behind. Ma Yuanbai glanced back at the refugees who chose to stay, sighing softly. He was already aware of the fate that awaited them. Li Yu and Fushio galloped through the rain atop Little Black, who moved swiftly, clinging tightly to Li Yu. Fushio seemed fearful of falling, unwilling to release her grip for even a moment. Suddenly, as she pressed closely against Li Yu's back, Fushio sensed an anomaly ahead amidst the downpour and quickly warned, "Li Yu, there are people ahead, many of them." Li Yu gently tapped Little Black, who instantly understood, slowing its pace. The duo cautiously advanced to inspect the situation. Indeed, they discovered a considerable gathering of individuals ahead, seemingly scavengers. However, they appeared to be in far better condition than those from the Black Mountain safe zone. At the very least, they wore intact clothing and even raincoats, gear typically reserved for the denizens of safe zones, now seemingly standard among these scavengers. At that moment, another group of scavengers approached. To Li Yu and Fushio's surprise, the two parties greeted each other warmly and settled down together. "Do they know each other?" Fushio asked, astonished. "Not at all," Li Yu replied, his gaze shifting between the two scavenger groups. He noted several critical details. "Observe their raincoats, the styles differ, indicating they are not part of the same team," Li Yu whispered in explanation. "Furthermore, their greetings resemble a form of mutual testing rather than the warm exchange of old friends." Fushio scrutinized the interaction more closely and indeed discerned the differences Li Yu had pointed out. The members of the two groups exhibited somewhat reserved body language during their conversation. Although they appeared cordial on the surface, there lingered an almost imperceptible wariness in their gazes, lacking the complete trust and relaxation typical of genuine camaraderie. Nonetheless, this revelation astonished Li Yu. In the Black Mountain region, two scavenger groups would not only avoid close proximity but would often clash upon mere sight of one another. Curiously, they observed the groups further, and from their banter, the words "shelter" and "refuge" faintly reached their ears. Shelter. They had actually heard the word "shelter" here. It referred to the ancient refuge constructed meticulously by prehistoric humans centuries ago. Legend spoke of these sanctuaries as bastions, impervious to the unrelenting deluge that plagued humanity. Within them lay a trove of powerful weapons and astonishing technologies, remnants of a once glorious civilization. Li Yu attentively sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the group before him, confirming that they were merely ordinary scavengers, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Thus, emboldened, he stepped forward with Fushio, approaching the gathering with confidence. The scavenger team, seated together, soon noticed the pair drawing near. However, they displayed no signs of hostility, instead turning their gazes towards them with curiosity. The leader, observing Li Yu's tattered garments and worn-out shoes, with only a raincoat in acceptable condition, revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The others, with a hint of pity, remarked, "How could this person be in such dire straits?" Li Yu felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him as he heard their comments, glancing down at his own attire. Was it truly as pitiful as they suggested? Yet, in the treacherous Black Mountain, he had managed to survive reasonably well. It was bewildering to be deemed miserable by mere scavengers here. However, the moment they caught sight of Fushio behind him, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Even in such dire circumstances, he has a wife. Unbelievable. This world is utterly insane. Sister, are you blind? If a beggar has a wife, why don't I? Li Yu's face darkened, while Fushio shyly lowered her head. Though their words were less than flattering, Li Yu felt no malice in their remarks. The leader raised a hand, signaling for silence, and then greeted Lucio. "You two are refugees, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Li Yu inquired, taken aback. The leader thought to himself, given their abysmal state, it was obvious to anyone that they were refugees. There was no need for questioning. He regarded Li Yu with a look of sympathy, suspecting that the man was perhaps starving and seeking scraps from them. With this in mind, he turned to say, "Old 3, fetch them some rations." "Sure thing," replied the individual referred to as Old 3, readily turning to search for provisions. Once he had done so, the leader beckoned Li Yu and Fushio to come closer. They stepped into the makeshift shelter. Old 3 handed over a peculiar green food item to them. Li Yu and Fushio eyed the oddly green morsel warily, hesitating to take a bite. Seemingly sensing Li Yu's apprehension, the leader chuckled and explained, "This is a green algae fiber bar, a type of food made from algae. Fear not, it's entirely safe to eat." Li Yu accepted the algae fiber bar but did not consume it immediately, instead asking curiously, "Aren't you afraid we might be enemies, here to ambush you?" Har har, he knows about ambushes. The scavenger teams shared a knowing laugh. One of them spoke up, "This is your first time in Shirong Mountain, isn't it? This area is governed by the 7207 shelter. Anyone who dares to break the law here risks losing their head." Breaking the law? Li Yu inquired, intrigued by the term, which was quite novel to him. It refers to the regulations set by the shelter. Any violation is considered a crime. Li Yu and Fu Xiao were taken aback by this revelation. "Where did you escape from?" asked the leader of another scavenger team. "Black Mountain," Li Yu replied honestly. "Black Mountain? That name sounds familiar," the leader responded, somewhat puzzled. "I know, isn't he that the territory at the far western edge of our Shirong Mountain region?" one of his companions chimed in. "Oh, so it's a remote area," the leader exclaimed in realization. The group exchanged glances, observing Li Yu's attire. Are the people from Black Mountain living in such squalor? Li Yu, feeling somewhat deflated, replied, "It's not too bad. With conditions like yours, you could qualify for assistance," one scavenger remarked, chuckling at their appearance. "Assistance?" Fu Xiao asked, intrigued. "It means that those on the brink of starvation can receive free food. If you lack clothing, they'll provide you with garments," the scavenger explained. "Are the people in the shelter really so benevolent?" Li Yu felt his understanding of survival challenged. In his experience, even in ordinary safe zones, encounters with refugees were met with disdain and violence. He couldn't believe that such a place existed, where food was freely given to the downtrodden. Seeing the bewilderment on Li Yu and Fu Xiao's faces, akin to two unsophisticated bumpkins, the scavengers felt a sense of superiority. They took it upon themselves to enlighten Li Yu. "You've come to the right place. This is Shirong Mountain. Everyone here must adhere to the regulations issued by the 7207 shelter, thus, you are safe now. One of the rules states that no one may harm another, not even the awakened ones." Another scavenger added, "The Shirong Mountain shelter aims to create a discrimination-free environment, where all individuals, be they refugees or residents of safe zones, are treated equally." Li Yu and Fu Xiao were taken aback. Equal treatment for everyone. Li Yu had never encountered such a grand concept and felt a little dazed. As if anticipating Li Yu's reaction, the scavengers laughed. "Surprising, isn't it? We didn't believe it either at first, but the Shirong Mountain shelter truly operates this way. They don't care who you are. As long as you possess the ability, you can contribute to the shelter. Those who perform well might even advance to management positions." "And where is this shelter located?" Fu Xiao eagerly inquired. "Well, it's a bit far," one person stood up, gazing westward and gesturing in the direction. "It's roughly in that direction. You'll likely need to walk for a day to reach it." "Thank you all," Li Yu expressed his gratitude politely. The leader handed Li Yu several more algae fiber bars. "A day's journey is no small feat. Don't go hungry, take these for the road, we have plenty." "Thank you." Li Yu sincerely appreciated their generosity. The scavenger waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant about the food, exuding kindness. Li Yu was astonished by the warmth and friendliness of these strangers, a stark contrast to the harshness he had known in the Black Mountain region. As Li Yu and Fu Xiao slowly made their way back, disbelief lingered on their faces. It was remarkable to discover such a friendly and peaceful place in the world, and the prospect of the so-called shelter seemed even more enticing. Both felt an overwhelming eagerness to see if the scavengers' claims held true. Upon reaching the spot where they had hidden Little Black, they found it chewing on a piece of snake meat that Li Yu had previously offered. Although the snake meat was palatable, Little Black appeared somewhat disgruntled, clearly missing the delicious and energizing beast meat it had been given earlier. It seemed to feel that its treatment was rapidly declining. After several attempts to coax Little Black, it reluctantly agreed to move. "Why is Little Black so stubborn all of a sudden?" Li Yu pondered. "Perhaps it has eaten too much," Fu Xiao suggested. Upon hearing this, Little Black seemed ready to spring up in protest. After soothing the creature, they finally mounted it and set off, swiftly heading toward the direction indicated by the scavengers. With Little Black's astonishing speed, What would have taken a day to traverse was accomplished in less than half a day. As they drew closer to the shelter, the surrounding environment transformed markedly. The number of scavengers on the road began to increase. Liu noticed that the interactions among the scavengers here were entirely different from those in Black Mountain. The people did not deliberately maintain distance from one another. Instead, they appeared close-knit and natural. Refugees gathered together, some even collaborating to erect makeshift shelters, looking out for one another and offering mutual assistance. Witnessing the harmonious and friendly exchanges among the refugees, Liu and Fuxiao felt increasingly inclined to believe that the rumors about the shelter were indeed true. Chapter 38, The Holy Son of the Sanctuary. Liu and Fuxiao rode on Little Black, swiftly approaching the sanctuary like the wind. As they drew nearer, the number of scavengers around them increased significantly. Liu scanned the vicinity and was astonished to discover that there were no wandering vagrants resembling the mindless zombies found in Black Mountain. Aside from a few emaciated figures, the other scavengers appeared relatively healthy and in good spirits. Moreover, even when these scavengers spotted the two on horseback, their faces revealed no signs of surprise. The duo continued their journey on horseback. "Hey, look at those two scavengers, they are actually riding horses," one scavenger pointed out to his companion. "So what? Just wait until you see inside the sanctuary, a single horse is nothing," the companion replied casually, barely glancing their way before returning to his task, as if the sight of riders was an everyday occurrence. Another nearby individual chuckled, Don't even mention horseback riding, we've seen people on bicycles as well." These scavengers seemed entirely unfazed by the presence of Liu and Fuxiao on horseback. Liu couldn't help but feel surprised. It appeared that horseback riding was quite common here. After advancing a considerable distance, the throng of people grew significantly once more. A well-defined path had developed beneath their feet, trampled by many. Various makeshift shelters and rudimentary houses lined the sides of the road, giving the impression that these vagrants had constructed their dwellings in proximity to a safe zone. With the crowd becoming denser, Liu and Fuxiao dismounted, leading Little Black as they continued onward. Amidst the bustling crowd, Liu gripped his bow and arrow tightly, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Fuxiao remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. Should any danger arise, they would be prepared to retaliate immediately. Liu noticed that many individuals in the crowd were indeed from the safe zone. They donned fine clothing and bore various weapons at their waists, appearing markedly out of place amidst the surrounding environment. Yet, as the earlier scavenger had indicated, the people from the safe zone showed no inclination to harm these vagrants. It was well known that in the Black Mountain region, the inhabitants of the safe zone would ruthlessly slaughter vagrants. In stark contrast, the atmosphere here was remarkably harmonious, with individuals from the safe zone even engaging in conversation with the vagrants. As they proceeded, small vendors began to appear, hawking an assortment of items they had scavenged. Some were selling meat from their hunts, while others peddled scraps of metal. "Come take a look at the treasures unearthed from the underground tombs," a vendor shouted, his voice resonant and urgent. Immediately, another voice chimed in, 5 coins for 1 battery. "Old Zhang, selling a used battery for 5 coins, why don't you just go steal one?" Old Zhang shot him a sidelong glance but said nothing, continuing to peddle his batteries. "What are they doing?" Fuxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued at this unfamiliar scene. "Perhaps they are seeking to trade," Liu speculated. After all, acquiring food was no easy task. Most vagrants in the Black Mountain area tended to remain silent for extended periods to conserve their energy. It was uncommon for them to shout and call out. Liu and Fuxiao found the situation novel and curiously surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, a jovial individual approached them. "You two must be newcomers from afar," he said with a broad smile. Liu nodded, instinctively maintaining a respectful distance. "I serve as a guide here, you can call me Big Dog," the man continued cheerfully. "A guide?" Fuxiao asked, intrigued. Big Dog, sensing their interest, eagerly began to introduce himself. "I grew up here, and I became a guide to earn a living. My role is to explain various situations to newcomers like you. I can answer any questions you have about the sanctuary." As he spoke, Big Dog produced a coin from his pocket, waving it before Liu and Fuxiao as he elaborated. "The currency in circulation here is the 7,207 coin, which is valid throughout the jurisdiction of the Shirong Mountain Sanctuary. Li Yu focused on the coin, noting the engraved 7207 inscription. You can exchange supplies for coins at the central square because everything here requires currency, Big Dog continued, rubbing his fingers together with a grin. As your guide, I will answer any inquiries about the sanctuary for just 1 coin. Agreed, but you must answer a question first, Li Yu replied readily, turning his gaze toward Big Dog. Of course, Big Dog responded, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of being deceived, and answered enthusiastically, are there indeed regulations that must be adhered to here? Big Dog immediately affirmed, yes. Everyone here must strictly follow the rules of the 7207 sanctuary, which include prohibitions against attacking others and thievery. He cautioned, if caught violating these rules, the consequences can be extremely severe. Therefore, your decision to come here is quite wise, as it is exceptionally safe, he concluded. Li Yu and Fu Xiao exchanged glances, realizing the existence of genuine regulations. Big Dog, somewhat surprised, remarked, you actually know the rules, are you here to participate in the annual Elite Selection Tournament? The Elite Selection Tournament? Fu Xiao echoed, hearing the term for the first time. It is a contest to select outstanding talents from among all individuals in the sanctuary's jurisdiction, Big Dog explained, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. Regardless of whether one is a vagrant or from the safe zone, anyone with exceptional strength and intelligence can participate, and everyone has a chance to rise within the sanctuary's management. Vagrants can ascend to management positions. What about those who already inhabit the sanctuary? Li Yu questioned skeptically, incredulous that such high positions would be offered to outsiders. Big Dog responded, in truth, the sanctuary's original inhabitants have already relocated to the summit of Shirong Mountain, leaving behind only those who have been promoted to management roles. As the population surrounding the sanctuary continues to grow, the Elite Selection Tournament is held annually to recruit capable individuals to manage the increasingly vast crowds, Big Dog explained earnestly. Li Yu and Fu Xiao were left astonished. The notion of outsiders managing outsiders, without the need for direct oversight, showcased the ingenuity of those within the sanctuary. At that moment, a patrolling group on tall rain camels approached slowly from the direction of the sanctuary. The surrounding vagrants erupted in excited cheers, with some even kneeling in reverence. Big Dog, gazing at the young individuals atop the rain camels, exclaimed, "You are in luck. You've encountered the Holy Sun's patrol on your very first visit." Li Yu followed Big Dog's gaze, spotting a boy of around 15 or 16 years, riding a majestic rain camel and joyfully waving to the surrounding vagrants. His affable gestures elicited raucous cheers from the crowd. Liu sensed no extraordinary energy emanating from the boy himself, rather, it was the individuals accompanying him who radiated powerful energy waves. In terms of energy intensity, Li Yu recognized that he was certainly no match for these individuals. Why is he referred to as the Holy Sun? Fu Xiao asked, perplexed. The Holy Sun is the next generation heir of the sanctuary. He is a naturally awakened one, Big Dog explained, his face brimming with admiration. Naturally awakened, is that even possible? Li Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. He had never encountered such a concept before. Li Yu looked again, witnessing the fervent adulation and devotion that accompanied the Holy Sun wherever he went. Both the inhabitants of the safe zone and the vagrants expressed profound respect for this young figure. As the cheers of the crowd echoed around them, the boy and the patrol gradually moved away. Liu couldn't help but reflect on the Holy Sun's remarkable fortune, born an awakened one and destined to be the heir of the 7207 sanctuary. He mused that, indeed, one's fortunes in life were often dictated by the circumstances of one's birth. As the Holy Sun vanished from view, Big Dog resumed, "Let us proceed, I will take you to exchange for coins." Chapter 39. Supplies for sale at the sanctuary. The two followed the large dog towards the center. It was then that Li Yu beheld the imposing presence of a formidable wall towering before him. The top of the wall was adorned with sharp, jagged fragments, seemingly designed to deter any attempts at climbing over. Periodically along the wall, watchtowers were erected, each manned by vigilant guards who meticulously surveyed their surroundings. A glance at the sentinels atop the wall revealed that they were all awakened beings, with their prowess, defending against the ordinary folk outside posed no challenge whatsoever. The grand entrance of the wall comprised two massive steel gates. Li Yu had never encountered such a colossal slab of steel and could scarcely fathom the means by which it was forged. The gate stood resolutely closed, with guards stationed beneath the wall. Only through rigorous identity verification and scrutiny could one gain the privilege of entry. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the towering wall. "Is that the sanctuary within?" Li Yu inquired, gazing at the monumental doors. "Indeed," the large dog replied, lifting its gaze towards the gates, longing to enter and reside within. "Isn't it said that all are equal here?" Fu Xiao asked curiously. "Har har," the large dog chuckled, then turned to Li Yu, teasing, "Your wife is quite nave. You didn't deceive her, did you?" Fu Xiao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head in silence. As they walked, the large dog continued, "Though everyone claims this is a sanctuary of equality, the reality is far from it." He gestured towards the wall, saying, "Inside the wall, perhaps there is equality, but alas, we remain outside. For outsiders, entering the wall is even more arduous. Aside from participating in the talent selection competition, there is little hope of gaining entry." With a sigh, the large dog lamented, "Or for the displaced, the sanctuary is merely an unattainable high wall." Li Yu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the large dog to possess such understanding. The group reached a square at the base of the wall, where haphazard structures were scattered about. Although the square lay beyond the sanctuary's high walls, the security here was commendably good, with no one daring to cause trouble. The trading square was the most bustling place outside the wall. The large dog pointed to the stalls in the square, stating, "Here, trading with those inside the wall is exceedingly convenient." Li Yu glanced up at the wall, silently nodding to himself. In this case, the inhabitants of the sanctuary need not venture out. They can simply procure from the displaced. They might even issue tasks to the displaced. The large dog led the two to a specially constructed awning, indicating the window to Li Yu. "If you have anything of value, including supplies or weapons, you may present them here. They will exchange your goods for coins, which can then be used within the sanctuary to purchase whatever you desire." Following the large dog's guidance, Li Yu looked inside and saw a man wearing glasses seated at the window. His face bore no expression, resembling a cold statue. As Li Yu approached the window, the man recited in a monotone manner, devoid of emotion, "Please present any supplies you have. I will assess their value and provide you with a reasonable price. If you find it acceptable, you may exchange it for coins." It was clear he had repeated this phrase countless times, exhibiting an unparalleled proficiency that even seemed to bore him. Li Yu produced a package containing the fur and bones of an exotic beast, a leopard. He handed the parcel to the man, who opened it and gently stroked the soft fur, murmuring, "Mist Phantom Leopard." After confirming the authenticity of the items, the man's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "Ordinary exotic beast fur, valued at 30 coins. He then casually glanced at the bones. "Ordinary exotic beast bones, valued at 10 coins. The man looked up and inquired, "Would you like to exchange?" Li Yu decided to remain here for the day. Given the circumstances, they indeed required coins. "Yes, I would like to exchange," he replied without hesitation. "Exchanges are final," the man remarked, deftly repackaging the items and placing them behind him. He then retrieved 4 neatly stacked piles of coins, handing them to Li Yu. As Li Yu accepted the coins and turned to leave the window, he casually opened one stack, extracting a coin and tossing it to the large dog, who had been waiting patiently nearby. The large dog, well versed in the ways of the world, understood that serving as a guide warranted merely a single coin, a modest fee indeed. With swift reflexes, he caught the coin and tucked it into his pocket. Noticing the several stacks of coins in Li Yu's possession, the large dog's expression shifted to one of surprise. After years of guiding, it was his first time seeing an outsider acquire such a substantial amount of coins. The large dog cautiously glanced around before quietly advising Li Yu, "Wealth should not be flaunted." Li Yu nodded, securing the coins before countering, "Did you not assert that this place is quite safe?" The large dog shook his head in response. "On the surface, it appears exceedingly secure, but behind that facade, the reality may differ." Before breaking any rules, people also weigh whether the risk is worth it. The large dog deliberately glanced at the coins in Li Yu's pocket. Individuals like you, possessing a considerable quantity of coins, become enticing targets for certain unsavory characters. With that warning, the large dog concluded his guiding duties. Just as Li Yu was bidding farewell to the large dog, his abilities unexpectedly advanced once more. Glassbow LV-14, effective attack range of 3,200 meters, accuracy rate of 100%. Aiming time of 1.2 seconds, salvo, continuous fire. 3,200 meters. Li Yu's eyes brightened. Indeed it had doubled. A range of 3,200 meters is simply terrifying. Although the pace of upgrades has become increasingly sluggish, the attack distance continues to experience exponential enhancement. Li Yu could almost ascertain that, following another upgrade of his abilities, it would likely also grow at such an astonishing rate. Boom! A tremendous sound of friction erupted from behind, interrupting Li Yu's contemplation. Turning around, he beheld the massive gate of the shelter gradually creaking open, emitting a heavy, muffled sound. The throng of people surrounding him surged forward like a tide. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opening gate, Li Yu leaned forward to catch a glimpse. He discerned a gigantic stone wall obstructing the view of those outside. The gathered scavengers also turned their gazes towards the wall, their attention captivated. Once the gate swung open, a regiment emerged in perfect formation from within. Clad in black uniforms and draped in black raincoats, they wielded weapons in their hands. The foremost individual gestured, prompting the onlookers to hastily disperse. The vagrant standing in the path immediately yielded, seemingly filled with trepidation towards these figures. "Who are they?" Li Yu inquired, observing the reaction of those around him, addressing the still present Big Dog. "Safety executives," Big Dog replied gravely as he regarded the uniformed contingent. According to the regulations of the shelter, alongside the city walls, everyone must comply with the directives of these safety executives. Any who disobey will be apprehended and punished. Big Dog advised Li Yu, it is best to remain compliant in their presence. The executives wield such authority, Li Yu acknowledged with a nod, grasping the unspoken implication of Big Dog's words, that obedience was paramount in the face of the executives. Behind the executive squad, two robust rain camels drew a heavily laden cart, slowly emerging from the gate. The cart was tightly covered with waterproof tarpaulin, obscuring its contents. Before the spectators could voice their inquiries, the captain of the executive stepped forward, loudly addressing the crowd. "Today, the shelter is offering for sale igniters and coal. They are actually selling coal. Finally, the moment has arrived." "Splendid, I want some too." The local scavengers clamored eagerly towards the cart. "What?" Li Yu and Fu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "Coal." A glimmer sparked in Li Yu's eyes. It is crucial to note that amidst the incessant downpour, fire has become an exceedingly scarce resource. Combustible materials have dwindled, and both rotting and decaying wood are remarkably damp, making ignition nearly impossible. Most critically, items capable of generating flames have become exceptionally rare. In the Black Mountain area, even awakened scavengers subsist on raw meat. Upon hearing the mention of fire sources and coal, the crowd surged forward. Li Yu too was eager to push his way to the front, yearning to make a purchase. After all, possessing coal and fire would signify that he could finally indulge in roasted meat. "Everyone, please do not jostle. Allow me to announce the prices first." The captain of the executives waved his hand at the approaching crowd. One igniter is priced at 5 coins. A 50-pound bag of coal costs 20 coins. Those wishing to purchase, please form a line. Chapter 40. The illusion of equality. As the price was announced, the once boisterous crowd gradually quieted, while these individuals yearned for warmth, even desiring to bask in the fire while feasting on roasted meat. They were compelled to carefully consider whether the price fell within their financial means. After all, coal was merely a consumable resource that would eventually deplete, necessitating repeated contemplation on whether it was worth such an expenditure. Moreover, this price was exorbitant for them. Even without roasting meat or warming themselves, subsisting solely on the algae bars produced by the shelter was still feasible. Upon hearing the price, the refugees began to disperse, leaving only the awakened and those from the safe zone behind. Big Dog, upon learning the price, wore a face full of disappointment. After bidding farewell to Li Yu and Fu Xiao, he reluctantly turned away from the scene, earning just a single coin for serving as a guide. Such meager income rendered him incapable of affording the steep cost of charcoal. Meanwhile, Li Yu contemplated that when comparing the price of the beast hides for coins, the cost of this lighter and coal was indeed quite steep. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to make a purchase. After all, he still had a piece of beast hide yet to be exchanged, and it wouldn't hurt to use some of his coins to acquire charcoal. Liu stepped forward to join the line, and when it was his turn, he produced 25 coins and handed them to the officer, 1 lighter and 1 bag of coal. The officer accepted the coins with an impassive expression, and those behind him swiftly handed a bag of coal and a stick-like lighter to Li Yu. Returning with the lighter and coal, Li Yu handed the bag of coal to Fu Xiao, who accepted it with delight. She thoughtfully wrapped it in waterproof cloth before shouldering the bag. Although she was not a strength-type awakened one, her current physical condition surpassed that of an average person. Carrying a 50-pound bag of coal was effortless for her at present, bringing her great ease. The thought of soon enjoying delicious roasted meat filled Fu Xiao's heart with elation. With vigor, Fu Xiao placed the coal on Little Black's back. Liu, curious, took the lighter and attempted to press the switch. Click. However, no flame emerged from the top. He pressed again, yet still, there was no fire. Anxiously, Li Yu returned to the cart and addressed the officer with the lighter in hand. The lighter I just purchased is defective. HMPH, perhaps you simply do not know how to use it, the officer retorted with a scowl, clearly disdainful of the refugees, considering them to be utterly foolish. However, recalling the regulations pertaining to the shelter, the officer furrowed his brow and reluctantly snatched the lighter from Li Yu's grasp. He then pressed the switch of the lighter. Click. No flame appeared. Indeed, the lighter was broken. It is defective, the officer replied coldly. Please exchange it for me. Li Yu maintained a smile as he spoke. The officer, upon hearing this, instead broke into a laugh, his expression shifting to one of sternness as he brusquely informed Li Yu, all sales are final. Though a plethora of lighters lay behind him, he showed no intention of replacing the faulty one. Instead, he tossed the broken lighter back to Li Yu with a derisive smirk, saying, "But you may purchase another." Li Yu's countenance changed, the smile vanishing in an instant. In that moment, his previously burgeoning goodwill towards the newly established shelter plummeted to frigid depths. What, not satisfied? The officer mocked, observing the abrupt shift in Li Yu's expression. If you're unhappy, feel free to report me. He gestured toward a building at the entrance. The officer pointed to his own raincoat number, speaking in a dismissive tone, "Take note of my number, 48702, and don't accuse the wrong person." Though he urged Li Yu to file a complaint, there was no hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Li Yu, clutching the lighter, strode toward the designated building. Upon witnessing Li Yu's audacity to report him, the officer's expression darkened. A frigid gaze bore into Li Yu's back, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Li Yu arrived at the building indicated by the officer. A woman emerged upon noticing his presence, inquiring, "This is the management department of the shelter's trading market, how may I assist you?" "The lighter I purchased from the officer is defective." Li Yu suppressed his anger and explained politely. "I see. Rest assured, should any issues arise with items sold by our shelter, we will certainly facilitate a return or exchange," the woman replied calmly. Surprised by her amiable demeanor, Li Yu felt somewhat reassured. "Then please exchange it for me. Items will be exchanged if there are issues," the woman reiterated sternly, seeing that Li Yu had not departed. "Then please proceed with the exchange." Li Yu offered the lighter, perplexed by her reaction. Despite her verbal assurance, the woman remained motionless. "I have noted your request, items will be exchanged if there are problems," the woman asserted, pushing the lighter back toward Li Yu, appearing increasingly irritated by his inquiries. "The lighter is broken." Li Yu pointed to the lighter and repeated himself, his frustration mounting. The woman, agitated, responded, "How am I to determine if it is broken? I must inspect it first." "Then please inspect it." Li Yu gestured toward the lighter before her. "I have noted your request. If there are issues, we will exchange it." The woman's expression soured further, internally lamenting the presence of such a stubborn individual today, perceiving him as merely a troublemaker. Very well, Li Yu chuckled in exasperation. The item lay before them. Recalling the officer's words about reporting him, Li Yu altered his approach. Let us hold off on the exchange for now. I wish to file a complaint against the officer with number 48702 for You may rest assured. Listening to her vacuous reassurances, Li Yu continued to fixate on her, asking, do you remember the officer's number I just mentioned? I have noted it, the woman replied with a frown. Could you repeat it? Li Yu pressed on. I have noted it. The woman snapped. She seemed to feel her authority was being challenged and was quite displeased, having little time for such trivialities. With the shelter backing her, she had no fear of anyone seeking trouble. The woman gestured toward the patrolling team nearby, indicating Li Yu with her chin. The patrol team nodded in response and promptly approached, surrounding Li Yu. Refugee, please adhere to the shelter's regulations, or you will face severe consequences. The patrol captain sternly warned Li Yu. Excellent, your shelter is truly remarkable, Li Yu replied repeatedly, sarcasm dripping from his words. He had completely seen through the individuals of the shelter. At this moment, he had no desire to continue arguing, merely intending to turn away with the broken lighter in hand. However, the officer intercepted Li Yu from behind. What, after slandering me, you think you can just walk away? The officer sneered. And what do you intend to do? Li Yu retorted, narrowing his eyes. Though he wished to distance himself, he knew that if a conflict arose, executing a few at close range was not beyond his capabilities. Fu Xiao, noticing Li Yu surrounded by a throng, hurriedly approached with the coal on her back. The officer, observing Li Yu and Fu Xiao, bellowed to the bystanders, according to Article 8 of the shelter regulations, the crowd must heed the commands of the officers. At this point, the officer chuckled in triumph, explaining to the gathered crowd, considering this individual is a first-time offender, I have decided to exercise leniency in this matter. Gazing at the coal on Fu Xiao's back, the officer's eyes lit up with a new idea. He commanded the patrol team, now, I shall confiscate your coal as a form of punishment. Following orders, the patrol team stepped forward to seize the coal Fu Xiao was carrying, though she was unwilling to relinquish it. Hand it over, Li Yu whispered. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Fu Xiao reluctantly placed the bag of coal down. Despite having purchased it with coins, it was now being confiscated by them, leaving Fu Xiao feeling somewhat aggrieved. The patrol team returned the coal to the cart. At last, the officer wore a satisfied smile as he turned to Li Yu and asked, are you now compliant? Chapter 41, Is Spatial Ability So Common? I am done. Li Yu cast a subtle glance at the executor and replied in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with a hint of repression. The executor leaned in slowly, bringing his head close to Li Yu's ear, and whispered, if you're done, then get lost. Although Li Yu's coal had already been confiscated, the executor's greedy gaze remained fixated on the black horse beside Fu Xiao. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have. The so-called regulations of the shelter, in his eyes, were mere trifles, utterly disregarded. A smug smile spread across the executor's face as he lifted his head and bellowed to his subordinates, continue selling. His underlings resumed their hawking of igniters and coal. Li Yu refrained from uttering another word, silently turning away and leading Fu Xiao out of the vicinity. In his mind, he had etched the executor's appearance and energy signature deeply. It was evident from the executor's arrogant demeanor that this was not a personal vendetta against him, but rather a habitual practice. One could only fear that this executor had exploited his position, wielding the shelter's regulations to bully and punish numerous innocent individuals. However, this time, he had clearly chosen the wrong target. Sensing Fu Xiao's anxiety, Li Yu gently grasped her hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, we will reclaim what is ours. He lifted his gaze. The area surrounding the shelter was teeming with their own people, and their numbers were overwhelming. Aside from the executor and the patrol teams below, there was also a naturally awakened son of the shelter, accompanied by several formidable individuals. Although the specifics of the son's abilities were unknown, it was likely that he was no weaker than an ordinary awakened being. Thus, seeking vengeance would necessitate a patient approach. Li Yu resolved to purchase additional bows and arrows with his remaining coins, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. As he departed, one of the executor's lackeys approached like a sycophantic hound and inquired, "Captain, should we give him special attention for a few days?" Special attention, the executor's lips curled into a sinister smirk. This notion was rather appealing, and he was about to nod in agreement when a sudden thought struck him regarding the upcoming elite selection competition at the shelter. In recent days, the leadership had been particularly stringent with their inspections and had repeatedly emphasized the need to avoid trouble. He had no desire to jeopardize his position this year due to such a trivial matter, therefore, it was prudent for him to maintain a low profile for the next few days until this crucial event had passed. With that in mind, the executor waved his hand dismissively. "No need for any special treatment. Let us consider this lad fortunate. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to severely injure Li Yu, deeming himself unworthy of the title of executor otherwise." Meanwhile, Li Yu was scouring the market for sellers of arrows. "Hey, young man, what do you need? How about a sweater?" Numerous individuals approached him along the way. After a lengthy search, Li Yu realized there were no sellers of bows and arrows, nor even weapons. After another round of searching, he understood that weapons were evidently under strict control within the shelter. He recalled the situation with the Black Mountain Safety Zone, where even after Zhang Biao's team faced several assaults from the refugees, resulting in numerous casualties among their guards, not a single firearm had been left behind. It seemed no one wished for the refugees to acquire weapons. However, despite the absence of firearms, Li Yu did not feel that his bows and arrows would be inferior. Feeling somewhat helpless, he was about to leave when a mysterious figure stealthily emerged from the shadows, hastily approaching him. This individual bore a large box on his back and frequently cast nervous glances around, resembling a thief harboring guilt. He directly approached Li Yu and whispered, "I have all sorts of goods. If you're interested, follow me." With that, he stepped under a dim rain shelter, beckoning Li Yu to follow. Liu glanced at Fu Xiao, who, sensing his thoughts, quickly assessed the surroundings. "It is just him," Fu Xiao stated. As long as there was no ambush, Li Yu instructed Fu Xiao to hold onto the small black horse and stayed behind while he followed the mysterious figure into the rain shelter. Upon Li Yu's entrance, the figure inquired with a grin, "So, what are you looking for? Do you truly have everything?" Li Yu asked, somewhat skeptically. "Who in the shelter hasn't he heard of my reputation, Black Rat? I assure you, I have what you seek." The man chuckled ominously. "Do you have firearms?" Upon hearing this, the Black Rat's eyes gleamed with excitement rather than fear. He scrutinized Li Yu from head to toe. "Of course, but I fear you may not be able to afford them." "What is the price?" Li Yu asked, adopting a testing tone. 40,000 coins, or equivalent goods. Although Black Rat knew Li Yu likely could not afford it, he still answered his inquiry. "So expensive?" Li Yu exclaimed in astonishment, perceiving Li Yu's apprehension. Black Rat smugly continued, "I relish opposing the shelter's authorities. Had I not seen the executor targeting you earlier, I wouldn't have approached you at all." Realizing the conversation had shifted, Li Yu directly articulated his need. "Do you have good bows and arrows?" "I need both the bow and the arrows." Black Rat glanced at Li Yu's black bow. "I don't have a bow, but there are plenty of arrows." Suddenly, an idea struck Black Rat, and he emitted a chilling laugh. He, "I've thought of something you'll surely appreciate." His shoulders trembled with anticipation. "If you manage to acquire this special item, I dare say every executor in the shelter will lose sleep over it." Black Rat became increasingly animated. "How intriguing. Just thinking about it is amusing." At that moment, Li Yu questioned whether this so-called Black Rat was of sound mind, given his overly exuberant demeanor. After a fit of laughter, Black Rat finally calmed down. "I can offer you something even more effective than a bow. Oh, how does it compare to this bow and arrow?" Li Yu raised his black bow for display. "Stronger, without a doubt." Black Rat smiled as he examined it. "If you're unsatisfied upon seeing it, you're free to walk away. I'm not as treacherous as the executor. All right. Liu, uncertain of what Black Rat had in store, acquiesced. "Since the good item isn't here, let us take a look at the arrows for now," Li Yu suggested. "Sure." Black Rat promptly opened his box. Liu peered inside, where it appeared completely empty, yet Black Rat produced a quiver from within. Spatial ability. Li Yu was taken aback to discover that Black Rat was also an owner of spatial abilities. Was there truly such an abundance of individuals with spatial abilities? Doubt filled Li Yu's mind. However, Black Rat simply waved his hand dismissively. Nothing remarkable. In this world, there's no shortage of merchants with spatial abilities. Taken aback, Li Yu recalled the merchant among the refugees possessing spatial abilities. In retrospect, Black Rat's words held truth. Eyeing the quiver and its contents, Li Yu indeed felt a desire to acquire them. Thus he inquired, "What is the price?" Yet Black Rat remained silent, countering with, "How many coins do you have?" Without hesitation, Li Yu retrieved all his coins. "I have only 15 coins. If it's enough, I'll buy. If not, so be it. It's enough," Black Rat replied without a moment's hesitation, handing the quiver to Li Yu. He seemed acutely aware of the total number of coins Li Yu possessed. Merely feigning ignorance, Black Rat collected the coins and placed them in his box before stating, "Consider any excess coins as a deposit. Next time, bring coins, and I'll bring the good stuff." "How many coins should I bring next time?" Li Yu inquired, with a mysterious grin. Black Rat replied, "I can offer you this good item at a discount. It's worth 12,000 coins. "What?" Li Yu gasped in shock, his eyes widening. What good item had he not yet laid eyes on that warranted such a sum? Furthermore, where would he procure that many coins? For those without spatial abilities, carrying such an amount would be impossible. Black Rat seemed to perceive Li Yu's thoughts with clarity, grinning as he said, "If you lack coins, you can also use beast crystal cores as a substitute." Li Yu's expression shifted subtly. Black Rat's discerning eye was astute indeed. He sensed that Black Rat's abilities were not merely spatial but rather akin to an ability that could see through the possessions of others. "That item is far too expensive. I may not require it after all." Li Yu began to decline. No, Black Rat interjected, interrupting Li Yu. "Perhaps you should take a look before making a decision." "Yes," Black Rat urged. Chapter 42, Taking Care of. "All right." After pondering for a moment, Li Yu ultimately acquiesced, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to discover what exquisite item the Black Rat was so fervently intent on selling him. What could possibly incite such excitement in the Black Rat, compelling him to pursue this transaction with unwavering determination? Upon hearing Li Yu's agreement, the Black Rat's demeanor shifted once again to one of exuberance. He, the Black Rat trembled with glee, emitting a series of peculiar chuckles. I see it. I have already witnessed the tragic fate of the executor." Observing the Black Rat's bizarre reaction, Li Yu felt a profound certainty within him. This individual was not only mentally unstable but also harbored a deep-seated grudge against the inhabitants of the shelter. Li Yu accepted the quiver, securing it, and once more directed his gaze towards the Black Rat. The expression on the Black Rat's face bore a striking resemblance to that of the merchant among the vagrants. Perhaps only those with such a peculiar state of mind could thrive as merchants. He. The Black Rat continued to cackle. Li Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, approached and interrupted his strange laughter, saying, I shall take my leave now." "Oh, you are departing? Please, go ahead." The Black Rat replied, suddenly adopting the posture of an elegant gentleman, bowing slightly to Li Yu. This abrupt transformation left Li Yu feeling profoundly unsettled. He dreaded engaging with individuals whose unpredictable and uncontrollable nature made them so difficult to navigate. Li Yu turned on his heel and swiftly exited the dim rain shelter. Upon reuniting with Fu Xiao, the sky had gradually darkened. The two of them continued to distance themselves from the shelter. They did not stop until the surrounding populace had thinned significantly, at which point they erected a makeshift rain cover and rested beside it. After tending to the small black creature, Li Yu retrieved the beast crystal core, gripping it tightly as he summoned his energy cyclone to begin absorbing its power. Fu Xiao also cautiously made a small incision on her hand, slowly drawing energy from the core. At this moment, the beast crystal core resembled an external energy device for Fu Xiao, with absorption efficiency alarmingly low, almost dismally so. Observing Fu Xiao's method of absorption and the painfully slow pace at which she progressed, Li Yu became acutely aware of the distinctions within his own body. Indeed, as Ma Yuanbai had indicated, he was capable of directly assimilating the energy contained within the core. Curiously, he turned to Fu Xiao and inquired, Since your awakening, have you felt any changes in your abdomen? Abdomen? Fuxia replied, somewhat bewildered, as she placed a hand on her stomach. It seems to have become a bit warmer. Nothing else. Fuxia nodded, noting that aside from the warmth in her abdomen, there were no further changes. Upon hearing this, Li Yu understood the energy cyclone in his abdomen was not a standard feature for all awakened individuals but rather a unique attribute he possessed. Perhaps this was his true trump card. As night fully descended, Fuxia suddenly sensed a shift in the rain-soaked surroundings. 3 individuals were approaching. Initially, she had assumed they were merely ordinary vagrants, but it soon became apparent that they had been stealthily trailing them. Fuxia gently nudged Li Yu. He nodded in response. The proximity of the figures was unmistakable. Not far off, the 3 shadows advanced while repeatedly confirming their direction. Wang Fan, do you think this will lead to our promotion by the executor? One of them asked anxiously, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Wang Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation, reprimanding the 2 behind him. Can you keep your eyes on the task at hand? Does this filthy work really require the personal intervention of the esteemed executor? By assisting the executor with minor issues, he will be more inclined to resolve larger problems for you. Is this concept truly beyond your grasp? Wang Fan was the same individual who had previously suggested taking care of Li Yu for a few days to the executor. Surprisingly, even after the executor's refusal, he still chose to pursue the idea of caring for Li Yu. As the date for the elite selection competition of the shelter approached, Wang Fan's anxiety intensified. Now in his 30s, his ability to enhance his powers had slowed drastically, and the prospect of promotion seemed bleak. The positions within the shelter's management were limited, and without protection from above, his current level of ability could easily be supplanted by newcomers. Hence, Wang Fan resolved to take a risk, intending to impress the executor. If he could eliminate the source of the executor's irritation, Li Yu, preserving his current position would likely become a simple matter. I can sense them. Those 2 are just ahead. One of the men behind Wang Fan reported. A wave of relief washed over Wang Fan. It seemed fortune favored him. He then lowered his voice and commanded, eliminate them and bring the horse back. With that, the 3 sprang into action, swiftly approaching Li Yu and Fuxia's location. They are coming, Fuxia warned urgently. Li Yu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this matter was far from over. However, he had not anticipated that the executor would dispatch individuals to hunt him down. At this point, he had distanced himself sufficiently from the shelter, leaving no reason to hold back. As such, he decided not to be courteous any longer. Liu retrieved 3 arrows and knocked them onto his bow. Gradually, he drew back the glass bowstring, aiming at the direction of the advancing trio. As the distance between them closed, Wang Fan could clearly see both Li Yu and Fuxia. I see them, let's make quick work of this. Wang Fan urged immediately. Understood, the 2 behind him replied without hesitation as they charged forward. Fire! Li Yu released the arrows in an instant. Swish! All 3 arrows flew forth simultaneously. Thud! The 2 men beside Wang Fan collapsed without a sound. What? Wang Fan exclaimed in shock, his face a mask of terror. In a mere instant, the 2 men beside him had been killed. As he turned to flee, a sudden chill enveloped his chest, as if a gust of wind had swept through him. Looking down, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, an arrow had pierced his chest, leaving him no time to react. Wang Fan pointed at Li Yu, but before he could finish his sentence, he fell lifelessly to the ground. Having effortlessly dispatched the 3, Li Yu approached to search them thoroughly. What a pity, none of them carried a gun. Li Yu refrained from taking anything from the 3, as the items from the shelter bore distinct characteristics that would be easily recognizable to others. Just as he was about to rise, he inadvertently leaned against Wang Fan's body for support. An unexpected surge of energy flowed from his hand into the cyclone in his abdomen. Li Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, remaining frozen in that position. Observing Li Yu as if he had been petrified, Fuxia rushed over in concern. Li Yu, what's wrong? I'm fine. Don't you come any closer, Li Yu replied. Fuxia hastily stood her ground, tense and motionless. The sensation of absorbing energy felt no different than when he drew energy from the beast crystal core. Li Yu activated the cyclone, diligently absorbing the residual energy from Wang Fan's body. However, with Wang Fan now devoid of life, the energy within him dissipated rapidly, prompting Li Yu to hasten his absorption. As Wang Fan's body grew cold, Li Yu found himself unable to extract any further energy. Closing his eyes, he focused on the energy within the cyclone. The energy he had just siphoned from Wang Fan exceeded that obtained from the beast crystal core. Moreover, this residual energy within a human body was remarkably easy to absorb, and the rate of absorption was exceedingly swift. The cyclone transformed the energy seamlessly, converting Wang Fan's energy into experience points, as if the cyclone had been designed solely for the purpose of absorbing such energy. Only at this moment did Li Yu rise, moving to the other two bodies to test them as well, but sadly, the energy within them had long since dissipated. It was then that Li Yu noticed Fu Xiao standing nearby in a daze. "I'm fine." His abilities were quite peculiar. Li Yu chose not to disclose this newfound ability to Fu Xiao, burying it deep within his heart. He understood that the method of energy absorption via the cyclone was akin to the cannibalism seen among the vagrants. If discovered, his existence would become exceedingly perilous. All awakened individuals might turn against him as a consequence. Thus, Li Yu resolved to keep this ability concealed. A series of notifications appeared before him. The experience points that had originally required several more days to accumulate were swiftly filled after absorbing Wang Fan's energy. Glassbow LV-15, effective attack range of 6,400 meters, hit rate of 100%. Aiming time of 1 seconds, salvo, continuous fire. Upgrade successful, multifunctional equipment slot 1, unlocked multifunctional equipment slot, allows for the switching of different gear, enhancing adaptability and flexibility. The rate at which one can absorb energy from individuals to upgrade is astonishingly swift. Li Yu couldn't help but exclaim. In the future, why bother searching for beast crystals when one can simply seek out people? Li Yu forcibly suppressed the frenzied thoughts of eliminating awakened individuals for upgrades that surged within him. He then cast another glance at the experience points, which had multiplied several times in length. The amount of experience required after reaching level 15 was indeed staggering. It would take an eternity to ascend to the next level. Chapter 43, The Rejuvenation in an Instant. A familiar warmth erupted from the vortex within his body. This warm current swiftly coursed through his veins and meridians, spreading to every corner of his being. It was evidently more powerful than the previous sensation he had experienced, as if imbued with boundless energy. As this warmth flowed within him, Li Yu distinctly felt his strength gradually augmenting. His muscles became more robust, and his bones denser. With each breath, it felt as though he inhaled a greater volume of oxygen, sharpening his focus and acuity. "My body," Li Yu marveled at the transformation taking place within him. Under the influence of this warm current, his physique grew increasingly formidable, each cellular renewal akin to a metamorphosis. Soon, after thoroughly saturating his entire being, the warm current returned to the vortex in his abdomen. With a gentle leap, Li Yu found himself soaring several meters high, landing as gracefully as a cat. He threw a punch, the air crackling with explosive sound, its power a stark contrast to his previous capabilities. Is this rejuvenating power a sign of an upgrade in my abilities? A flicker of excitement danced in Li Yu's eyes. He understood that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. According to Ma Yuanbai, he might have ascended to the rank of a second-tier awakened. "Li Yu, what has happened to your body?" Fu Xiao gasped, her eyes wide. In a mere minute, it seemed as though Li Yu had undergone a complete metamorphosis, his physique utterly distinguishable from before, his aura, strength, and agility had seen remarkable enhancement. Fu Xiao even sensed that Li Yu's gaze had grown sharper and more profound. "It's nothing. My abilities have just been upgraded," Li Yu replied, turning to her with a smile. Fu Xiao approached him cautiously, extending her hand to touch his arm. As a wielder of perception-based powers, she could distinctly feel the latent strength within his skin, along with the unique energy fluctuations that could only be sensed in formidable awakened individuals. With his body fortified, Li Yu shifted his attention to the newly acquired multifunctional equipment bar. He struggled to comprehend what was meant by multifunctional. Could it be that anything could be equipped? He casually picked up a stone from the ground and equipped it to the multifunctional equipment bar. Equipment successful, it worked. It seemed no different from the previous equipment bar. Liu then attempted to equip a wooden bow and encountered no issues. Indeed, it is quite multifunctional. As there were currently no other suitable items to equip aside from the quiver, he decided to set it aside for the time being. Gazing at the daunting experience points required for the glass bow LV-15, Liu felt overwhelmed. Even if he devoted all his energy to the vortex daily, it would likely take considerable time to elevate the bow's level, so he switched his experience conversion target to the jar. Preservation Jar LV-1. Crafted through the enhancement of abilities, capable of preserving food for approximately 7 days. As he continued to channel the energy absorbed into the jar, its level began to ascend rapidly, akin to a rocket. Second, third, fourth levels, until it reached the fifth. Only after the fifth level did the experience points required become significantly lengthy. Preservation Jar LV-5, crafted through the enhancement of abilities, capable of preserving food for approximately 30 days, enhances preservation effects, maintaining food freshness and nutritional value, increased capacity, upgrade successful. Small equipment bar 1. The preservation effect is quite impressive, Liu remarked, thoroughly satisfied with the upgraded jar's performance. Glancing at the newly unlocked small equipment slot, he was now certain that equipping items to level 5, 10, or even 15 would unlock new equipment slots. However, the newly unlocked equipment bar seemed to diminish in size with each upgrade. Small equipment bar, Liu pondered, eager to test just how diminutive it was, only to find that even a palm-sized stone could not be equipped. "This is far too small," he exclaimed in exasperation. This small equipment bar was practically useless. At that moment, Liu suddenly felt a surge of trepidation, as if an unseen danger was imminent. "We must go," he urged decisively, pulling Fu Xiao along as he leapt onto the back of the black steed. A gentle pat on the horse's head prompted it to spring into action, galloping away with the swiftness of an arrow. Not long after their departure, an overwhelming mental force surged from the direction of the refuge, swiftly enveloping the area. Within the fortified walls of the refuge, a seated awakened, eyes closed in meditation, slowly began to speak. 3 patrollers are dead, the assailant has fled. Location, 41-82. A nearby individual hurriedly noted down the coordinates and passed them along. Before long, a patrol team mounted on rain camels charged forth from the refuge, heading straight for the site of the patroller's demise. Meanwhile, Liu and Fu Xiao, riding atop the black steed, had long since vanished without a trace. Fu Xiao carried a substantial package on her back, containing materials for building a rain shelter, waterproof cloth, and other essentials. Although her current physical strength made carrying the heavy load effortless, riding required her to grip tightly. Recalling the multifunctional aspect, Liu suddenly had an idea. "Hand me the package," he instructed, turning back with outstretched hands. Fu Xiao's face reflected confusion, yet she obediently passed the large package to him. Upon receiving it, Liu attempted to deposit it into the multifunctional equipment bar. "Equipment successful, cannot upgrade, it truly works," Liu smiled faintly, watching as the large package vanished from his grasp. Fu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, even if she were dim-witted, she finally deduced why the jar had also disappeared. This was no mere trick. Liu certainly possessed spatial abilities. With the burden of the large package lifted, both of them felt considerably unencumbered. The black steed no longer had to maintain balance, and with a surge of power, its speed increased yet again. Fu Xiao clutched Liu's waist tightly, her heart racing with awe. Liu was indeed a dual-powered awakened. She had believed that her own awakened abilities would make her a fitting match for Liu, only to discover that he harbored such formidable strength. A person as exceptional as Liu would inevitably attract the attention of other women. He might even form a new team in the future, and at that point, it would be too late for her. Now, she realized she had only one advantage left. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Fu Xiao tightened her embrace, a new plan quietly taking shape within her. Chapter 44. The schemes of Fu Xiao. Before long, Liu deftly maneuvered the steed, Xiaohei, to the elevated terrain on the western outskirts of the refuge. From this vantage point, one could behold the entire expanse of the sanctuary. With keen eyesight, It was even possible to discern the happenings within the trading square. However, the imposing walls obstructed any view of the interior, rendering it impossible for anyone to observe what lay beyond. Turning back to inspect the traces behind him, Li Yu noted that the footprints left by Xiao He had been swiftly washed away by the rain. For the sake of safety, he relocated once more, ascending to an even higher position on the southeastern side of the elevation. Pausing to survey the surroundings, he found the location to be particularly advantageous. It was then that he extended his hand, and the large package reappeared in his grasp as if by magic. Upon witnessing the seemingly conjured parcel, Fu Xiao's eye sparkled with intrigue, further solidifying her conviction. Gently accepting the package, she remained silent as she meticulously unfolded it to set up a rain canopy. Just as the two settled beneath the shelter, Xiao Hei's massive head poked in, seemingly eager to escape the rain. Alas, the confined space beneath the canopy proved too small for his robust frame, which exceeded that of an ordinary horse. Xiao Hei pushed and squeezed, yet still could not gain entry, expressing his discontent by nudging with his head. Be good, Xiao Hei, Fu Xiao cooed softly, stroking the man atop his head in a soothing manner. Li Yu could not help but chuckle, stepping outside to pat Xiao Hei's rear. Next time, I shall ensure you have your own canopy. For now, you'll have to make do. As he spoke, he draped an extra piece of waterproof fabric over Xiao Hei. Although it offered limited protection, Xiao Hei seemed to find it quite fair and appeared satisfied. After the two finished the last few pieces of snake meat, Li Yu glanced inside the container and discovered that only the meat of the exotic beast, the leopard, remained. It seemed they would need to seek out new hunting opportunities. However, the vicinity surrounding the refuge had largely been stripped of wild beasts. Even the formidable exotic creatures dared not approach a place teeming with humans. To find prey, they would have to venture farther from the sanctuary, yet Li Yu was not anxious. The exotic meat in the container was rich in energy. Consuming a piece not only replenished energy but also staved off hunger remarkably well. One piece of exotic meat was worth at least 3 of ordinary meat. The remaining supply was sufficient to sustain them for several days. As night deepened, Fu Xiao seemed to have made up her mind and turned to Li Yu. You should rest now, Li Yu. I will keep watch tonight. Very well, I shall take over in the latter half of the night, he replied, trusting her intentions before lying down to rest. In the midst of the night, accompanied by the sound of raindrops, Fu Xiao concentrated, acutely attuned to her surroundings. Confirming that there was no imminent danger, she quietly slipped into the rain canopy. Her body trembled slightly, but soon, Li Yu's warmth enveloped her, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. By the time Li Yu became aware, Fu Xiao had already nestled herself snugly into his embrace. A wave of heat coursed through him, and he instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around her. Their bodies naturally aligned, seeking each other's warmth, thus deepening their bond in silence. As dawn broke, Fu Xiao opened her eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued, and spotted Li Yu standing a short distance away, bow drawn, aiming towards the direction of the refuge. Although the aiming reticle in Li Yu's eyes had narrowed, he refrained from releasing the arrow. Despite the bow's impressive range, easily capable of covering the entire expanse of the sanctuary, the sheer number of people within made it impossible for him to ascertain his target. Even with his body enhanced by the cyclone's retroactive fortification, he could not discern the specifics of the sanctuary a kilometer away. Fu Xiao donned her clothing and approached Li Yu, leaning her head against his. Following the direction of his aim, she focused on the individual below, carefully noting the rain cascading upon the person he had targeted. The one you're aiming at is a thin man, seated on the ground, begging, Fu Xiao whispered into Li Yu's ear, accurately describing the target's actions and state. Li Yu was taken aback, astonished by Fu Xiao's clarity of perception, even to the extent of knowing precisely what the individual was doing. This revelation made him realize how perfectly their abilities complemented each other. Having undergone a remarkable transformation and deepened their intimate bond, Fu Xiao now radiated a maturity that was markedly more pronounced than before. Yet, Li Yu instinctively patted her head, urging her, "How long has it been? You still haven't fully absorbed that exotic beast core I gave you. I'm almost there. At this rate, you won't be able to afford my upkeep." Fu Xiao retorted, her cheeks flushed as she covered her head. Har. Li Yu laughed, "You can't afford my upkeep. Perhaps you should finish absorbing that core first." He cast a deliberate glance at Xiao He before continuing, "You might find that even he absorbs faster than you." Fu Xiao bit her lip, watching Xiao He wagging his tail nearby, and found herself at a loss for words, as she could not counter his point. It was true, Xiao He indeed absorbed the core more swiftly. Had Li Yu not been controlling the situation, Xiao He would have likely devoured the entire core by now. After teasing Fu Xiao for a while, Li Yu's spirits lifted considerably. Reflecting on the arduous struggles of their past, he felt that this was one of the most relaxed moments he had experienced. Glancing at Fu Xiao beside him and the eccentric Xiao He, he realized he hadn't felt this happy in quite some time. Yet, there were forces that sought to oppose him. Li Yu's gaze gradually shifted towards the refuge. Although Fu Xiao could assist him in aiming, he lacked the confidence to ensure he could eliminate the officer. If the officer possessed strength akin to Zhang Biao, he might well be capable of catching this arrow. Should the officer be a defensive-type exotic ability user, it would be even easier for him to evade. If he failed to strike successfully this time, the officer's prowess would surely allow him to anticipate future ambushes, making it significantly more challenging for Li Yu to find another opportunity to eliminate him. Contemplating this, Li Yu resolved to refrain from alarming the quarry for the time being. Meanwhile, on the western edge of the sanctuary, amidst the misty rain, a substantial contingent steadily approached, the Wang family's security team arriving from the west. As it was their first migration, coupled with the burden of excess belongings, many of the ordinary members of the group were struggling under the weight. Wen Qingshui could not afford to abandon any of the ordinary individuals in the team. Thus, the entire contingent progressed at a painfully slow pace, only just arriving at this point now. "Patriarch, the refuge is just ahead," Wang Liqiang exclaimed with exuberance, rushing from the front of the formation, his voice brimming with excitement. "Understood," Wen Qingshui, despite being an awakened individual, nodded wearily. Not long ago, he had mocked Zhang Biao's abilities, yet now it seemed he had underestimated the complexities of his family's migration. If they continued westward at this pace, they were bound to encounter significant troubles. Chapter 45, The Wang family arrives at the shelter. It seems that arriving at Shelter 7207 was indeed a most astute decision. Wen Qingshui couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. His expression soon turned. Everyone must reach the shelter before taking any rest. "Understood," came the prompt response, and Wen Qingshui's directive was swiftly disseminated, resulting in a noticeable increase in the advance of the entire contingent. As the Wang family continued their progress, the towering silhouette of the shelter became increasingly distinct. The closer they approached, the more numerous the throngs of people surrounding them became, bustling with life and activity. Upon witnessing such a multitude from the safe zone, the refugees along the road instinctively made way for them. Observers around the shelter began to speculate, sensing that significant events were about to unfold. After all, the inhabitants of the safe zone would not easily abandon their established territory, let alone in such a mass exodus. The Wang family's procession arrived resoundingly at the base of the high walls. The shelter had, of course, been alerted to their arrival long before. With the patrol already stationed at the entrance, the Wang family found themselves halted at the gates of the shelter. Wen Qingshui approached respectfully, aware that they were on the territory governed by the shelter. He deliberately lowered his tone and stated, "Please inform them that Wen Qingshui, head of the Wang family's safe zone, requests entry." "There is no need for notification. Only you may enter," replied the patrol leader, his expression stern. "But there are so many of us," Wang Liqiang began to interject, only to be decisively restrained by a wave of Wang Qingshui's hand. "Then I shall enter alone," Wen Qingshui affirmed, stepping forward, prompting the patrol leader to step aside. Before entering, Wen Qingshui turned back to Wang Liqiang, earnestly instructing, "You and the others must wait here. Should I not return in a timely manner, you may take command." "Understood," Wang Liqiang acquiesced respectfully. "Please proceed," the patrol leader gestured, and the gates began to open slowly, allowing passage for but a few. Without hesitation, Wen Qingshui strode through the entrance. With a resounding thud, the heavy gates of the shelter closed behind him, leaving Wang Liqiang and the rest of the Wang family outside the towering walls. Although Wang Liqiang felt a tinge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of composure, fully aware that any display of panic could lead to unnecessary complications. "Remain calm, everyone, the head of our family is merely discussing matters inside." "We shall wait here," Wang Liqiang proclaimed, his voice imbued with confidence and assurance. Upon hearing his words, the unease among the group began to dissipate. They started seeking shelter from the rain beneath their high walls, preparing to rest temporarily. The gathering of so many individuals beneath the towering structure piqued the curiosity of the locals, who gathered to observe. Some astute merchants hurried forward, engaging the Wang family in cordial conversation, eager to establish familiarity. Before long, a lively marketplace emerged beneath their high walls, as refugees surrounding the shelter approached the Wang family, eager to trade for the abundant supplies they carried. The Wang family members were equally willing to engage in these exchanges. Inside the high walls, Wen Qingshui followed the patrol leader through the entrance of a grand and sturdy tower. Shielding himself from the relentless rain, he looked up at the complex array of antennas adorning the towering structure. "You've arrived. Please enter," the patrol leader instructed. Standing guard at the door, Wen Qingshui shook off the rainwater from his clothing and wiped the soles of his feet before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the unexpectedly spacious interior. The area resembled a vast conference room, though at present, only a middle-aged man sat there calmly. "Wen Qingshui, head of the Wang family of Chiu Safe Zone, welcome to Shelter 7207, the middle-aged man said, rising slowly and extending his hand. Although unaware of the man's exact status, Wen Qingshui hurried forward to shake his hand. "I'm Zhao Gang, the overseer of the high walls of Shelter 7207, the man introduced himself, his voice steady and trustworthy. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Gang, thank you for your hospitality," Wen Qingshui replied politely, displaying no hint of disdain despite the man's role as merely the overseer of the walls. "It seems you are aware of the impending calamity foretold in the prophecy." "The migration has already commenced," Zhao Gang remarked, gesturing for Wen Qingshui to take a seat and speak at his leisure. Wen Qingshui sat down, turning earnestly to Zhao Gang. "Mr. Zhao, each member of the Wang family's Chiu Safe Zone fully comprehends the gravity of this disaster. Our resolute choice to come here stems from our belief that Shelter 7207 can provide the utmost safety," he continued sincerely. "After all, we too are a safe zone under the shelter's governance, willing to contribute our utmost efforts to the defense and operation of the shelter, with the sole hope that our people may receive its protection." "Head Wang, your rationale is indeed sound," Zhao Gang acknowledged with a slight nod. However, suddenly, Zhao Gang shifted his tone. "As you are one of the leaders of a safe zone under the shelter's jurisdiction, you ought to be aware that the shelter cannot accommodate so many individuals." Wen Qingshui fell silent, his expression growing grave. He understood the truth in Zhao Gang's words. While others had never ventured within the high walls and were oblivious to the specifics of the situation, he had previously been here, even fortunate enough to have entered the true inner sanctum of the shelter. Wen Qingshui recalled vividly that the shelter lay beneath his feet. At that time, the young Wen Qingshui was preparing to inherit the position of head of the Wang family. It was only when his father revealed the truth that he learned they were under the dominion of Shelter 7207. His father had personally brought him to the shelter, and it was after gaining the recognition of the shelter's upper echelons that he successfully took over as the new head of the Wang family. Wen Qingshui found himself engulfed in deep reminiscence. It was a subterranean fortress brimming with advanced technology, capable of withstanding various natural disasters from the outside world, while also equipped with formidable defenses against radiation and potential attacks. The shelter boasted a comprehensive life support system, including agricultural zones, stable pressure systems, water purification systems, and even advanced medical facilities. Though he had only spent a brief night within the shelter during his youth, the memory of the comfortable, soft beds and the delicate touch of cotton lingered in his mind, stirring a sense of longing in the now middle-aged Wen Qingshui. Chapter 46. The sole opportunity. Due to his father's esteemed position within the shelter, a young Wen Qingshui had the rare privilege of witnessing the core generator of the refuge with his own eyes. The mesmerizing blue currents and the dazzling luminescence left an indelible mark on his memory. This intricate array of facilities was indispensable for ensuring the survival of the inhabitants in the confined environment of the shelter. However, captivated by the allure of the arcade machines within, the young Wen Qingshui had not completed a thorough exploration. As he withdrew from his reverie, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of Shelter 7207 and its significance in the impending catastrophe. The robust fortitude of Shelter 7207 would undoubtedly enable it to endure this monumental disaster, far surpassing the survival probabilities of their westward migration. Yet, Wen Qingshui was cognizant that the shelter's space and capacity were limited, making it impossible for the entirety of the Wang family to gain entry. "May I have the privilege of meeting the leaders of the shelter?" Wen Qingshui asked, after a moment's silence, still harboring a flicker of hope. Zhao Gang chuckled lightly, spreading his hands and glancing around. "The leaders have always been present." Wen Qingshui's gaze fell upon the surveillance cameras, and he suddenly comprehended that he had been under the watchful eye of the shelter's authorities all along. Zhao Gang's words had effectively conveyed the sentiments of the leaders. "I understand," Wen Qingshui acknowledged, slumping into his chair, his expression tinged with desolation. At that moment, Zhao Gang appeared to receive some revelation and abruptly changed his tone. "In light of the Wang family's consistent and timely supply of provisions each year, the shelter will allow you accommodation." Wen Qingshui's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, though he quickly regained his composure. Just one person. As the head of the Wang family, he could never abandon his kin to seek refuge alone. Yet he understood that such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, as the shelter seldom granted such permissions. After a contemplative pause, he resolved, "I hope the leaders of the shelter will permit my son to take my place." After voicing his request, Wen Qingshui awaited the outcome. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke, "Granted." "Thank you," Wen Qingshui replied, rising with heartfelt gratitude. Securing a place for his son within the shelter was the best outcome he could hope for at this juncture. As he turned to depart, Zhao Gang's voice called him back once more. "Wait a moment." Zhao Gang suddenly recalled an important matter and added, "There is, in fact, another way to remain in the shelter." Wen Qingshui halted in his tracks and turned to Zhao Gang. "Please, do elaborate." Zhao Gang cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "The shelter is about to host a talent selection competition. You may allow capable members of the Wang family to participate. If your representatives can excel in the selection, they will have the opportunity to secure a place within the shelter." Zhao Gang patiently explained, then turned his gaze to Wen Qingshui. In an instant, Wen Qingshui grasped the implication. This was likely the only opportunity for the Wang family to remain in the shelter. He nodded, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Gang. "I understand. This is a rare chance, and I shall send participants." Noticing Wen Qingshui's agreement but sensing a hint of despondency in his eyes, Zhao Gang kindly reminded him, "There is a vast expanse of open land south of the city walls where you can establish a camp." "Thank you." Subsequently, Wen Qingshui, under the escort of the patrol leader, exited through the gates. The family head has emerged. "Head, may we enter?" "Head, I simply cannot walk any further." All the members of the Wang family gazed at him with eager anticipation, hastily surrounding him and inquiring with bated breath. It was evident that Wen Qingshui held immense esteem among the Wang family. Moreover, he effortlessly connected with his kin, devoid of any barriers between master and servant. Listening to the questions from those around him, Wen Qingshui gently shook his head and led the Wang family southward. He contemplated establishing a camp here, awaiting the conclusion of the shelter's talent selection competition before formulating his next steps. In doing so, he could arrange for a few members of the Wang family to enter the shelter to care for his son, allowing him to continue the migration with peace of mind. The contingent closely followed their head, arriving at the southern clearing where Wen Qingshui finally signaled a halt. After a brief period of tidying up, he stood atop a makeshift mound. His gaze swept over the faces of each Wang family member. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with unwavering clarity. "Everyone, I have important news to share." Wen Qingshui paused to ensure every gaze was fixed upon him. "The situation within the shelter is more intricate than we anticipated. They cannot accommodate us all." A murmur of unease rippled through the crowd, accompanied by whispers of discontent. However, Wen Qingshui raised his voice to quell the unrest. "We still possess an opportunity. The shelter is about to conduct a talent selection competition. If our representatives can triumph, they will be permitted to stay within the shelter." "Head, is this true?" a young member inquired, hope glimmering in their eyes. Wen Qingshui nodded. "Indeed, this is our singular chance. We must identify the most capable and promising individuals to compete. Now we need to assess everyone's strengths and skills to ensure we send forth our best representatives. I am willing to participate, a robust man declared, his voice filled with determination. Me too, a slender woman chimed in, eager to join. After days of arduous migration, they wished only to remain within the shelter. What about the rest of us? An older member suddenly inquired, his voice tinged with concern. The talent selection competition, as its name suggested, would undoubtedly seek the most exceptional individuals. It was likely that few among the Wang family would qualify to remain. What of those who, due to their age, could not compete? The others, Wang Qingshui's tone softened, we shall establish a temporary camp here and await the results of the competition. Once the contest concludes, I will lead the remaining individuals onward in our westward migration. Regardless of the outcome, I will not forsake a single member of the Wang family. Hearing Wang Qingshui's words, the elder members of the group felt deeply moved. They understood that if their head desired to stay, it would not pose a challenge. Faced with such a monumental disaster, their leader had chosen not to abandon them but to continue the journey together. Head, we place our trust in you, an elderly woman proclaimed, her words resonating with others in the assembly. Chapter 47, Gathering at the Sanctuary. To Wang Qingshui's surprise, the people of Wang Family Hill remained steadfast in their support upon hearing his announcement. Filled with gratitude, he smiled and nodded at the crowd. He understood well that only through such unity could they hope to successfully complete the migration. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qingshui commanded in a loud voice, "Set up camp." Everyone sprang into action, and soon the Wang family's contingent established their encampment in the clearing. Just as they completed their setup, another group from the safe zone approached from the west. This time, it was the people from the Black Mountain safe zone. Zhang Biao led the way at the forefront of the group. As he gazed at the sanctuary ahead, his expression darkened. He had no desire to enter. Although the Black Mountain safe zone fell under the sanctuary's jurisdiction, they had severed all ties with it since the era of Zhang family's elder generation, refraining from submitting any supplies. To choose to approach now would mean relinquishing his authority and submitting once again to the sanctuary's rule, an unacceptable proposition for Zhang Biao. Even if every member of the Zhang family perished during the migration, he could never forsake his title as the head of the Black Mountain safe zone. "Stop, rest in place," Zhang Biao ordered without hesitation. The people of the Black Mountain safe zone halted decisively, remaining at a distance from the sanctuary's perimeter. Zhang Biao intended to rest there and send some of his men to trade supplies with the locals. After their rest, they would bypass the sanctuary and continue westward, as he wished to avoid any association with it. Following Zhang Biao's command, the people of the Black Mountain safe zone began to establish their makeshift camp on the outskirts of the sanctuary, in this remote clearing. "Chief, this distance is far too great. Why not move a bit closer to rest?" "No way." Zhang Biao's tone was resolute, clearly unwilling to let his men have any dealings with the sanctuary. Though they maintained a considerable distance, the people from the Black Mountain safe zone could still see the towering walls of the sanctuary. While setting up their camp, they occasionally glanced at the walls, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Biao waved to a burly man beside him. "Zhang Taidong, take a few men and go check it out. Trade for any supplies you can, but make sure not to reveal your identity." "Understood, Chief." The robust Zhang Taidong nodded. He knew full well that this was not merely a supply exchange. The chief wanted him to gather intelligence. He then took a few guards, armed with only a handful of shotguns and a box of supplies, and headed towards the sanctuary. Behind Zhang Taidong, one of the guards appeared pale, with red-rimmed eyes. He discreetly lifted his clothing to reveal a wound inflicted by a traitorous guard. Fearing to disclose this to anyone, he covered the injury once more, praying it would not become infected. Meanwhile, Li Yu cautiously approached the sanctuary once more. When Li Yu and Fu Xiao, leading Little Black, arrived beneath the towering walls of the sanctuary, everything appeared normal. It seemed that the sanctuary was still unaware of who had killed the patrolling soldier the previous day. As they progressed slowly, Li Yu noticed that, despite the mere passage of a day, there had been a striking transformation. The throng of people beneath the walls had multiplied several times compared to the previous day. The trading square was bustling with merchants, including numerous food vendors who had seized the opportunity to set up stalls. Liu scrutinized the newcomers and noted that they all donned identical yellow uniforms, clearly indicating they hailed from the same safe zone. The previous Black Mountain safe zone had evacuated everyone in fear of impending disaster. and now these individuals in yellow were also preparing for their own mass exodus. At that moment, Li Yu could not help but believe that the calamity spoken of in whispers among the populace was indeed real. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible why even those residing in a safe zone would choose to migrate en masse. "Hey, over here!" Suddenly, someone called out to Li Yu. He turned to see a shifty-looking figure. It was Black Rat. Under the shelter, Black Rat beckoned to him repeatedly, recalling their previous agreement. Li Yu was eager to discover what Black Rat had to share and followed him inside, while Fuxia waited outside with Little Black. "Did you get something good?" Li Yu inquired as he stepped into the dimly lit shelter. "Of course," Black Rat replied, his face radiating confidence. "Well then, what are you waiting for? Show me," Li Yu urged eagerly. A glint of energy flickered in Black Rat's eyes as he seemed to activate some ability while looking at Li Yu. After confirming something, Black Rat chuckled. "No need to rush." He then produced an entirely empty box and, with great care, retrieved the item he had described as valuable. "What is this?" Li Yu exclaimed, astonished to see it was a crossbow. "Did I not tell you, it's a great find?" Black Rat boasted proudly. Li Yu remained silent, his attention wholly captured as he examined the craftsmanship of the crossbow. Although merely a scavenger, he could still discern that this crossbow was a finely made piece, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary craftsman. "This crossbow is indeed impressive, but mere aesthetics will not suffice," Li Yu remarked calmly, lifting his gaze to Black Rat. In the face of catastrophe, the practicality of a weapon outweighs all else. "Precisely, practicality," Black Rat concurred enthusiastically, then continued, "In the midst of a downpour, maintaining stealth is the key to survival." With that, a hint of a smirk crept across Black Rat's lips as he deliberately thrust the crossbow into Li Yu's hands. Li Yu found himself compelled to accept the crossbow, its slightly cold touch immediately registering. It appeared to be crafted from some alloy. With a sleek, natural design, the arrow slot was adjustable, accommodating various types of projectiles. As he felt the weight and balance of the crossbow, along with its perfect grip, a glimmer of approval shone in Li Yu's eyes. It was well known that a crossbow was one of the most lethal weapons beneath firearms. Li Yu concealed his admiration for the crossbow, maintaining an exterior of calm. Black Rat, seemingly oblivious to Li Yu's reaction, continued to extol its virtues. "Silent, invisible, and without flame, it boasts excellent concealment. In situations requiring stealth and silence, it produces virtually no sound, effectively avoiding detection by enemies." Black Rat pointed to the scope on the crossbow. "Not only does it allow for easy aiming, but it also features night vision thermal imaging capabilities. And it can function as both a lethal and non-lethal weapon. Non-lethal." Li Yu was taken aback. Chapter 48, truly a fine item, only one crystal core. Li Yu pondered thoughtfully, and indeed, it was as he considered. If he were to use a bow and arrow solely to target the limbs of his foes while deliberately avoiding vital areas, it would not be fatal. The Black Rat gestured towards the crossbow in Li Yu's hands, suddenly intensifying his tone and feigning excitement as he declared, "This is truly an exceptional item that seamlessly caters to both hunting and survival." Li Yu looked again at the crossbow he held. The Black Rat's words were undeniably accurate. Before he could acquire firearms, this was indeed a rare and invaluable tool. The advantages of the crossbow, combined with his unique abilities, rendered it even more practical than conventional guns. As Li Yu felt the weapon in his grasp, a prompt flickered before his eyes. "Detected similar type of weapon, would you like to switch?" To his surprise, the crossbow was classified as a similar. Li Yu silently opted to switch his equipment. Switch to similar type of weapon successful, can retain level and proficiency. Alloy crossbow, crafted from high-strength alloy, anti-slip, corrosion-resistant, long-range, high-precision, high-penetration. Effective attack distance 6,400 meters, aiming speed 3 seconds, hit rate 100. Flight speed 100, precision 100, penetration 50. Unlocks, silent, sniping silent, stealth 50, low noise sniping, after holding breath and focusing, precision 50, penetration 50. What a remarkable item this is! Li Yu exclaimed, marveling at the numerous attributes. In front of the Black Rat, he directly retrieved a rain crow arrow from behind him and placed it into the crossbow's arrow slot. With a firm pull of the string, Li Yu silently raised the crossbow and aimed at the Black Rat. The Black Rat squinted slightly, his expression devoid of fear, as he grandly spread his arms, indicating for Li Yu to aim at a specific point. At that moment, a targeting reticle indeed appeared in Li Yu's vision. Moreover, the reticle was no longer the size of a basin, but rather a mere pinpoint. After 3 seconds of aiming, the dot had shrunk to an almost imperceptible size. Liu gradually adjusted the reticle, and he could distinctly sense the precise location he was targeting. This was a true manifestation of hitting what one points at. The crossbow's precision was indeed extraordinary. After testing the aiming capability, Li Yu lowered the crossbow and looked up at the black rat, inquiring, "So, how much do you intend to sell this crossbow for?" He, the black rat chuckled, extending 5 fingers as he stated, 5 beast crystal cores. "This is the lowest price I can offer you." Li Yu frowned slightly. This price was not low for him, however. He understood that this crossbow, when paired with his abilities, was exceptionally compatible and truly worth the price. Nevertheless, as is often the case, one prefers to pay less, and Li Yu resolved to negotiate. "While this crossbow is indeed impressive, it still falls short compared to firearms," Li Yu deliberately remarked. "Short?" The black rat laughed. "I would argue it surpasses firearms." "Surpasses?" Li Yu, somewhat puzzled, countered, "In what way?" The black rat, seemingly harboring some delightful secret, could not contain his smile. "This crossbow can precisely eliminate enemies from a distance of 1,000 meters. Wouldn't you consider that impressive? This crossbow can shoot 1,000 meters. Li Yu's face reflected skepticism, clearly unconvinced. "Others may not be able to, but I believe you can," the black rat smirked, pointing at Li Yu. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Yu. He had sensed this before. The black rat merchant appeared to have an extraordinary understanding of him, yet his abilities remained only partially comprehended by Fu Xiao, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to know. Still, the black rat maintained his knowing smile. In the black rat's shrewd eyes, there seemed to be hidden secrets that were not meant for others to know. Since the black rat did not voluntarily explain, Li Yu refrained from questioning how he knew so much, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu finally spoke. "Deal, just 5 crystal cores." As he spoke, Li Yu first retrieved the 2 crystal cores that Ma Yuanbai had given him. No, the black rat interjected, shaking his head to stop Li Yu. "These are ordinary beast crystal cores. They hold little value." "Oh." Li Yu paused, taken aback by the black rat's clarity. A glint of cunning flickered in the black rat's eyes as he said, "What I desire are the beast crystal cores that emit a blue glow." Upon hearing this, Li Yu immediately comprehended what the black rat sought, recalling the creature he had slain that possessed the blue glowing crystal core. Indeed, Li Yu was uncertain how the black rat had discerned this, but he was now convinced that this black rat was far from merely possessing spatial abilities. The black rat seemed to be acutely aware of the beast crystal cores on him. Given this understanding, Li Yu directly stated his acceptable price. "For those blue beast crystal cores, I can only offer you 3. The black rat smiled gently. 3 blue, 2 white. "Deal," Li Yu acquiesced, as the 2 white cores given by Ma Yuanbai contained little energy and were of no consequence to him. Li Yu produced the blue crystal cores and handed them to the black rat. The black rat received the beast crystal cores and casually tossed the 2 white ones into a box, while he examined the pale blue crystal core with great fascination, unable to part with it. Li Yu did not switch weapons. Instead, he slung the glass bow across his back and continued to wield the crossbow as he inquired, "May I ask, what distinctions exist among these beast crystal cores?" "Of course," the black rat replied, pulling out a piece of soft cloth to carefully polish the pale blue beast crystal core before explaining, "This blue crystal core is exclusive to water-type beasts and can accelerate the growth of water-type abilities." "Do beast crystal cores really differ by attribute?" Li Yu expressed surprise, as this was the first time he had encountered such a theory. "Indeed," the black rat nodded, shaking the crystal core in his hand. "If we were to delve deeper, the energy levels within cores of the same tier do not significantly differ." As he spoke, the black rat gestured toward the incessant rain outside. "The primary issue is that the world outside is saturated with water. Water-type beasts are not easily slain." I see. I have learned something new," Li Yu acknowledged, nodding. Too kind," the black rat feigned modesty, appearing quite flattered. Liu then asked, "Could you possibly gift me some arrows?" The black rat responded with a puzzled expression. The black rat had never encountered someone who switched topics so abruptly and sought to receive something for nothing. Yet, at that moment, the black rat perceived something unusual in Liu. Har har har. The black rat suddenly erupted into laughter, as if he had heard something amusing or had stumbled upon a delightful revelation. "Gift you arrows? Har har har." The black rat covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking in mirth. Now it was Liu's turn to feel apprehensive. He had thought the black rat was behaving normally today, but was now taken aback by his sudden outburst. Did his desire for free arrows provoke the black rat to such a degree that he had lost his composure? "If it's not possible, then forget it," Liu hastily reassured. "All right, I'll gift you a bundle of arrows," the black rat unexpectedly agreed. He then retrieved a bundle of arrows identical to the previous ones from his box and promptly handed them to Liu. Liu stood there, bewildered as he accepted the unexpected gift. "You truly mean to give them to me?" Chapter 49. The surge of displaced individuals. It is essential to recognize that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He had merely uttered those words casually, never anticipating that the black rat would genuinely gift him the item. Aside from concluding that the black rat had some mental issues, he simply could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Liu tightly gripped the crossbow in his right hand while holding a bundle of arrows in his left, glancing back every few steps as he cautiously made his way out. "You say it's a gift, then I shall indeed take my leave." "It's yours," the black rat insisted, nodding repeatedly in affirmation from behind. Only then did Liu feel completely at ease to depart, hastening back to Fu Xiao and Xiao He, and swiftly moving away into the distance. He occasionally turned to look back, genuinely fearful that the black rat might suddenly have a breakdown and charge at him. As he watched Liu's retreating figure, the black rat maintained his smile, but it soon morphed into a grimace as he seemed to recall certain painful memories. In truth, although the few blue beast crystals Liu possessed were rare, they were far from sufficient to procure the crossbow. It was important to note that this weapon originated from within the confines of the shelter and was subject to stringent control, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire. The black rat's actions, therefore, were driven by his own ulterior motives. As he observed Liu departing with the crossbow, he could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Tears streamed down his face, yet he continued to laugh maniacally, his voice rife with madness. "Har har har, I have finally awaited this day. Disciple, after all these years, I shall finally avenge you." The black rat's laughter was frenzied, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of revenge. He had been waiting many years for this moment, and for the first time in all those years, he laughed with such uninhibited joy. Liu was not mistaken, the black rat's abilities were not limited to spatial manipulation. He also possessed psychic powers that allowed him to glimpse fragments of future events. However, compared to the true clairvoyants who could foresee the future with clarity and completeness, the black rat's abilities fell short. What he could see were merely fleeting, fragmented images, yet, through relentless self-training, he had successfully intertwined his powers with the fervor for revenge. Thus, he was able to perceive future snippets closely tied to his quest for vengeance. Consequently, at the moment of their meeting, the black rat had already, insightfully, discerned certain future events. This understanding was why he willingly let go of his precious weapon and arrows. Although Liu had no intentions of striking at that moment, the black rat was already convinced that the executor responsible for his disciple's death was destined for demise. Not far away, Liu held Fu Xiao's hand while guiding Xiao He, walking a considerable distance before finally confirming that the black rat had not followed them. "It seems no one is trailing us," Fu Xiao remarked, her expression one of bewilderment, as her abilities detected no anomalies. "That is splendid news. That individual must have some issues upstairs," Liu explained, gesturing to his head. Fu Xiao's gaze fell upon the crossbow in Liu's hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh, Liu, did you acquire new weapons from him?" Upon hearing Fu Xiao's reminder, Liu hastily shielded the weapon with a waterproof cloth, aware that they were in a crowded area and must proceed with caution. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Though his mind seems unhinged, he indeed possesses some fine items." Just as Fu Xiao was about to respond, she suddenly turned her attention to the distance. She keenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. The Black Mountain safe zone. It appears the Zhang family has arrived. Fu Xiao swiftly identified the incoming group. They have come to the shelter as well, Li Yu remarked, puzzled by the news. And the displaced individuals have also arrived, Fu Xiao noted, sensing a massive crowd gradually drawing closer. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle, Li Yu chuckled, intrigued by the convergence of such numerous factions, eager to witness how the shelter would respond. On the western skyline, amidst a torrential downpour, countless displaced individuals trailed closely behind the Black Mountain safe zone. Arriving at this location, indeed, a vast contingent of displaced persons had gathered, now far exceeding previous numbers, having even absorbed others they encountered along the way. Even the displaced individuals near Wang's Hill joined the migrating throng. They were all aware that the residents of Wang's Hill had already fled. Remaining there would only lead to certain death. The mass migration of the displaced was their sole opportunity for escape. Master, the displaced have caught up. A Zhang family guard soon reported, panic evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's expression turned grave. He had only just dispatched Zhang Taidong on an errand. Load the cannons, prepare the last of the ammunition. Zhang Biao understood that in such a critical situation, he must exhaust all his resources, or the Zhang family might face annihilation today. Damn it! Zhang Biao gazed at the seemingly endless tide of displaced individuals approaching from the west, their numbers truly astonishing. The guards, witnessing the overwhelming sea of people, bore anxious and fearful expressions. The influx of displaced individuals seemed inexhaustible, as though they could not be diminished. Prepare for battle. With a commanding shout, Zhang Biao ordered all guards to seize their weapons, ready to fire. The throng of displaced individuals surged forth like a relentless tide. Zhang Biao's countenance grew increasingly grim, as the sheer volume of the displaced was beyond imagination. When the displaced finally reached the Zhang family's ranks, they too caught sight of the shelter ahead. Zhang Biao was reluctant to approach the shelter, yet the displaced appeared to have found a glimmer of hope for survival. They temporarily set aside their enmity with the Black Mountain safe zone and circumvented the Zhang family's position, hastening toward the shelter. Among them, a squad of awakened individuals, numbering in the dozens, and a red-eyed little girl, fixated intently on the Zhang family. They harbored deep-seated grievances against the Zhang family, however. Upon observing the Zhang family, fully armed and prepared for a desperate counterattack, with cannons at the ready, they refrained from rash actions and instead followed the throng toward the shelter. At this moment, the displaced individuals were singularly focused on reaching the shelter, and they had no choice but to go with the flow. Master, they have circumvented us, the guard reported with excitement. Do not fire. Zhang Biao cautioned loudly, wishing to avoid inciting the ire of such a multitude of wild individuals. As he watched the long line of displaced individuals weave past their encampment, making their way toward the shelter, Zhang Biao finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Should a battle erupt here, the Zhang family would likely lose their chance to continue migrating. Inside the shelter, the figure seated in meditation had already sensed the approach of the displaced. A large number of displaced individuals are nearing. Report immediately, he exclaimed as he abruptly opened his eyes. No need, a youthful voice interjected unexpectedly. Chapter 50, The Plan for the Sanctuary. The individuals present were taken aback by the sound and turned in astonishment. Your Holiness, what brings you here in person? With a gentle smile, the Holy Son entered, stating, I have come to personally execute the E14 plan. What? Upon hearing this, not only the Holy Son's bodyguards but also the surrounding patrols were incredulous. They were all aware of the E14 plan, a scheme capable of providing sustenance for thousands. What value is there in aiding this band of savages? A young man could not resist inquiring. Hush! The Holy Son interrupted, his expression turning grave. In the sanctuary, all are equal. I do not wish to hear such sentiments again. The youth hastily apologized. I beg your pardon, Your Holiness. Remember, everything I do is for the sanctuary and represents the sanctuary, the Holy Son solemnly addressed everyone. Let us commence the execution of the E14 plan. Yes, the crowd replied, bowing their heads slightly. Outside, the throng of refugees continued to advance, and they could now clearly discern the towering walls of the sanctuary. Among the refugees, the awakened led the way at the forefront of the procession. The sheer number of people emboldened them, rendering them fearless in the face of the overwhelming crowd. The indigenous inhabitants living beneath their high walls, confronted with such a multitude of refugees, cowered in fear and sought refuge. Witnessing the refugees, whose bodies resembled those of the undead, gaunt yet trudging forward with difficulty, their pallid skin and sunken eyes caused some to hide behind the patrolling soldiers in trepidation. The residents surrounding the sanctuary were acutely aware that while those within the safe zone adhered to certain regulations and boundaries, the refugees were known to be cannibalistic. Moreover, this particular influx of refugees was alarmingly vast. The sentinels atop the high walls gripped their weapons tightly, for it was the first time in their years of service that they had encountered such a multitude of refugees. As the throngs of refugees gathered in the square, the area beneath their high walls became teeming with people. An extraordinary scene unfolded. It seemed as though all animosity had been temporarily set aside, as diverse groups converged here. Refugees, scavengers, the awakened, and those from the safe zone. The refugees stood beneath the high walls gazing around, discovering an array of peculiar structures, some towering several stories high. Though the buildings resembled those of a slum, for the refugees, this environment was relatively favorable. Curiously, they examined their surroundings while the locals scrutinized them in turn. The people of Wang Family Hill maintained a vigilant demeanor. Although there had been no prior conflict with the refugees, the long-standing enmity between the inhabitants of the safe zone and the refugees was well understood. The Wang family members on the southern edge had even readied their weapons, bracing for any potential emergencies. With so many refugees nearby, they dared not let their guard down. Liu and Fu Xiao concealed themselves not far away, observing the unfolding scene. Liu was eager to discover how the inhabitants of the sanctuary could possibly expel such a vast number of refugees. He was also curious to see if the sanctuary's weaponry truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Nearby, Zhang Taidong and his guards had changed their attire, stealthily blending into the crowd. Observing the chaotic spectacle before them, Zhang Taidong and his guards partially concealed their faces, should they be recognized by the refugees. Even a formidable awakened like Zhang Taidong might face the dire fate of being devoured on the spot. In that moment, a cacophony of sounds filled the area beneath the city walls. The hungry refugees gazed longingly at the food in the hands of the local residents, their desire palpable as they cautiously approached. The atmosphere of chaos threatened to erupt at any moment. Boom! A deafening sound captured everyone's attention. The massive iron gate of the sanctuary slowly swung open. The Holy Sun emerged, riding a towering rain camel. His presence instantly transformed the ambience of the gathering. It is the Holy Sun. Wonderful, the Holy Sun has arrived. The local scavengers were overwhelmed with excitement. The refugees, unaware of the Holy Sun's intentions but perceiving the reaction of those around them, assumed he must be a figure of great significance within the sanctuary. Perched atop the Grand Rain Camel, the Holy Sun exuded unwavering determination and compassion, his voice calm yet powerful. Welcome, everyone, to Sanctuary 7207. Our sanctuary shall not abandon any life amidst this calamity. Now, let us first address the pressing issue of hunger. With a wave of his hand, the patrol team behind him sprang into action. They pushed carts laden with green algae sticks out of the gate, gradually moving toward the refugees. Upon exiting, the patrol soldiers began distributing the green algae sticks to the gathered refugees. These sticks, crafted from the sanctuary's advanced technology, were sufficient to sustain the most basic needs of all present. Please accept the sanctuary's goodwill, spoke the Holy Sun in a placid tone. Thank you, Holy Sun. The local refugees eagerly advanced to receive the offerings, and after collecting their share, they humbly knelt in gratitude for the sanctuary's generous provision. The newly arrived refugees, gazing at the unfamiliar green algae sticks, were filled with skepticism. Meanwhile, the local refugees had already begun to devour them. Observing this scene, some of the famished newcomers tentatively accepted the green algae sticks, cautiously taking a bite. To their surprise, they found the sticks not only palatable but also remarkably effective at alleviating their hunger. Thank you, Holy Sun. An increasing number of refugees stepped forward to claim their share of the green algae sticks. Do not push. There is enough for everyone. The sanctuary will ensure that all are freed from the clutches of hunger, the Holy Sun proclaimed loudly. Thank you, Holy Sun. The crowd of refugees erupted in cries of gratitude, kneeling and devouring the green. They had long been deprived of such care and hope, and no one had ever willingly shared food with them, let alone treated them as human beings. This act of charity significantly enhanced the refugees' perception of the sanctuary. With a warm smile, the Holy Son surveyed each refugee, as if imparting strength through his gaze. "Rise, friends, here, you shall find the sanctuary's protection, and you shall not suffer from hunger." His words, reminiscent of a utopia, were immensely had it not been for the previous targeting by the sanctuary's officials. Even Li Yu might have been tempted to believe. The refugees gradually rose from their kneeling positions, consuming the green algae sticks in hand, regaining their strength, their eyes rekindling with the hope of survival. At that very moment, several awakened individuals among the refugees suddenly stepped forward. Chapter 51, Assassination of the Saint Son. The awakened ones suddenly stepped forward, not out of dissent, but rather to spontaneously assist the shelter in maintaining order and aid the patrolling guards in distributing the green algae sticks. Consequently, the scene gradually transformed into one of organization. These displaced awakened individuals exhibited such proactive behavior merely to present themselves favorably before the shelter, seeking recognition. Soon, all the refugees received the freely distributed green algae sticks, and their wariness and hostility towards the shelter began to wane. They gradually came to the realization that the shelter was fundamentally different from those in the secure zones. It was not the cold and merciless entity they had imagined. The shelter not only harbored no discriminatory sentiments towards them but generously provided food without charge. Nearby, Li Yu observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment. He could not fathom the shelter's motives for such benevolence. Was it possible that the refugees held some value to be exploited? Just then, the Saint Son provided the answer. Riding atop a rain camel and surrounded by a throng of supporters, he made his way to the heart of the crowd. His bodyguards maintained a serious demeanor, vigilantly watching every movement around them. The Saint Son emanated a faint white glow, as if illuminated from within. Liu rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming with disbelief that the Saint Son indeed radiated light. Surprised, he mused, could this also be an extraordinary ability? The Saint Son spoke slowly, his voice remarkably compelling, seemingly affecting all those in proximity. In Shelter 7207, we are all equal. This is humanity's last refuge. Standing tall upon the rain camel, despite his youthful appearance, he seemed to exude an even greater stature. In one day, Shelter 7207 will host a talent selection competition. We shall offer you the opportunity to fully showcase your worth and contribute to the construction of the shelter. He emphasized, you have not misheard. Regardless of your status, everyone may register to participate. And the ultimate victor of this competition shall be granted residency rights within the shelter. The Saint Son's voice echoed throughout the square. Observing the hopeful expressions on the faces of the crowd, he smiled and continued, those wishing to register for the talent selection competition, please proceed to the registration center at the western gate of the shelter. Upon his announcement, whispers erupted among the crowd, with the awakened refugees eagerly rushing forward to sign up. As the prophesied calamity unfolded, the displaced individuals were compelled to migrate westward, seeking a place where they could continue to survive. To journey further west meant enduring continual conflicts with those from the secure zones while bravely facing the myriad dangers along the way. There was even the grim possibility of succumbing to starvation. In contrast, remaining at the shelter appeared to be the best option available to the refugees. They were all eager to try their luck in the registration process, unwilling to forfeit such a remarkable opportunity. Even some who had not awakened extraordinary abilities rushed to the registration point, filled with hopes of taking on tasks such as waste management or sanitation. Some female refugees deliberately swayed their bodies in front of the patrolling guards, willing to do anything to secure a place within the shelter. Observing the long queue forming before the registration center, the Saint Son nodded with satisfaction. One of the bodyguards remarked in awe, this year's talent selection competition might be the most successful one since the shelter began hosting such events. Whether it's the most successful remains to be seen, but it's certainly the most attended, another added, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even those who had grown up in this environment found it unprecedented to witness such a spectacle. At the back of the crowd, Fu Xiao fixed her gaze on Li Yu, acutely aware that given his abilities, he stood a strong chance of securing residency rights if he participated in the competition. After a moment of contemplation, despite her reluctance to see him leave, she hoped for better opportunities for him. Summoning her courage, she softly inquired, "Are you going to participate?" "I have no intention of doing so," Li Yu replied without hesitation. He had indeed considered this possibility. He felt confident that, in conjunction with Fu Xiao's abilities, remaining in the shelter should not pose a challenge. Even if they did not ascend to management roles, becoming patrolling guards would certainly be feasible. However, he harbored persistent doubts regarding the shelter's true intentions. As he regarded the fervent scene at the registration point, Li Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Have you considered why the shelter is hosting such a competition? Do they genuinely seek to select talent?" Fu Xiao paused, then shook her head, equally perplexed by the shelter's underlying motives for this event. At that moment, the Saint Sun, positioned at the center of the crowd, seemed to have an epiphany and loudly added, "For those who do not wish to remain in the shelter after winning, we will exchange the residency rights for a prize. A fully equipped portable house." As the Saint Sun's words echoed, the patrolling guards gasped in astonishment. "What? The prize is a portable house? Is it crafted by the architect Zhao Ko, who designed the high walls of the shelter?" "Indeed, it is he." "What an impressive prize. Yes, I feel tempted to participate myself." Just as Li Yu was about to depart, he overheard the guards' discussion and turned back, striding purposefully towards the square. "Where are you going, Li Yu?" Fu Xiao, bewildered by his sudden change in direction, called out. "To register," Li Yu replied, waving her to follow. "Hurry up, we must not waste time." Like a marionette, Fu Xiao followed him in a daze. "You just said you wouldn't register." Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, the Zhang family's guard appeared increasingly pale. His eyes reddened, and his demeanor grew more disheveled, leaving him utterly disoriented. A young girl among the refugees activated her extraordinary ability, sensing a new connection. To her astonishment, she discovered that this new puppet was concealed within the throng. Gazing at the Saint Sun encircled by the crowd, she suddenly conceived a plan. "Zhang family, I will ensure you all accompany me to the grave," she declared, unleashing her power. The red-eyed guard of the Zhang family tore off his disguise, brandishing a pistol from his clothing and staggering toward the center of the crowd. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qiudong's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the guard's erratic behavior. The guard, impervious to Zhang Qiudong's frantic calls, pressed onward. As Zhang Taidong moved to intervene, the red-eyed guard raised his firearm, aiming directly at the Saint Sun atop the rain camel, and fired. Bang! Chapter 52. The distribution of holy water. A sharp gunshot resonated through the air, shattering the calm. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. The refugees, disregarding their intentions to register, scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. The captain of the bodyguards reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping in front of the saint at the very moment the shot rang out. A bullet grazed his shoulder, leaving a striking streak of crimson in its wake. Yet, the saint remained composed, showing no signs of fear, nor even a hint of surprise. "The saint is under attack. Protect his holiness." Two bodyguards immediately shielded the saint from behind, drawing their weapons with alacrity, prepared to retaliate. They could scarcely believe that someone would dare to assault the saint. It was a reckless act that seemed to invite death. Zhang Qiudong's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it. He had never anticipated that one of his own guards would strike at the saint within the sanctuary at such a critical moment. He dashed towards the red-eyed guard, attempting to subdue him. However, the guard paid no heed to Zhang Qiudong's assault, continuing to fire frenziedly at the saint. Bang bang! All the bullets were intercepted by the bodyguard captain. A glimmer of insight flickered in the eyes of a young girl among the refugees. She sensed the energetic fluctuations emanating from the red-eyed guard. It was a power she recognized well, supernatural abilities. Astonishingly, this guard possessed such abilities, and the girl quickly seized control, compelling him to unleash his powers. With a wave of his hand, a massive stone lifted from the ground, hurtling towards the saint. One bodyguard leapt high from the back of a rain camel, shattering the enormous stone with a single kick. In a flash, he rushed forward and seized the red-eyed guard by the neck, rendering him powerless despite the guard's desperate struggles. As the situation spiraled out of control, Zhang Taidong swiftly turned to escape amidst the turmoil. In that very moment, he was forcefully pinned to the ground. The other two Zhang family guards also found themselves swiftly subdued by the bodyguards, as they all bore the same attire as the assailant. Impressive! Li Yu marveled at the bodyguards. The burly man, pinned to the ground and firmly restrained, was instantly recognized by Li Yu as Zhang Biao's personal guard. She recalled him vividly, for this man had once subdued a group of awakened ones among the refugees with sheer brute strength. Yet now, despite his formidable prowess, he was subdued like a mere chick by the saint's bodyguards, unable to mount any resistance. Moreover, Li Yu felt no trace of energy fluctuations, indicating that the bodyguards had overpowered Zhang Taidong solely through physical strength. In contrast, the awakened ones within the sanctuary appeared to be significantly more powerful than ordinary awakened individuals. Witnessing the subdued Zhang family guards, Li Yu struggled to believe her eyes. How audacious of Zhang Biao's guard to infiltrate the crowd and attack the saint. She was left wondering what had emboldened them. Oh, it was a misunderstanding, Zhang Taidong managed to rasp as he lay pinned. Smack! A bodyguard delivered a resounding slap across his face. Zhang Jiadong's visage swelled painfully, rendering him speechless. Take them away, commanded the bodyguard captain, as the others escorted the captives through the gates. Filled with fury, the captain touched his shoulder where the bullet had grazed him, still marked with a deep crimson imprint. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. His concern was not for the saint's safety, but for his own. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed him to shield the saint, intercepting the bullet. Had it struck the saint's custom-tailored garment instead of his own shoulder, it could have marked the end of his career as a bodyguard, even his life. Your Holiness, forgive me, the bodyguard captain implored, his expression fraught with anxiety as he knelt before the saint, forehead pressed to the ground. Rise, the saint replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand in a calming gesture. This is not your fault. Today's incident was clearly orchestrated by someone with ill intent. The bodyguard captain rose slowly, gratitude flickering in his eyes. The saint's words signified that the matter was resolved, and at the very least, his position and life were spared. Your Holiness, I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated and provide you with an explanation, he asserted with unwavering conviction. The saint nodded and replied in a measured tone, be sure to adhere to the regulations of the sanctuary. Yes. The bodyguard captain saluted respectfully before swiftly departing. Once beyond the towering walls, his pent-up fury became uncontainable. Damn it, have they lost their minds? They dare to attack the saint of the sanctuary. Who knows how many eyes the king of Hell has, he muttered, striding purposefully towards the detention area, eager to uncover the identity of those audacious enough to commit such an act. As order was restored beneath the high walls, the crowd began to gather once more. The saint, mounted atop the rain camel, stood before the sanctuary's gates, soothingly addressing the assembly, do not be afraid. The area surrounding the sanctuary remains quite safe. As a gesture of goodwill, I will distribute 300 milliliters of holy water to everyone on behalf of the sanctuary. You are all welcome to come and receive it. Upon hearing this, the refugees exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. What is a milliliter? Is that the same as 300 drops of water? The local residents produced cups, smiling as they explained to the refugees, this cup contains 300 milliliters of water. The water is delightful. I never expected to taste it again. Indeed, it is said that only the saint of the sanctuary is worthy of such holy water. The local residents eagerly brandished their cups, anticipation evident on their faces as they approached the distribution point. They regarded the surrounding refugees with a hint of derision, jesting, to drink the holy water is a blessing earned from a previous life. Let us express our gratitude to the saint. Moments later, the gates creaked open once more. At the saint's command, an immense water tanker was gradually wheeled out. The awakened individuals behind the tanker were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Liu leaned forward, observing that the tanker was equipped with 2 rows of neatly arranged switches. The local residents hurriedly positioned themselves beneath each tap, brimming with joy as they awaited their turn. The patrolling soldiers supervised closely, with each press of the switch above the tap, 300 milliliters of holy water flowed forth. The local residents rushed forward to collect the water. Once they filled their vessels, they eagerly drank it down, their faces transforming into expressions of sheer ecstasy, as if they were immersed in an unparalleled delight. The onlooking refugees, witnessing this spectacle, grew increasingly curious about the taste of the holy water, wondering what could induce such rapture. They too surged forward to form a line. The inhabitants of the safe zone seemed to know of this water, standing patiently behind, indicating that the holy water was indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 53, The Obstacle of the Executive. The curious onlookers, a throng of wondering souls, were increasingly captivated by the scene unfolding before them. What could this holy water possibly taste like, to elicit such an expression of rapturous ecstasy? The destitute began to surge forward, forming a queue, while those from the safe zone, seemingly familiar with this miraculous liquid, stood behind, awaiting their turn. Since the Holy Son had proclaimed that there would be enough for everyone, they were assured that it would indeed come to pass. Thus, the inhabitants of the safe zone were in no rush to contest with the wanderers, for such behavior would tarnish their own image. Before long, a wanderer from afar reached the front of the line. He trembled as he extended his tattered plastic container, cautiously receiving a small cup of the sacred water. Under the watchful eyes of the curious crowd, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. A wave of sweetness cascaded down his throat, and his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment at the unexpected delight of such pure and delectable water. In this desolate world, where rain fell in torrents, he had long been accustomed to the acrid taint of polluted sources. Filthy water invariably left a parched sensation in his throat, often accompanied by illness and suffering, yet this time, he encountered an unprecedented freshness and purity. It felt as though a miraculous spring of life flowed within him, awakening every parched cell in his body. A look of astonishment spread across his face, and unable to contain his elation, he exclaimed, This is what true water tastes like." His excitement surged, and he shouted once more, "It is holy water." With the wanderer's endorsement, others quickly rushed forward, eager to experience the legendary elixir for themselves, their faces alight with anticipation and curiosity. As each of them reached the front and partook of the wondrous holy water, they too displayed expressions of satisfaction and surprise. What could this holy water possibly taste like? Fuchsia mused, her heart brimming with curiosity, her eyes alight with desire as she observed the wanderer's reactions. Liu, too, yearned to savor the enchanting flavor of this revered water. Just as they approached the line, intending to wait patiently at the back, Liu suddenly froze at the sight of the figure standing before the water. It was the executive. "Everyone, please queue properly, no cutting in line." The executive bellowed, his voice echoing sternly. It was the very same individual who had confiscated their coal, now standing rigidly before the water jug, maintaining order among the destitute. "No need to bother," Liu murmured, suppressing his anger. With this executive present, even if he were to queue for his turn, it was unlikely he would be granted access. Moreover, given that Liu had eliminated several assassins sent by the executive, it was probable that upon seeing him, the executive would recognize him immediately. Fuxiao, who had been filled with eager anticipation to taste the holy water, now realized that her hopes were utterly dashed. She glared furiously at the executive standing before the water jug, astonished that such a vile person could exist within the shelter. Observing the haughty demeanor of the executive, Liu furrowed his brow. This will not do. It appeared that this executive was responsible for overseeing the distribution of various supplies at the entrance. As long as he remained stationed here, Liu would find himself restrained at every turn. This was merely a matter of coal and water. Should the executive continue to obstruct him and label him as a culprit, Liu's hopes of acquiring the portable shelter he so desired would be dashed. Until this man was removed, he could not draw closer to the sanctuary. With this realization, Liu steeled himself and made a resolute decision. Even at the risk of being discovered by the shelter, he was determined to eliminate this executive, eradicating future troubles once and for all. Armed with a more powerful crossbow and endowed with extraordinary long-range abilities, Liu felt confident in his ability to dispatch him. Furthermore, he harbored no illusions that the sanctuary could easily trace him. Should they indeed discover him, he would simply continue his migration, for he had never intended to remain in the sanctuary indefinitely. With this thought in mind, Liu began to carefully survey his surroundings, observing the multitude of wanderers queued before the water jug. the individuals from the safe zone standing behind them would require some time to receive their share of holy water. This indicated that the executive would be compelled to remain outside the high walls until all the wanderers and safe zone inhabitants had received their water. What an opportune moment this presented. Once the executive returned inside the walls, Li Yu would lose his chance to act. "Let us go," he whispered discreetly to Fu Xiao. The two, with the small black creature in tow, swiftly slipped away from the crowd, attracting no one's attention. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Yu mounted the small black creature with Fu Xiao. That moment, an idea struck him, and he turned to ask, "In which direction is Zhongbiao's team?" Fu Xiao promptly closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings. She sensed a considerable gathering of individuals from the Black Mountain safe zone to the west, over there. She pointed toward the resting place of Zhongbiao's team. Li Yu urged the small black creature onward, which galloped swiftly toward the indicated direction. Soon, they spotted the Black Mountain safe zone team resting ahead. Upon closer inspection, Li Yu confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed Zhongbiao's team. Li Yu stealthily maneuvered to the rear of Zhongbiao's group and found a higher vantage point from which to descend. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his crossbow, aligning it towards the sanctuary. He then produced a black arrow from his possession, switching to secondary weapon. Switch successful. Carbon fiber arrow LV5, effective attack range 50 meters, aiming time, -1 second. As it happened, this was an arrow from the Black Mountain safe zone. Due to the rarity of its materials, Li Yu had hesitated to use it until now. Observing his nearly depleted experience points, he summoned the cyclone's energy, quickly accumulating enough to level up. Carbon fiber arrow LV6. Effective attack range 60 meters, aiming time, -1 second. While the increase was modest, every little bit counted. Li Yu placed the black arrow into the crossbow's slot, drawing it back with force. He then quietly asked, "Can you help me calibrate? Are you ready?" "I'm ready," Fu Xiao replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness, for this was her first true attempt to assist Li Yu in aiming. She leaned beside him, intently perceiving the subtle shifts in the downpour, focused on the executive's every movement. In truth, Li Yu did not require the crossbow's sight, for he possessed an instinctive targeting circle in his mind. However, the distance was so great that he could not discern the situation a kilometer away. Thus, he awaited Fu Xiao's confirmation to ascertain his target. Fu Xiao remained closely pressed against Li Yu, diligently sensing the executive's every action along the aimed trajectory. Chapter 54, a perfect misunderstanding. Peering through the crossbow scope, Fu Xiao diligently discerned the identity of the person she was aiming at. Following the trajectory ahead. As she sensed the steady drip of rainwater upon the water truck, she subtly adjusted the crossbow's position, allowing her aim to shift slightly. After numerous refinements, the crossbow finally homed in accurately on the official, who was gesticulating in the rain, directing the line of people. After double-checking her aim, Fu Xiao excitedly exclaimed, "I've got it in my sights." "It's him," she affirmed. With the target locked, Li Yu's aim narrowed once more. Holding his breath, he focused intently, enhancing the precision of his aim. After remaining utterly still for 3 seconds, he gently squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The black arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. It swiftly hurtled towards the resting Zhongbiao's group. Zhongbiao only heard the sharp sound of air being sliced, just managing to shout, "Watch out, take cover." He presumed that the archer had returned seeking vengeance. In an instant, fear surged within Zhongbiao. So fast, he thought, realizing he could not defend against it, this sensation erupted from the depths of his being. Whoosh! Amidst a faint tremor, the black arrow zipped past Zhongbiao's head, soaring directly over his group towards the safety zone. Witnessing this, Zhongbiao finally breathed a long sigh of relief, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The wild archer had evidently grown exceptionally proficient. Had the arrow been aimed at him, his demise would have been inevitable. The black arrow, akin to a harbinger of death, sliced through the rain-drenched air with a hissing sound, its target, the official's chest. "Do you not understand the need to queue?" the official bellowed, his eyes wide with anger as he glared disdainfully at the unruly crowd. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril enveloped him. A flicker of terror crossed his gaze as he grasped the looming danger. He sought to flee, but everything transpired too swiftly for him to react. With a desperate cry, the official unleashed all his energy in a reckless burst. His formidable powers enveloped his body in a protective aura. Thud! The black arrow pierced through the official's chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. His abilities had failed to manifest in time, rendered ineffective in an instant. The official's body convulsed violently, and he slowly lowered his head, his gaze vacant as he stared at the gate. A gasp rippled through the gathered crowd. However, following an earlier assassination attempt, the onlookers remained remarkably composed, recognizing that the assailant was not targeting them. "Protect the sun," the patrol captain shouted, rushing from the entrance, his subordinates swiftly encircling the sun in a protective formation. The sentinels atop the refuge's towering walls were tense, their vigilant eyes scanning the distance for potential foes. The patrol captain moved with urgency, unhesitatingly advancing towards the spot where the official had fallen, his gaze sharp as he searched fervently. Soon, the patrol captain spotted the black arrow, now deeply embedded in the high wall. He yanked it free, scrutinizing it closely, noting every detail from its material to its craftsmanship. His brow furrowed, he glanced towards the direction from which the arrow had been fired and barked an order, "Quickly, search for the assassin." A hint of fury laced his voice. In a single day, the refuge had suffered 2 assaults. This was an audacious provocation. "Follow me." The patrol captain swiftly mounted his reined steed, charging forth without hesitation. Time was of the essence. A moment's delay could allow the assailant to escape. The refuge's patrolmen promptly sprang into action, trailing the captain. Other patrol teams also surged out simultaneously. Under the captain's command, they began a meticulous search of the area from which the black arrow had been launched. Observing the throng that had hastened out, a patrolman beside the sun knelt, softly advising, "Your Grace, it would be prudent to retreat within the walls." With the bodyguard and captain absent, he felt ill-equipped to safeguard the sun. The sun, seated upon his reined steed, remained silent. His gaze was profound and serene, as if penetrating the layers of rain and mist, perceiving something imperceptible to others, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It seems things have become more intriguing," the sun murmured, his voice tinged with an enigmatic amusement. Several kilometers away, Fu Xiao abruptly opened her eyes, her expression brimming with exhilaration. "He's dead," she proclaimed, sensing that the official had collapsed in the rain, his life force dissipating. "So accurate." Fu Xiao marveled, realizing this was the farthest range of her abilities, yet Li Yu had managed to strike his target from such a distance. Upon hearing the news of the successful shot, Li Yu seized the crossbow, declaring, "Let us move." The two swiftly mounted their horses, retreating at a breakneck pace towards the eastern side of the refuge. Meanwhile, the patrol captain, accompanied by various patrol teams, was racing towards their location atop their reined steeds. "This way, quick pursuit," the captain shouted, directing his team towards the west. From the angle at which the black arrow had struck the wall, he had deduced the general vicinity of the assailant. Enraged, the patrolmen surged westward, determined to uncover the identity of the audacious perpetrator who had not only attacked the sun but had also slain the official of the refuge. "Report. Head of the house, several squads are approaching from the east, drawing ever closer." A guard from the Zhang family rushed in, visibly flustered. "The east?" That direction led to the refuge. Zhang Biao's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. Could the refuge be attempting to annex us? Or have they discovered Zhang Taidong's intentions? That shouldn't be. As Zhang Biao pondered these uncertainties, another guard stumbled in, breathless. "Head of the house." "They're getting closer." Jolted from his thoughts, Zhang Biao rushed to the front of his group. In the distance, he spotted a large patrol team advancing on horseback. While well aware of the refuge's formidable reputation, he would never consider surrendering to be consumed by them. Moreover, the heavy firepower within Zhang Biao's ranks had been meticulously arranged during the previous exodus of the refugees. Should a confrontation arise, he felt no fear against the approaching patrolmen. "Head of the house, should we open fire?" Chapter 55. "All out war, shall we open fire?" the guard beside him inquired, his voice trembling with palpable tension. His hand gripped his weapon tightly, poised for combat at any moment. "Wait a moment," Zhang Biao decisively interjected. He was acutely aware that the sound of gunfire would signify the onset of a full-scale conflict with the shelter. Deep down, he genuinely wished to avoid any confrontation with them. However, if the shelter continued to press him relentlessly, he would have no choice but to retaliate. Zhang Biao also understood that the weapons within his Zhang family's ranks were predominantly designed for mid-range combat. Should the adversaries close in too closely, it would be too late for him to strike back. At that juncture, the formidable artillery would lose its intended efficacy. He needed to make a decision before they encroached further. As the patrol team drew nearer, Zhang Biao resolved to issue a warning first. If they insisted on provoking a war with their safe zone, he would be compelled to fire back. "Archers, take your positions," Zhang Biao commanded with a wave of his hand. Several guards wielding black bows swiftly stepped forward. He refrained from allowing them to use firearms for the warning, fearing that the gunfire might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. "Shoot the arrows in front of them, halt their advance and issue a warning," Zhang Biao instructed hastily. Determined to prevent any further encroachment, the guards narked their arrows, moving in perfect unison as they released a volley of black arrows. Whoosh, 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 the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. A row of black arrows struck the ground just ahead of the patrol team with pinpoint accuracy. "Whoa!" The patrol captain urgently raised his hand, signaling for all patrolling soldiers to rein in their mounts, bringing the rain camels to a halt. Unfazed by the warning from the safe zone, the captain dismounted with a light jump, stepping forward to crouch on the ground. He drew one of the black arrows from the earth and meticulously compared it to another black arrow that had slain the officer. From the materials to the craftsmanship of the arrow, even the clandestine mark etched at the arrow's tail were indistinguishable. Furthermore, the trajectory of the shot aligned perfectly. The arrow that killed the officer indeed originated from the direction of this safe zone. The evidence in his hand was sufficient to indicate that it was the people from this safe zone who had assassinated the shelter's officer. The patrol captain's gaze turned as frigid as frost as he scanned the distance toward the artillery beside Zhang Biao, along with the firearms firmly gripped by Zhang's guards. "How many years has it been?" the patrol captain murmured to himself. It had been years since anyone dared to attack the shelter. Recollections flooded his mind from his days as a fledgling soldier when no one dared to provoke the shelter. In all his years as patrol captain, this was the first time he encountered such a brazen provocation. The people from the safe zone were audacious enough to confront them directly. He could hardly fathom who had emboldened them. "Take another step forward, and we will open fire," Zhang Biao's voice echoed from afar, strained with urgency. Although it was a threat, it also signified Zhang Biao's reluctance to engage in combat. Yet the patrol captain remained undeterred, calmly remounting his rain camel and resolutely commanding, "Charge, capture the assailant." The patrol team, mounted on their rain camels, surged forward without hesitation. Zhang Biao's expression instantly hardened, his thoughts racing. "It is you who are forcing my hand." "Fire!" Zhang Biao commanded, and all guards opened fire simultaneously as the artillery unleashed a shell. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Several patrol soldiers were sent flying by the explosion, the harrowing scene enough to chill the heart. "Rebellion!" the patrol captain seethed in fury, astonished that they would actually dare to fire. He swiftly drew his sidearm, activating his abilities to enhance both his and his mount's speed, leading the charge. The patrol captain fired relentlessly at the guards. In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire erupted, filling the air with chaos. Liu and Fu Xiao, who had just fled, also heard the violent sounds behind them. Li Yu glanced back, witnessing the dazzling flashes of fire erupting from the direction of Zhang Biao's forces. It appeared that a fierce battle was underway there. "Xiao Hei, run fast," Li Yu urged, patting the little black creature's head urgently. He wanted no part in this turmoil. Clinging tightly to Xiao Hei's back, Li Yu and Fu Xiao felt the gunfire intensifying behind them, with fiery flashes illuminating half the sky. Xiao Hei galloped faster, driven by the urgency of their escape. Though the specifics of the conflict were obscured from view, Li Yu sensed that the shelter's personnel were formidable opponents. The patrol soldiers were powerful awakened beings, most of whom had been selected through rigorous talent assessments, far from the capacity of the guards from Heishan's safe zone to handle easily. Xiao Hei swiftly navigated through the rain, soon circling around to the high ground on the western side of the shelter. Fu Xiao sensed their surroundings, confirming that no one was pursuing them. It appeared they had not yet been detected. Standing atop the elevated terrain in the west, Li Yu finally caught his breath, relishing the location. It boasted a high vantage point, offering an unobstructed view, perfect for the manifestation of his abilities. After erecting a makeshift rain shelter, Li Yu began organizing the arrows, as their increasing number rendered them cumbersome to carry. Reflecting on this, Li Yu suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved the quiver he had exchanged from the black rat, attempting to equip it in the empty slot. Equipment successful, quiver LV1. Crafted from high-quality beast leather, treated with a special waterproof coating. Capacity, 20 arrows, special effect, none, excellent. Liu noted the attributes. It seemed feasible to upgrade the quiver. The spatial aspect was indeed advantageous. If this trend of upgrades continued, he would surely be able to carry an even greater number of arrows. Liu then produced a light blue crystal core from a strange beast. After several absorptions, the core's glow had dimmed significantly, its internal energy nearly depleted. He activated the cyclone in his abdomen, swiftly absorbing the remaining energy, converting it into experience points. Upgrade successful, quiver LV2. Capacity 40, reload speed 2. With a steady influx of experience points, Li Yu managed to elevate the quiver to level 5 in one go. Given the ample energy, this was the maximum efficiency of his cyclone transformation. Beyond level 5, as his experience points increased, he would have to upgrade gradually. Quiver LV5, capacity 60, reload speed 5, special effect, stability 25, reduces recoil and vibration during shooting, enhancing stability for consecutive shots. Small equipment slot 1, another small one. Li Yu furrowed his brow. With this addition, he now possessed 2 small equipment slots. While he suspected that new rewards could only be unlocked upon reaching critical levels for the first time, the small equipment slot seemed to indicate that the expansion of equipment slots could not continue indefinitely through upgrades. Li Yu examined the upgraded capacity of the quiver, which now held only 60 arrows. This capacity is utterly insufficient. He observed the 2 hefty bundles of arrows in his pack, totaling 100 awaiting placement. It appeared he would need to continue upgrading the quiver, otherwise, he could not carry the excess arrows. As the last remnants of energy were absorbed, the crystal core in Li Yu's hand lost all its radiance, resembling an ordinary stone. He glanced at the remaining cores in his pocket. The quantity is dwindling. Chapter 56, Ominous Signs of Disaster. Aside from Fu Xiao and Xiao He, after exchanging the crossbow with the black rat, only 3 crystal cores from the Misty Panthers remained in the package. Li Yu took out one of the cores to continue absorbing its energy, wondering if Fu Xiao had finished using hers. With this thought, Li Yu raised his head to glance at Fu Xiao, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze and pretending to scout stealthily. Clack! The crisp sound of the crystal core colliding echoed as Li Yu forcefully tossed the depleted core onto the ground, deliberately making the noise. Upon hearing the sound, before Li Yu could even ask, Fu Xiao had already guessed what he was about to say. Stop urging me, I will hurry up and absorb it, she mumbled, lowering her head awkwardly. At that moment, Xiao He suddenly bounded over, wagging its tail joyfully, and then opened its mouth wide. Xiao He spat out a crystal core, rolling it beside the one Li Yu had discarded. It was indeed the one Li Yu had previously fed to it. This beast's crystal core now lay dull and lifeless, its energy clearly absorbed completely by Xiao He. Seeing the 2 depleted cores, Fu Xiao buried her head even lower, feeling inferior even to Xiao He. What she did not realize was that both Xiao He and Li Yu found it effortless to absorb the beast crystal cores. In fact, Fu Xiao was slower at absorption than Xiao He. While Fu Xiao required the flow of blood to assist her absorption, the efficiency was simply not on the same level. Unbeknownst to her, she merely believed she had not exerted enough effort in her absorption. Eat more meat, absorb more, Li Yu said, his expression a mix of seriousness and light-hearted teasing. HMPH, Xiao He echoed with a grunt. In the presence of Li Yu and Xiao He, Fu Xiao felt as if she wished to become an ostrich. After playfully teasing Fu Xiao for a while, Li Yu felt quite cheerful as he gazed towards the direction of the shelter. He lamented over the execution officer he had shot, feeling a sense of regret. Having served as an officer in the shelter for so many years, that individual must have amassed quite a number of valuable items. Furthermore, as a class changer, he undoubtedly possessed a significant amount of energy. From such a distance, it was impossible to obtain anything from the officer or absorb his energy. What a waste, Li Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. As the sky gradually darkened, distant flashes of fire lit up the overcast clouds. With each diminishing frequency, it seemed that the battle there was drawing to a close. The distance was too great for Fu Xiao to discern who had emerged victorious, but Li Yu was convinced that the shelter would prevail. However, with cannons and various firearms in Zhang Biao's team, the shelter was likely to pay a hefty price. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating everything on the ground in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder followed a few seconds later. The fierce winds began to rage, and columns of rain danced through the air. Everything heralded the imminent arrival of a super thunderstorm. The sky darkened abruptly, as if covered by a massive black curtain, foreshadowing the disaster to come. The howling wind swept past, and Li Yu and Fu Xiao struggled to hold onto the nearly blown-away waterproof cloth. They quickly sought refuge behind Xiao Hei to shield themselves from the wind, prompting Xiao Hei to grunt in apparent displeasure. "This weather changes so suddenly," Li Yu said, wiping the rainwater from his face. He thought to himself how convenient it would be if the portable shelter mentioned by the saint of the refuge were available. Even if it were a bit small, at least it would provide a place to escape the wind and rain. Fu Xiao, disheveled and at the mercy of the wind, appeared quite disheveled. Liu took out a can and they shared a piece of beast meat. With the energy infused in the meat, they did not feel the cold as much. Yet, the howling winds and torrential rain made it impossible for Li Yu to find peace. After enduring the storm throughout the night, Li Yu had not managed to sleep at all. Fu Xiao also bore dark circles under her eyes, having hardly rested. In contrast, Xiao Hei stood alert throughout the night, full of energy. Quiver LV6, capacity 70, reload speed 6, stability 25. Having leveled up, Li Yu continued to channel energy through the vortex in his abdomen. He looked up at the sky. Although the winds had calmed significantly, the rain showed no signs of abating. Gazing at the distant high walls, Li Yu couldn't help but reflect. Although the people of the shelter were somewhat hypocritical, they had indeed done a good deed. Without the refuge's protection and the food provided, many displaced individuals would not have survived such extreme weather. "Let us go and assess the situation," Li Yu said as he led Fu Xiao to approach the shelter from the east slowly. Outside the high walls of the shelter, a throng of people had gathered. Many of the displaced individuals, who had initially planned to shun the shelter's charity, had been compelled by the merciless winds and rain to congregate there. Those who had fallen behind from the main group of displaced individuals were now struggling to reach the shelter amidst the downpour. The number of people outside the high walls continued to swell. As soon as Li Yu arrived, some displaced individuals recognized him. After all, their unique duo was quite memorable. So much had transpired the previous day that the displaced individuals had little time to notice their surroundings. After a night of hardship, the displaced individuals began to stabilize. Once they were well fed and had some leisure time, they noticed Li Yu and began to whisper amongst themselves about him and Fu Xiao. Before long, a few figures hurriedly approached Li Yu. Sensing a familiar energy, he looked up. "Ma Yuanbai." At that moment, Ma Yuanbai was surrounded by numerous class changers. His group visibly expanded. Many were familiar faces that Li Yu recognized from their previous assault on the Black Mountain safety zone. "Let's move to a less crowded place to talk," Ma Yuanbai said, leading Li Yu slightly away from the high walls to a more secluded spot. "What is going on?" Li Yu inquired, curious about Ma Yuanbai's cautious demeanor. After confirming the surroundings, Ma Yuanbai whispered to Li Yu, "I heard that someone accurately shot and killed an execution officer yesterday." Though Li Yu wished to deny it, he could not refute Ma Yuanbai's assured expression. Ma Yuanbai emphatically stated, "I could guess it was you who did it. I'm sure others can too." "Is it that obvious?" Li Yu replied helplessly. Ma Yuanbai rolled his eyes. Could it be any less obvious? Among thousands of awakened ones, there's hardly anyone who can shoot as accurately as you. Are you saying the shelter has already figured out I'm the culprit? Li Yu asked quietly, glancing around cautiously, ready to flee at any moment. Logically, it should be easy to deduce it was you, yet they haven't. Ma Yuanbai too was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Li Yu was somewhat bewildered. What did it mean to Bishard have been discovered yet not discovered? Ma Yuanbai pointed towards the distant crowd of displaced individuals. "Those who came from Black Mountain have witnessed your archery skills. They would certainly be able to guess it was you." Chapter 57, The Invitation from Mar Yuanbai. Thus, I have analyzed two possibilities, Mar Yuanbai said, resting his chin on his hand, his expression grave and earnest. Li Yu leaned in closer, intent on listening carefully. The first possibility is that the refugees from Heishan are grateful to you, hence no one has reported you. Upon finishing his statement, Mar Yuanbai cast a disbelieving glance at Li Yu. This notion was not only incredulous to Mar Yuanbai but also met with skepticism written all over Li Yu's face. The idea that the refugees might feel gratitude towards him to the extent of withholding reports was utterly preposterous. One must understand that refugees, when faced with unbearable hunger, would resort to any means necessary to secure their survival. At such a critical juncture, who would care about your identity? Not even a former savior could expect such loyalty. The second possibility is that the inhabitants of the shelter are aware of your involvement, but are deliberately feigning ignorance. Mar Yuanbai's gaze scrutinized Li Yu, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he pondered whether Li Yu had secretly established connections with the shelter. Yet, the bewildered expression on Li Yu's face clearly indicated his complete unawareness of such dealings. You haven't established any connections? Mar Yuanbai asked, somewhat taken aback. No, I don't know anyone from the shelter, Li Yu murmured. At that moment, even Mar Yuanbai found himself puzzled. How could Li Yu not be targeted by the shelter? The reasoning eluded him. Could it be that the entire staff of the shelter had lost their wits? Otherwise, given the glaring suspicions surrounding Li Yu, it was inconceivable that the shelter, with its intelligence-gathering capabilities, would remain oblivious. Liu suddenly ventured a tentative question, could the perpetrator be Zhang Biao? Mar Yuanbai's eyes widened instantly as he vehemently retorted, impossible. Even if Zhang Biao intended to shoot arrows, he would require the necessary skills. However, in a fleeting moment, Mar Yuanbai experienced an epiphany, as if struck by a sudden realization. I see. No wonder there was a clash between the Heishan safe zone and the shelter last night. Could it? I didn't do it. Li Yu hastily shook his head, unwilling to admit such an accusation. However, it was clear that Mar Yuanbai trusted only his own judgment. Nodding repeatedly, Mar Yuanbai appeared to grasp the situation. That makes sense. If it was indeed the Heishan safe zone that killed the officer yesterday, then the shelter's subsequent confrontation would seem entirely justifiable. What was the outcome of the battle? Upon hearing this news, Li Yu eagerly inquired. I heard the shelter suffered the loss of an entire patrol team, Mar Yuanbai replied solemnly, continuing, the Heishan safe zone incurred numerous casualties, ultimately leading to Zhang Biao being gravely injured while fleeing with only half of his men. He actually escaped. Li Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zhang Biao possessed the capability to elude the shelter's forces. Ma Yuanbai explained, the shelter dispatched merely a patrol team, not the core combat unit, so it was entirely reasonable for Zhang Biao to escape. Li Yu frowned, realizing that Zhang Biao had survived. Zhang Biao was well acquainted with his abilities. If he were to establish communication with the shelter, he would undoubtedly divulge everything about Li Yu. At that point, the shelter would ascertain who had killed the officer. This shouldn't be the case. How could the shelter so easily be manipulated into being your pawn? Mar Yuanbai glanced towards the distant high walls. If the shelter's personnel were indeed that foolish, they would not have achieved such expansion. Perhaps the shelter has never regarded me as a significant threat from the outset, Li Yu mused, seemingly catching onto the shelter's mindset. Mar Yuanbai fell silent, inwardly conceding to Li Yu's perspective. For the lofty shelter, it was conceivable that they regarded the refugees as inconsequential. It seems I must maintain a low profile for a few days, Li Yu declared, preparing to turn away. Wait, Mar Yuanbai called out to him. Observing Mar Yuanbai's hesitance, Li Yu inquired, is there something else? Mar Yuanbai gestured towards a few awakeners gathered not far behind them, individuals he had specifically invited to fulfill his plan. I wish to discuss something with you, he said casually. Li Yu glanced at the awakeners, noting the presence of a woman who had been by Mar Yuanbai's side. He had not realized she was also an awakener. I'm sorry, but I am not interested in forming a team at the moment, Li Yu politely declined. No, Mar Yuanbai quickly replied, it's not about forming a team. He sighed, a look of helplessness crossing his face. I need you to assist me with something. Assist? The term was quite novel to Li Yu. After contemplating for a moment, he acknowledged that Ma Yuanbai was one of the few acquaintances he had, so helping him did not seem too burdensome. What kind of assistance? Li Yu countered. Although he was willing to help, he wanted to ascertain the nature of the request first. I wish to ascend to the summit of Shirong Mountain, Ma Yuanbai stated plainly, fully aware of Li Yu's disposition. Shirong Mountain. Li Yu recognized that they were currently within the vicinity of Shirong Mountain but was unsure of its precise location. Indeed, Shirong Mountain. Moreover, to my knowledge, there are mutated beasts that roam its heights. Ordinary individuals, let alone even average awakeners, cannot ascend it, Ma Yuanbai asserted. Thus, I require a temporary team of awakeners to assist me in reaching the summit. Ma Yuanbai fixed his keen gaze upon Li Yu. You are the final piece I need. Noticing Li Yu's contemplative silence, Ma Yuanbai hastily added, once I reach the summit of Shirong Mountain, the cores of the mutated beasts will undoubtedly be yours. Furthermore, if you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. In the future, I will also assist you unconditionally. Ma Yuanbai enumerated the benefits, for if Li Yu were to join, his plan would be half accomplished. At that moment, a newcomer among the awakeners, observing the hushed conversation between the two, could not help but interject, what kind of strength does he possess that warrants such a serious invitation from Bosmar? An awakener who had witnessed Li Yu's prowess immediately countered, he possesses that strength. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that having Li Yu's support in this endeavor would provide them with a greater sense of security. He is a master archer. The group of awakeners was well aware of Li Yu's remarkable accuracy with his arrows, which never missed their mark. Furthermore, his shooting range was so extensive that even the guards of the Heishan safe zone could not defend against him. Seeing that everyone around him recognized Li Yu's capabilities, the newcomer sheepishly fell silent. Li Yu pondered for a moment. Although the task Ma Yuanbai proposed sounded straightforward, he suspected it was anything but simple. Finally, he curiously inquired, why do you wish to ascend to the summit of Shirong Mountain? Chapter 58. The Western Rhone Mountain. Upon hearing the question, Ma Yuanbai first cast a vigilant glance around him. Noticing that no one was eavesdropping, he leaned closer to Li Yu and whispered, there is a colossal secret hidden at the summit, closely linked to the impending calamity. Li Yu was somewhat taken aback, yet he understood that Ma Yuanbai had no reason to deceive him. I can assist with this. Ma Yuanbai's expression brightened, but Li Yu suddenly hesitated. However, you may state your terms, Ma Yuanbai urged, fully aware that enlisting Li Yu's help would come at a price. Nevertheless, he was prepared to meet any condition, as long as Li Yu was willing to come. I desire a portable shelter from the refuge. Do you have any means to procure it? Li Yu's request caught Ma Yuanbai off guard. He had anticipated a more astonishing demand, not one concerning the refuge. Is that the reward from the talent selection competition? Ma Yuanbai recalled. Indeed, Li Yu confirmed with a nod. Not a problem, as long as we can reach the peak of Western Rhone Mountain, I'll find a way for everyone to assist you in claiming your reward, Ma Yuanbai assured him, his tone resolute. Reaching the mountain was a trivial condition in his eyes. Deal, Li Yu readily agreed, the two clasped hands in agreement. Witnessing this exchange, the awakened individuals behind Ma Yuanbai collectively breathed a sigh of relief. With Li Yu's assistance, the probability of success for their mission had significantly increased. Shall we set off now? Li Yu inquired, eager to expedite their undertaking. Absolutely, Ma Yuanbai replied, his face alight with excitement. His team of awakened had already gathered en route to the refuge. The delay in setting forth was solely due to his desire to invite Li Yu along. With the team assembled, they were ready to depart without further ado. Ma Yuanbai turned back to discuss matters with his fellow awakened, leaving a few ordinary individuals behind to wait. Once everything was organized, he approached with several awakened by his side. Li Yu exchanged a few words with Fu Xiao, who had previously met Ma Yuanbai and had no objections. Considering that she could extend her assistance to Li Yu, she decided to join them as well. After a brief round of introductions, Ma Yuanbai led his newly formed temporary team toward the northern side of the refuge. Throughout the journey, Ma Yuanbai could hardly contain his exhilaration. "We can do this," he silently affirmed. Not only was his plan progressing smoothly, but the awakened he had gathered were far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. After several hours of travel, the torrential rain began to subside, and the group finally reached the foot of Western Rong Mountain. Ma Yuanbai gathered everyone together. "We are about to ascend the mountain, let us remain alert." At that moment, Ma Yuanbai appeared exceedingly seasoned, methodically assigning tasks to the group. "Sun Hao, stay vigilant for any dangers." The newly arrived young man nodded in acknowledgement. "Zhao Xiong, maintain our rear guard." "Leave it to me," the stout man affirmed with a nod. "Li Yu, what of your steed?" Ma Yuanbai cast a worried glance at the small black horse beside Li Yu. "Rest assured, this horse is fully capable of climbing," Li Yu assured him. Ma Yuanbai nodded. "Let us proceed." All present were awakened, thus their pace was brisk as they began their ascent. The slope of Western Rome Mountain was not steep, and the small black horse had no trouble navigating it. Throughout the journey, Li Yu continued to enhance his quiver. After walking for half an hour, the group made an unexpected discovery. Through the misty rain, a dark object loomed in the distance. "What is that?" "It appears to be a tree." They hurried forward and indeed found a tree. Living in the dark mountains, they had not encountered trees in quite some time. Liu and Fu Xiao were astonished. They had assumed trees were extinct, yet here stood one. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the tree was covered in pine needles. The dense, dark foliage rendered it almost invisible from afar. "It's still alive. A true miracle. Absolutely astonishing." The young man responsible for sensing dangers, Sun Hao, was seeing even Li Yu had only seen one in his childhood. At that moment, without needing Ma Yuanbai to speak, Li Yu was also curious about what lay atop the mountain. In this land, now ruled by rain, there remained such a tenacious form of life. Though this tree was a rarity, the group did not pause, instead continuing their ascent. Liu tugged at the small black horse, but it remained steadfastly unmoving. Fu Xiao stepped forward, gently stroking the horse's mane in an attempt to soothe it. Yet, the small black horse remained obstinate, stubbornly halting behind the tree. "What is the matter?" Ma Yuanbai noticed the situation and inquired. "It suddenly won't move. This horse won't exhibit such behavior without reason," Li Yu replied, his gaze revealing seriousness and wariness. "There may be unforeseen dangers ahead." Ma Yuanbai nodded, trusting Li Yu's judgment, aware that there were dangers on Western Rome Mountain, yet his objective was to ascend. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu made a decision. "Let the black horse remain here, we will continue on foot. If the situation deteriorates, we can use this as a fallback point." Ma Yuanbai concurred with the plan. "Very well, let us press on." Fu Xiao also patted the horse before turning to follow the others. Just as the group passed the tree, a rustling sound echoed down from the mountain top. "What was that?" Ma Yuanbai asked, his expression filled with alertness as he halted. "Is it the sound of rain?" "Doesn't seem like it." "It sounds more like waves crashing," Li Yu remarked, straining to listen and discerning that it indeed resembled the sound of waves lapping against the shore. A shock ran through the group. They were on Western Rome Mountain, not near any body of water. How could there be the sound of waves? As they ascended further, the sound of crashing waves grew clearer, and even the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The rain intensified as they approached the source of the noise. The group halted in tension. Ma Yuanbai turned to Sun Hao. Sun Hao nodded, then cupped his ear to the ground, straining to listen, but the feedback left him stunned. "What is it?" Ma Yuanbai inquired anxiously. "It's a tsunami," Sun Hao uttered in disbelief. Chapter 59, The Tsunami Shadow Beast. Although Sun Hao was acutely aware that this answer was evidently incorrect, he steeled himself and uttered it nonetheless. "A tsunami." Ma Yuanbai was momentarily taken aback, and the others wore expressions of disbelief. After all, they were in the Shirong Mountains. Where could a tsunami possibly come from? Yet, Sun Hao had distinctly heard a sound reminiscent of a tsunami, its clarity suggesting it was emanating from not far ahead. Li Yu turned to glance at Fu Xiao. After a brief moment of perception, Fu Xiao shook her head in response to Li Yu. She detected no unusual changes in the rainfall. Shush, shush. The sound grew increasingly closer, swiftly approaching their vicinity. It's an earthquake. Be cautious, Ma Yuanbai warned. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. It's not an earthquake. Li Yu suddenly realized something and shouted, "There's something underground." The vibrations intensified, and the sound of crashing waves drew nearer, indicating that an unknown entity was rapidly advancing towards them. Boom. The earth erupted abruptly, splitting open with a tremendous crack, as though the very ground had been violently torn apart. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a hulking beast, towering at 3 meters, lunged explosively from the depths below. Zhao Xiong, caught utterly unawares, was sent flying, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground in the distance. Be careful. What a colossal beast. The faces of everyone paled in an instant. They had not anticipated that the beast had silently crept upon them. Create some distance. Ma Yuanbai decisively commanded. Without hesitation, Li Yu grasped Fu Xiao's hand, and they turned to flee. Neither of them possessed the ability for close combat, and staying put would be of no assistance. As Li Yu glanced back, he realized it was a beast capable of burrowing underground, which explained why even Fu Xiao had failed to sense its presence. The deep blue creature stood silently, its eyes emanating an eerie azure glow, as if appraising the humans who intruded upon its territory. What manner of beast is this? Ma Yuanbai stammered, his voice trembling, while a nearby woman hurriedly shielded him from behind. The other awakened individuals swiftly dispersed, forming a semicircular defensive formation, each one fixated on the abruptly appearing creature. The beast's scales were adorned with patterns reminiscent of oceanic waves, which glimmered faintly under the rain's onslaught. Everyone, be cautious, Ma Yuanbai urged, attempting to maintain his composure as he gestured for everyone to retreat slowly. He had no desire to engage in battle with this unknown beast. If it allowed them to withdraw safely, he would willingly take a longer route. As the group began to retreat, the beast suddenly took a step forward. Shush, shush. Its massive, scaled feet produced a rustling sound, akin to the slithering of a serpent, sending chills down their spines. Upon witnessing the creature's movement, everyone heightened their vigilance, instinctively channeling their energy, prepared to unleash their abilities at a moment's notice. It seemed unwilling to let them escape easily, as if regarding them as its prey. Oh! In the midst of the standoff, a groan echoed from nearby. That was quite a hit. Did I just get smashed like a cannonball? Turning their heads, they saw Zhao Xiong, who had been hurled away by the beast, struggling to rise from the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Is that so? Li Yu stared incredulously at Zhao Xiong. He genuinely admired Zhao Xiong's resilience. Enduring the beast's ambush and surviving was no small feat. Shush, shush. The beast seemed to take notice of its earlier target, now rising, and it angrily advanced towards Zhao Xiong. Attack! Upon seeing the beast in motion, Ma Yuanbai immediately commanded an assault. The two awakened individuals at the forefront sprang into action. One placed both hands on the ground, causing the rainwater to rapidly crystallize into a thick layer of ice. The other's body hardened, transforming into something akin to solid rock, as he charged forward without hesitation, launching a fierce assault against the beast's limbs. The beast, with its lantern-like eyes, noticed the approaching individual and stepped forward. Suddenly, it lost its footing, half of its body kneeling as it nearly slipped on the icy surface. What an opportunity! The one transformed into rock gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful punch towards the beast's precariously balanced leg. If he could topple the beast, it would struggle to regain its footing on the ice. Liu readied his crossbow, just as the beast inhaled deeply and slowly opened its mouth. Roar! It unleashed a deafening roar, its voice akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, resonating through the air. Everyone was struck as though by a violent shockwave, instantly closing their eyes and clutching their ears in agony. It's a sonic attack, Ma Yuanbai shouted, covering his ears. He had not anticipated that this beast possessed such a terrifying ability. However, at that moment, his words were drowned out by the cacophony. Even Li Yu, who was farthest from the creature, experienced a ringing in his ears, succumbing to a brief state of deafness. The rock-formed awakened individual, positioned closest to the beast, fared worse. It felt as if he had been struck on the head, and he collapsed to the ground, dazed. After the sonic assault, the icy ground shattered into countless fragments. The beast regained its footing, resuming its menacing stance. All present experienced a relentless buzzing in their ears. Sun Hao, grimacing in pain as he clutched his ears, suddenly realized, no wonder I could hear the sound of a tsunami earlier. It was the beast's roar. Li Yu concentrated his mental fortitude to fend off the sonic onslaught. Despite feeling intensely unwell, he swiftly readied his crossbow, enduring the ringing in his ears and the sensation of dizziness as he aimed at the beast. The creature, now advancing towards the nearest rock-formed awakened individual, was poised to deliver a fatal blow. As the latter lay incapacitated and unable to evade. In that critical moment, Li Yu pulled the trigger. Buzz. An arrow, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, soared towards the beast's chest with pinpoint precision. At such close range, the arrow's penetrating power was formidable, hurtling forth with unstoppable momentum. Clang! Sparks flew as the beast's body shuddered violently under the arrow's impact, yet it remained firmly in place. Impossible! Li Yu's face contorted in shock. The arrow had ricocheted off the beast's tough scales, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This was a powerful crossbow, renowned for its piercing capability. He could pierce through awakened individuals from thousands of meters away, yet now it failed to breach the formidable defenses of this beast. The beast's furious gaze swiftly shifted to Li Yu, its eyes glinting with a terrifying rage as it charged towards him. Li Yu hastily retreated, deftly reloading his crossbow. He pondered rapidly. No, it must have a weakness. It cannot be entirely encased in impenetrable scales. Chapter 60, Targeting Weakness. A voice suddenly echoed, freeze. It turned out that the ice element awakened had finally shaken off the disorientation, hastily rushing over to assist. Once again, the feet of the otherworldly beast were ensnared by frost. This time the ice layer was considerably thicker, attempting to firmly immobilize its limbs. As a result, the beast's speed significantly diminished, providing Li Yu with the opportunity to take aim once more. He was now aware that the creature's scales possessed formidable defensive capabilities, thus, he targeted its lantern-like eyes. Buzz. Li Yu released another arrow. The beast seemed to sense the immense threat posed by this projectile, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a deafening roar. Roar? The sound waves, akin to a tsunami, violently collided with the swiftly approaching arrow midair, resulting in a fierce clash of energy that successfully intercepted the arrow. Noticing that the beast had proactively initiated a defense, Li Yu instantly comprehended that its eyes were far less protected than its scales. Bai, standing nearby, also grasped this realization. Clearly, Li Yu's assault posed a direct threat to the creature, prompting its counterattack. He needed to buy Li Yu more time. Everyone, attack together. Bai shouted, and the others promptly joined the fray, attempting to divert the beast's attention and disrupt its judgment. Li Yu once again narked an arrow, aiming for the beast's eyes with determination. Before the arrow could reach its target, it was deflected to the ground by the creature's sonic attack. Even amidst the distractions created by those around it, the beast was able to accurately unleash sound waves to thwart the crossbow's assault. At this moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within the beast. It could not remain on guard against Li Yu's attacks indefinitely. With a sudden surge of strength, it broke free from the icy constraints binding its limbs, charging recklessly toward Li Yu like a frenzied predator. Block it! Bai commanded, his anxiety palpable. The rock element awakened had also regained his senses from the stupor and immediately unleashed his powers, rushing forward without hesitation. Come help, he shouted. Zhao Xiong, acutely aware of the dire situation, gritted his teeth against the pain and bravely surged forward once more. Watch me, he declared, channeling all his energy and resolutely positioning himself in front of the beast, showing no signs of retreat. Bang! The two collided violently with the beast, producing a dull thud. Meanwhile, Li Yu refrained from narking another arrow. He understood that further attacks would yield little effect. The intervals between his shots were too prolonged, allowing the beast's sonic assaults to easily counteract them. With this realization, he decisively drew forth the black bow. Switch successful, same type of weapon, glass bow LV-15, effective attack range of 6,400 meters, hit rate of 100%, aiming time of 1 seconds. Salvo, continuous fire. Liu swiftly notched an arrow, simultaneously gripping 3 Raven's Rain arrows in hand, resolutely aiming at the beast's lantern-like eyes. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Zhao Xiong and the Rock Awakener were being pushed back repeatedly, their steps faltering. In the face of the beast's ferocious assault, both bore numerous injuries, blood mingling with the rain. Continuous fire. Liu shouted, the arrows instantly released one after another, 4 arrows shot forth like meteors racing across the night sky. Roar! Sensing the imminent threat, the beast emitted an enraged sonic attack in an attempt to thwart the assault. The first 2 arrows were deflected by the sound waves, while the latter 2 struck with unerring precision towards the beast's eyes. PFF. With 2 faint explosive sounds, the beast's eyes were obliterated. The arrows penetrated deeply into its skull. Arc. The beast let out a cry of excruciating pain, thick black blood gushing from its eye sockets, its body collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. What an opportunity! Ma Yuanbai immediately recognized the moment and commanded the other awakened ones, now is the time, unleash your full assault. Zhao Xiong, closest to the beast, dashed forward in just 2 strides. He swiftly drew a sharp dagger and plunged it into the very spot where the arrows had struck without hesitation. The others brandished various weapons, regardless of their effectiveness, thrusting them all into the beast. Liu quickly notched another arrow, prepared for any sudden retaliation from the beast. Boom! Having lost its sight and suffered severe cranial trauma from the arrows, the beast finally emitted a final, harrowing howl under the relentless onslaught of the group, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Did we win? Zhao Xiong slowly ceased his stabbing, panting heavily. The vigorous stabbing had exhausted him greatly. Truly precise. At that moment, Sun Hao gazed in admiration at Liu, who had previously doubted his prowess but was now genuinely impressed. This beast had tough skin and thick flesh. Had they failed to strike its critical eyes, they might have been worn down to death merely by a stalemate. Now you understand the prowess of the sharpshooter, remarked the Rock Awakener, wearing an expression of knowing. You should have seen him when he annihilated the safe zone. His arrows never missed. At that time, he felled one with a single shot, nearly wiping out the entire safe zone team, Zhao Xiong added, unable to refrain from interjecting. Really? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. He held deep respect for those daring enough to confront the safe zone head-on. Although Liu appreciated the praise, he hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the others to refrain from overstating his abilities. Ma Yuanbai gazed at the lifeless beast on the ground, inwardly grateful they had brought Liu along, otherwise, they might have suffered casualties before even ascending the mountain. Wasting not a moment, Ma Yuanbai approached the beast, methodically beginning to dissect it with practiced skill. Although the scales, devoid of energy supply, remained remarkably hard, they no longer possessed the same level of defense. Before long, Ma Yuanbai had successfully removed an entire section of the beast's scales. Liu could not help but admire Ma Yuanbai's exquisite craftsmanship, marveling at how flawlessly he skinned and dismembered the creature. Ma Yuanbai worked swiftly and efficiently, rapidly slicing through the beast's flesh. Then, he meticulously searched within, finally uncovering a crystal core radiating a deep blue light. Sun Hao leaned in curiously to take a look. Just one, that's it. That's it, Ma Yuanbai confirmed, extracting the soul crystal core from within the beast. How could such a large beast possess only one crystal core? Sun Hao could not contain his bewilderment. You don't understand. This merely signifies the beast's formidable nature, Zhao Xiong interjected, his voice tinged with reverence for life. Ma Yuanbai then earnestly explained to Sun Hao, the more powerful the beast, the more concentrated the crystal core, and the more pure the energy it contains. Chapter 61. An invitation renewed Sun Hao, this time, comprehended the situation, nodding thoughtfully. His gaze remained fixated on the crystal core, as if pondering something profound, before he remarked, "Then the energy contained within this crystal core must be exceptionally potent." "Indeed," replied Mar Yuanbai, as he retrieved the exotic beast's crystal core. With a deft flick of his wrist, he tossed it towards the approaching Liu. Quick-witted and agile, caught the crystal core in one swift motion, examining it closely. The deep blue luminescence swirled within his palm, pulsating with an almost lifelike rhythm. "This crystal core is yours, we shall divide the rest equally," Mar Yuanbai stated without lifting his gaze, his hand skillfully slicing into the exotic beast's flesh. "For me?" This Liu hesitated, glancing at the others. According to the long-standing rules among scavengers, such treasures were typically shared equally. The crowd nodded in agreement, with Zhao Xiong chuckling, "If it weren't for your timely strike, we would still be locked in a stalemate with it." Surprisingly, there were no dissenting voices regarding Mar Yuanbai's decision. After all, it was Liu's attack that had ultimately led to the beast's demise. Given their current capabilities, they would have been incapable of breaching the creature's formidable defenses. Moreover, they had previously agreed to adhere to Mar Yuanbai's directives, having had all their proposed conditions met in advance, which was why they willingly joined him. Thus, all spoils from their journey would be distributed according to Mar Yuanbai's wishes. Seeing that no one objected, Liu graciously accepted the crystal core, feeling the remarkable energy it harbored, far surpassing that of an ordinary exotic beast's core. "Come, let us tend to our wounds," Mar Yuanbai beckoned the group to sit together. As they settled down, the adrenaline that had surged during the battle began to dissipate, and the fatigue washed over them like a tide, making the minor injuries they had previously ignored now acutely pronounced. "Sister-in-law, please take a look at my ear," Sun Hao exclaimed first, clutching his ear with a pained expression. The woman beside Mar Yuanbai blushed slightly, casting a furtive glance at him before softly retorting, "Do not speak nonsense." Although she secretly wished to embrace that identity, she felt that Mar Yuanbai was far too extraordinary for her to deserve him. Mar Yuanbai, however, did not contest Sun Hao's words. After all, regardless of his explanations, to the others, Xu Jing was undoubtedly his woman. Zhao Xiong rubbed his shoulder, grimacing with a grin. "You call that a scratch? I feel like I'm falling apart." He had just been violently thrown by the exotic beast, and his injuries were undoubtedly more severe. "How about, you treat me first, I'm on the brink of collapse," interjected the rock awakener nearby, his voice feeble. He had completely slumped to the ground, unable even to sit up. As the one closest to the beast, he had borne the brunt of the impact. Not only were his ears nearly deafened, but he had also narrowly escaped being trampled. Yet, at this critical juncture for healing, others seemed to want to compete for pity. Xu Jing quickly recognized the severity of the rock awakener's injuries and hurried over to tend to him. As she reached his side, she extended her hands. Her powers flowed forth like a gentle stream, and astonishingly, the wounds on the rock awakener's skin began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The pain etched on his face gradually faded, and his pallid complexion slowly regained its color. "Thank you," the rock awakener murmured softly. Xu Jing nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to treat Zhao Xiong and the others in sequence. The previous sonic attack had indeed caused considerable widespread damage. Aside from Li Yu and Fu Xiao, who were positioned farther away, everyone else had sustained varying degrees of ear injuries. After Xu Jing's ministrations, the group rested for a while longer, and the incessant ringing in their ears began to subside. "That was close, I thought I was going to go deaf," Zhao Xiong sighed in relief, moving his now recovered shoulder, his tone imbued with a sense of gratitude, and his spirits lifted considerably. "Deaf? I thought I was going to die." The rock awakener finally regained his composure and slowly sat up. Meanwhile, Mar Yuanbai approached Li Yu, sitting beside him to engage in conversation during their respite. "I truly envy you," Mar Yuanbai began, his expression neutral as he spoke. "How so?" Li Yu questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. "You saw it yourself. Both Xu Jing and I were fortunate enough to awaken our powers." Mar Yuanbai glanced towards Xu Jing, who was resting nearby. "Unfortunately, we both manifested auxiliary abilities." "That hardly seems unfortunate," Li Yu countered, believing that simply awakening any ability was a stroke of luck. Ma Yuanbai shook his head, a trace of self-deprecation in his tone. Awakeners without combat prowess are merely slaves to others. Slaves? Li Yu fell silent at that, the statement striking him as somewhat exaggerated, yet upon reflection, he found it held a kernel of truth. Ma Yuanbai continued, his mood dampened. This is merely in the Xiong mountain region, yet I can already feel the inadequacy of auxiliary powers. He spoke as if to himself, even when we encounter exotic beasts, our only option is to flee. It's akin to stumbling upon a treasure chest brimming with riches, only to find oneself without the key to unlock it. He suddenly turned to Li Yu, a hint of melancholy in his expression. As we venture further east, I cannot say whether I will reach our destination alive. Li Yu remained silent, fully aware of Ma Yuanbai's concerns. Although Ma Yuanbai did not articulate it directly, Li Yu understood the underlying message. Ma Yuanbai had long desired to team up with him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu ultimately chose not to acquiesce. This was not merely a matter of his preference for solitude. He recognized the responsibilities that came with being part of a team. Of course, his refusal to join was not a slight against Ma Yuanbai, but rather a reflection of his newfound freedom, which made him reluctant to join any group. I'm sorry, Li Yu finally murmured, acknowledging Ma Yuanbai's unspoken wish. It's all right, Ma Yuanbai managed a wry smile, saying little more. If only his team could boast an offensive powerhouse like Li Yu, it would lighten his burdens immensely. At that moment, Xu Jing had finished her rest and approached Ma Yuanbai, gently saying, everyone has been treated. We can proceed. Ma Yuanbai nodded, gathering his composure as he surveyed the group. All right, prepare to move out. Our objective is the summit of Xiong Mountain. The group rose, setting forth once more towards their destination. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky. Chapter 62, Shadows in the Sky. A chill enveloped everyone, sending involuntary shivers coursing through their bodies. Get down. Ma Yuanbai's low command urged the group to swiftly drop to the ground. As they looked up, they glimpsed a shadow that flickered ominously among the clouds. It was discernibly a colossal entity, weaving rapidly through the darkened sky, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming energy. What is that? Sun Hao exclaimed, his voice trembling with trepidation. I can't see clearly, but it is undoubtedly formidable, Ma Yuanbai replied, his gaze fixed on the heavens, his brow furrowed in concern. He could acutely sense the powerful and mysterious threat, an indescribable unease welling up within him. Liu felt the same, recognizing the familiar yet oppressive aura. He had encountered this massive shadow once before. As the ominous figure gradually faded into the deeper recesses of the clouds, the chilling sensation of danger slowly dissipated from their minds. How terrifying, just its presence alone is so overwhelming, murmured the rock awakener, visibly shaken. Indeed, facing that beast made me feel as insignificant as a chick, Zhao Xiong, usually the boldest among them, admitted weakly. Fortunately, it does not seem to be targeting us. The immense pressure they felt underscored the vast disparity between themselves and the creature in the sky. After the shadow passed, the beasts within Xiong Mountain seemed to have been thoroughly frightened. Retreating to hide, the group continued their ascent for another hour, surprisingly without incident, their journey remarkably smooth. Ma Yuanbai led the way, meticulously discerning their path. We are almost there, everyone, muster your strength, he encouraged, astonished by their good fortune. Given the number of beasts lurking in Xiong Mountain, it was improbable they would have reached this point so swiftly otherwise. After climbing for some time, even the awakened individuals began to gasp for breath. This mountain is truly high. Zhao Xiong wiped his face, unsure whether it was sweat or rain. I can barely keep going, Sun Hao panted heavily, relying solely on his unwavering determination, as his powers did not enhance his stamina. The group pressed on, seizing this rare opportunity without daring to pause. Liu felt relatively fine, while Fu Xiao was also panting, striving to keep pace. At that moment, the cyclone in Li Yu's abdomen continued to whirl ceaselessly. Quiver LV8. Capacity 90, loading speed 8, stability 25. Li Yu glanced at the modest enhancement, realizing that upgrades could not be delayed. Suddenly, Fu Xiao's eyes widened, and she hurriedly alerted Li Yu, there are people ahead, many of them. Wait. Li Yu called out decisively, halting the group instantly. Trusting Li Yu's instincts, they remained motionless, apprehensive that their actions might provoke a hidden beast lurking in the shadows. They are not beasts, Li Yu clarified, allowing the group to move once more. Ma Yuanbai turned back to inquire, "What is the matter? Have you discovered something?" Li Yu gestured to Fu Xiao, signaling her to relay the information. "There are two groups of people ahead, one of which belongs to the Zhang family safe zone," Fu Xiao explained. "What?" Ma Yuanbai was taken aback, astonished that the Zhang family safe zone had sought refuge in the mountains. Given the long-standing animosity between scavengers like them and the safe zone, any encounter would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Ma Yuanbai inherently trusted Fu Xiao's words, having suspected her awakening an ability, though he was surprised to find it was similar to Sun Hao's perceptive powers. Observing Sun Hao's astonished expression, he pondered if Fu Xiao's range surpassed that of Sun Hao's. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao immediately crouched down, straining to listen intently. Even at the farthest reach of his ability, he heard nothing. He looked at Fu Xiao in astonishment, realizing that the woman beside Li Yu possessed a broader range of abilities than his own. Ma Yuanbai paused for a moment, his expression grave as he inquired, "Can you identify the other group?" Fu Xiao took a moment to confirm before replying, "From their appearance, they seem to be from the shelter." Ma Yuanbai's complexion shifted dramatically. "Is it the Holy Sun? I don't know if..." The revelation caused a collective shift in the group's expressions. As scavengers from Black Mountain, they harbored resentments toward the safe zone. They were astonished to discover that both the Black Mountain safe zone and the shelter's inhabitants had converged here. "What should we do?" Sun Hao inquired of Ma Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai surveyed the mountainous terrain ahead, noting that their path led directly to the summit, the quickest route to ascend. Opting for an alternative path would require a considerable detour, potentially inviting the beasts to re-emerge and complicating their ascent further. Contemplating this, Ma Yuanbai swiftly resolved, "Let us move closer, we'll avoid them if we can. If we cannot bypass them, we will change our route." His expression grew increasingly serious. "However, I suspect that given their mutual conflict, they will likely overlook us." The group nodded in agreement, united in their support for Ma Yuanbai's strategy. They continued along their previous course, gradually approaching the two factions. In the distance, Zhang Biao was in a state of disarray, his tousled hair and dirt-streaked face starkly reflected his disheveled plight. An intense fire of fury burned in his eyes as he glared at the opposing shelter team. Zhang Biao had not anticipated that even in hiding deep within the mountains, he would still be discovered by that accursed shelter. Moreover, the opposing team had dispatched the combat division, led ominously by the Holy Sun himself. Zhang Biao, having previously encountered the Holy Sun, was acutely aware of the formidable power he wielded. In a fit of rage, he shouted at the resplendent figure of the Holy Sun towering before him, "Wen Zhaojian, do not push me too far, I have already stated that I did not kill those people." The Holy Sun, devoid of any emotion, dismissed his words with a mere wave of his hand, signaling the commander beside him, who instantly understood. "How dare you address the Holy Sun by name? Prepare to meet your end," the commander bellowed furiously. In an instant, he lunged at Zhang Biao with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The commander's fist gleamed with blinding light, undoubtedly empowered by a potent ability. Zhang Biao's heart raced with alarm, yet his reflexes kicked in, and he quickly raised his arms in defense. Boom. Chapter 63, The Disparity of Power. Boom. The forces of the two individuals clashed violently in midair, akin to two meteors colliding, producing a deafening roar. With just one strike, Zhang Biao was sent flying backward as if severed from his tether. "Impossible!" Zhang Biao cried out in his heart. It is crucial to note that his ability was of the strength type, while the commander was evidently not. How could he find himself at a disadvantage in a contest of power? This could only indicate that the commander was undoubtedly a high-tier awakened being. Although Zhang Biao's abilities were formidable in their own right, he found himself utterly powerless against the combat division of the shelter, particularly this commanding awakened individual before him. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Biao coughed up a mouthful of blood as soon as he regained his footing. Cough! The blood stained the earth before him, a harrowing sight. "Master!" A nearby guard rushed forward to assist him. In the ranks, a woman clad in resplendent attire was weeping profusely, heedless of everything as she dashed over. Having already lost her son, she was unwilling to face the prospect of losing Zhang Biao as well. To think he is still alive, the commander frowned, evidently dissatisfied with the efficacy of his previous attack. The energy within the commander surged forth once more, erupting like a volcano, confidently pointing at Zhang Biao as he declared, "This next strike will surely be your end." Zhang Biao's countenance darkened, filled with rage. He could not fathom why, despite his fervent explanations, the other party refused to listen, intent only on his demise. Unbeknownst to him, he had once treated the refugees in a similar manner. Gazing at the expressionless saint, a flicker of determination crossed Zhang Biao's eyes. He recognized that both he and the team from the safe zone had no further retreat. The adversary would not grant him an opportunity to back down. With this realization, he ceased to entertain hopes of a peaceful resolution. "Open fire!" Zhang Biao shouted hoarsely. In an instant, all the guards pulled their triggers, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, akin to exploding beans. Even the ordinary individuals within Zhang's safe zone seized their weapons without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the shelters team. Everyone in the safe zone understood that if Zhang Biao fell, their chances of survival would vanish. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets zipped toward the commander like serpents of fire. The commander positioned himself in front of the saint and bellowed, "Rise!" The rocks on the ground swiftly coalesced, forming an impenetrable stone wall that blocked the bullets entirely. Although the commander, with his extraordinary abilities, would not be harmed by ordinary bullets, he found himself momentarily pinned down by the concentrated fire, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Biao cast a resolute and meaningful glance at the elegantly dressed woman. He had not yet surrendered, for he still possessed his final trump card, the very reason he had refrained from exerting himself thus far. The woman, stifling her tears, nodded in understanding. She recognized that this was a matter of life and death. Even though she had never favored employing her powers, she could not allow the Zhang family's safe zone to perish here. Zhang Biao stood once more, roaring in the direction of the shelters team, "Come on!" Blood beads began to seep from his body, a testament to his abilities overextending his life force. Immediately thereafter, an immensely potent surge of energy erupted from Zhang Biao. He needed to buy the elegantly dressed woman some time. For the sake of the remaining Zhang family members, even depleting a portion of his life was worthwhile. This power surged forth like a mighty tsunami, causing the surrounding air to distort dramatically, forming visible ripples. "Excellent!" the commander exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. Such momentum made even the typically arrogant commander regard Zhang Biao with newfound respect. With a wave of his hand, the stone wall before him hurtled toward Zhang Biao like a cannonball. Zhang Biao retaliated with a punch. With a resounding bang, the stone wall shattered into countless cracks before exploding apart. He then gestured with his hands, causing the surrounding rocks to rise and coalesce into a colossal stone sphere. Hurtling toward Zhang Biao with ferocity unflinching, Zhang Biao clenched his fists and met the stone sphere head-on. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as the stone sphere disintegrated beneath Zhang Biao's fists, scattering debris in all directions. However, the commander seized the moment to leap forward, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Biao's chest. Zhang Biao, unable to evade in time, was struck solidly, causing him to stagger. The commander mercilessly denied Zhang Biao any respite, launching another assault. He pressed his palms together, causing numerous sharp stone pillars to erupt from the ground, piercing toward Zhang Biao. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Biao dodged the onslaught of stone pillars, but his strength was waning, and his movements grew sluggish. At last, one of the pillars pierced through Zhang Biao's shoulder. He let out a pained roar, collapsing to one knee. "What a pity, your speed is too slow," the commander observed, shaking his head in disappointment as he regarded Zhang Biao. Meanwhile, upon hearing a series of gunshots from ahead, Ma Yuanbai led the others to slow their pace and cautiously approach. Although they were still some distance away, they quickly recognized the two factions ahead. Indeed, it is the Zhang family safe zone and the shelter. They are really fighting. Is that the saint? He looks so young. Sun Hao remarked in surprise, noting that this shelter's saint appeared younger than himself. Is he truly that strong at such a young age? Sun Hao questioned skeptical Ma Yuanbai, glancing at the saint, felt a twinge of envy and explained to Sun how he is a naturally awakened being, absorbing energy from the womb. His strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Ma Yuanbai gestured ahead. Hurry, let us circumvent this way. The others followed cautiously, striving to avoid drawing attention from either party. In the distance, another deafening explosion echoed, prompting Zhao Xiong to glance upward, his face a canvas of shock. Zhang Biao was actually taken down by a single blow. It is worth noting that Zhao Xiong had previously witnessed Zhang Biao in action in the Black Mountain area. Once Zhang Biao unleashed his abilities, he was immensely powerful, and no one could stand against him. Hearing Zhao Xiong's words, the others turned to look, and upon witnessing Zhang Biao's dire state, an icy dread. He was the leader of the Black Mountain safe zone, yet he was easily subdued by a commander from the shelter. The disparity in strength between the two was evident, illustrating the safe zone's utter helplessness before the shelter. The rock ability user among the group stared wide-eyed, realizing that his own rock powers were trivial compared to that commander, rendering them almost childlike in their insignificance. Zhang Biao! The elegantly dressed woman suddenly cried out from a distance. Chapter 64, The Marvels of Shirong Mountain. Zhang Biao heard the shouts and instinctively understood that the elegantly dressed woman was prepared. He lifted his gaze, casting one last profound glance at the people in the shelter opposite him, before swiftly turning and racing back to his group. What is this? Planning to escape, the commander scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. As Zhang Biao returned, the woman in the flowing attire quickly raised her hands high. Quick! A soft blue radiance emanated from her. In an instant, everyone felt an exhilarating lightness in their bodies, their speed dramatically enhanced. Even the ordinary individuals within the group felt the winds at their feet. Run! Zhang Biao shouted to the team, seizing the elegant woman and leading the charge towards the east. The Zhang family members understood clearly that this might be their last chance for survival, and thus, they sprinted with all their might. The people of the safety zone surged forth like a whirlwind, splashing water in their wake. The astonishing speed of their movement took the commander completely by surprise. Chase them, he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The people from the shelter immediately pursued the direction in which Zhang Biao and his group had fled. However, despite their relentless efforts, they could not close the distance between themselves and Zhang Biao's team. How swift, it's the wind ability empowering them. The commander realized he had underestimated his adversaries. Zhang Biao glanced back at the relentless pursuers from the shelter and shouted, "Everyone, exert yourselves." With the wind ability propelling them, the safety zone's team dashed forward recklessly, pouring every ounce of energy into their escape. Damn it, we cannot let them get away. As Zhang Biao's figure grew increasingly distant, the commander felt a surge of anxiety. The Holy Sun was behind him, and if the opponents truly escaped, he feared the repercussions would be dire. With a heart full of trepidation, the commander cast a quick glance at the Holy Sun behind him before turning to hasten his pursuit. Everyone, quicken your pace. We absolutely cannot allow them to escape. The urgency and tension in the commander's voice were unprecedented, and he pushed himself to his limits. Under the commander's orders, the pursuers quickened their strides, striving to catch up. The commander himself relentlessly closed the gap between him and Zhang Biao, yet the latter's team maintained an astonishing speed. It was only then that the Holy Sun, accompanied by his attendants, leisurely followed suit, seemingly unfazed by whether Zhang Biao fled or not. Both groups swiftly faded from the sight of Li Yu and his companions. Wonderful, they are gone. Sun Hao exclaimed, a broad smile gracing his face. The people from the safety zone run so quickly. Why haven't we seen them utilize this before? Zhao Xiong pondered, perplexed by the scene before him. Such a power that significantly enhances speed. If they had employed it earlier, they could have easily left the refugees behind and avoided such a dire predicament. However, Ma Yuanbai held a different view. An ability that can enhance so many individuals likely comes at a tremendous cost. It wouldn't be easily wielded unless one is faced with a life-and-death situation. Still, this works in our favor. Let us seize this opportunity to move swiftly. Ma Yuanbai quickly assessed the route and led the group towards the mountain summit. With the threat diminished, their speed increased dramatically. Before long, they all beheld the mountain peak ahead. Look! We've reached the summit. Zhao Xiong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he dashed forward. It's a plateau. Xu Jing remarked in astonishment. How expansive it is. Ma Yuanbai gazed in wonder at the vast flatland atop the mountain. Though this was his destination, he was visiting for the first time. Suddenly, as Zhao Xiong charged onto the plateau, he seemed struck by lightning, freezing in place. What's wrong? The others rushed up to check on him, and when they beheld the scene at the summit, they were all momentarily rendered speechless. Time seemed to stand still as they were deeply awed by the breathtaking vista before them, unable to articulate their thoughts. Like Zhao Xiong, they appeared to be under a spell, too stunned to react. What is this? Even Li Yu was rendered speechless in amazement. Before them stretched an endless expanse of verdant flora. Such a magnificent natural spectacle was unlike anything they had ever witnessed in their lives. The rich greenery extended to the horizon, resembling a colossal green satin cloth unfurling across the earth, akin to a vast ocean of emerald. In the ceaseless torrential downpour, the green plants swayed gracefully in the wind. This sea of verdant life was particularly striking, truly deserving the title of a world wonder. Absolutely stunning, it looks like paradise, Xu Jing gasped, her mouth agape. Oh my god, Zhao Xiong finally snapped back to reality. Is this a miracle? Fu Xiao exclaimed, equally astounded and speechless. Li Yu inhaled deeply, astonished that such a vibrant place existed in the world. The group hurried forward, touching the rain-soaked plants, confirming that this was no mere illusion. This is a prairie. We've arrived at the prairie. Sun Hao panted in amazement. Not a prairie. Ma Yuanbai slowly crouched down to examine the plant's stems and leaves. It's a small-leaved hemp vine. What is that? Sun Hao blinked in confusion, having never encountered the term. It's a type of gymnosperm. It was evident that a scavenger could not possess knowledge as profound as his. Reflecting on his past encounters with Ma Yuanbai, Li Yu even pondered that those lofty individuals from the safety zone might not be as astute as him. How do you know so much? Li Yu inquired softly. Ma Yuanbai was about to respond. Ma Yuanbai, I've been waiting for you, a voice suddenly interrupted, and several figures emerged from the greenery ahead. The group was taken aback, for they had two perceptive ability users in their ranks and had failed to detect these individuals. It appeared these figures had been concealed beneath the foliage, motionless for quite some time, to the point where even Fu Xiao had not sensed anything amiss. It's you. Ma Yuanbai recognized the individual, his expression revealing no surprise, as if he had known this person all along. Li Yu and Fu Xiao also found the person somewhat familiar. It didn't take long for Li Yu to recall that this was the strongest awakened squad among the refugees, known for their involvement in the skirmishes with the Heishan safety zone. To encounter them here, seemingly with intentions directed at Ma Yuanbai, was unexpected. The leader stepped forward, gazing intently at Ma Yuanbai. I've heard of your plans, and I find them quite intriguing. Chapter 65. The origins of Ma Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai gazed at the approaching figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity, murmuring involuntarily, Haisher. Despite having crossed paths with Haisher on numerous occasions, Ma Yuanbai was merely acquainted with the moniker and remained oblivious to the true identity of this enigmatic individual. In truth, he had known Haisher for quite some time. Clad in a black raincoat, Haisher advanced slowly towards them. With a subtle wave of his hand, his companions halted in unison. The mere sight of Haisher's comrades instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure among Ma Yuanbai's companions. They had witnessed the formidable prowess of Haisher's allies firsthand. Each one was not to be underestimated. Previously, during the fierce and brutal confrontation between the refugees and the Zhang family's safe zone, had it not been for the timely intervention of Haisher's awakened squad, the refugees would have likely faced total annihilation at the hands of the Zhangbiao safe zone. As Haisher drew closer, a sense of unease washed over Li Yu, an instinctive feeling that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate the source of her discomfort. It was only when Haisher took a few more steps that the peculiarity became apparent to her. Silence! Li Yu thought, astonished. The raincoat billowed in the wind and rain, yet it emitted not a whisper, not even the softest rustle. One would expect the rhythmic patter of raindrops striking the fabric, yet there was none. If there had been sound, the keen-eared Sun Hao would have undoubtedly noticed. Given Haisher's prowess, it was no wonder that neither Sun Hao nor Fu Xiao had detected him prior. At that moment, Haisher stood face to face with Ma Yuanbai abruptly. He extended a hand without warning. Liu swiftly drew her bow, the arrowhead trained on Haisher. "Don't be rash," Ma Yuanbai exclaimed, urgently interposing himself. "Haisher is not an enemy." There was a note of certainty in his voice. He understood that, despite Haisher's eccentric demeanor and unconventional ways, he was not one to instigate trouble without cause. Haisher's gaze fell upon the black bow in Li Yu's hands, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he sensed an intense threat emanating from it. He initially attributed it to the weapon itself, but having seen the bow before, he recognized it lacked the capacity to harm him. Haisher reassessed Li Yu, concluding that it must be her innate abilities that posed the threat. He could hardly believe that Ma Yuanbai had managed to recruit a gifted awakened individual like Li Yu. Upon hearing Ma Yuanbai's reassurance, Li Yu gradually lowered her bow, though she maintained a firm grip on it. Haisher then turned his attention to the undulating waves of verdant green surrounding them, exclaiming, "I once doubted your words, which is why I arrived here ahead of you." He spread his arms wide, absorbing the vibrant life force that thrived around them. "Indeed, it is astonishing." Haisher was compelled to acknowledge the breathtaking spectacle atop the mountain, which left him profoundly impressed. "I have come to believe in your assertions," he stated, directing his gaze back to Ma Yuanbai. "Now that you have arrived, according to your plan, is this ultimately a blessing or a curse?" "It is hope," Ma Yuanbai replied, surveying the surrounding flora while recalling the tree at the mountain's base. He inhaled deeply and continued, "This signifies the world's revival, with plants adapting." After a prolonged silence, Haisher's gaze drifted once more over the vast expanse of green. "Hope, in this ravaged wasteland, hope is a luxury." "Yet not impossible," Ma Yuanbai countered promptly. "You have come this far and witnessed all of this. This is change." A slight smile curled Haisher's lips, his eyes glinting with a profound understanding as they swept over the group surrounding Ma Yuanbai. "So, what do you intend to do? Lead these individuals to become new sowers, establish a new organization?" "No," Ma Yuanbai gently shook his head. "We shall continue our migration westward." "Continue migrating?" Haisher chuckled, deliberately raising his voice to remind, "Do not forget, you are not a scavenger. Do not truly mistake yourself for a refugee." The others around Ma Yuanbai gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with surprise as they turned to him. What did Haisher mean? Ma Yuanbai was not a scavenger. This was the first they had heard of such a thing. Xu Jing, standing to the side, lowered her head slightly, as if already privy to this secret. Ma Yuanbai stood in silence, offering no rebuttal. It was then that the group fully accepted Haisher's words. Liu's realization dawned upon her. Ma Yuanbai was not a scavenger. No wonder he possessed such a wealth of knowledge, and his name hardly seemed fitting for an ordinary scavenger. When she first encountered the name Ma Yuanbai, she had found it peculiar, an oddity that rolled uncomfortably off the tongue. Little did she know the truth behind it. Liu cast a discreet glance at Ma Yuanbai, her mind racing with speculation regarding his origins, whether he hailed from a sanctuary or a safe zone. Suddenly, Ma Yuanbai spoke, "According to plan, I shall indeed continue to migrate westward. However, you need not migrate." "Oh, why is that?" Haisher inquired, puzzled. Ma Yuanbai raised his gaze, meeting Haisher's eyes directly. "With your strength, you could easily qualify for the talent selection at the 7207 sanctuary. At that point, you would not need to exert effort in migration. You could comfortably reside in the sanctuary." Har har har. Haisher erupted in laughter, the sound reverberating across the mountaintop, clearly amused by Ma Yuanbai's words. "Living in a sanctuary, what difference is that from being imprisoned?" Haisher's eyes betrayed his disdain for sanctuaries. "I'm not like you. Even if I were to be devoured by a beast, I would never confine myself within a sanctuary." Ma Yuanbai smiled gently, aware of Haisher's disposition. A mere test of waters had revealed Haisher's choices. "So, will you still migrate?" Ma Yuanbai inquired with faint curiosity. Haisher's smile faded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity, even simmering anger. Of course, I too wish to uncover the secrets concealed within this prophecy. He paused, pointing at Mar Yuanbai, and you had best move swiftly. We shall depart. Haisher beckoned, and his companions promptly followed suit. Upon learning of Mar Yuanbai's intention to continue migrating westward, Haisher offered no further delay, leading his group away from the location. Ma Yuanbai and the others remained standing in silence, watching as Haisher and his companions faded into the curtain of rain. Once they had departed, the group turned their gazes toward Mar Yuanbai, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Feel free to ask whatever questions you may have, Mar Yuanbai encouraged, observing their conflicted expressions, concerned that they might stifle their inquiries to the point of illness. Chapter 66, The Fall of the Tree. Upon hearing Mar Yuanbai's words, the surrounding individuals could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire. Are you truly not a scavenger? Indeed not, Mar Yuanbai. At this juncture, a shadow of painful memories flickered across Mar Yuanbai's face, his demeanor no longer as relaxed as before. Because the 6899 refuge has been destroyed, Mar Yuanbai stated solemnly. What? A refuge can be destroyed? Zhao Xiong exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Given Zhao Xiong's understanding, a refuge was the most fortified stronghold, how could it possibly be obliterated? No? Mar Yuanbai suddenly altered his tone, not only the refuge, but the entire Feiyan mountain region has been utterly annihilated. The entire Feiyan mountain. Could it be that the foretold catastrophe has come to pass? Sun Hao could not help but ask. Absolutely not a catastrophe. Such a calamity could never dismantle a refuge, Mar Yuanbai asserted with conviction. Though I am unaware of the specific circumstances, it is certainly not a disaster. At that time, I happened to be away from the refuge, which is how I narrowly escaped. As he spoke, Mar Yuanbai felt an amalgamation of relief and misfortune. Thus, ever since that day, I have been investigating the true cause of the destruction of the Feiyan mountain region. After divulging everything, Mar Yuanbai's mood lightened considerably. So that is the case. Upon hearing Mar Yuanbai's account, the group fell into silence, finally grasping his secret. This revelation was profoundly shocking for them as ordinary scavengers, however, rather than distancing themselves from Mar Yuanbai due to his refuge origins, they felt an increased sense of trust towards him. Li Yu silently processed all that Mar Yuanbai had shared, his curiosity piqued. What force could possibly erase a refuge from existence? Unbeknownst to anyone, Mar Yuanbai had sunk into deep contemplation, for he had not revealed the entirety of the events. After the devastation of the Feiyan mountain region, rainfall began to rise incessantly, and rumors of disaster spread like wildfire. To survive, those who had miraculously endured in Feiyan mountain had no choice but to migrate eastward. Mar Yuanbai too took part in this migration, ultimately arriving in the Black Mountain region, becoming one of its displaced inhabitants. Black Sand's aim was, in fact, aligned with his own, both seeking to uncover the true reason behind the ruin of Feiyan mountain. Mar Yuanbai's journey to the summit of Shirong Mountain was inspired by a document he had perused in the library of the 6899 refuge. The document depicted various peculiar animals and plants, as well as numerous advanced weapons that Mar Yuanbai had never encountered before. One page vividly illustrated the unique scenery of the Shirong Mountain peak, which constituted a significant motive for Mar Yuanbai's ascent. As he gazed upon the vast expanse of verdant flora before him, Mar Yuanbai became thoroughly convinced of the document's authenticity, for the sights before him mirrored those depicted in the illustrations. The document was indeed genuine, recalling the illustrations of powerful weaponry it contained. Mar Yuanbai even speculated that the destruction of the Feiyan region might very well have been orchestrated by other refuges in secret. Harboring such wariness in his heart, Mar Yuanbai subsequently formed a new team, personally pursuing the truth and choosing not to place his faith in other refuges. The landscape portrayed in the document had now been witnessed with his own eyes. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Mar Yuanbai turned and softly spoke, "Let us depart, while the beasts have yet to emerge, we should descend the mountain now." The group retraced their steps swiftly, free from concerns for their safety, and their pace quickened significantly. Before long, they beheld the solitary tree from a distance. We're almost there. I hope your horse is still around, Sun Hao remarked, worried that Li Yu's failure to secure the horse might mean it had fled. It is surely still here, Li Yu and Fu Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, for the others were unaware of just how clever Little Black was. As they approached, the sight that greeted them rendered them momentarily speechless, the astonishment rivaling their earlier encounter with the grassland. Beneath the black tree, Little Black was voraciously gnawing at the bark, relishing the feast. With each bite, the sound of wood being torn apart echoed in the air. All eyes instinctively turned to Li Yu, who was now overwhelmed with exasperation. He had indeed fed Little Black before setting out. The group hastily drew nearer, only to find that the bark at the base of the tree had been entirely consumed by Little Black. There is an old saying, a person's dignity is akin to a face, and a tree's vitality is tied to its bark. Even though none had ever seen this particular tree before, they understood that without its bark, the tree was doomed to perish. It seemed that this exceedingly rare tree was unlikely to survive. Upon seeing Li Yu and Fu Xiao return, Little Black finally ceased its gnawing and joyfully trotted over. Approaching Li Yu, Little Black nudged him with its large head, seemingly requesting more bark, hoping for assistance. Li Yu and Fu Xiao found themselves at a loss for words, as this might very well be the last surviving tree on the entire Shirong Mountain. Observing this, Ma Yuanbai could not help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, he feigned a somber demeanor, speaking in a low tone to the group. What a pity for this tree, let us cut it down and take it back for a handsome profit. Absolutely. Zhao Xiong appeared to have anticipated this, striding confidently towards the tree. Bar. Zhao Xiong spat into his hands out of habit and then produced an axe from seemingly nowhere, delivering a powerful blow to the tree. With Zhao Xiong's strength, it took but a few swift strikes to fell the exceedingly rare tree. With a resounding thud, the last remaining black tree of Shirong Mountain toppled to the ground. Witnessing the fate of the tree, Fu Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she gently scolded Little Black, "You've caused trouble." Little Black, with its thick skin and hearty demeanor, felt no discomfort, mistaking Fu Xiao's gentle pat as a massage, and happily bobbed its head. Zhao Xiong and the rock-type ability user approached the fallen tree. 1, 2, 3, lift. Chapter 67, the wealthy merchant Zhao Xiong and the rock-type ability user possessed immense strength, effortlessly lifting the entire tree one after the other. All right. Let us be on our way, Zhao Xiong declared, striding forward with the rock-type ability user as they carried the trunk down the mountain. Quiver LV9, capacity 100, reload speed 9, stability 25, upgraded. Yet, Li Yu remained unresponsive, gazing blankly at the little black creature beside him, exuding a sense of helplessness. Ma Yuanbai and the others, observing Li Yu's demeanor, could not suppress their amusement. Let us set off, Ma Yuanbai commanded. Soon, they retraced their steps down the Shirong Mountain. Their haul this time was indeed substantial, having even brought back an entire tree. The group was escorting their last tree from Shirong Mountain towards the refuge. After a while, they arrived at the outskirts of the refuge. Look over there, what is that? Someone spotted Li Yu and the others from a distance. What are they carrying? It seems to be a tree. A black tree. Several refugees immediately set aside their tasks, their faces alight with astonishment. Could it be a fake? I have lived my entire life without seeing a tree. Judging by their appearance, they must have descended from the beast-infested Shirong Mountain. It could very well be real. Along the way, more individuals raised their hands in a gesture of goodwill typical among scavengers, slowly approaching. With Ma Yuanbai's consent, they eagerly moved closer for a better look. It truly is a tree. What a fascinating texture. So this is what leaves are like, they are so pointed. Indeed, the leaves are prickly. Many refugees cautiously approached, gently touching the tree's needle-like leaves to confirm it was indeed a genuine tree. Why is half of it missing its bark? A curious refugee inquired. What a pity. It seems the beasts have gnawed at it quite a bit. Gnawed by beasts, I think it was a dog that did it, another refugee retorted. Upon hearing this, the little black creature became exceedingly displeased, grunting indignantly and attempting to charge at the person, only to be swiftly restrained by Li Yu. Ma Yuanbai and the others stifled their laughter, continuing their stride without daring to glance back at Li Yu and the little black creature. fearing they would burst into laughter. As they approached the refuge, many individuals from the nearby safe zones also took notice of the tree. What is that? A tree. That cannot be possible. It truly is a tree, there is no doubt about it. I just touched it myself, an excited individual exclaimed as he returned after examining the tree. Is it really? The people in the safe zone rushed out, even those seasoned in the ways of the world set aside their usual airs, eager to approach for a closer inspection. After all, it was possible that one might never encounter a complete tree in their lifetime. Eventually, due to the overwhelming crowd of onlookers, Ma Yuanbai's group found themselves encircled, struggling to move forward. Ma Yuanbai had no choice but to step forward, spreading his arms to block the congested throng. Attention, attention, he called out loudly, gesturing towards the tree being carried by the two behind him. This is a tree. It is exceptionally rare, you cannot simply touch it without consequence. From this moment on, anyone wishing to touch the tree must pay a coin. Upon hearing this, the surrounding refugees instinctively took a step back. What? We have to pay a coin just to touch the tree. This is outrageous. Ma Yuanbai's tactic proved effective. Upon hearing the mention of payment, many individuals retreated, clearing a path. Feeling a sense of pride, Ma Yuanbai whispered to Li Yu, "See. The number of people wanting to touch the tree has certainly diminished." With the introduction of the coin requirement, the crowd eager to touch the tree lessened significantly, allowing Li Yu and the others to move more swiftly. "Here you go." A voice rang out, filled with urgency. Shortly after, a coin flew swiftly into Ma Yuanbai's hand. A young man rushed forward, his hands incessantly caressing the tree, occasionally emitting gleeful chuckles. It is a tree, it truly is a tree. Unable to contain his excitement, the young man pressed his lips against the trunk. "Friend, this is merely a tree. You may touch it, but do not damage it," Ma Yuanbai kindly advised from the side. I know, the young man replied, his hands still roaming over the tree, his face radiating sheer contentment. Such an odd spectacle left even the worldly wise Ma Yuanbai astounded, pondering inwardly, what peculiar obsession could this be? Unobtrusively, he discreetly distanced himself from the enthusiastic young man. The group continued onward, with the number of onlookers increasing yet again. However, due to the new coin condition, the number of individuals approaching to touch the tree was significantly reduced, with most simply following along. Goodness, this is indeed a rare find. I wish to touch it too. A passerby shouted excitedly before eagerly stepping forward. Indeed, a coin can be replaced, but this tree may never be touchable again. Someone nearby intentionally chimed in. Once the passerby actually handed a coin to Ma Yuanbai, the onlookers broke into smiles, whispering, "What a fool." Nevertheless, along the way, many were still willing to part with the coin to approach the magnificent tree. We are close now. Ma Yuanbai glanced ahead, not particularly fond of being surrounded by so many people. Li Yu looked up, already catching sight of the tall walls of the refuge. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed individuals suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the path with an air of authority. Each member of this group wore pristine garments, the fabric clearly exquisite and of exceptional quality. Ma Yuanbai scrutinized them closely. The tailoring of their outfits was impeccable, with fine stitching, a level of craftsmanship beyond that of ordinary folk. Even the refuge he had previously belonged to did not boast such standards. Moreover, they wore waterproof shoes, starkly contrasting with the ragged, mud-stained attire of those around them. Liu's instincts made him feel a twinge of aversion towards this group, as their demeanor exuded an innate sense of superiority, their every gesture imbued with an air of condescension. Fu Xiao was also captivated by their striking attire, her eyes fixated on the leader of the group. The leader donned a smooth silk robe, vibrant in color, shining brilliantly even amidst the dreary rain. Raindrops slid off the robe without leaving a trace, showcasing its impressive waterproof properties. The wealthy merchants have arrived. They are from the Golden Roof Safe Zone. We must leave. Quickly, go find the patrol team. Chapter 68, The Golden Summit Safe Zone. Despite being fellow refugees, they resolved to lend a hand, and soon some of them sought out the patrols near the nearby sanctuary. I hope it's not too late. As individuals who lived in proximity to the sanctuary, they were acutely aware of the nefarious character of those residing in the Golden Summit safe zone. This enclave belonged to the Sharon Mountain and was situated not far from the sanctuary. The inhabitants of the safe zone were renowned for their immense wealth and notoriety, particularly for their abhorrent treatment of refugees. The safe zone frequently dispatched their guards to hunt down solitary refugees straying too far from the sanctuary. They even kept many refugees as slaves within the confines of the Golden Summit safe zone, solely for their own amusement. While ordinary safe zones regarded refugees as mere savages, those within the Golden Summit safe zone viewed them as less than human. The presence of refugees was virtually non-existent wherever the Golden Summit safe zone extended its reach, as their distinctive attire made them easily identifiable. Wherever its inhabitants roamed, refugees would flee in terror, as though encountering a spectre. Even in the vicinity of the sanctuary, where its regulations offered a semblance of protection, the refugees exhibited the same instinctive reaction, hastily retreating as if from a plague, fearful of any contact. In an instant, not a single refugee remained beside Li Yu and his companions. They had all vanished without a trace. Rain fell in a soft drizzle. The man referred to as the wealthy merchant by the refugees approached nonchalantly from the safe zone's contingent. I refuse to believe this is a genuine tree unless I can touch it myself. As he spoke, the merchant strode directly toward the tree, his demeanor and tone suggesting a deliberate provocation. Mar Yuanbai, undeterred, stepped forward to block his path. Your touching the tree requires a fee, a single coin. Har har har. The merchant erupted in laughter, his mirth piercing through the rain like a jarring note, as if he had heard something utterly. He turned to his companions, a mocking glint in his eye, pointed at Mar Yuanbai, and raised his voice deliberately. Did you hear that? He actually asked me for a coin. His tone dripped with derision. A coin. Har har har. The others from the Golden Summit safe zone joined in laughter. The merchant cast a disdainful glance at Mar Yuanbai, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, I'm sorry, but I only carry gold coins. I never bother with mere change. His words dripped with arrogance, as if gold coins were a symbol of status, a clear demarcation between him and the refugees. He then disregarded Mar Yuanbai entirely, preoccupying himself with inspecting the dark tree. If this tree could be placed at the entrance of our Golden Summit safe zone, how magnificent it would be, he mused. The merchant's entourage immediately nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Indeed, this tree is exceptionally rare. Only our Golden Summit safe zone deserves such a unique specimen. Absolutely, placing this tree here would instantly elevate our status. I believe this tree is tailor-made for our Golden Summit safe zone. Upon hearing their words, the merchant appeared even more satisfied with the tree, commanding in a tone that brooked no argument, I want this tree. Name your price. His tone was akin to issuing a command to a servant, entirely devoid of inquiry. Not for sale. Mar Yuanbai flatly refused, his response crisp and decisive. The merchant raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that anyone would dare to defy him here. In his mind, refugees should be subservient and compliant in his presence. He scoffed coldly and pointed at Mar Yuanbai again. The price I offer is one you cannot refuse. Unless, the merchant paused, as if regarding a troop of foolish jesters. Unless you are unaware of the value of gold. Not for sale. Mar Yuanbai met the merchant's gaze with unwavering resolve, reiterating his refusal. A flash of anger crossed the merchant's face. He was unaccustomed to being challenged in such a manner, especially being so summarily rebuffed by a refugee. Such an affront was, to him, a profound humiliation. Vile wretch, the merchant sneered. You. The merchant's haughty demeanor ignited a fire in Zhao Xiong's eyes, prompting him to clench his fists in indignation. Zhao Xiong felt the urge to hurl the tree aside and deliver a savage blow. Zhao Xiong, refrain from acting rashly, Mar Yuanbai urged urgently. He understood the sanctity of the sanctuary's boundaries, knowing they could not resort to violence without breaching the rules. Moreover, he had little faith that the merchant would dare to act against them here. The merchant cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiong, a mocking smile curling his lips. What is this? Do you wish to engage in a scuffle? Do you lowly refugees believe you are worthy? I dare any of you to lay a finger on me. Worthy, and what are you, then? At last, Li Yu could no longer contain himself, stepping forward from the back with a frigid retort. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed upon the merchant, filled with disdain for such a person. An overwhelming sense of threat caused the merchant's smile to falter. Liu exuded an intangible aura that confirmed to the merchant that he was an awakened. Yet, what did it matter? How dare these mere refugees oppose him? His expression grew more menacing. Me, I am a member of the Golden Summit Safe Zone, a noble among the elite, a height you lowly refugees could never aspire to. The merchant seemed unwilling to relent, continuing his provocation. I assert that you are unworthy of raising a hand, for you lowly wretches are not even fit to serve us. I assure you, I will have this tree today, whether you wish to sell it or not. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The merchant's tone grew increasingly menacing. Listening to the merchant's nonsensical bluster, Li Yu's brow furrowed, his distaste evident. This was one of the reasons he despised dealing with others. Even when he never instigated trouble, self-important individuals frequently challenged his limits. Li Yu seized his bow and stepped protectively in front of Ma Yuanbai, addressing the merchant in a chilling tone. Leave. In a world where every life was precious, Li Yu had never encountered someone so arrogant, so unafraid of death. This man was even more audacious than the previous Zhang family heir, Zhang Chao, who at least knew when to flee. This merchant, however, seemed utterly oblivious to danger. Ma Yuanbai sensed that Li Yu was poised to act, hastening to intervene. After being insulted, the merchant's expression turned dark. Seeing Li Yu wielding a bow, the merchant's entourage discreetly reached into their pockets, seemingly ready to draw weapons at a moment's notice. The atmosphere grew tense. The onlookers from other safe zones began to quietly retreat. Just then, a stern voice shattered the standoff. What is going on here? Chapter 69, Master Zhao. At the sound of that shout, I turned my gaze towards its source. Not far away, a patrol team from the shelter had arrived just in time. The leader, mounted on a rain camel, swiftly positioned himself between the two contending groups. Captain Zhao, what brings you here in person? The wealthy merchant immediately recognized him, a smile spreading across his face as he greeted him warmly. His demeanor was in stark contrast to the arrogance he had just displayed towards Ma Yuanbai and the others. Captain Zhao shot the merchant a cold glare, his eyes brimming with a warning, do not provoke me. He was well aware of the merchant's true nature. These individuals from the Golden Summit Safety Zone had deliberately hunted down refugees outside the patrol area of the shelter, under their command. No one had ever returned alive, however, since these incidents occurred outside the patrol's jurisdiction, and given the status of the other party, he found himself powerless to intervene. Then, Captain Zhao dismounted from the rain camel with a smooth and decisive motion. He surveyed Li Yu and the others' attire, as well as the conspicuous tree, his brow furrowing slightly as he coldly declared, you may leave. The surrounding area had been tumultuous lately, and many brothers from the patrol team had already lost their lives. Clearly, he did not wish for any conflict to arise within his patrol zone. Ma Yuanbai nodded and turned to lead his group away. Liu suppressed the emotions bubbling within her, casting a deep glance at the merchant. Their figures gradually faded into the rain, yet each person's heart burned with unquenched anger. The merchant, not to be outdone, shot a fierce glare at Li Yu's retreating form, his eyes filled with resentment. He would certainly settle this score. After walking a distance, Zhao Xiong, shouldering the tree, spoke coldly, if it weren't for the patrol team, we would have fought them today. The rock elemental ability user behind him nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, as long as Li Yu is present, annihilating them is a mere formality. He believed Li Yu possessed the strength to eliminate all their adversaries. Disgusting. Those from the safety zone are indeed the same everywhere, exhibiting such repugnant behavior no matter the location, Sun Hao said indignantly, his hatred for those from the safety zone intensifying. Although the others appeared to be armed, none of them felt they would lose. For them, Li Yu was the aces of their team. As long as they safeguarded her, they could easily subdue those from the safety zone. There will be opportunities in the future, Ma Yuanbai said with a calm expression. He had no doubts about Li Yu's capabilities, but the current situation was indeed precarious. The group temporarily set aside their frustrations and continued toward the towering walls of the shelter. Before long, they arrived at the base of the high wall. Our leader is back. The teammates waiting there immediately rushed forward excitedly upon spotting Ma Yuanbai. Boss. Upon seeing the tree, the crowd beneath their high wall began to gather once more, surrounded by the throng. The tree was gradually transported to the trading square. Zhao Xiong and the rock elemental user carefully set it down. What now, do we sell it here? Zhao Xiong inquired, stretching his sore neck. Wait a moment. Let us assess the situation first. Ma Yuanbai understood that they must not act in haste. Instantly, the tree became the focal point of attention. Despite the multitude of onlookers at the trading square, only a handful were willing to make an offer. After all, purchasing the tree would not feed anyone, leaving many in a state of hesitation. Whispers filled the air as people exchanged opinions, their eyes brimming with curiosity about the tree. To ordinary folk, the tree held no value, however. To the awakened ones, while such a complete tree was exceedingly rare, its worth paled in comparison to that of an exotic beast's crystal core, relegating it to the status of a mere curiosity. Amidst the chatter, a resounding boom echoed as the massive iron gate of the shelter slowly swung open. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path before the gate. Even those inside the shelter could not resist stepping out to see what was amiss. A tall and imposing man, clad in a pristine executive uniform, emerged from the gate accompanied by several others. Noticing the curious gazes around him, the executive introduced himself. I am the newly appointed executive. You may call me Wu Hongguang. His voice was robust and resonated throughout the expansive square. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Did you see that? The executive has changed. Of course, the previous one is gone. Some refugees whispered amongst themselves. Are you crazy? You want to die? This new executive seems quite formidable, they remarked, and upon hearing such discussions, Li Yu looked on in astonishment. A new executive had arrived, replacing the one who had been slain. It appeared that the shelter had not been affected by the previous assassination, and everything continued as usual. Wu Hongguang approached the tree in just a few strides, squatting down to inspect it closely under the watchful eyes of Li Yu and her companions. It truly is a tree, he remarked, then signaled to the patrolman behind him, who quickly dashed back inside the high wall. Seeing the new executive take an interest in the tree, many people wisely stepped back. Ma Yuanbai and the others stood quietly to the side, uncertain of the executive's intentions. Before long, the patrolman returned, escorting an elderly man, flanked by two burly bodyguards. Accompanying the old man were a barrage of questions. Is it a tree? Are you telling the truth? Don't deceive this old man. I wouldn't he dare. The patrolman waved his hands repeatedly. Though his hair was grey, the elderly man's gaze was sharp and bright as he briskly followed the patrolman. Among the crowd, some recognized him. It's the master architect of the shelter. It's the famed designer of the high walls, Master Zhao Kazao. The individuals from the safety zone were taken aback upon seeing the elderly man emerge. Typically, such masters did not appear before the public lightly. The unexpected presence of this rarity drew Master Zhao Kazao himself for an inspection. The patrolman maintained order among the crowd, ensuring that they kept a safe distance from Master Zhao, while the bodyguards remained vigilant by his side. Master Zhao, please take a look, Wu Hongguang greeted respectfully. Chapter 70, The Portable House. Wu Hongguang slightly bent forward, inviting the master to come over for a closer examination. His evident respect for the master's identity was unmistakable. Before the executive could utter another word, Master Zhao had already hastened to the foot of the grand tree. He gently stroked the tree bark, his eyes revealing a rare sentiment of nostalgia. What a fine specimen, at last, I can revive some old crafts, the master murmured softly, his voice barely audible yet unable to conceal the excitement bubbling within. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, the master quickly composed himself and stood upright again. Master Zhao turned to assess Ma Yuanbai, who stood at the forefront, and with a slight smile, he straightforwardly inquired, What do you require? Sensing an opportunity, Ma Yuanbai promptly stepped forward to engage in detailed discussions with the master. After all, he had a long journey ahead and a plethora of supplies to procure. If he could leverage this tree and forge additional trades with the master, it would be most fortuitous. Most importantly, he had previously promised Li Yu to secure a portable house for him. Now that the very master behind the design was before him, Ma Yuanbai was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. Master, do you still have portable houses? Ma Yuanbai asked softly. Indeed, Master Zhao chuckled lightly. I thought you might request something outrageous. The portable house is merely a small trinket I practiced on. He gestured towards the high walls behind him. There are plenty of such items contained within. They simply wish to shroud them in mystery, presenting them as prizes for some competition. I dare say, I wouldn't even showcase such items. Master Zhao humbly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanbai's eyes flickered with interest. He discerned that Master Zhao was remarkably approachable, devoid of the haughty demeanor exhibited by others within the shelter. This realization filled Ma Yuanbai with delight, bolstering his confidence regarding the impending transaction. However, the portable house I designed accommodates only 2 individuals. I fear at this point, Master Zhao's gaze shifted to the crowd behind Ma Yuanbai, clearly indicating that such a number could not suffice. No, 2 is just right, it's meant for 2 people, Ma Yuanbai quickly interjected. Li Yu and Fu Xiao were indeed the perfect fit. Splendid, Master Zhao nodded in agreement. He then signaled to a patrolling soldier, who swiftly approached. Master Zhao instructed him to retrieve an item from the warehouse, and the soldier promptly returned to the inner confines of the high wall. The atmosphere grew silent, prompting Ma Yuanbai to step forward and quietly remind Master Zhao, the value of this tree likely surpasses that of the portable house. Could we perhaps exchange it for some salt and sugar? Master Zhao showed no sign of surprise, instead bursting into hearty laughter. I knew you wouldn't settle for just 1 item. With that, Master Zhao led Ma Yuanbai to the tree and, pointing to the lower trunk, inquired deliberately, what of the bark? Ma Yuanbai was momentarily taken aback. The others present glanced at the little black figure behind Li Yu, silently contemplating. It must have been nibbled away by the horse, yet none spoke up, and Ma Yuanbai hesitated to explain the circumstance. Master Zhao continued in a calm tone, although the tree has its imperfections, it does not trouble me. For most, this tree may hold little value, but for me, it is profoundly significant. His deep gaze lingered upon the tree. If you wish to barter for additional supplies, I have no objection. My intent is not solely to acquire material goods. Seizing the moment, Ma Yuanbai proposed, might you have other items of need? I am keen to exchange resources with you. Bartering. Master Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It has been ages since I engaged in trade. Venturing out is no small feat. Very well, let us converse. Bring forth any peculiar items you possess. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanbai hastily produced an array of valuable items from his reserves, eager to negotiate with Master Zhao. However, after inspecting each item, Master Zhao's expression shifted to one of disappointment, as nothing seemed to particularly pique his interest. At that moment, Ma Yuanbai retrieved a complete scale from a beast he had slain on West Rome Mountain. This is. Master Zhao hurried forward, truly remarkable. As Master Zhao examined the scale closely, he muttered to himself, the scales possess oceanic ripples and emit a deep blue luminescence. It is unmistakable. The tsunami shadow beast has a broad head, elongated ears, and robust limbs, well suited for traversing and climbing mountainous terrains, dwelling only in the depths of the mountains. Master Zhao appeared exceedingly knowledgeable about this creature, regaling them with details. Legend has it that the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast resemble those of the lanternfish of the deep sea, glowing with an eerie blue light. The most precious part of the tsunami shadow beast is undoubtedly its eyes. At this juncture, Master Zhao eagerly raised his gaze to Ma Yuanbai, inquiring, what of the beast's eyes? Did you bring any back? The group exchanged glances, speechless, their collective gaze once again falling upon Li Yu. The eyes of the tsunami shadow beast had already been obliterated by Li Yu's shot. Li Yu scratched his head, looking rather helpless. Given his current prowess, he lacked the ability to pierce the creature's formidable armor and could only aim for its vulnerable eyes. They all understood that to defeat such a beast, the destruction of its eyes had been an unfortunate necessity. The eyes are gone, Ma Yuanbai explained, turning back. What a pity. Master Zhao's expression was tinged with regret. He seemed eager to see the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast for himself. Let us examine other items then. Ma Yuanbai produced additional goods and engaged in lengthy negotiations with Master Zhao until they ultimately reached a satisfying agreement. Observing the expressions of both Ma Yuanbai and the master, It was clear that both parties had secured outcomes that pleased them. At that moment, two patrolling soldiers approached, carrying a black box. "Your portable house has arrived," Master Zhao remarked with a hint of pride, continuing, "This is also one of my celebrated creations, the portable cubic dwelling." Upon hearing that the box contained the portable house, Li Yu and the others eagerly gathered around, curious to see what the portable house truly resembled. Sun Hao leaned in, scrutinizing the box. "Is this the portable house? It doesn't appear very large. Can it truly transform into a house?" Master Zhao chuckled, pointing to a button on the box. "Look here. With just a gentle press, this box will automatically unfold, transforming into a complete 2-by-2-meter dwelling." Sun Hao gasped in astonishment. "How marvelous. All credit goes to the high-strength alloy structure I designed," Master Zhao explained with pride. "This material ensures the house is both lightweight and durable. Even when fully collapsed, the entire structure weighs only about 40 kilograms, making it effortlessly portable for a single person."